In the grand city of Chang'an during the Tang Dynasty, chaos erupted. Report. What is it? Sir, young Master Fong and young Master Du have clashed once again with the three sons of the Chung family. Alas, what has stirred this conflict? It is said to be over the question of who should be the leading lady, Lu Sueki or Bai Yao. In the heavenly court, a voice echoed. Report. What is the matter? Your Majesty, the goddess Nuwa has laid waste to Mount Shu. The Jade Emperor, taken aback, inquired, why? The divine beings, Qianlian and Xuanfeng'er, exchanged glances and replied, it is due to her dissatisfaction with the imprisonment of Ling'er on Mount Shu. The Jade Emperor, with indifference, declared, it was well done. On the journey to the west, son Wukong chuckled ruefully, I truly do not know Zixia. The other three companions and a horse cast him a look of playful disbelief. Soon after, Tang Sung exclaimed in exasperation, slander. Slander? Who is Yue Meiyan? I do not know her at all. Chapter 1. Transmigration into the Tang Dynasty. Zhang Mingxian stood in bewilderment on the bustling streets, feeling utterly lost amidst the throngs of people. Just moments ago, he had been in his dormitory fretting over employment, and now, in the blink of an eye, he found himself in a different era. Had he truly traversed time into the ancient world? He stealthily retreated to a corner, crouching against the wall as he observed this unfamiliar realm, tears silently streaming down his face. The experience of transmigration was not as enchanting as depicted in novels. The ancient world was fraught with peril. In his heart, he implored, "O system, golden finger, grandfather, show yourself." After a lengthy pause, Zhang Mingxian had to concede a harsh truth. He possessed no such golden finger, meaning he was not the protagonist. This was a grave realization, for without the protagonist's invulnerability, his situation was dire. He patted his rumbling stomach, lamenting that even satisfying his hunger had become a challenge. Rising, he rubbed his numb legs and merged into the crowd. The wide streets were lined with a dazzling array of goods, and vendors enthusiastically hawked their wares. The shops flanking the road were filled with visitors, painting a picture of a thriving era. Zhang Mingxian mused, in such a prosperous time, surely no one should starve. Yet, he remained uncertain, for this was the ancient world. Spotting a large tavern ahead, he hesitated before stepping inside. Immediately, a beaming waiter approached and asked, Sir, how many in your party? Zhang Mingxian, feeling embarrassed, replied, I'm not here to dine. Do you require any workers? The waiter, his smile fading, scrutinized Zhang Mingxian and asked, Are you a chef? Zhang Mingxian shook his head. No, he had studied directing in film school, which had little to do with cooking. The waiter shrugged dismissively. Then there's nothing we can do. We're not hiring. Please leave. Zhang Mingxian protested. Could you not ask the owner? The waiter chuckled mockingly. The owner is my uncle. My word carries weight. Out, out. With that, he shoved Zhang Mingxian out of the establishment. Standing on the street, Zhang Mingxian felt like crying, acutely aware of the scrutinizing glances from passersby. Finding a job here was exponentially more challenging than on Earth. What use was a director? He mused that he would have been better off attending New Oriental. Thus, he resumed his job-seeking journey. As the sun climbed high, the parched Zhang Mingxian wiped the sweat from his brow and entered the 20th shop. Upon entering, he realized it was a bookstore, markedly quieter than the raucous street outside, with only a few scholars in robes lingering among the shelves. His gaze swept across the room and locked onto a pair of beautiful eyes, clear, bright, and gentle. The owner of those eyes quickly averted her gaze, a blush rising to her cheeks. Zhang Mingxian realized he had inadvertently committed a faux pas. Clearing his throat, he stepped closer to the counter, finally getting a good look at her features. Her skin was as fair as jade, her features exquisitely delicate, her eyes sparkling like autumn water, and her brows arched like willow leaves. Even having seen many beauties online, Zhang Mingxian was momentarily taken aback. The young woman, dressed in a moon-white gown and cradling a swaddled infant, addressed him, Young master, what brings you here? The scholars lingering among the books subtly directed their gazes toward Zhang Mingxian, warning him with their looks. Indeed, beauty has always drawn the attention of men in any era. Zhang Mingxian disregarded their stares. Feeling that with his hunger, he had little time for their warnings, he mimicked a gesture he had seen on television, clasping his hands together and bowing deeply to the young woman. Miss, I have come seeking employment. She stepped aside, allowing him to complete his bow, and inquired, employment? Zhang Mingxian, patting his stomach with a pained expression, confessed, to be candid, I haven't eaten in 3 days. My home is facing famine, and I fled here, a stranger in this land. I beseech you, miss, grant me a bowl of rice. Just then, his stomach let out a loud growl. Zhang Mingxian inwardly chastised himself. Well done, stomach. The young woman, hearing his plight, queried, famine? I have not heard of any famine in the Tang territory. Zhang Mingxian seized upon the term Tang, realizing he was indeed in the Tang Dynasty. He hastily explained, it's a small place or just a small village. The young woman nodded, not probing further, sparing Zhang Mingxian from the need to concoct a tale. She glanced down at the infant in her arms, contemplating for a moment before saying, my business here is not thriving either. If you do not mind, you may stay. Zhang Mingxian eagerly nodded. I do not mind. Not at all. The young woman smiled softly. My name is Li Xiaoyao. How should I address you? Zhang Mingxian, but you may call me Mingxian. Li Xiaoyao rose and declared, since you wish to stay, please help me manage the shop. If there's anything you need, call for me. Zhang Mingxian nodded vigorously. Understood. I will do my best. Li Xiaoyao smiled at him once more, then gracefully stepped through the back door of the bookstore with the infant in her arms. As soon as she departed, the scholars who had been reading immediately surrounded Zhang Mingxian. One of them, a burly fellow who hardly resembled a scholar, slammed his palm on the table in front of Zhang Mingxian and growled, what do you think you're doing? Zhang Mingxian, noticing the man towered over him, thought, does being tall make you intimidating? He glared back defiantly, but eventually lowered his gaze, realizing they were numerous. He observed their fierce expressions and clenched fists and retreated a couple of steps, stammering, wait, don't act impulsively. I am under Miss Qingjia's protection. Miss Qingjia. The group glared at Zhang Mingxian, their teeth gritted. Zhang Mingxian shivered, forcing a smile. I'm just a servant. Why would you take offense at me? How could a mere servant threaten you, gentlemen? One of the more refined scholars pondered thoughtfully. That does hold some merit. Zhang Mingxian nodded earnestly, gazing at them with sincerity. The scholars exchanged glances, their eyes communicating silently. While they might have considered beating Zhang Mingxian, none truly dared to lay a hand on him. To act against someone in Miss Li's bookstore, especially against one of her own, was tantamount to courting disaster, for she hailed from the esteemed Li family. The burly scholar muttered something inaudible, likely unflattering, and slapped Zhang Mingxian on the shoulder, exclaiming, damn it, let's go. Zhang Mingxian stumbled, falling to the ground with a pained expression. The burly scholar froze, his hands still raised. The other scholars quickly distanced themselves from him, one exclaiming incredulously, old Cheng, you really dare to strike him? Cheng, the burly scholar, hastily retracted his hand, explaining, no, it wasn't me, I didn't hit him hard. He looked anxiously at the others, who were now staring at Zhang Mingxian sprawled on the ground, giving Cheng a look that implied, do you think we're blind? The scholar with the surname Cheng anxiously exclaimed, alas, how can you not believe me? A dashing young scholar, whose countenance resembled that of a jade-like figure, frowned and instructed Cheng. First, help him up. Cheng nodded hastily, yes. He hurriedly assisted Zhang Mingxian to his feet, who was wincing in pain and drawing in cold breaths while clutching his shoulder. Cheng turned to the handsome scholar and inquired, what shall we do next? Du-he, his forehead lined with frustration, retorted, for ailments, seek remedies, for injuries, provide care. Zhang Mingxian recognized a familiar name. Du-he. Was he not the troublesome son of the esteemed duke? Zhang Mingxian covertly assessed. Du-he, he was indeed handsome, which explained his status as a prince consort, though he seemed rather lacking in intellect. Cheng swiftly retrieved a jade vial from his robe, poured out a pill, and without heeding Zhang Mingxian's protests, forcefully placed it into his mouth. Chapter 2. Not the Great Tang, but Journey to the West. Zhang Mingxian was coughing violently, feeling as if he might choke. Cheng Shuxing instinctively raised his hand to pat him on the back, but hesitated mid-motion. Coughing, Zhang Mingxian shouted in frustration, what did you give me to eat? He certainly did not wish to fall prey to some obscure virus before achieving any success. Cheng Shuxing looked at him with annoyance. Don't act so ungratefully. The Baiqiao Dan is a military-grade tonic. What I provided you is of the finest quality. Cheng Shuxing wore a pained expression. Upon hearing Baiqiao Dan, Zhang Mingxian felt a wave of dread. His history teacher had warned that ancient elixirs, such as the golden pills, were concocted by alchemists and contained a plethora of heavy metals, rendering them poisonous. Zhang Mingxian immediately shoved his hand down his throat, gagging in an attempt to expel the pill. Cheng Shusheng protested. "What are you doing?" Zhang Mingxian retorted indignantly. "What do you mean? What am I doing? Are you not aware that elixirs can be toxic?" Cheng Shusheng was taken aback. Toxic? He promptly retrieved a jade vial from his pocket, poured out a pill, and sniffed it, muttering to himself, "It seems fine." He cleared her throat, uncertain of how to address him. Should she call him young master? After all, he was currently of a lower status. Directly using his name felt too disrespectful, especially given their current predicament. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Young Master Zhang, I believe the pill should pose no issue." Zhang Mingxian, filled with despair, exclaimed, "What do you know? It's a slow-acting poison." He coughed, but maintained her composure. Continuing, "At least your arm has healed." Zhang Mingxian paused, surprised. His arm was indeed feeling better. Just moments before, while he was gagging, he noticed the pain had subsided. Could it be that the elixir was genuine? Had history books led him astray? Cheng Shusheng, looking somewhat smug, remarked, "I told you so. This is the formula personally donated by Taoist Yuan Tian Gang, crafted by the Taoist Alliance. How could there be a problem?" Zhang Mingxian took a moment to reflect. Was the elixir truly effective? Even if it were not a toxic concoction from alchemists, but instead a medicinal pill, would it act so swiftly? He pondered further. Recalling Yuan Tiangong's name but questioning the existence of the Taoist Alliance, was there really such an entity in history? Was this truly the great Tang he once knew? Zhang Mingxian inquired, "What is the Taoist Alliance?" Cheng Shusheng dismissively replied, "It's merely a governing body for cultivators in the Great Tang." As though it were of little significance, a sense of dread washed over Zhang Mingxian. Could it be true that cultivators existed? He reluctantly asked, "Is there any major event occurring within the Great Tang?" Cheng Shusheng, visibly irritated, responded, "Why do you have so many questions?" With a forced smile, Zhang Mingxian quickly replied, "Just this one question." He interjected, "If we are discussing significant events, the establishment of our Great Tang would certainly qualify. Additionally, centuries ago, a mountain shaped like a hand fell from the sky and suppressed a demon monkey at the borders of the Great Tang. Surely that counts as a major occurrence." Zhang Mingxian was momentarily speechless. "That certainly qualifies." Cheng Shusheng, growing impatient, urged, "Let us go, let us go. This is quite unfortunate." A group of them departed the bookstore. Laughing and chatting, Zhang Mingxian sat down in a chair behind the counter, instantly enveloped by a delicate fragrance. However, he was too preoccupied to dwell on it. He had thought he had traversed into the Tang Dynasty, only to find himself in the treacherous realm of Journey to the West. This world was one of divine heavens above, infernal realms below, with Buddhas in the west and demon kings in the wild, an exceedingly perilous environment. A mere misstep could lead to death or even the obliteration of one's soul. One would assume that Chang'an and the Great Tang should be safe. Yet to exist in this world without ambition was implausible. To become an immortal and live alongside the heavens was an enticing prospect. Yet, the thought of seeking out masters in the mountains sent a shiver down Zhang Mingxian's spine. He was no monkey king, lacking the ability to traverse the seas on a bamboo raft. Even if he were to find a celestial abode, what grounds would he have for them to accept him? After contemplating, he concluded that remaining in Chang'an was far safer. As for cultivating immortality, he lacked the skill to venture out. Perhaps it would be better for them to come to him. To make a name for himself was paramount. Only then could he attract attention. Zhang Mingxian placed a hand on his rumbling belly and sighed, lamenting the harshness of life. After a while, Li Xiaoyao emerged from the back of the bookstore, carrying a bowl of rice accompanied by 2 side dishes. The groggy Zhang Mingxian was roused by the sound of her footsteps, immediately captivated by the food in her hands. Li Xiaoyao set the meal on the counter and softly said, "It's time to eat." Zhang Mingxian quickly stood, exclaiming, "I can manage. How can the owners serve the employees?" Li Xiaoyao smiled gently, "Just eat. I've already had my fill." Zhang Mingxian hurriedly stepped out from behind the counter and gestured, "Boss, please, take a seat." Li Xiaoyao glanced at the lone chair behind the counter, her eyes flashing with annoyance. That chair had always been hers. How could he simply sit there? After a moment of internal conflict, she looked at Zhang Mingxian, who was eagerly devouring his meal, and swallowed her retort. "Continue to mind the store," she said, turning to leave for the backyard. Zhang Mingxian watched her retreating figure, puzzled. Had she been displeased? He had offered her his seat. He shook his head, muttering, "Women are truly hard to understand." Then he enthusiastically returned to his meal. Indeed, one could only appreciate the flavor of food when hunger struck. After a while, Zhang Mingxian wiped the grease from his mouth, letting out a satisfied burp with a beaming smile. The food was far better than he had anticipated. Rich and flavorful. He glanced at the empty bowls and dishes, then at the back door, hesitating for a moment before lifting the tray and heading toward the rear. With a creak, Zhang Mingxian pushed open the door, revealing a small courtyard with 3 or 4 orderly rooms. A narrow path wound through the courtyard, enclosing 2 exquisite flower beds, though currently filled with vegetables and fruits. Hearing the door open, Li Xiaoyao emerged from one of the rooms. Upon seeing the tray in Zhang Mingxian's hands, her gaze softened. "Just hand it over to me," she said gently. Zhang Mingxian quickly responded, "No, I insist." As he spoke, his eyes brightened at the sight of a well, the kind requiring a bucket to fetch water. He strode over to the well, placing the dishes into a nearby wooden basin. Spitting into his palm, he rolled up his sleeves and grabbed the bucket, tossing it into the well with a splash. With a firm tug on the rope, he pulled the bucket back up, surprised by its weight. Pouring the water into the wooden basin, Zhang Mingxian stood, pretending to be at ease, and smiled at Li Xiaoyao, who was standing not far away. "Easy work." Li Xiaoyao observed Zhang Mingxian, who was panting heavily, and a hint of a smile crept onto her lips as she turned to re-enter the house. Chapter 3. The Thirst for Power. After watching Li Xiaoyao disappear inside, Zhang Mingxian quickly spread his palm and blew a few breaths into it. A red mark appeared on his palm. He shook his hand with a grimace, muttering, "What is the point of making such a large bucket?" Bending down, he hastily washed the dishes clean, tossing the bucket back into the well. This time, he was wiser. Gently shaking the rope to only draw up a quarter of the bucket's capacity. Though slightly heavy, he managed to pull it up, using the clean water. He washed the dishes once more, satisfied as he clapped his hands together. Standing up, he stretched his waist and called into the house, "Sister Xīyóu. Where should I put these?" Inside, Li Xiaoyao was seated on the bed, cradling a baby and humming an unfamiliar tune. Upon hearing Zhang Mingxian's call, she huffed softly, muttering, "What a lack of shame." After a moment, a gentle voice floated from within. "The kitchen is the first room on the left." Zhang Mingxian curiously entered the kitchen of the Tang Dynasty, holding a bowl and dish. The stove, fireplace, and cupboard were all neatly arranged, clean and tidy. As he placed the dishes inside the cupboard, he murmured, "This is not worse than the kitchens of my previous life." After organizing the utensils, he proceeded towards the bookstore ahead. Upon entering the courtyard, the voice of Li Xiaoyao resonated from within, "Young Master Zhang. You may simply call me by my name in the future. There is no need for titles such as sister." Although Li Xiaoyao attempted to maintain a calm tone, Zhang Mingxian discerned a hint of embarrassment and dissatisfaction in her words. He pondered momentarily, realizing that while such terms might be casually used on Earth, they could carry a slightly teasing connotation in the Tang Dynasty. It was quite generous of Li Xiaoyao not to cast him out in anger. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhang Mingxian apologized, "I'm terribly sorry. You share a striking resemblance in temperament with my sister, hence my mistake." A soft acknowledgement emanated from the room, suggesting his explanation was accepted. Noticing the silence, Zhang Mingxian turned and entered the bookstore. Pushing the door open, he scanned the interior and noticed, to his surprise, that it was completely empty. After a meal, he felt invigorated and casually approached a bookshelf, only to be baffled by the characters in the books. Traditional Chinese characters mingled with classical prose, leaving him utterly confused. Flipping through several volumes, he found all of them in traditional characters, yet they resembled a more archaic form of writing, akin to seal script or bronze inscriptions. He placed the books back on the shelf, a forlorn expression crossing his face as he slumped into a chair. Was the script of this cultivation world truly so perplexing? Had he suddenly become illiterate? Wait a moment, something seemed amiss. Zhang Mingxian glanced at the chair beneath him and the books on the shelves. Were there chairs in the Tang Dynasty? When had paper-bound books come into existence? Surely, they were not commonplace during that era. Considering the circumstances, this small bookstore was filled with paper volumes. Moreover, did bookstores even exist in the Tang Dynasty? Could there be other time travelers who had invented chairs and improved papermaking? Zhang Mingxian soon found himself overwhelmed by the stark contrast between this Tang Dynasty and the one he had known. It resembled a completely different era cloaked in the guise of the Tang. His gaze drifted outside, where the streets were bustling with people and the flow of traffic resembled the ebb and flow of the tides. Before long, his eyelids began to droop, and he fought to keep himself awake. Suddenly, A disgruntled voice broke through his drowsiness. Hey, kid, who are you? Zhang Mingxian jolted upright and exclaimed in confusion, Teacher. I wasn't sleeping. I am not your teacher, came a mocking response. He turned to see a young man clad in splendid attire, fanning himself with a peony-patterned fan, his pale face betraying a sense of arrogance as he regarded Zhang Mingxian with a smirk. Zhang Mingxian instinctively sensed that this man was trouble. Men's intuition, perhaps. Who exactly are you? What kind of ridiculous clothing is that? The young man sneered at Zhang Mingxian. Looking down at his casual earth attire, Zhang Mingxian realized it did appear somewhat out of place in the Grand Tang Dynasty. Nevertheless, he would not concede, retorting, Who are you? What I wear is none of your concern. The young man chuckled, Who am I? I happen to be the young master of Xīyóu bookstore. He cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Mingxian. Unfazed, Zhang Mingxian replied, Xīyóu bookstore? What is that? If you want to read, then read. If not, get lost and stop your prattling. The young man looked at Zhang Mingxian in disbelief. You don't know about Xīyóu bookstore? I could close it down right now. Do you believe me? Zhang Mingxian shot him a dismissive glance. I don't believe it. Though he was unfamiliar with Xīyóu bookstore, he was certain it could not compare to the lineage of Du Xiang or General Cheng. Zhang Mingxian had quickly pieced together that if the Du He from earlier was indeed Du Xiang's son, then the boorish scholar must be the son of General Cheng Yaojing. The fact that even these two behaved respectfully within the bookstore suggested it was no ordinary establishment. A mere Xīyóu bookstore was of little significance in the grand scheme of things. The young man, momentarily taken aback by Zhang Mingxian's defiance, turned and headed towards the backyard. Muttering, I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'm going to find Xīyóu. He called out cheerfully, Xīyóu, I'm here. Irritated, Zhang Mingxian quickly blocked his path, exclaiming, No entry for unauthorized persons in the back residence. I'm not an unauthorized person. Move aside. The young man shoved Zhang Mingxian, causing him to stumble back several steps, nearly losing his balance. Surprised by his own strength, the young man looked at his hand in astonishment. At that moment, the back door swung open, and Li Xiaoyao emerged, cradling an infant. The young man immediately forgot about Zhang Mingxian upon seeing her and exclaimed with delight, Xīyóu, you're here. Li Xiaoyao addressed him calmly, Young Master Wang, please do not disturb the tranquility of the bookstore. I have business to attend to. Young Master Wang replied with a smile, I won't disturb it. Besides, there is hardly any business here. If you enjoy selling books, why not come work for me at my house? He patted his chest, assuring her, if you marry me, I guarantee you'll manage all the business of Xīyóu bookstore. It's far better than this little shop, and your child will be treated as my own. Li Xiaoyao's expression remained unchanged as she replied coolly, Are you done? He nodded eagerly, awaiting her response. She said, If you're finished, please leave. Turning, she walked away. Hey, Xīyóu, at least give me an answer. Do you agree or not? Zhang Mingxian stepped in front of young Master Wang, asserting, Don't get your hopes up. You have no chance. Young Master Wang huffed dismissively and turned to leave, ignoring Zhang Mingxian entirely. Watching him depart, Zhang Mingxian felt an overwhelming surge of desire for strength. He was determined to prevent such incidents from happening again, where a mere dandy could easily brush him aside. Chapter 4. Lullaby. Unbeknownst to him, the afternoon passed swiftly. Besides young Master Wang, no other customers had visited, and business was dismal. As evening fell, the sky blushed with hues of red, birds returned to their nests, and the chirping of insects filled the corners. The streets grew quiet, with only a few solitary figures passing by in silence. Young Master Zhang, dinner is ready. Li Xiaoyao's gentle voice rang out from the inner courtyard. With nothing to occupy his time, Zhang Mingxian perked up, joyfully exclaiming, Coming, as he jogged towards the inner courtyard. However, after only a couple of steps, Li Xiaoyao's voice called out again, Please close the shop door. We want to be open tonight. Zhang Mingxian immediately halted, turning back to close the door. He secured it from the inside, plunging the interior into dimness. He carefully made his way to the backyard, where a table had been set up, adorned with 2 bowls of rice and several small dishes. Li Xiaoyao sat nearby, cradling the infant, who babbled in a language of gibberish. Zhang Mingxian took a seat across from her and, puzzled, asked, Is it just the 2 of us? Where is the child's father? Li Xiaoyao's previously radiant smile faltered, her head bowed in silence. Realizing he may have spoken out of turn, Zhang Mingxian chuckled awkwardly, scooping a mouthful of rice and mumbling, Apologies. How forgetful of me. Didn't young Master Wang suggest earlier that Xīyóu should marry him? It seems she must still be single. Li Xiaoyao, amused by his peculiar pronunciation and comical demeanor, allowed a slight smile to play at her lips before responding softly. You will come to understand in due time. My late father and husband both passed away due to an unfortunate accident, leaving me to run the bookstore alone, barely making ends meet. Zhang Mingxian nodded slightly, choosing not to engage in conversation. It was evident that this was a sorrowful chapter of her past, best left unspoken. After all, the hard-won job must not be jeopardized by careless chatter. The two fell into a brief silence. Zhang Mingxian quickly devoured her meal, while Li Xiaoyao savored hers with graceful deliberation, all the while attending to the child. Before long, Zhang Mingxian had polished off her bowl of rice, letting out a contented burp. Glancing at Li Xiaoyao, she offered, Sister Xiaoyao, may I hold the baby for you? It seems quite inconvenient for you. Li Xiaoyao looked at Zhang Mingxian with skepticism. Zhang Mingxian patted her chest reassuringly, declaring, Fear not. I have often held children at home. Extending her hands toward Li Xiaoyao, she gazed earnestly into her eyes. After a moment's hesitation, Li Xiaoyao placed the infant into Zhang Mingxian's embrace, cautioning, Be careful. Zhang Mingxian assured her, Rest easy. Yet, as soon as the baby was nestled in her arms, it let out a wail. Zhang Mingxian immediately began to sway gently, cooing, Good baby, don't cry. How about I sing you a little song? Clearing her throat, she began to sing, Little darling, close your eyes. In dreams, I shall be by your side. I'll share your laughter, ease your sighs, in my embrace, you shall abide. Little darling, drift away, in dreams, I'll come to you each day. With me, your dreams will be so bright, even waking brings delight. Flowers float upon the stream, the sun cradles the springtime gleam. With a smile that softly shows, a tear of longing gently flows. Birds and mountains flit and play, with rosy clouds, they dance away. To Zhang Mingxian's surprise, her singing proved quite effective. The infant soon ceased its cries, gazing at her with wide, sparkling eyes, and by the end of the song, the baby even let out a series of delighted giggles. Initially concerned, Li Xiaoyao had been on the verge of reclaiming her child when Zhang Mingxian's melodic voice transformed the atmosphere. Li Xiaoyao, taken aback, inquired, What is this little tune? I don't believe I've heard it before. Zhang Mingxian, with a playful glint in her eyes, replied, Did I not mention? I've taken care of children at home, and this is a little ditty I composed while doing so. Li Xiaoyao nodded thoughtfully. Would you be willing to teach it to me? It seems Yaya truly enjoys it. Zhang Mingxian eagerly agreed. Of course. It's quite simple. It's called a lullaby. Let me sing it a few more times for you. As Zhang Mingxian cradled Yaya, she sang once more, eliciting further laughter from the infant. Li Xiaoyao, meanwhile, continued to eat her meal, watching the two with a smile of understanding. Before long, Li Xiaoyao finished her meal and began to tidy up, placing the dishes into a wooden basin and moving towards the well to fetch water. Zhang Mingxian quickly interjected, Sister Xiaoyao, you hold Yaya. Let me fetch the water. Li Xiaoyao shook her head. I'll manage it myself. In the next moment, Zhang Mingxian understood her intent as she effortlessly lifted a full bucket of water with ease. Zhang Mingxian was momentarily speechless, silently marveling. Truly, this is a world of legends. I can't even compare to a mere woman. While Li Xiaoyao scrubbed the dishes, Zhang Mingxian asked, Sister Xiaoyao, can you write? Somewhat, Li Xiaoyao replied. Zhang Mingxian beamed. That's wonderful. I plan to write a novel to sell in the bookstore. What do you think? Without lifting her gaze, Li Xiaoyao responded, A novel? Like a legendary tale? Zhang Mingxian was momentarily taken aback. Legendary? Is that what it is? I suppose so. Legendary storybooks do exist in bookstores, but they do not sell particularly well. Could you elaborate for me? The journey of Mr. Chaodang recounts the life of Mr. Chaodang from his early education, capturing the warmth and coldness of humanity, showcasing the grandeur of the academy, and the struggles of learning. A truly inspirational tale. The Travels of the Taoist tells of an accomplished practitioner roaming the world, vanquishing demons and dispelling evil. Chronicles of the Ancient Battlefield depicts a great scholar entering an ancient battlefield, witnessing the remnants of bones and tormented souls, ultimately cleansing the battlefield of its lingering resentments. The great hero Gu Nantian narrates the exploits of a legendary hero who traverses the martial world, battling bandits and corrupt officials. This has recently been the best-selling legendary tale. Zhang Mingxian internally mused, what a mishmash of stories. Yet these sell well. Surely, any best-selling novel from Earth would far surpass these. She felt a surge of confidence, considering her potential for success. Just then, as she pondered, Li Xiaoyao stood, sweeping a stray lock of hair from her forehead and tucking it behind her ear. In that moment, she exuded an enchanting charm, causing Zhang Mingxian's heart to race. He admitted to himself that he was captivated, seemingly unaware of her own allure. Li Xiaoyao bent down to stack the washed dishes, carrying them towards the kitchen. Once she entered, Zhang Mingxian peered down at Yaya, saying, "Yaya, shall I be your father?" Yaya beamed, exclaiming, "Baba, Baba." Zhang Mingxian chuckled, "What a good baby." Chapter 5. The Celestial Extermination. Li Xiaoyao emerged from the kitchen. Washing her hands again and drying them thoroughly, she took Yaya from Zhang Mingxuan's arms, bestowing a fond kiss on the infant's forehead, eliciting more giggles from Yaya. The trio then entered the main hall, where Li Xiaoyao lit an oil lamp, its flickering flame illuminating the room. Zhang Mingxian, with a cheeky grin, said, "Sister Xiaoyao, could you lend me a hand? I believe my novel has the potential to be a hit." Li Xiaoyao sighed. Currently, legendary tales are not selling well. If you wish to write, then by all means, go ahead. There is paper and ink available in the bookstore. Feeling sheepish, Zhang Mingxian admitted, "I don't know how to write." Li Xiaoyao was momentarily speechless. "You don't know how to write, yet you wish to write a book?" After pausing to consider, she suggested, "I believe it would be wise for you to first learn to read and write. I can teach you." Zhang Mingxian beamed. "Sister Xiaoyao, you'll teach me? That is wonderful, but I still wish to write my novel. Even if I cannot write, I can weave stories." Seeing Zhang Mingxuan's determination, Li Xiaoyao sighed in resignation. She retrieved a brush from a nearby pen holder, holding it in her palm as she intoned, "With a heart full of knowledge, the pen flows with divine inspiration." A soft, milky light radiated from her hand, enveloping the brush like a glowing orb the size of a basketball. Zhang Mingxian was momentarily blinded by the brilliance, instinctively raising her arm to shield her eyes. After a moment, the light faded, revealing Li Xiaoyao standing with the brush in hand. Zhang Mingxian stammered, "What was that just now?" Li Xiaoyao extended the brush toward Zhang Mingxian, saying, "This is what you sought. Consider it a tuition fee for learning that little tune." Zhang Mingxian stared at the brush, then back at Li Xiaoyao, exclaiming, "Sister, I can't write. What use is a brush to me? And what was that earlier?" Li Xiaoyao, puzzled, asked, "You don't know?" Zhang Mingxian innocently shook her head, her eyes wide with excitement. "Was that magic?" Seeing that Zhang Mingxian genuinely seemed unaware, Li Xiaoyao explained, "I have read extensively since childhood, gaining insights from various texts, accumulating a bit of literary energy. Literary energy is the foundation of righteous spirit. Those who possess it are great scholars, their words commanding mountains and rivers, their shouts slaying myriad demons. While literary energy may not possess great power, it is nonetheless extraordinary. I merely infused this brush with a momentary spirit, enabling it to write whatever thoughts dwell within your heart. I assumed you were requesting me to imbue it with a spiritual essence. I only wanted you to write it for me." Zhang Mingxian quickly interjected, taking the brush from Li Xiaoyao's hand, her thumb raised in admiration as she exclaimed, "Sister, I must say, you are truly remarkable." With the brush now in her possession, she was eager to rush outside in search of paper and ink, promptly telling Li Xiaoyao, "Sister, I'll go find some paper and ink." Li Xiaoyao replied, "No need. There is some in the hall. Use that for now." Following Li Xiaoyao's gaze, Zhang Mingxian indeed discovered a stack of white paper and an inkstone beneath the table. Li Xiaoyao continued, "Your room is in the far west. Take it back with you. There are oil lamps and flint inside." Zhang Mingxian exclaimed, "Great." Excitedly embracing a stack of blank paper and an inkstone, Zhang Mingxian rushed outside to the westernmost room, igniting an oil lamp under the moonlight. The room was modest, containing a bed, a wall-mounted wardrobe, and a table adorned with a teapot and several cups. He placed the blank paper on the table and pondered as he ground the ink, realizing the scope of what he could write was rather limited. First and foremost, he dismissed the fantasy genre, as they would not comprehend it. Perhaps it could be considered later. Works involving primordial chaos were also out of the question, as they would inevitably include antagonists, and should characters from the journey to the west perceive his writings, they might confront him as real-life adversaries. Thus, he resolved to write in the realm of otherworldly swordplay, which was closer to this reality, making it more palatable for readers. Setting the ink block aside, he saturated his brush with ink and inscribed the words, "The Legend of the Immortal Slayer," asserting that this tale was purely fictional. Any resemblance to actual persons was purely coincidental. The brush glided gracefully, each character emerging rapidly, surpassing even the efficiency of voice recognition. It was a form of thought input more advanced. Prologue. Time. Unknown, likely in a distant past. Location. the vast lands of Xīyóu. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere pawns. Since antiquity, humanity has witnessed myriad wonders in the world around them, thunder and lightning, calamities and disasters, resulting in countless casualties and widespread lamentations, far beyond human capacity to withstand. Thus, the notion of deities and immortals became widespread. Countless souls bowed in sincerity, worshipping various imagined deities they had conceived, seeking blessings and voicing their grievances, their incense offerings flourishing. In the present world, the righteous path flourished, while malevolent forces receded. The Central Plains, rich in natural beauty and abundant resources, were firmly occupied by the righteous sections. Among them, the Qingyan sect, Tianyin Temple, and the Incense Valley stood as the three pillars of leadership. This story begins with the Qingyan sect. Moments later, Zhang Mingxian completed the prologue, having omitted certain elements from the original text, for indeed, the heavenly court and the underworld do exist. Nevertheless, it remained quite astonishing. After some hesitation, he decided to include it, for the essence of the immortal slayer world is devoid of gods and immortals. Surely, these deities would not be so petty. In a wondrous space, a young swordsman clad in green stood atop a mountain, gazing down at the vast expanse of mountains and rivers below, the winds and clouds swirling at his feet. As Zhang Mingxian inscribed the two characters for Immortal Slayer, the youth furrowed his brow, his gaze penetrating layers of heaven and earth, traversing infinite space until it settled upon the small room. Observing Zhang Mingxian's brush dance across the paper, the youth remarked coolly, "No gods or immortals in this world. This little fellow dares to write such things. I hope he does not tarnish the name of the Immortal Slayer." As for the consequences of such a tarnishing, he did not elaborate, but one could easily surmise they would not be pleasant. Zhang Mingxian was utterly unaware that he was being watched by a terrifying existence, where even the slightest misstep could lead to his utter obliteration. Nevertheless, he continued to write with enthusiasm, ancient characters leaping onto the paper. Time slipped away, and eventually, he paused, leaving a puddle of ink as he found himself unable to write another word. Yawning, he murmured to himself, "Is that it? Out of juice." The youth in that peculiar realm frowned slightly and mused, "Why has he stopped writing?" Then, with a light chuckle, he said, "Ah, what a surprise. After countless eons, even you can be captivated by a mere story." With a hearty laugh, the youth vanished from the mountaintop. Zhang Mingxian observed the flickering wick of the oil lamp, noting that the oil within was nearly depleted, indicating that he had indeed spent a considerable amount of time writing. Reviewing the stack of manuscripts, he found that he had penned from Chapter 1, detailing the sudden upheaval in Kilmiazwang beneath Qingyan Mountain, all the way to Chapter 19, where Zhang Xiaofan had drawn the lucky number 1. Rising, he stretched his neck, producing a series of satisfying cracks. "Time for sleep," he declared, extinguishing the oil lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Chapter 6, Printing the Legend of the Immortal Slayer. The following day, Zhang Mingxian awoke from his slumber, opening his eyes to find the sun high in the sky. "Oh no," he exclaimed, realizing he was not at home. He quickly sprang up, donning his clothes with a look of distaste on his face. After wandering the streets all afternoon, they were stained with dirt. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he noticed a wardrobe against the wall. Surely it contained some clothing. He hopped out of bed and jogged over to the wardrobe, opening its doors to reveal a multitude of garments, gray, black, white, blue, and green, ranging from casual wear to scholar's robes, with the latter being the most plentiful. Selecting a simple black set of casual attire, he found it surprisingly comfortable, though regrettably, there was no mirror. Zhang Mingxian smiled at the fruits of his labor from the previous night and stepped outside. As he opened the door, a blinding light engulfed him, causing a slight warmth to envelop his body and a stinging sensation in his eyes. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his eyes and scanned the courtyard, not spotting Li Xiaoyao. She must be at the bookstore. Feeling rather unqualified as an employee, he chastised himself for sleeping while the owner worked. He hurried towards the bookstore, and indeed, he found the owner cradling Yaya behind the counter, softly humming a lullaby she had learned the day before. Zhang Mingxian approached, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Sister Xīyóu, I'm sorry." Li Xiaoyao gazed at Zhang Mingxian, now clad in black, momentarily lost in thought, as if the man she once knew had returned. Shaking her head to dispel such fanciful notions, she smiled. "You must be exhausted from your escape. It's perfectly fine to sleep a little longer." Zhang Mingxian felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. What a wonderful person she was. He promptly handed her the manuscript, saying, "Sister Xīyóu, please Please take a look at my book and give me your feedback. Li Xiaoyao, astonished, exclaimed, You wrote all this in one night? All right, let me see. Zhang Mingxian placed the manuscript on the counter, feeling sheepish. Sister Xiaoyao, you read it first. I'll go freshen up. Li Xiaoyao nodded. Go ahead. As he turned to head towards the backyard, she called out, Wait. Zhang Mingxian turned back, puzzled. Li Xiaoyao hesitated before saying, Since you insist on calling me sister, I shall accept you as my younger brother. Zhang Mingxian beamed. All right, Sister Xiaoyao. He had anticipated such a swift upgrade in status, from servant to young master. Though it seemed not much had changed, his position was different now. Li Xiaoyao smiled. Go on. The toothbrush is by the well. Nodding, Zhang Mingxian replied, Thank you, sister. After watching Zhang Mingxian leave, Li Xiaoyao opened the manuscript, and upon her first glance, she burst into laughter. This story is purely fictional. Any resemblance to actual persons is purely coincidental. You certainly have a way with words. Zhang Mingxian arrived at the well, spotting a cup resting on the edge, containing a toothbrush, a true toothbrush, with a handle and bristles. He was taken aback. Hadn't they been chewing on twigs in the Tang Dynasty? How had a toothbrush come to be? Grasping it, he examined the brush, noting that the handle was ceramic and the bristles were likely made from animal hair. This is a mythical world. Taking it too seriously would be foolish, he mused. Beside the toothbrush, he noticed a small dish containing a paste-like substance, presumably toothpaste. Zhang Mingxian skillfully completed his morning routine and returned to the bookstore, feeling refreshed. At that moment, Li Xiaoyao was completely engrossed in the manuscript, frowning and smiling intermittently. The content of chapter 19 was not extensive, and it didn't take long for her to finish reading. Placing her hand on the manuscript, she contemplated for a moment before looking at Zhang Mingxian with anticipation. The story is quite good. However, the choice of words leaves much to be desired. The phrases lack depth, and the transitions are disconnected, resembling ordinary conversation. Li Xiaoyao frowned at Zhang Mingxian, clearly disapproving of this colloquial writing style. The only highlight lay in the application of those symbols. Symbols? Zhang Mingxian asked, puzzled. Li Xiaoyao pointed casually, like this. Zhang Mingxian suddenly understood. You mean punctuation? Punctuation? An apt name indeed. Li Xiaoyao hesitated for a moment and said, Let me assist you in refining your writing. What she meant by refining was transforming this colloquial prose into classical Chinese, replete with elegant phrases and literary flourishes. This was no small task. It was akin to penning a new work altogether. Li Xiaoyao's willingness to undertake such an endeavor spoke volumes of her affection for the story. However, Zhang Mingxian shook his head and replied, Sister Xiaoyao, there's no need. I believe it is already quite good as it is. Do you know a printing house? I would like to have it printed and sold in bookstores. Li Xiaoyao, puzzled, asked, But it's not finished yet, is it? Zhang Mingxian explained, Even if it's unfinished, it can still be sold. This is called serialization. Li Xiaoyao's beautiful eyes reflected her confusion. Serialization? What does that mean? Observing Zhang Mingxian's earnest demeanor, she hesitated and said, I am somewhat familiar with a bookstore. Are you certain you want to print it? Zhang Mingxian nodded resolutely, eager to accumulate his first fortune through this book. Li Xiaoyao, cradling Yaya, stood up, and at that moment, Zhang Mingxian noticed two chairs behind the counter, one of which was brand new. Li Xiaoyao looked at Zhang Mingxian and said, You can use the old chair, implying that the new one belonged to her and was off limits for him. Zhang Mingxian understood and nodded, gesturing with his hand. All right, all right. Li Xiaoyao gracefully stepped out from behind the counter and said, Close the shop and follow me. Zhang Mingxian heartily agreed. All right, thank you, sister. He locked up the shop, took the manuscript, and followed Li Xiaoyao into the bustling crowd, traversing the streets and alleys until they arrived at a sprawling industrial area. The air was alive with the cacophony of voices, the constant movement of delivery vehicles, workers shouting, and the rumble of machinery resonating in their ears. Zhang Mingxian curiously peered into various factories, breweries, dye works, furniture factories, each bustling with activity. Before long, Li Xiaoyao led Zhang Mingxian into a large bookstore, where mountains of pristine books were stacked high, filling the air with the rich scent of ink. An elderly gentleman, busy with an abacus, looked up upon their entrance, his eyes brightening with a smile as he approached from behind the counter, exclaiming, Miss Li, your presence is an honor. I beg your pardon for not welcoming you sooner. Li Xiaoyao nodded. I have a minor favor to ask of Mr. Wu. The old man, presumably Mr. Wu, chuckled. Miss Li's matters are my own. There is no trouble at all. Li Xiaoyao turned to Zhang Mingxian, Please, Mr. Wu, have some copies of this manuscript printed. Zhang Mingxian respectfully handed the manuscript to the old man, who received it with a grin. Miss Li, you are here to support an old man's business. Li Xiaoyao inquired, how many copies do you need? Zhang Mingxian quickly replied, let us start with 100 copies. Mr. Wu paused, internally calculating the financial implications of such a small order, yet he maintained his cheerful demeanor and assured Li Xiaoyao, no problem, please wait a moment. He raised the manuscript and called out, Master Zhou. Master Zhou. A voice from the backyard responded, coming, coming. An elderly man dressed in a gray robe emerged from the back door. Mr. Wu handed the manuscript to Master Zhou, saying, print this into a book, 100 copies. Use the finest paper and ink, and expedite the process. Master Zhou hesitated, Mr. Wu, but this order is for Qianlin bookstore, for the Analects, strategy treatise, and great scholars' writings. Mr. Wu immediately waved his hand dismissively. Forget that. Right now, I want this manuscript carved. Do you understand? Master Zhou's expression changed. He knew Mr. Wu's connections were formidable, and any client who warranted such urgency must possess an extraordinary background. He quickly nodded, I understand, boss. As Master Zhou took the manuscript away, Mr. Wu cheerfully gestured for Li Xiaoyao, Miss Li, please follow me to the tea room for a moment of rest. Li Xiaoyao nodded, that sounds good. Zhang Mingxian followed closely behind, ascending to the second floor and entering a quaint little room. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a stunning sight. The walls were adorned with dense, lush green vines, interspersed with tiny yellow flowers. A tea table was positioned towards the interior, while the rest of the space was filled with various fresh flowers and bamboo bird cages, the cheerful chirping of birds mingling with the fragrant aroma of the blossoms. Mr. Wu invited, please come in. Li Xiaoyao, holding Yaya, stepped inside, with Zhang Mingxian closely trailing. Yaya, with her curious eyes, gazed at the flowers and birds, stretching her hands to grasp at them, giggling incessantly. Not only Yaya, but even Zhang Mingxian was filled with wonder, glancing around in awe. Mr. Wu gestured for Li Xiaoyao to sit down. Miss Li, I will prepare tea for you. Please make yourself comfortable. Li Xiaoyao nodded, and Mr. Wu slowly exited. Yaya began to squirm restlessly in Li Xiaoyao's arms, reaching for a beautiful little bird nearby and babbling incomprehensible words. Li Xiaoyao sighed, Yaya, be good. Don't be mischievous. Zhang Mingxian stepped forward. Sister, let me hold her for a while. After a moment's thought, Li Xiaoyao placed Yaya into Zhang Mingxian's arms. He cradled her, swaying gently as he hummed a little tune, approaching the lovely little bird. Yaya laughed heartily, grasping the bird cage and shaking it, which startled the little bird inside, causing it to chirp in fright and flutter about. After a brief while, Mr. Wu returned, carrying a teapot, and upon entering was startled by the sharp, terrified calls of the birds. Seeing Mr. Wu, Zhang Mingxian quickly set Yaya down, allowing the poor little bird to breathe again, and casually meandered around. Li Xiaoyao offered Mr. Wu an apologetic smile, and he returned her smile while pouring a cup of tea for her. He then turned to Zhang Mingxian and inquired, who is this young man? Li Xiaoyao took a sip of tea, set down the cup, and glanced at Zhang Mingxian, who was admiring the flowers with Yaya, hoping he wouldn't pick any. Li Xiaoyao replied, he is my younger brother, a bit mischievous. Please bear with him, Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu's lips twitched slightly as he regarded the fallen flower petals, remarking, young Master Li, you truly possess a childlike heart. Zhang Mingxian interjected, my surname is Zhang. I am Sister Qingya's god-brother. Mr. Wu chuckled, greetings, god-brother. Enjoy your tea. I must return to my work. Li Xiaoyao nodded, feel free. Perhaps unable to bear the sight of Zhang Mingxian causing trouble, Mr. Wu hurriedly departed. Li Xiaoyao turned to Zhang Mingxian. All right, Mingxian, come and sit quietly for a while. Zhang Mingxian, holding Yaya, settled beside the tea table, poured himself a cup of tea, and after tasting it, remarked, this tea is quite good. Li Xiaoyao elegantly lifted her teacup, savoring a sip. Tea should be enjoyed slowly. In truth, she didn't understand much about tea, but she found it fragrant. Li Xiaoyao shook her head, deciding not to discuss tea culture further with Zhang Mingxian, as she sensed his disinterest. After a short while, Mr. Wu returned, informing Li Xiaoyao, Miss Li, the books have been printed. Li Xiaoyao stood up, let us go. Zhang Mingxian obediently followed, carrying Yaya as the three descended the stairs, where they found two neatly bound stacks of exquisite books displayed in the lobby. The covers were adorned with an ink wash painting of majestic mountains shrouded in mist, with the title Zhu Xian prominently printed on the front. Mr. Wu inquired, "Miss Li, would you like assistance in delivering these to the bookstore?" Li Xiaoyao nodded. "That would be very kind of you, Mr. Wu." Mr. Wu called out, "Gao Shan." Zhang Mingxian burst into laughter. Mr. Wu, puzzled, asked, "Young Master Zhang, what is so amusing?" Zhang Mingxian waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "Oh, it's nothing. Just a family joke." Mr. Wu sighed indeed. He bears a heavy burden. His mother is gravely ill, his father has passed, and he has 2 young children to support. Zhang Mingxian remarked earnestly, "Then he should change his name. It's not a good one." Mr. Wu was baffled. "What is wrong with the name Gao Shan?" "It's quite fine, if not good." Observing Zhang Mingxuan's earnest demeanor, he took note. Perhaps a name change would indeed be beneficial. At that moment, a simple-hearted young man emerged from the backyard, grinning at Wu Lao. "Boss, what is the matter?" Wu Lao instructed Gao Shan. "Go fetch my horse-drawn carriage to take Miss Li and the others back." Gao Shan responded with a smile, "All right." Shortly after, he arrived with a splendid carriage, eagerly loading 2 bundles of books onto it. Li Xiaoyao inquired of Wu Lao, "How much do I owe you?" Zhang Mingxian subtly stepped back, intently amusing Yaya. Recalling the wisdom learned at the dining table, during such moments, it is wise to remain silent, for those of modest means should not speak too freely. Wu Lao waved his hands dismissively. "No need to mention it. Your visit is already a favor to me. How could I possibly charge you?" Li Xiaoyao fixed her gaze upon Wu Lao, her tone steady. "How much?" Wu Lao hesitated before responding, 501. Li Xiaoyao retrieved a silver note from her waist pouch and handed it to Wu Lao. "Here you go." Zhang Mingxian observed, noting the silver note had surfaced. Indeed, the grandeur of the Tang Dynasty was evident. Li Xiaoyao took Yaya from Zhang Mingxian, who was still playfully reaching out to him. She gracefully ascended the carriage and entered, lifting the curtain as she did so. Zhang Mingxian chuckled and clasped his fists in farewell to Wu Lao, who returned the gesture with a smile. With a light spring, Zhang Mingxian hopped onto the carriage, only to be met by a delicate finger pressing against his forehead as he leaned in. Outside, Li Xiaoyao said coolly. Zhang Mingxian grimaced. "Must it be so? There's ample space inside." With a gentle push, Li Xiaoyao nudged him back out. Zhang Mingxian, observing the ever-smiling Wu Lao and Gao Shan, grinned. "I'll guide from the front then." Wu Lao nodded knowingly. "That would be much appreciated, Master Zhang." "Gao Shan, take it slow." Gao Shan chuckled. "I've got it." "Boss, this isn't my first time. I'm always steady." With a flourish of his whip, Gao Shan urged the magnificent horses forward, and the carriage rolled smoothly along the broad, tidy road, devoid of any jolts, even more stable than the automobiles of a later era. The distance from the bookshop to the store was not far. Soon enough, they arrived at the entrance. Zhang Mingxian eagerly leaped down to open the door, followed by Gao Shan, who retrieved the small stool from the carriage for Li Xiaoyao. She, holding Yaya, stepped down gracefully onto the stool and then the ground. Gao Shan promptly hopped back onto the carriage, carrying the 2 bundles of new books as he followed Li Xiaoyao inside. Once inside, Li Xiaoyao informed Zhang Mingxian, "I'll prepare the meal, you arrange the books." Zhang Mingxian nodded enthusiastically, understanding the significance of this endeavor for his future. Gao Shan respectfully bid farewell. "I'll take my leave now." Li Xiaoyao acknowledged him with a nod, and he retreated slowly, adhering to the manners expected of a servant. Zhang Mingxian chuckled, realizing that Gao Shan did not truly consider himself a servant. After Li Xiaoyao entered the backyard, Zhang Mingxian sprang into action, deftly untying the ropes and removing the prominently displayed books, replacing them with his own Zhu Xian. Before long, the entire shelf was in disarray, filled with Zhu Xian across various genres, literature, history, poetry, and even among the classics of great scholars. Satisfied with his arrangement, he applauded his handiwork. Fine works deserved to be displayed prominently. The books he had displaced were haphazardly piled in a corner. Moments later, Li Xiaoyao approached with a tray. Placing it on the counter, "Eat up." Zhang Mingxian replied joyfully, "Sure. Let me wash my face first." He dashed to the backyard, while Li Xiaoyao continued to inspect the bookshelf. Upon finishing his meal, Li Xiaoyao remarked, "This is excessive." "What do you mean?" Zhang Mingxian asked, puzzled. Li Xiaoyao explained, "The Wild Tales section can be overlooked, but the prominent spots for the other sections should feature the works of historical luminaries. Laozi's Tao Te Ching, Confucius' Analects, the strategies of Guguzi, along with the poetry of the Qinglian scholar and the UFU anthology. You displaced them for your Zhu Xian. Do you truly believe it surpasses their worth?" Noticing Li Xiaoyao's serious expression, Zhang Mingxian lowered his head and admitted, I thought Zhu Xian might sell better. Li Xiaoyao replied firmly. This bookstore is not merely about selling books, but about conveying knowledge and principles, which cannot be quantified in monetary terms. If you cannot grasp this, perhaps it would be best for you to leave. Panic surged through Zhang Mingxian, though he had only been there for 2 days. He had already begun to feel a sense of belonging, appreciating Li Xiaoyao's generosity and openness. He pleaded, Sister Xiaoyao, I was wrong. I truly understand now. I will return the classic works to their rightful places. As he spoke, he hurried to the corner, gathering the stacked books and anxiously replacing Zhu Xian on the shelf. Li Xiaoyao, observing his flustered state, softened her tone. All right, set the books down. I'll handle it from here. You've misplaced them. The Tao Te Ching ended up in the poetry section, in records of the 3 kingdoms and literature. You need to learn your letters. Zhang Mingxian, sensing her anger had dissipated, scratched his head and chuckled. I will. Li Xiaoyao dusted off the books with her delicate hands and meticulously returned each to its proper place. Zhang Mingxian stood by, watching with a grin, unable to assist. Ultimately, Li Xiaoyao removed all misplaced copies of Zhu Xian, leaving the version in the Wild Tales section still prominently displayed, indicating her acknowledgement of its merit as a novel. Once the books were organized, Li Xiaoyao clapped her hands. Now, take good care of the shop. Zhang Mingxian watched her retreat into the backyard, exhaling deeply as he sank into the chair behind the counter. Of course, it was the old chair. He dared not sit in the new one, which Li Xiaoyao had claimed. Zhang Jun, a student from the academy, came from a modest background, making him a regular at Xingyan bookstore. The books were inexpensive and available for perusal, but most importantly, it was home to a beautiful proprietress. The thought of her brought a smile to his face. Sharing the same space was a kind of happiness, wasn't he? As he neared the bookshop, he unconsciously quickened his pace. Upon entering, he glanced towards the counter, but instead of the enchanting figure he anticipated, he was met by a rough-looking man with short hair. Zhang Jun's heart sank, and he hurried to the counter, asking Zhang Mingxian, where's the previous owner? Zhang Mingxian was momentarily taken aback, then realized he was yet another suitor for Sister Xiaoyao. Responding curtly, she's gone. Zhang Jun staggered back, stunned. Gone? Where did she go? To the backyard, Zhang Mingxian replied. Zhang Jun mumbled, to the backyard, huh? Suddenly, he glared at Zhang Mingxian. You're playing with me. Zhang Mingxian laughed heartily, stepping out from behind the counter and clapping Zhang Jun on the shoulder. Brother, don't be angry. Anger is not good for your health. He winked at Zhang Jun. Brother, you're already looking for the proprietress upon entering the bookstore? Isn't your heart racing? Zhang Jun's face flushed as he exclaimed. I did not. Zhang Mingxian, with a mischievous twinkle in his eye, replied, I understand. After all, we are all men. He leaned closer to Zhang Jun and whispered, a new book has arrived at the bookstore. Would you care to take a look? Zhang Jun's eyes sparkled at the mention of a good book, but he retorted, what good book? I only read the words of great sages. The classics that have withstood the test of time. Zhang Mingxian chuckled and said, this is an extraordinary volume I acquired through special channels, an out-of-print treasure. Follow me. Zhang Jun, still blushing, protested, let go of me, let go. Yet, Zhang Mingxian seemed oblivious to his struggles and continued to pull him along. He retrieved Zhu Xian from the shelf and offered it to Zhang Jun, enticingly saying, take a look. It features celestial maidens. Zhang Jun's eyes flickered with interest. Upon hearing about the celestial maidens, his curiosity piqued further. Accepting the book from Zhang Mingxian, he scoffed, what grand claims you make, Zhu Xian. I shall see how you slay the immortals. Zhang Mingxian shrugged nonchalantly, saying, such is the charm of online literature. The only thing to fear is your disinterest. Once you begin, there's no turning back. A master's work is meant to be pursued passionately. As chapter 9 unfolded, Zhang Jun's first impression upon opening the book was one of confusion. What was this? The pages were filled with vernacular and peculiar symbols. After reading 2 chapters without discovering the celestial maidens or the anticipated plot, he felt too embarrassed to ask Zhang Mingxian for clarification. He consoled himself, thinking, this is merely the setup, the good stuff will come soon. Patience led him to read on, and as he encountered the tragic events in Xiaomiao village, he sighed. Lamenting the hardships of the world and the chaos wrought by demons, he thought, if even a mere village can be consumed by a demon, what hope does an entire nation have? He felt fortunate to have been born in the Central Plains, where the heavenly realm and the underworld exist, and the teachings of sages are passed down, providing some assurance against demonic turmoil. At this point, He had become engrossed in the narrative, eagerly flipping through the pages, marveling at the application of punctuation, which he found exquisite. It was a pity, he mused, that such skill was showcased in a legendary tale truly. It belonged in the tomes of great sages. This thought struck him with a pang of regret, feeling the loss was a tragic squandering of talent. Next came the questions from the Qingyun sect, revealing a glimpse of the celestial grandeur within. The competition for disciples in the Great Hall of Qingyun made Zhang Jun smile knowingly. Even deities possess such amusing facets. Yet, he mused, it was Zhang Xiaofan who was the true protagonist, was it not? As he continued reading, he encountered the characters at Deju Peak, the composed senior brother Song Darren, the whimsical second brother Wu Dai, the diligent Zhang Dali, the bookish Daji, the childlike El Daxian, the gambling Du Bishu. What a fitting name for one destined to lose. Then there was the clever and quirky junior sister Zhao Ling'er, the gentle and kind-hearted master Su Ru, the contradictory Tian Bai, and a large yellow dog. The characters vividly sprang to life before him, each one performing as if in a grand production, drawing his spirit along with the story. When Zhang Xiaofan and Tian Ling'er found themselves in peril within the valley, Zhang Jun felt a surge of tension. When Zhang Xiaofan progressed, he rejoiced. And when he witnessed Du Bishu's dice artifact, laughter escaped him. The assembly of the 7 factions, the convergence of myriad immortals. The soaring swords and magical treasures traversing heaven and earth filled Zhang Jun with pride. Seeing Zhang Xiaofan draw a bye in the competition, he chuckled. What splendid fortune. But then he turned the page, only to know what happens next. Please await the next installment. He was taken aback, utterly bewildered. He had never encountered such a situation before. Zhang Jun approached the counter, book in hand, and asked Zhang Mingxian, what comes next? Why is there nothing more? Zhang Mingxian spread his hands in helplessness, saying, the author hasn't written it yet. We must wait. Zhang Jun protested, how can this be? Who is the author? I shall seek him out. Upon examining the book closely, he discovered the author's name. Invincible Little Tyrant. What a ridiculous name. Zhang Mingxian, of course, would not disclose that it was his online pseudonym from Earth. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Jun rubbed the cover, contemplating the emptiness he would feel during the period without reading Zhu Xian, without seeing Zhang Xiaofan, Tian Ling'er, and Du Bishu. Gritting his teeth, he inquired, how much? I shall buy it. Zhang Mingxian, delighted, replied, a mere 20 coins. Zhang Jun let out a breath of relief. That's not too bad. Quite affordable, indeed. Other books go for 70 or 80 coins each. With joy, he paid the 20 coins, unaware that the book contained 130 chapters over 20 volumes. Zhang Jun left, clutching his bargain, while Zhang Mingxian tossed the coins in his hand, equally pleased, with a sense of mutual satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, a man clad in blue, with a sword at his waist, entered the bookstore, exuding an ethereal aloofness that made him seem out of place among the crowd, yet none seemed to notice him. As the blue-clad figure approached, he smiled at Zhang Mingxian, who immediately stood to attention, awaiting instructions, compelled by an instinctive need to show respect. The blue-clad man regarded Zhang Mingxian and declared, I am Tang Dian. Zhang Mingxian felt his legs weaken, nearly overwhelmed with fear. Who was Tang Dian? The saint of upper purity, an existence that transcends time, untouched by karma, who alone endures amidst the destruction of heaven and earth. He was but a novice. What had drawn such an esteemed being to him? Panic washed over him, and he felt as if he were at the brink of disaster. With a simple gesture, Tang Tian summoned Zhu Xian from the shelf into his hands, stroking the cover and remarking, Zhu Xian, what a splendid title. In that moment, Zhang Mingxian realized why Tang Tian had come. He had infringed upon copyright. He longed to slap himself for not considering the implications of invoking the heavenly realm, the underworld, or even demons, but neglecting this true powerhouse. Tang Tian continued, the story is well crafted. I find it quite enjoyable. Zhang Mingxuan's heart soared with joy if Tang Tian liked it. Surely he was not in trouble, but rather being rewarded, perhaps with supreme techniques, innate treasures, or celestial elixirs. Feeling a surge of confidence, Zhang Mingxian humbly replied, it's just average. The best is yet to come. Tang Tian remained non-committal and pressed on. The cultivation method of the Qingyun sect is the Taiji Xianqing Dao, correct? It is divided into the Taijing, Yujing, and Shangqing realms. Do you believe that Taijing and Yujing surpass Shangqing? Indeed, in Zhu Xian, the Taiji Xianqing Dao had been altered by Zhang Mingxian, shifting the hierarchy so that Shangqing was now the most basic level. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Zhang Mingxuan's fleeting joy was doused by an icy realization. This could lead to dire consequences. Tang Tian remarked, "You seem quite fond of the human sect? The name Taiji is a hallmark of that individual, and you've placed Taijing at the highest rank." Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Mingxuan's brow as he stammered, "No? I actually admire you most of all. This order is merely based on seniority and does not signify anything." Tang Tian smiled gently, "Do not be anxious. I am here to purchase a book. I will take this one, yet I have no money." Zhang Mingxian immediately fawned, "Take whatever you desire. It is my honor." Tang Tian unsheathed the sword at his waist and placed it on the counter, saying, "I shall not take your book for free. This sword shall serve as collateral. I will return for it when I have the means." With that, he vanished without a trace, and the sounds of the bustling world outside returned. Zhang Mingxian sank into his chair, dazed. The tales within the books were mere fabrications in the novels of his past life. Protagonists remained unfazed in the face of powerful beings, boldly proclaiming slogans of defiance. All falsehoods. Only when confronted with the true weight of such power could one truly grasp the despair of helplessness, feeling utterly powerless. Chapter 10. Selling books in the vastness beyond the 33 heavens, within a realm of void and disorder. A lazily standing elder clad in a gray robe exuded an air of effortless tranquility. Beside him stood a middle-aged Taoist in purple robes, noble and imposing. Emerging abruptly from the void, Tang Tian exuded an indescribable aura, starkly contrasting his previous demeanor when facing Zhang Mingxian. He now radiated an imposing presence, embodying the true essence of the revered leader of the Xīyóu sect. Gazing at the two figures before him, he spoke with a calm yet commanding tone. "Grant me this favor, and do not trouble him." Only a select few in the vast expanse of Hongwang could elicit such a tone from Tang Tian, all of whom were esteemed saints. The two before him, clad in Taoist robes, were unmistakably Taishang Daozuan and Yuanshi Daozuan. Taishang replied coolly, "Is this how you address your elder brothers?" To which Yuanshi retorted with anger, "Elder brothers?" Tang Tian scoffed, "That bond was severed long ago after our battle. There is no brotherhood left." A flicker of emotion crossed Yuanshi's face as he struggled to maintain his composure. Casting his gaze downwards through the infinite expanse until it landed on a small bookstore in Chang'an. "I am curious," he remarked. "What significance does this mere mortal hold for you, to the extent that you have bestowed upon him the treasured Qingping sword?" Tang Tian replied nonchalantly, "He shares a connection with me." "Oh?" Yuanshi pondered, fingers dancing in thought as he attempted to decipher the mysteries of fate. If he were only an ordinary mortal, they could easily discern his life-esque trajectory. However, with Tang Tian involved, deeper calculations were required, provided Tang Tian did not intervene. After a moment, they ceased their calculations, with Taishang stating, "Indeed, there is a connection." Yuanshi murmured to himself, "A master-disciple bond?" At that moment, Tang Tian's figure twisted and vanished, his voice echoing through the space. "He is my little disciple. I implore you both to spare his life." His tone dripped with sarcasm. Yuanshi's face turned a ghastly shade, filled with fury as he turned to Taishang. "Brother, look at his attitude." Taishang sighed, "Let it go. After all, we wronged him in the past." He glanced once more at the quaint bookstore, his eyes betraying a hint of inscrutable meaning, before vanishing without a trace. Yuanshi snorted, flinging his sleeve, unleashing a powerful gust of energy as he too disappeared. The unleashed force erupted, obliterating time and shattering space, transforming the wondrous little realm into a chaotic void. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingxian remained blissfully unaware of the celestial turmoil above him. He gazed at the Qingping sword with a furrowed brow, pondering what to do next. Should he create an altar for it? Perhaps light incense daily? Tentatively tapping the sword, he whispered, "Senior, are you there?" After a prolonged silence, he muttered, "Who said divine weapons possess spirits? There's clearly nothing here." Boldly, he affixed the Qingping sword to his waist, striking a heroic pose, lost in self-admiration. "What are you doing?" A voice interrupted, startling Zhang Mingxian, who stumbled and clutched the chair for support. Turning to see the rotund Cheng Shuxing accompanied by a group of followers, he felt annoyance swell within him. Cheng Shuxing laughed heartily. "I saw you from afar striking that silly pose." Without waiting for a response, he scanned the room. "Where's Miss Li?" Upon seeing Cheng's jolly face, Zhang Mingxian felt a twinge of pain in his shoulder and retorted, "Not home." Cheng expressed disappointment. "Not here?" He accepted Zhang's words without skepticism, waving his hand dismissively. "Boys, let's go?" He turned, exuding the air of a bandit leader. Zhang's eyes lit up. He could not let such an excellent opportunity slip away. Concealing the chinking sword beneath the counter, he donned a broad smile and dashed out from behind the counter, calling, "Take care." "Farewell." Cheng halted, turning with a puzzled expression. "What is it?" He cautiously stepped back, as if fearing contagion. Zhang Mingxian grinned. "Brother Cheng, I possess some confidential information regarding Sister Xīyóu. Would you be interested?" Cheng's eyes widened, his jealousy flaring. "Sister Xīyóu?" Zhang waved his hand dismissively. "Don't mind the details." With a mischievous grin, Zhang added, "It's about Sister Xīyóu's preferences." Cheng's envy deepened as he contemplated the endearing title Sister Xīyóu. If he knew her preferences, perhaps he too could address her as such. A series of thoughts raced through his mind, prompting a smile to spread across his face. "Brother Zhang, we clicked instantly yesterday. How could so many people lead to our connection? This must be fate. In the future, if you need anything in Chang'an, just mention my name, and I'll support you." Zhang nodded vigorously. "Absolutely." Cheng hesitated. "About that preference?" Zhang pointed to the bookshelf, whispering, "Follow me." Cheng, eyeing the bookshelf, sighed in defeat. "If you say Miss Li likes to read, that has common knowledge." Zhang whispered, "I know what Miss Li has been reading lately." Although his voice was low, it carried throughout the bookstore. The followers trailing Cheng exchanged knowing smiles, feigning ignorance, yet their ears perked up attentively. Cheng shook his head, looking troubled. "That won't he do?" Her preferred readings are those scholarly works, timeless classics, each one more perplexing than the last. I get sleepy just glancing at them. It won't work. "Ah. So you are a bit of a slacker in studies," Zhang remarked, puzzled by Cheng's reluctance. Grabbing Cheng's arm, Zhang urged, "Come with me. You won't feel drowsy." Reluctantly, Cheng followed Zhang, wary of resisting, fearing further complications. To him, the previous day's encounter felt like Zhang trying to swindle him. Navigating through several aisles, Zhang led Cheng to the front of Zixia. Cheng exclaimed, "Is this a legend?" Zhang handed the book to Cheng. "Yes, this is the one." Cheng examined the title, Zixia, before scoffing, "Such grand claims." He scrutinized Zhang. "Are you certain this is a book Miss Li would enjoy? Would she really be interested in legends?" Zhang nodded resolutely. "Indeed. This is what Sister Xīyóu has been fond of lately." Hearing the title once more caused Cheng's lips to twitch. "You're not trying to deceive me for profit, are you?" Zhang feigned innocence. "How could I? This book is merely 20 coins. I wouldn't mislead you for that sum. I genuinely wish to assist you. Among the crowd that visited yesterday, you possess the most heroic spirit, truly deserving of Sister Xīyóu." Cheng puffed with pride. "Of course. That do he, with his pretty face, cannot compare to me." Cheng promptly produced 20 coins, slapping them into Zhang's hand, declaring, "I'll take the book." Chapter 11. Reselling. Take care. Zhang Mingxian beamed, waving at the departing Cheng Shusheng. He turned back to the counter, excitement bubbling within him as he counted out 40 copper coins, stacking them into 2 small columns. Zhang played with the coins, closing his eyes, shaking a few in his hand before scattering them across the table, gazing intently at the scattered coins, proclaiming, "The signs indicate that I am destined for wealth." As Zhang reveled in his glee, a furtive scholar entered, smiling as he clasped his fists in greeting, "Brother Zhang." Zhang looked up in confusion. "Who are you?" The scholar introduced himself. "You may not recall me, but I was one of those who came with young Master Cheng earlier. My surname is Wang." Zhang's eyes brightened with recognition. "Oh, I remember now. Young Master Wang, you are truly remarkable, exuding an air of talent and ambition, akin to a dragon among men, a paragon of excellence. Such an extraordinary individual. How could I ever forget?" Young Master Wang, with a face full of disbelief, remarked, "Just moments ago, you claimed not to know me." Zhang Mingxian, with an air of righteous indignation, countered, "That is impossible. I merely inquired about your name." Wang Shusheng reflected for a moment, realizing that such an interpretation might indeed be plausible. Could it be that he truly was an unparalleled prodigy? With a beaming smile, Zhang Mingxian stepped outside, declaring, "I am already aware of your intentions, young Master Wang. It is regarding Zixia, correct?" Wang Shusheng's face flushed with embarrassment as he softly retorted, "It is not as you think. I merely believe that the books favored by Miss Li must be of exceptional quality, and I wish to study them. It is purely for the sake of learning." Zhang Mingxian nodded, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "I understand. I comprehend." Hastily, Zhang Mingxian approached the shelf where Zixia was stored, retrieving a copy and presenting it to Wang Shusheng, saying, "This is the one." Wang Shusheng accepted the book, discreetly concealing it within his sleeve, and expressed with a smile, "How much is it?" Zhang Mingxian, feigning heartache, raised 2 fingers and said, "Young Master Wang is a dragon among men, destined for greatness. He is precisely the type that Miss Xīyóu adores. Should you ever become a shopkeeper, I kindly ask for your consideration in the future. For today, I shall charge you 21, as a means to curry favor with my future employer. Young Master Wang, grinning widely, replied, Well said, you are indeed commendable. If that day ever comes, this shop shall be entrusted to you. Zhang Mingxian was elated. Thank you, young Master Wang. With a beaming smile, young Master Wang departed, while Zhang Mingxian clutched 20 copper coins with equal delight. No sooner had young Master Wang left than another scholar entered. Zhang Mingxian, his face alight with surprise, greeted him. Welcome. The scholar paused, looking at Zhang Mingxian with confusion. You know me? Zhang Mingxian chuckled. Did we not just meet? The scholar, feeling slightly reassured, asked, How did you know I would come? Zhang Mingxian, with an air of mystery, replied, Young master, you possess an extraordinary presence, with latent talents and lofty aspirations. As you walk, there is a semblance of dragons and tigers. In your gaze, the sound of thunder and wind. You are indeed a rare talent, and only someone of your caliber deserves to be associated with my esteemed lady. I knew you would return. The scholar, bewildered by Zhang Mingxian's flurry of compliments, found himself grappling with the notion of being a prodigy destined for greatness, while he harbored a slight infatuation for Miss Li and considered himself quite remarkable. Such praise from another was unprecedented. A flicker of pride ignited within him. Perhaps he was not as insignificant as he once believed. Standing a little taller, he calmly requested, Please bring me a copy of the book that Xīyóu enjoys. Zhang Mingxian, inwardly scoffing at the presumption of the scholar calling her by her first name, swiftly retrieved a copy of Zhu Xian, cheerily stating, The price is 50 wen. The scholar, taken aback, exclaimed, So inexpensive. Had he known that the price for others was merely 21, his reaction would have been quite different. Zhang Mingxian, raising his thumb in admiration, remarked, You, sir, are destined for greatness. Let this shop be a prelude to a fortunate relationship. The scholar nodded in satisfaction, departing with a serene smile, unperturbed by worldly concerns. After his exit, Zhang Mingxian hurried to the storage of Zhu Xian, gathering a stack of copies to place behind the counter, eagerly watching the door. Moments later, his eyes brightened as another scholar entered. Zhang Mingxian eagerly exclaimed, You have finally arrived. The scholar, astonished, responded, How did you know I would come? Do you recognize me? Zhang Mingxian resumed his flattery. Young master, you are truly remarkable, with great talents and high aspirations, until the scholar left, beaming with joy. In this manner, Zhang Mingxian welcomed and bid farewell to 12 scholars, who seemed to have coordinated their visits to avoid appearing simultaneously. As evening fell, Zhang Mingxian gazed at the coins piled within the cash box on the counter, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Excellent. He was nearly at a break-even point. Dinner is ready, came the gentle voice of Li Xiaoyao from the courtyard. Zhang Mingxian called back, All right. After a moment's hesitation, he gathered the cash box, shut the door, and made his way to the courtyard. In the back garden, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and the last rays of the setting sun lingered on the beautiful figure within. Zhang Mingxian placed the cash box on the table, wiping his brow of non-existent sweat, and exclaimed, I am utterly exhausted. Please take a look at today's earnings. His expression brimmed with anticipation as he turned to Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao opened the cash box and glanced inside, commenting, Not bad. Which book sold? Zhang Mingxian replied, disappointment creeping into his voice. Are you not surprised? Li Xiaoyao nodded. Should I be? Observing her serious demeanor, Zhang Mingxian concluded that she found nothing particularly astonishing about it. He then stated, It is Zhu Xian. All of this is from its sales. With renewed confidence, Zhang Mingxian proclaimed, I can assure you, tomorrow will yield even more. Li Xiaoyao gently replied, Your story is quite charming. You are impressive. Zhang Mingxian, brimming with self-satisfaction, said, That is only to be expected. Suddenly, an unsettling realization struck him. It seemed that his sister Xīyóu regarded him as a child in need of praise, much like his mother had in his youth. At that moment, he felt a surge of emotion, almost on the brink of tears. Chapter 12, Matters Concerning the Cheng Family. After dinner, Zhang Mingxian inquired of Li Xiaoyao, who was tidying up, Sister, where's Yaya? With a playful flick of her hair, she smiled and replied, She is asleep. The mention of Yaya brought a smile to Li Xiaoyao's face, her gentle gaze capable of melting hearts. Zhang Mingxian nodded. Asleep? That is good. You can relax a bit. Thus, Zhang Mingxian accompanied Li Xiaoyao in conversation, meandering through topics from the bookstore to Confucian education, from exams to mathematics and physics, as he exuberantly flaunted his knowledge, which he had nearly forgotten. Until Li Xiaoyao finished tidying up, she remarked, What you shared was quite interesting. There were some matters I had not previously noticed. Zhang Mingxian, pleased, replied, Of course. Once upon a time, I was quite the scholar. He glanced at the well, stating, Tomorrow, I shall install a pulley system for you, ensuring that fetching water is effortless. Li Xiaoyao walked into the house, responding, It is already quite easy. Not difficult at all. Boom. A realization struck him. He had forgotten they lived in a mythical world, where everyone else was remarkably strong, except for himself, who felt rather weak. Upon entering the room, Zhang Mingxian approached Li Xiaoyao with a grin. She subtly stepped back, regarding him with a calm gaze. Zhang Mingxian rubbed his hands together, chuckling, Sister, may I have another enchanted brush? Li Xiaoyao replied, Bring me the brush. Zhang Mingxian joyfully exclaimed, All right. He dashed out of the main hall, returned to his room, lit the oil lamp, and grabbed the brush from the table, rushing back outside. Li Xiaoyao held the brush and recited, with a heart full of books, The Pin shall wield divinity. A familiar white light shimmered, prompting Zhang Mingxian to shield his eyes with his hand. Once the radiance subsided, he lowered his arm and beheld the brush in Li Xiaoyao's hand, radiating a colorful glow, as if light flowed and coiled around it. Li Xiaoyao extended the brush to Zhang Mingxian, stating, This enchantment will last longer than before, for 5 days. Zhang Mingxian, filled with joy, expressed, Thank you, sister. He eagerly accepted the brush, caressing it lovingly. With a grin, he said, Sister, I shall return now. Li Xiaoyao nodded, advising, Go ahead. Do not stay up too late. Zhang Mingxian scratched his head, recalling how he had once slept until noon that day, sheepishly promising, I understand. I will make sure to retire early tonight. Upon returning to his room, the flickering flame illuminated the small space, revealing that the lamp oil had been replenished. Surely, it was the work of his sister Xiaoyao. Zhang Mingxian opened the window, allowing the cool night breeze to enter, while the candle flame flickered briefly before stabilizing. Outside, the chirping of insects in the vegetable garden began to resonate with one another as night fell. Seated at his desk, Zhang Mingxian picked up his brush, and elegant ancient characters flowed effortlessly from its tip, leading one to believe he was a master of calligraphy. In the evening, within the courtyard of the Chung residence, 3 burly men were engaged in a fierce contest. The ground trembled beneath their feet as their fists struck like drums, their breath sharp as swords, and their vitality coiling like a dragon. Their shouts and the sounds of their clashes echoed clearly down the street, causing passers-by to instinctively steer clear of the Chung estate. Inside, all the servants and maidservants hastily fled, fearing that a moment's carelessness could lead to broken bones. Only one burly man, his face adorned with a beard, held a jar of strong liquor, laughing heartily as he watched the 3, continuously cheering them on. What are you doing? Trying to turn the world upside down? A beautiful woman with a stern expression entered through the main gate. The 3 combatants paused, their once fiery spirits dissipating in an instant, and they lowered their heads and practiced submission. Cheng Yaojin, who had been drinking, nearly dropped his jar in fright. He sprang up, pointing at his sons while scolding. This is outrageous. Look at what you've done. You've shattered the floor and ruined the flower beds. What were you thinking? The 3 sons, unwilling to admit defeat, opened their mouths to retort, but with a glare from Cheng Yaojin, they immediately wilted, realizing they could not contend with their mother, nor their father. Cheng Yaojin, with a shameless grin, turned to the lady, saying, Madam, you see I was right, weren't I? The lady shot him a sharp glance. You stay out of this. Oh. Cheng Yaojin meekly responded. The lady took the lead and commanded, Come with me. The 4 troublemakers exchanged glances, seeing a shared sense of guilt in each other's eyes, and they obediently followed her, moving as lightly as kittens. In the hall, Mrs. Chung took her seat, while the 4 stood below the platform. She spoke calmly. Now, tell me what happened. I stepped out for just a moment to meet a few friends, and you all seem intent on causing chaos. Her tone grew increasingly severe, casting a heavy atmosphere over the hall. Cheng Yaojin shook his hands vigorously. No, it's not my fault. Mrs. Cheng shot him a glare. Speak. Was it some shameless old fool stirring things up? One of the young men chuckled sheepishly. This time it really has nothing to do with Dad. Cheng Yaojin immediately interjected. See, I told you it wasn't my fault. Mrs. Cheng, with a cold smile, asked, Does it not amuse you to watch them fight? Cheng Yaojin shrank back, muttering, It is quite entertaining. What did you say? Mrs. Cheng raised an eyebrow, her gaze fierce. Cheng Yaojin quickly shook his head. Nothing, nothing. With a huff, she turned her attention to the other 3, who, under her piercing gaze, shrank back like frightened chickens. Chub, you are the youngest. Explain what happened. One sturdy youth hesitated before expressing indignation. It was my brother. He stole my ling. Nonsense. That is clearly my book, Cheng Chumo shouted, revealing himself as the student seen earlier in the bookstore. Another chimed in, you had already tossed it aside. I saw it first. Cheng Chumo retorted. I merely placed it there. It belongs to me. Mrs. Cheng's eyes widened in anger. Silence. What nonsense is this? Chub, tell me who this Ling'er is. Which family's child? The three fell silent, instinctively lowering their heads at her reprimand. Cheng Chubi, with excitement, declared, Ling'er is the daughter of Tianbai from Daju Peak. She is lovely, lively, and charming. Mrs. Cheng turned to Cheng Yojin. And who is this Tianbai? Another one of your acquaintances from the martial world? Cheng Yojin shook his head, puzzled. I do not know. There seems to be no famous peak called Daju Peak in the Tang Empire. Cheng Chumo grinned. Daju Peak is a location from the legendary tale Zhu Xian, one of the 8 sects of Qinjianmen, and Tian Ling'er is a character from the story. Mrs. Cheng's expression remained stoic. So, you have destroyed the courtyard and my flower beds over a legendary tale? She then directed her gaze back to Cheng Yaojin. And you? You watched them wreak havoc without intervening. Chapter 13. Gradually entering the realm of enjoyment under Mrs. Cheng's intense fury, the 4 of them lowered their heads in silence. Taking a deep breath, she commanded, Where is this legendary story? Bring it to me. The brothers exchanged glances, and Cheng Chumo reluctantly replied, It's still in the courtyard. We agreed that whoever wins would keep it. Go get it. Cheng Chubi quickly ran outside, returning shortly with a small booklet, presenting it to Mrs. Cheng with a flattering smile. Mother, this is Zhu Xian. Mrs. Cheng accepted the book and instructed, Now go to bed. Oh, the 3 lingered a moment, having not yet finished reading, but they could only comply. Go on, Mrs. Cheng urged. Cheng Eugene chuckled, After you, my dear. To which Mrs. Cheng retorted, Behave yourself. The next day, as dawn broke, Zhang Mingxian rose early, having gone to bed the night before after composing only 5 chapters. He believed he had awakened early. But upon seeing Li Xiaoyao and her daughter already exercising in the courtyard, he was left speechless. Did the mythical realm rise so early? It was barely past 6. Li Xiaoyao smiled brightly upon noticing Zhang Mingxian. You're up? Zhang Mingxian scratched his head and yawned. I'm still not accustomed to waking up this early. He stepped closer to Li Xiaoyao, reaching out to tousle the hair of her daughter. Li Xiaoyao wrinkled her nose, frowning. You didn't wash up? Zhang Mingxian quickly withdrew his hand, chuckling awkwardly. I didn't know where the bathing area was. Li Xiaoyao sighed. If I hadn't told you, would you not have looked for it? How do you handle your necessities? Zhang Mingxian glanced at the vegetable patch, and Li Xiaoyao fell silent, saying, You know, I feel like hitting you right now. Zhang Mingxian immediately jumped back, raising his hands in surrender. Sister, I was wrong. I truly realized my mistake. Li Xiaoyao huffed. The toilet is right behind your room, and the bathing area is next to it. Zhang Mingxian grimaced. Sister, so I live next to the toilet? Li Xiaoyao raised her hand as if to strike him. Hurry and wash up. Zhang Mingxian dashed back into the house, soon emerging with a few clean garments, making his way along the narrow path to the back. When Zhang Mingxian returned, his hair damp and dressed in clean clothes, he found a plate of buns and a bowl of millet porridge laid out on the dining table. His eyes brightened at the sight of breakfast, and he quickly seated himself, inhaling deeply the aroma of the buns, exclaiming, Delicious. Li Xiaoyao encouraged, Eat up. After you finish, go help at the front shop. I have something to attend to today. Zhang Mingxian nodded eagerly. All right. Li Xiaoyao smiled. What a strange pronunciation. Zhang Mingxian chuckled, picked up a bun, and took a hearty bite, the savory juices filling his mouth, and his eyes sparkled with delight at the flavor. After watching Li Xiaoyao carry her daughter out, he devoured the buns and finished the porridge in a matter of moments, patting his stomach in satisfaction and letting out a contented burp. He washed the dishes, placed them in the kitchen, clapped his hands, and exited the backyard. As Zhang Mingxian opened the shop door, he felt a shadow loom overhead, causing him to instinctively step back, fearing he had encountered a monster. Upon closer inspection, it was merely 3 burly men blocking his way. Zhang Mingxian, feeling irritated, asked, What do you want so early in the morning? 3 individuals entered, and Cheng Chumo chuckled, pointing at the 2. Let me introduce you. This is my second brother Cheng Chuliang, and my third brother Cheng Chubi, while I am Cheng Chumo. Zhang Mingxuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, You are the legendary trio, renowned for your martial prowess. boundless loyalty, striking appearance, and exceptional demeanor, known across the 9 provinces for your righteousness. With each compliment, their smiles grew wider, and they nodded in agreement, their faces beaming with joy. The sons of General Cheng Yaojin. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense, as it seemed that their acclaim was not entirely flattering. The realization struck that they were recognized solely because of their lineage, evoking a sense of frustration. Zhang Mingxian exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! I have always admired General Cheng. Is he here?" He craned his neck to look outside. Cheng Chimo replied curtly, "He is not here." Cheng Chibi impatiently pushed Cheng Chimo aside and called out, "Boss, I would like a copy of Zhuxian." Cheng Chimo followed, 2 copies. Cheng Shuyong chimed in, 3 copies. It turned out they had come early to purchase Zhuxian. Zhang Mingxian smiled with pride. Regardless of the world, classics remain timeless. The trio held the pristine copies of Zhuxian in their hands, unable to conceal their delight. Cheng Chuang urged, "Let's hurry. We're going to be late." They swiftly vanished down the street, leaving a trail of swirling dust. In the imperial garden behind the palace, several elegantly dressed women gathered in a lakeside pavilion, chatting merrily. "Sister Qingya, I truly envy you. You can pursue your passions freely," remarked a middle-aged noblewoman adorned with a phoenix hairpin. Li Qingya responded with a serene smile, "You, as the mother of the nation, need not envy someone like me." To her surprise, the noblewoman was none other than the empress of the Tang Dynasty. The empress sighed as she watched birds flit across the lake. And what of being the empress? My brother is preoccupied with state affairs daily, leaving me alone. Even the most beautiful palace can become tiresome over time. You could always find some books to read, suggested a friend. The empress chuckled. Do you think everyone is like you? A single book can occupy an entire day? A flicker of unease crossed the empress's face as she hastily corrected herself. I mean, how can such a beautiful fox spirit like you enjoy reading? A lady in green chimed in with a playful laugh. Sister speaks the truth. Even I am captivated by Sister Qingya's beauty. The empress nodded in agreement. Indeed, if you find yourselves bored, I can recommend a good book. The green-clad beauty quickly protested. Sister Qingya, please spare me. I truly dislike reading. Li Qingya smiled. I know it's not poetry or prose. It's a collection of legendary tales. The empress laughed. You see, all the legendary tales available in the market are already read to the point of weariness in the palace. With a rare mischievous grin, Li Qingya replied. This book is quite extraordinary. I assure you, you have never encountered it before, and you will certainly enjoy it. The green-clad beauty's eyes sparkled as she teased, Sister, it's not some romantic tale, is it? I wouldn't want to read that. The empress playfully scolded, You little rascal, come here. As she playfully swatted at the girl, who giggled and dodged, leaving behind a trail of melodious laughter. As the sun reached its zenith, a throng of scholars surged into the bookstore. The leader of the group shouted, Boss, one copy of Zhuxian. The others joined in a chorus, Zhuxian. We want Zhuxian. The one with Zhang Xiaofan. The Zhuxian from Qingyan sect. Fools, it's just one book. Zhang Mingxian observed the clamorous crowd and felt overwhelmed. Resorting to banging on the counter for silence. Quiet. Quiet. The rhythmic thud gradually subdued the noise. Chapter 14. Trouble approaches. Zhang Mingxian addressed the crowd. You are all here for Zhuxian, are you not? Yes, came the unanimous reply. Do you even have it in stock? Various voices chimed, creating a cacophony. Zhang Mingxian pounded the counter again. Silence. Form a line to pay and collect your books. Who made you the authority on book sales? Came the impatient retorts. Hurry up with the books. Young Master Zhang, your business is booming. A gentle voice called from the doorway. Zhang Mingxian looked up to see the charming Du He. He quickly clasped his hands in greeting. Young Master Du, why didn't you come by yesterday? He cast a glance at the crowd. See? Young Master Du visits often. Our shop's reputation is solid. Though Zhang Mingxian harbored a hint of jealousy, he dismissed it. Du He smiled. I had an unexpected matter yesterday. Zhang Mingxian feigned surprise. Leaving the rest to speculation, he spread his hands. Well, today is unfortunate. The boss is not here. I'm not looking for the boss. I just want to buy a book. Please hand me a copy of Zhuxian. Du He replied cheerfully, showing no signs of disappointment. Zhang Mingxian happily obliged. Retrieving a copy from behind the counter. Here is your Zhuxian. Du He handed over 20 coins, saying, your payment. Zhang Mingxian was taken aback, surprised that Du He could joke like this, proving he was not as unremarkable as history depicted. After Du He left, Zhang Mingxian urged the crowd, form a line. The throng quickly organized, and within moments, a reasonably long queue had formed. Pay, collect your book, and leave. Pay, collect your book, and leave. The line shortened rapidly. And once the scholars dispersed, Zhang Mingxian looked at the pile of coins in the cash box and the noticeably diminished stock of Zhuxian, erupting into a joyful laugh. He placed his Qingping sword down, stretched luxuriously, and suddenly pondered, when did the Qingping sword come into his possession? What did he use to knock on the counter? A chill ran down Zhang Mingxuan's spine, and he felt a sharp pain in his gums. This was bad. All his joy evaporated as he carefully cradled the Qingping sword in his hands, inspecting it closely. He let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was unharmed. He quickly dismissed the thought that his small stature could somehow damage the sword. That would be overestimating himself. He placed the Qingping sword back on the counter, clasped his hands in prayer, and pleaded, "Forgive me, dear sword. Please forgive my transgressions." After returning the Qingping sword to its place, he wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering, "I hope the master didn't see that." Nervously glancing around, he coughed to feign nonchalance as he resumed his position behind the counter. Just then, an elderly man clad in a gray robe leisurely entered. The old man surveyed the store with satisfaction, remarking, "A house filled with the fragrance of books. A place that nurtures talent. Truly a haven for punctuation." Zhang Mingxian mused inwardly, "This is a bookstore. Of course, it's filled with books. Yet," he smiled broadly and complimented, "You have a discerning eye, old sir." The old man stroked his meticulously groomed beard, smiling to himself. He wandered between the bookshelves, growing more pleased, and uttered a satisfied good. Zhang Mingxian inquired curiously, "Old sir, what is so good about it?" The old man replied, "The arrangement of the books is commendable. The prominent display features classics by esteemed authors rather than mere trendy titles, indicating that the owner is a true bibliophile." Zhang Mingxian felt a flush of embarrassment, clearing his throat. It seemed the old man was pointing out his shortcomings. He quickly changed the subject. "Old sir, are you here to buy books?" The old man nodded. Today, during the dictation class at the academy, a student named Zhang Jun submitted an intriguing essay. Each sentence distinguished by unique punctuation, leading to clarity and coherence. He claimed to have learned this from your bookstore? Zhang Mingxian finally discerned the origins of those students. It was Zhang Jun who had gained prominence through punctuation marks. Who would have thought that Zhu Xian would rise to fame due to such symbols? As for Zhang Jun's identity, that remained a mystery. With a delighted nod, Zhang Mingxian affirmed, "Indeed, it is the new book from my bookstore." He extended his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "What a splendid book! The author is truly talented, a genius." The elder smiled, saying, "As long as it belongs to your bookstore, that is sufficient. According to what I've heard, the book contains many other symbols, and I have come to learn from it." Zhang Mingxian handed the elder a copy of Zhu Xian, stating, "A mere 21. The elder retrieved 21 from his pocket, handed it to Zhang Mingxian, and took the book, glancing at the title and pronouncing Zhu Xian. His brow furrowed slightly, but he said nothing further. Stepping aside, the elder opened the pages, and upon reading a few lines, his face contorted with rage. "Absurd! Absurd!" he thundered, slamming the book shut and glaring at Zhang Mingxian. "How could you sell such a ridiculous book and allow it to be circulated?" Zhang Mingxian, taken aback by the elder's outburst, was bewildered. "Absurd? How is it absurd? It does not contain any blasphemous words. At most, it merely states that there are no immortals or deities, which hardly seems outrageous." The elder approached Zhang Mingxian with rapid strides, his face flushed, spitting with fury. "What is this nonsense? There is no literary merit, no artistry whatsoever. Has the format and style been devoured?" Zhang Mingxian, drenched in the elder's spittle, was left in a daze. The elder grasped Zhang Mingxuan's arm firmly, declaring, "Immediately. Right now, take this book off the shelves. No, it must be burned." Zhang Mingxian retorted indignantly, "Old sir, we cannot disregard reason. We are merely selling books. How have we offended you to warrant burning them?" The elder brandished the book, shouting, "Is this truly a book?" Zhang Mingxian, unyielding, countered, "It has paper and words. How can it not be a book?" The two locked eyes, the atmosphere charged with tension. "What are you doing?" A voice interjected. Zhang Mingxian and the elder straightened. Turning towards the entrance, they beheld Li Xiaoyao, cradling Yaya, with a graceful maid following behind. Yaya, squinting, reached out towards Zhang Mingxian, feeling aggrieved. Zhang Mingxian complained to Li Xiaoyao, "Sister Xiaoyao, he wants us to take Zhu Xian off the shelves and burn it." The elder adjusted his clothing and addressed Li Xiaoyao. "Are you the owner here?" Li Xiaoyao nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I am the owner." The elder, incensed, retorted, "What sort of book are you selling? He raised Zhu Xian, exclaiming, "Is this even a book?" Li Xiaoyao ignored the elder, instead informing Zhang Mingxian, "Zhu Xian is quite favored by the empress. I will send a batch to the palace." Suddenly, the elder was rendered speechless, his throat constricted. "The empress favors it." The maid stepped forward, offering a slight bow to Zhang Mingxian. With a sense of pride, Zhang Mingxian shot a triumphant glance at the elder and retrieved a stack of about 10 copies of Zhu Xian from beneath the counter, presenting them to the maid. She accepted the books with gratitude, bowing, "Thank you, young master." She then bowed to Li Xiaoyao, saying, "I shall take my leave." Li Xiaoyao nodded, urging, "Hurry back. Do not keep the empress waiting." The maid exited the bookstore, gracefully retreating. Chapter 15. After the maid departed, the elder let out a huff, awkwardly grasping Zhu Xian as he fled, acutely aware of the consequences of crossing those within the palace. Zhang Mingxian watched him leave, muttering, he protests vehemently. Yet his actions betray his true intentions. Li Xiaoyao, slightly blushing, chided, "Can't you speak properly?" Zhang Mingxian chuckled, "It's not my fault. He claimed Zhu Xian was terrible. Yet he left with it." Li Xiaoyao stepped closer, playfully tapping Zhang Mingxian's forehead. This book is bound to incite discontent. Be prepared. First, help me hold Yaya while I prepare dinner." Zhang Mingxian cheerfully replied, "All right." Li Xiaoyao admonished, always causing mischief. Once the elder exited the bookstore, he cast a furious glance back, his grip on Zhu Xian so tight it began to warp. It was his first time treating a book so roughly since he began reading. He muttered to himself, "The palace, is it? While I fear the imperial family, there are those who do not." With that, he turned and departed. Zhang Mingxian sat in a chair, cradling Yaya, playfully teasing her with the Qingping sword. As he brought the sword close, Yaya reached for it, only for Zhang Mingxian to swiftly withdraw it, eliciting her discontent, which made him laugh heartily. He continued this playful torment, bringing the sword near and then pulling it away. After several attempts, Yaya burst into tears, instantly alarmed. Zhang Mingxian placed the Qingping sword in Yaya's embrace and gently rocked her. "Be good, baby, do not fuss." Yaya, clutching the sword, continued to wail. In a panic, Zhang Mingxian exclaimed, "Little lady, do not put me in a predicament." Desperately scratching his head, he devised a plan. "How about I teach you the sounds animals make?" He puffed his cheeks and croaked, "Quack, quack. That is the sound of a frog. Woof, woof. That is a puppy. Ba, ba. That is a lamb." To his relief, Yaya ceased her crying, her curious eyes fixed on him. Energized, Zhang Mingxian pressed on, "Moo, moo. That is the sound of a cow. Meow, meow. That is a kitten. Roar. That is the sound of a tiger." Yaya's face lit up with a smile, and she began to giggle. Unbeknownst to Zhang Mingxian, Li Xiaoyao stood at the back door, observing him as he made various amusing faces and imitated animal sounds. When Yaya laughed, Li Xiaoyao silently slipped away. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Zhang Mingxian glanced towards the back door, relieved that Sister Xīyóu had not witnessed his antics. He exhaled deeply, satisfied that he had calmed Yaya. Lunch arrived sooner than Zhang Mingxian anticipated, and it was quite sumptuous. Stir-fried chicken, stewed meat soup, the aroma wafting through the air. Zhang Mingxian leaned forward, inhaling deeply, praising, "Sister, your culinary skills are remarkable." Li Xiaoyao extended her hand, saying, "Enough banter. Hem Yaya, let us eat." Zhang Mingxian inquired, "What about you?" Li Xiaoyao replied, "Taking Yaya, I will eat in the backyard." She glanced at the Qingping sword on the counter, asking, "Where did this come from?" Zhang Mingxian, astonished, replied, "You recognize it? It has a name inscribed." Li Xiaoyao remarked. Zhang Mingxian, looking at the characters etched on the scabbard, felt a pang of embarrassment at his own illiteracy. He explained, "A customer left it as collateral for a book." Li Xiaoyao nodded, not pressing further, then said, "By the way, you should write that legend quicker. My sisters will likely enjoy it. When the bookstore is empty, you can write over here at the counter." Watching Li Xiaoyao float away without waiting for his response, Zhang Mingxian mused, "Am I being urged to write faster?" Indeed, it does feel somewhat exhilarating. With a heart full of joy, Zhang Mingxian finished his meal and returned the dishes to the backyard, deciding to forego washing them. The tub was far too heavy to lift. Armed with paper and pen, he strode towards the bookstore, ready to write fervently. Upon arriving at the bookstore, he noticed a gathering of people near the bookshelves. The moment they spotted Zhang Mingxian, their eyes lit up, and they surged forward, encircling him. Instinctively, Zhang Mingxian raised his arms defensively, alertly asking, "Who are you?" One of the individuals grinned, "Young Master Zhang. I am Zhang Jun. I visited your esteemed shop yesterday, And you introduced me to Zhu Xian, Zhang Jun? Zhang Mingxian scrutinized him closely and realized it was indeed Zhang Jun, the man with the most unsavory thoughts. Zhang Mingxian surveyed the crowd and recognized familiar faces, though he could not recall their names. Lowering his defensive posture, he smiled calmly. Zhang Jun, you certainly made quite the impression at the academy today. Zhang Jun chuckled, his eyes sparkling with delight, and remarked, it is all thanks to Master Zhang. I am merely applying what I have learned. His beaming face could hardly conceal his pride. He eagerly inquired, Master Zhang, has the next installment of Zhu Xian been released? Indeed. Master Zhang, has Zhu Xian been published today? They lamented the abrupt interruption of the story, expressing their discontent. Isn't that just cruel? They echoed. All eyes were fixed on Zhang Mingxian. Feeling guilty, he cleared his throat and explained, well, the author had some matters to attend to today and did not update. What? How can this be? The crowd's voices rose in indignation, their eyes ablaze with fury. Who is the author? Some directly inquired. Zhang Mingxian felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being targeted. Oh, they seem unaware that I am the author, he thought, a smirk creeping onto his face. What do you mean? The previous volume hasn't even sold out yet. How can there be a new release? Zhang Mingxian maintained a stern facade as he reprimanded them. The crowd fell silent, taken aback by his sudden authority. Zhang Jun, feeling slightly emboldened by his familiarity with Zhang Mingxian, protested. So, no new book until the current one sells out? With a bookstore in place. How can we not sell out? Indeed, Master Zhang is right. The others chimed in agreement. Zhang Mingxian lamented, printing books costs money. If we don't sell this batch, how can we afford to print a new Zhu Xian? The scholars exchanged glances, as if realizing the validity of his argument. Zhang Jun inquired, so, once this batch of Zhu Xian sells out, we can print a new one? Zhang Mingxian affirmed, of course. How many copies are left? Zhang Jun asked. A smile lit up Zhang Mingxuan's face as he replied, there are 40 copies left. Would you like them all? Zhang Jun looked at him incredulously, as if he were a fool, and said, do you think I'm foolish? One copy is sufficient. Books are not ordinary goods. Zhang Mingxian chuckled awkwardly. Having thought he had encountered a wealthy patron, Zhang Jun rallied the group. Brothers, it is time for us to lend a hand. Let us introduce Zhu Xian to our classmates and friends. 40 copies are not many. If each person brings in 2 or 3, it will suffice. Indeed, the crowd responded enthusiastically. For Zhu Xian, for Qingyan sect, for Ling'er, for Zhang Xiaofan. Let us go. With fervor, they charged out of the bookstore, leaving Zhang Mingxian in awe. Aren't these ancient people just wonderful? This is essentially a free promotional army. Chapter 16. Signs of a surge. Once they departed, Zhang Mingxian leaned over the counter, fervently penning his manuscript. Before long, a chorus of laughter echoed through the door. Quickly, he tucked away his manuscript beneath the counter, only to see the 3 brothers Cheng Yaojin stride in with confidence. Cheng Chubi, upon spotting Zhang Mingxian, happily reached out to pat his shoulder in camaraderie. Cheng Chimo's expression shifted, and he immediately intervened, blocking his brother's arm. What are you doing, big brother? Cheng Chubi protested. Cheng Chimo rolled his eyes and retorted. What am I doing? I'm saving you from accidentally knocking Master Zhang over. Cheng Chubi scoffed. Do you think I can't control my strength? You underestimate me. Cheng Chimo pulled him aside and whispered, you don't understand. This boy has questionable morals. Last time, I merely bumped into him, and he fell to the ground, demanding a premium baijiao dan from me. I'm trying to protect you, understand? Cheng Chubi gazed at Zhang Mingxian incredulously, whispering, no way. He doesn't seem like that type. Cheng Chimo smacked Cheng Chubi on the back of the head and exclaimed, do you think I would lie to you? Cheng Chubi eyed him skeptically. It's hard to say. Though their voices were low, their naturally loud tones allowed Zhang Mingxian to overhear their conversation. He felt as if a horde of alpacas were trampling over his heart. They had struck him and were now slandering him. Did they have no shame? Cheng Chuyang, as if oblivious to their exchange, cheerfully addressed Zhang Mingxian. Master Zhang, has the next installment of Zhu Xian been released? Zhang Mingxian replied curtly, no. When will it be out? I do not know. With a resounding thud, Cheng Chuyang slammed his hand on the counter, causing it to shake. Zhang Mingxian, startled, jumped from his chair, his face paling. Cheng Chumo's expression darkened as he reprimanded, you ruffian, what are you doing? Cheng Chuyang shot back, ruffian? Who called you that? It was the old man who referred to me as a rogue. An elder brother is like a father. Do you understand? Bah. You hardly act like a father. Cheng Chumo was ready to engage in a brawl. Have you both had enough? A gentle voice interjected. Instantly, Cheng Chumo froze in place. The four turned toward the source of the voice to see Li Xiaoyao, dressed in a simple but elegant white gown, holding Yao at the back door. Cheng Chumo was momentarily entranced. So beautiful. Cheng Chuliang echoed, indeed. Zhang Mingxian was momentarily taken aback, then feigned grievance. Sister Qingya, they are bullying me. Cheng Chumo quickly regained his composure and hastily clarified. No. We merely had a minor dispute among brothers. It has nothing to do with Master Zhang. Cheng Chuliang added hurriedly, Princess Qingyang, please allow me to explain. I was unaware this shop belonged to you. Enough of this commotion, return home. Li Xiaoyao said, turning back toward the courtyard. Cheng Chubi lingered quietly in a corner, speechless. Once Li Xiaoyao left, he muttered softly, I hope she didn't see me. Cheng Chubi was left in dismay, gritting his teeth at Cheng Chumo. Why didn't you tell me this was Princess Qingyang's shop? Cheng Chumo scoffed. Who can be blamed for your rudeness? Upon hearing Cheng Chuliang's words, Zhang Mingxian was also taken aback. Princess Qingyang? Does the Tang Dynasty have such a princess? Would a princess stoop to selling books? Zhang Mingxian turned to Cheng Chumo and asked, what is the story with Princess Qingyang? Is Sister Qingyao really a princess? Cheng Chumo was astonished. You don't know? Zhang Mingxian shook his head. Cheng Chumo replied, since Princess Qingyang didn't tell you, I cannot divulge it either. Cheng Chuliang, looking glum, turned to leave, with Cheng Chumo following suit. Cheng Chubi chuckled and asked Zhang Mingxian, Master Zhang, when will the new Zhu Xian be released? Zhang Mingxian had a favorable impression of Cheng Chubi. At least he was quite enthusiastic, although he was unsure if he could handle such enthusiasm. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Mingxian replied, perhaps tomorrow. Cheng Chubi beamed, then I shall come by tomorrow. He cheerfully dashed out after his brothers. Zhang Mingxian settled back into his chair, glancing at the manuscript hidden beneath the counter, deciding it was wiser to write later that evening. Writing here was too perilous. One misstep, and he might be discovered as the author. Selling books was already dangerous enough. If they discovered his identity, he might be met with threats. Zhang Mingxian wisely opted to abandon his writing. Throughout the afternoon, numerous patrons arrived to purchase books or inquire about the new Zhu Xian. The signs of its burgeoning popularity were unmistakable. By evening, all 40 copies of Zhu Xian had been sold out. It must be said that Zhang Jun and the others had done remarkably well. In the courtyard, Zhang Mingxian and Li Xiaoyao enjoyed a leisurely dinner together. Zhang Mingxian grinned. Sister Xiaoyao, do you think we can continue printing Zhu Xian tomorrow? Have we sold out? Li Xiaoyao asked. Surprised, Zhang Mingxian nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. You should have seen the frenzy. It was absolutely explosive. Then we shall print more. Li Xiaoyao replied cheerfully. This time, I plan to print 200 new copies and 100 old ones, Zhang Mingxian declared proudly. Will there be enough funds? Certainly, 100 copies cost 500 won. And there will still be some left. You realize that the cost of printing your shorter book should actually be around 10 won per copy, making it 1 guan for 100 copies. You won't have enough funds, Li Xiaoyao pointed out. Zhang Mingxian was taken aback, exclaiming. But last time it was 500 won. Li Xiaoyao gazed quietly at Zhang Mingxian, who instantly felt disheartened. Are you a beauty or a princess? Such advantages should be expected, he lamented. Li Xiaoyao responded, this time, I shall not attend. If you wish to collaborate with Boss Wu for the long term, it must be at market price. Zhang Mingxian sighed, understood. After finishing his meal and taking a shower, he returned to his room to write. Previously, he had described how Zhang Xiaofan unexpectedly unleashed his power and defeated Chu Yuhong, achieving an unforeseen victory. Zhang Mingxian continued his narrative. After a while, it was that old man with the white beard who first reacted, swiftly leaping onto the stage. Later that night, the Empress leaned against her bed, perusing Zhu Xian, occasionally bursting into laughter. Suddenly, a loud announcement echoed from outside, proclaiming the Emperor's arrival. The Empress closed her book and stood to greet him. Just a few steps later, she encountered Li Xiaoyao, clad in a dragon robe. Upon seeing the Empress, he chuckled. Wugo, why are you still awake today? The Empress, known as Changsun Wugo, smiled and replied, today, Sister Qingyao recommended an excellent book to me, and I am engrossed in it. Li Xiaoyao laughed heartily. A book worthy of Qingyao's recommendation must either be a timeless classic or the words of a great scholar. Can you truly stay up so late? The Empress, hearing his jest, playfully retorted, second brother, you are mistaken this time. Sister Qingyao recommended an intriguing tale. Chapter 17. Morning court. The following day, just as dawn broke, Zhang Mingxian was still lost in slumber while the city remained asleep. However, Within the palace, the morning court had already commenced. If there are matters to address, present them. If not, the court is dismissed. A minister with a long beard, holding a jade tablet, stepped forward and bowed deeply, declaring, "Your Majesty, I have a matter to report." Li Xiaoyao, seated majestically on the dragon throne, commanded, "Speak." "Your Majesty, it has come to my attention that a legendary tale has been circulating in the capital. Its contents are absurd, the language crude and colloquial, littered with vulgar expressions akin to the muck at the riverbed or the dregs of a wine vat. This is an insult to literature and a desecration of the sages. I beseech your Majesty to declare this book a forbidden work, to close the bookstores, imprison the author, and confiscate and burn all copies," the minister implored passionately. "You speak nonsense." Before Li Xiaoyao could respond, Chang Yaojin jumped in, exclaiming, "Isn't this a direct attack on Zixia? I rather enjoy that tale. If it is banned, where shall we find it again?" The minister, noticing a flicker of fear in Chang Yaojin's eyes, still rallied, "Minister Chang, please refrain from using such foul language in the court." Seeing that Li Xiaoyao remained silent, Chang Yaojin understood the emperor's stance. After decades of serving together, a tacit understanding had developed. Chang Yaojin chuckled, "Minister Wang, it seems you, a dignified censor, are neglecting your duty by quarreling over a mere legendary novel instead of overseeing the officials. I heard that Minister Lu spent an extravagant night on a pleasure boat yesterday. Aren't you aware?" "Utter nonsense. You slanderous fool." An elderly man, over 50, interjected angrily, pointing a trembling finger at Chang Yaojin. Chang Yaojin flicked a booger at Minister Lu in disdain, retorting, "Isn't that true? You are quite the age, yet you pursue young maidens, who are likely younger than your own daughter." "You," Minister Lu stammered, pointing at Chang Yaojin, unable to catch his breath, his face reddening before he collapsed. Li Xiaoyao said calmly, "Take him away. Minister Lu is of advanced age and should retire." A crisp sound of armor clanking echoed as two armored guards approached, dragging Minister Lu away. As they passed the steps of the court, a dull thud could be heard, presumably his head striking the steps. Chang Yaojin surveyed the room with disdain, almost daring anyone else to speak. "But your blade has struck the wrong target. Your adversary is Minister Wang. What use is it to remove Minister Lu? Is this not akin to sitting at home while calamity befalls you? Or is it a case of using a chicken to scare the monkey?" Minister Wang ignored Chang Yaojin and addressed Li Xiaoyao, "Your Majesty, I have heard that this book has already infiltrated the inner palace, and various consorts and princes may have encountered it. This filthy work tarnishes the foundation of our great Tang. I implore your Majesty to swiftly wield your sword and eradicate this malignant tumor." Such words are rather extreme. Are they not? A chubby, smiling middle-aged man interjected. The censor's eyes narrowed. If Chang Yaojin instilled fear, this man incited dread. One was a mountain tiger, the other a jungle snake. While one could avoid a tiger, a snake was inescapable and lethal. The censor quietly swallowed hard and said, "What wisdom does Prime Minister Changsun have to offer?" Changsun Wuji smiled amiably. "I dare not presume to offer wisdom. Are you referring to Zixia?" The censor nodded. As he spoke, he discreetly gestured to several officials, but they remained focused, seemingly oblivious to his signals. The censor cursed silently. Changsun Wuji continued, "I have read this book, and I must say, the censor's concerns are valid. The writing is indeed lacking." The censor felt a flicker of relief, thinking, could it be that Changsun Wuji supports my stance? He likely fears this book would corrupt the crown prince. "Does the prime minister agree with my viewpoint?" he asked, brimming with pride. Changsun Wuji chuckled. "If you truly read this book closely, you would discover its significance lies in the punctuation." The censor shook his head. "I am aware of punctuation. As they say, a book read 100 times reveals its meaning. As long as one reads diligently, punctuation holds little importance." Changsun Wuji laughed. "I once encountered a legal case that I could not resolve. I would appreciate your guidance, Minister Wang. I cannot presume to offer advice." The censor quickly replied. Changsun Wuji stated, "Listen closely, Minister Wang. This is a will." The censor's heart jolted. Was there a deeper implication? A 60-year-old man begets a son. Yet it is said he is not my son. All property is bequeathed to the son-in-law. Outsiders must not dispute it. To whom should the inheritance rightfully belong? The censor pondered this, questioning if it truly was a will with no ulterior motives. This case is straightforward. The 60-year-old man begets a son. Yet it is said he is not my son. All property is bequeathed to the son-in-law, as the will clearly states. Several ministers nodded in agreement. Chang Yaojin muttered, "What trouble has that old Cha son stirred up? I am aware of everything." Changsun Wuji remarked, "A 60-year-old man begets a son. Yet it is said he is not my son. All property is bequeathed to the son-in-law. Outsiders must not dispute it." The censor's expression changed dramatically, and all the ministers were left in shock, including Li Xiaoyao, who fell into contemplation. Changsun Wuji continued, "I have another letter from home. Would you like to hear it?" "Speak." This time, it was not the censor who spoke, but Li Xiaoyao from the Dragon Throne. Changsun Wuji bowed with his jade tablet and declared, "As you command. My child's life is quite miserable. There is hardly any food, and the ailments abound, yet much money has been earned." With the preceding example, the ministers quickly comprehended the dual meanings of this statement. My child's life is quite miserable. There is hardly any food, and the ailments abound, yet much money has been earned. The same sentence, divided differently, conveys entirely different meanings. After a moment of silence, Li Xiaoyao asked, "Are such occurrences common?" Changsun Wuji replied, "Indeed, not only that. Some officials intentionally misinterpret the commands issued by the court to reap illicit profits." Humph. Li Xiaoyao's expression darkened, and with a huff, he exclaimed, "They all deserve to die?" Officials such as Changsun Wuji stood before him, holding their jade tablets, bowing in silence. Li Xiaoyao declared, "We shall implement punctuation throughout the nation. Henceforth, all books must be marked with punctuation, and the edicts of the court must also include punctuation to ensure clarity of sentences and precision of meaning. This matter shall be entrusted to Changsun Wuji." Changsun Wuji replied, "I shall obey the command." Chapter 18. The carpentry workshop. Zhang Mingxian opened his bleary eyes and glanced outside. Dawn had arrived. He suddenly realized he had overslept. Hastily dressing, he grabbed his manuscript and dashed out the door. Upon reaching the bookstore, he was taken aback to find it closed. Is Sister Xīyóu not awake yet? That shouldn't be. Filled with confusion, he placed his manuscript on the counter and turned to leave. Taking a shortcut to the hall, he spotted Xīyóu sitting there, engrossed in a book whose title he couldn't even comprehend. Zhang Mingxian chuckled, "Sister Xīyóu, good morning." Li Xiaoyao lowered her book, revealing her exquisite countenance, and smiled. "It is no longer early." Feeling a bit sheepish, Zhang Mingxian admitted, "I wrote too late last night." Li Xiaoyao nodded in understanding. Curiously, he asked, "Sister Xīyóu, why is the bookstore still closed?" "Well, as a woman, it is ultimately inappropriate for me to expose myself to the business world, which is why I entrusted the bookstore to you," she replied. Zhang Mingxian felt disappointed. "Is that so? What do you think?" Zhang Mingxian grinned. "I thought it was because I am handsome." Before Li Xiaoyao could respond, he dashed away. Li Xiaoyao was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushed, unsure whether from embarrassment or anger. After freshening up, Zhang Mingxian gleefully took his manuscript and left. Soon, he found the previous bookstore, this time meticulously examining its name, quite commendable for characters. Nodding in appreciation, he entered the shop. Boss Wu was still behind the counter, diligently calculating accounts. Zhang Mingxian wondered where all these accounts came from. Was business truly that good? Hearing footsteps, Manager Wu looked up, and upon seeing Zhang Mingxian, immediately smiled and clasped his fists. "Young Master Zhang, it is an honor to have you here." As he spoke, Wu stepped out from behind the counter. Zhang Mingxian laughed. "You still remember me, Boss Wu?" "Of course. Young Master Zhang is such an extraordinary figure. A true dragon among men. How could I forget?" Wu replied jovially. Initially pleased, Zhang Mingxian began to feel uneasy as the word seemed overly familiar, reminiscent of his own flattery towards the scholars. Rolling his eyes, he decided not to engage further. This old fellow was indeed a skilled talker. Zhang Mingxian handed over his manuscript, smiling. "Could you assist me with printing?" Wu paused before accepting the manuscript, asking, "How many copies?" Zhang Mingxian grinned. "I'd like 100 copies of the first volume printed previously and another 100 of the new one. The cheapest paper and ink will suffice, as long as it does not hinder reading." Wu took the manuscript, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Young Master Zhang, your request is quite unique." Zhang Mingxian sighed. "What can I say? I'm poor." He looked at Wu with anticipation. "Can you make it cheaper?" Wu chuckled. "Young Master Zhang, rest assured, you will receive the lowest price." Zhang Mingxian nodded in satisfaction. "That's good to hear. You can count on future orders from me." Wu thought, "Who would want your orders? There's no profit in it." But he replied cheerfully, "Then I shall rely on your patronage." Zhang Mingxian smiled. "How much for the 200 copies?" Wu hesitated. "As the template from the last print is still available, we want to need to carve a new one. For 200 copies, it will be 1,500 wen." Zhang Mingxian raised 2 fingers, 2 guan, plus 100 new books. Wu shook his head in resignation. "That's acceptable." Now it was Zhang Mingxian's turn to feel embarrassed. He approached Wu and patted him on the shoulder. Boss Wu, you are a man of integrity. I, Zhang Mingxian, am not petty. When I prosper, you will not be overlooked. Wu chuckled. I shall wait for your favor. However, the casualness in his eyes revealed his disbelief in Zhang Mingxian's words. Zhang Mingxian assured him, it won't be long. Just wait. Wu said, young Master Zhang, feel free to browse. I will arrange the printing. Zhang Mingxian replied cheerfully, all right, don't mind me. Wu clasped his fists in farewell and turned to leave. Zhang Mingxian wandered around the bookstore, but despite the multitude of books, he could not read a single character. With a shrug of resignation, he exited the shop. As he strolled nearby, he exclaimed, oh, is this a paper mill? The paper mill was conveniently located next to the bookstore. What a clever idea. The paper could be transported directly to the shop. Is this a carpentry workshop? Zhang Mingxian discovered another workshop beside the paper mill, where craftsmen were planing wood. Shavings flying everywhere. He marveled. Those shavings could surely be used to make paper. Resource integration is quite impressive. Entering the carpentry workshop, an elderly man in a gray robe approached him, smiling. Young master, how may I assist you? A spark of inspiration ignited within Zhang Mingxian. He realized he could indeed create something. With a grin, he inquired, Master, could we find a place to discuss in detail? The gray-robed craftsman smiled. Sensing a significant business opportunity, he gestured, my surname is Zhang, please follow me. Very well, Master Zhang. Zhang Mingxian followed him through the planing area and into a vast production zone filled with riveting, carving, shaping, and polishing activities. After traversing the production area, they arrived at a room where Master Zhang said, please, have a seat. Zhang Mingxian nodded and took a seat at a nearby table. Master Zhang poured him a cup of tea, saying, enjoy your tea. Zhang Mingxian waved his hand, no need for tea. Master Zhang chuckled as he sat opposite Zhang Mingxian. Young master, what do you require? A few hundred pieces? Several hundred pieces? Zhang Mingxian felt awkward, realizing that if the quantity were small, it could be purchased from the market. Those placing orders at the factory would typically want larger quantities. Yet, several hundred seemed excessive. Feeling sheepish, he replied, just one item. And I don't have any money. Master Zhang's smile faltered, his expression turning into a forced grin. Young master, are you jesting? Zhang Mingxian explained. This is something I designed that has never been seen on the market. If you help me produce it, you will have an additional product. Master Zhang's eyes flickered with interest. What if your item does not sell well? Zhang Mingxian shrugged. Even if it doesn't sell, you will only lose a bit of wood and labor. What is the big deal? I can assure you it will sell well. Master Zhang laughed. Deal? Indeed, from every perspective. It was they who stood to gain, and in his discerning eye, he could see it was an opportunity with no risk. Chapter 19. The cradle. Zhang Mingxian asked, do you have charcoal here? Master Zhang nodded. Yes, we craftsmen often need to mark dimensions and positions, and using a brush is quite inconvenient. We use charcoal as a pen, though it lacks elegance. Surprised, Zhang Mingxian had prepared for the possibility of no charcoal being available, but it was fortunate there was some. Master Zhang said, please wait a moment. I will fetch some. As Master Zhang stood to leave, Zhang Mingxian hurriedly called out, please bring some paper as well. Master Zhang nodded to indicate his understanding. Shortly after, he entered the room holding a stack of paper and several sharpened charcoal pencils. Zhang Mingxian accepted the materials, spread the paper on the table, and began to create an exceedingly abstract piece of art. It depicted 4 pillars inclined to support a central horizontal beam, from which a large circular frame hung below. Observing his creation, Zhang Mingxian's lips twitched slightly as he awkwardly remarked, this pencil isn't very good. He quickly pointed to the drawing, explaining, these 4 pillars should be of equal length, and they need to be spaced apart at the bottom to provide support. It would be ideal to install pulleys at the base of the pillars for ease of movement. The central beam must be sturdy, as it will support a small bed suspended by 4 iron chains, allowing it to sway from side to side. Master Zhang listened attentively to Zhang Mingxian's explanation while examining the drawing. He replied, I believe I understand your intention now. With a flourish of his hand, a radiant azure light blossomed, forming a simple cradle before them. Furrowing his brow, Master Zhang adjusted and enhanced the design, adding extra supports between the pillars and incorporating sliding buckles where the chains connected to the beam. Numerous details transformed, becoming more rational and aesthetically pleasing. Zhang Mingxian was left speechless. Was this a 3-dimensional projection? Witnessing such a phenomenon in this ancient context felt utterly unscientific. Stammering, he inquired, what is this? Master Zhang beamed with pride. This is the art of Luban, a craft passed down by the master craftsman Luban. Only those carpenters who have transcended their craft can comprehend it in front of the statue of the great ancestor. There was an indescribable pride in his eyes, as if becoming a master carpenter was a monumental achievement. Zhang Mingxian felt a wave of despair wash over him. The foundations of his worldview were utterly shattered. To read was to cultivate literary grace, and to craft was to possess the art of Luban. Was there perhaps an art of printing as well? It certainly seemed plausible. Otherwise, how could the last woodblock printing have been completed so swiftly? 100 copies in the blink of an eye was nothing short of extraordinary. All right. Master Zhang clapped his hands, gazing with satisfaction at the exquisite cradle floating in the air. Each pillar was intricately carved with a twisting vine, adorned with several delicate flowers at the crossbeam. A few small birds perched atop the beam, their eyes bright and lively, seeming almost alive. The cradle itself was charming and whimsical, its pink hue radiating warmth and affection, with every edge polished to a smooth finish, and the borders engraved with a ring of beautiful petals. Master Zhang proudly explained, the birds on the beam are hollow, producing calls akin to real birds when the wind passes through. Of course, if the noise is bothersome, they can be detached. The mechanism is located at the bird's feet. I plan to craft the bed from cloudwood, which grows in the sea of clouds, its hue reminiscent of colorful clouds. Both resilient and soft, lying on it feels like resting upon a cloud, comfortable and safe. You may choose the color. Zhang Mingxian replied joyfully, no need to change. Pink is perfect. How long will it take to complete? Master Zhang stroked his beard thoughtfully. I quite like your design. It should sell very well. I will personally assist in crafting it, likely within a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour? Zhang Mingxian exclaimed in surprise. Master Zhang frowned. Is that too slow? I could hasten the process, though the details might suffer. Zhang Mingxian hurriedly waved his hands. Not slow at all. Please, take your time. Master Zhang. Satisfied, said, young master, take a break. I shall be stepping out for a moment. Once Master Zhang departed, Zhang Mingxian mused to himself. In comparison to those skilled in sorcery, the machines of my previous life seem utterly inferior. After sitting for a short while, he grew restless. Without a computer or a phone, it was dreadfully dull. He dashed outside, finding no sign of Master Zhang in the work area. Presumably because such a master had his own workspace. Zhang Mingxian traversed the workshop and returned to the bookshop, where Boss Wu had resumed his duties. A stack of pristine books beside the counter. Upon seeing Zhang Mingxian, Boss Wu smiled. Young Master Zhang, how was your stroll? Did you find anything of interest? Zhang Mingxian replied cheerfully, not bad. I made a little something at the woodworking shop. Boss Wu nodded without pressing for details, then informed Zhang Mingxian. The last printing of Zhu Xian is complete. 100 copies are ready. Intrigued, Zhang Mingxian approached the new books and flipped open the corner of one. It was better than he had imagined. The paper appeared a bit dark yellow and coarse, yet the text was clear and the rigidity satisfactory. Zhang Mingxian gave Boss Wu a thumbs up, impressive speed. Boss Wu chuckled. The new books will take a bit longer since they require a new woodblock. Hence the slower pace. That's all right. Zhang Mingxian thought for a moment. Once the woodblock is ready, please keep the template safe. I will be returning for frequent printings. Boss Wu hesitated, his face clouded with concern. Young Master Zhang, if you plan to print often, the cost. The price is negotiable. I assure you it will not be a loss for you. Zhang Mingxian reassured him. Boss Wu mumbled under his breath. One can only hope. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Mingxian had not caught Boss Wu's murmurs. Leaning casually against the counter, he began to engage in light banter, utilizing his years of experience in reading novels and watching television to leave Boss Wu bewildered. Zhang Mingxian animatedly recounted, let me tell you about the red gourd. After falling to the ground, it transforms into a child with a small gourd atop his head. This child is named Dawa, endowed with immense strength, capable of growing and shrinking, able to lift mountains or navigate through bee homes and ant nests. Ultimately, the 7 gourd children transform into a vibrant mountain, sealing the snake demon beneath. Boss Wu shook his head. Nonsense. How could the elixir furnace of the Grand Supreme Elder be obtained by a mere demon? If it were indeed the Grand Supreme Elder's furnace, it would be far more precious than any 7-heart pill. No small demon could approach it, nor could any golden gourd child topple it. At that moment, Gao Shan emerged from the back, carrying 2 stacks of books with a goofy smile, addressing Boss Wu. Boss. The books are printed. Boss Wu gestured toward Zhang Mingxian. Hand them over. Having spent time with Zhang Mingxian, he had grown accustomed to his demeanor, familiar without regard for hierarchy or decorum. Thus he was no longer as formal as before. Chapter 20. The cradle is complete. Zhang Mingxian pointed to the ground. Place them here. I will collect them shortly. Gao Shan nodded. Sure thing. Zhang Mingxian casually remarked to Boss Wu. I'll be back in a moment. Boss Wu replied, take your time. With a light and cheerful step, Zhang Mingxian began to walk away. Then turned back to ask Gao Shan, by the way, have you changed your name? Gao Shan scratched his head, grinning. No, my father gave me this name. I cannot change it. Zhang Mingxian shrugged. No matter. A dutiful child will always have good fortune. Gao Shan beamed, revealing a set of yellowing teeth. Upon returning to the woodworking shop, Zhang Mingxian was greeted by the sight of an exquisite cradle, adorned with lush green vines, and a few small birds flitting between them, chirping melodiously as the wind rustled through. Below hung a delightful hammock shaped like a small pig, its pink tones embodying childlike charm. Zhang Mingxian instantly fell in love with it, eagerly running to the cradle and gliding his hand along the main support, which felt smooth and rounded, devoid of any splinters or jagged edges. The vine patterns carved into the pillars appeared as though they were genuinely climbing the supports, a testament to the three-dimensional technique. Zhang Mingxian couldn't help but exclaim, this is incredible. As he continued to inspect the cradle with enthusiasm, Master Zhang approached with a broad smile, hands clasped behind his back. Are you satisfied, young master? Zhang Mingxian looked up, giving a thumbs up. Absolutely. I am thoroughly impressed. Your craftsmanship is truly extraordinary. Master Zhang chuckled. Extraordinary? I dare not claim such praise. Zhang Mingxian inquired, may I take it now? Master Zhang nodded and replied, according to the agreement. The method of crafting the cradle belongs to us, while the cradle itself is yours. Zhang Mingxian raised his thumb and remarked, Master Zhang's integrity is beyond reproach. Curiously, Master Zhang asked, with your design, you could amass substantial profits. Why would you so readily relinquish it to us? It is almost as if you were giving it away for free. Zhang Mingxian's expression shifted dramatically, a look of compassion washing over his face as he responded. A mother bears her child for 10 months, and then must care for and embrace them constantly. What an arduous task it is. Master Zhang nodded in deep understanding, recalling how his own wife endured similar hardships, exhausted from daily toil. Zhang Mingxian, with unwavering determination, declared, thus, I resolved to do something for mothers everywhere. After countless experiments, an epiphany struck, leading to the creation of a cradle that would benefit mothers far and wide. His voice rose with fervor, his arms gesticulating passionately. Master Zhang praised, you have a kind heart, young sir. Yet, I doubt the veracity of your claim about the countless experiments. Zhang Mingxian chuckled and continued. As for why I am giving it to you, it is because you possess the capability to disseminate it, allowing mothers across the world to benefit from the cradle cart swiftly. Cradle cart? What a splendid name. Master Zhang nodded, understanding the young man's intent. We will expedite the promotion of the cradle, ensuring that your efforts do not go to waste. Zhang Mingxian sighed with relief, saying, then I entrust this to you. Master Zhang, please arrange for a cart to help me transport it back. Master Zhang clasped his hands in acknowledgement, saying, it is my duty. However, wait a moment. He then chuckled wryly, adding, young sir, our workshop does not offer delivery services. With a helpless expression, Zhang Mingxian retorted, that is only because you have not encountered me sooner. Had you, deliveries would have been made long ago. Hurry, do not dawdle. You have already promised me. Master Zhang was taken aback, pondering who this young man truly was. One moment, he seemed a benevolent benefactor, and the next, a shrewd negotiator. Very well. I will arrange for your delivery, Master Zhang called out. Daya, come here. A lean young man, sporting a couple of prominent front teeth, hurried over. Zhang Mingxian couldn't help but think that his front teeth were quite reminiscent of Wang's sons. Master Zhang instructed, bring a worker to assist this young gentleman with the delivery. Daya, momentarily astonished, quickly grasped the situation and exclaimed, of course, boss. He then called, Lao Luo, please accompany me. All right. Zhang Mingxian was surprised. You are the boss? Master Zhang humbly smiled. I simply established a small workshop, leveraging some skills. Zhang Mingxian surveyed the establishment, noticing at least 100 workers, exclaiming, your workshop is quite impressive. Master Zhang beamed with pride, clearly satisfied with his enterprise. As Dia pushed the cradle outside, Zhang Mingxian noticed, to his astonishment, that the wheels were already installed. He waved his hands urgently. Wait. Master Zhang looked at him in confusion and asked, what is it? Did you not say there was a mechanism on the bird's feet? How does it work? Master Zhang chuckled. How forgetful of me. Allow me to show you. He approached the cradle, parting the feathers on the bird's legs to reveal a small button. Press this button, Master Zhang instructed, and the bird's claws will grasp tightly. Release it, and they will loosen. Zhang Mingxian nodded, his eyes wide with astonishment at the intricate craftsmanship of ancient mechanisms. Master Zhang pointed to a pale yellow flower on one of the pillars, saying, "Look here, young sir." Zhang Mingxian glanced at the flower, casting a questioning look at Master Zhang. Master Zhang pressed the flower, instructing, "Now, give it a gentle push." Zhang Mingxian complied, but the cradle remained motionless. He then exerted more force, managing to slide it a little. Master Zhang pressed the flower once more, and this time, with ease, the cradle moved forward. This is the switch for the wheels. It is usually in the on position, but pressing it locks it, and pressing it again unlocks it. Zhang Mingxian raised his thumb in admiration, saying, "I am truly impressed." Master Zhang humbly replied, "It is merely a small trick." Zhang Mingxian turned to Dia and said, "All right, push it away." Dia grinned widely and replied, "Certainly." As Dia wheeled the cradle outside, Zhang Mingxian clasped his hands in gratitude to Master Zhang, saying, "Until we meet again." Master Zhang reciprocated the gesture, saying, "I look forward to our next collaboration." Zhang Mingxian smiled as he turned to leave, thinking, "You old fox, do you think I am naive? You expect to collaborate with me again? You have profited immensely this time. Had I been interested in such endeavors, it would not have been your fortune to reap." As Zhang Mingxian reached the door, he noticed a middle-aged man with a beard leaning against the cradle cart by the roadside. Upon seeing Zhang Mingxian, Lao Luo smiled and said, "Please wait a moment. Young sir, Dia has gone to rent a cart, as our workshop does not have delivery vehicles." Zhang Mingxian nodded in understanding. After a brief interval, Dia returned, guiding a cart pulled by 2 horses. The cart was open-topped, with sides that could be unlatched. Dia pulled the reins, bringing the horses to a gentle stop beside Zhang Mingxian. Leaping down from the cart, Dia cheerfully announced, "Lao Luo, load the goods." Lao Luo rolled up his sleeves and replied, "Let us get to it." Dia unlatched one side of the cart, leaping inside, while Lao Luo pushed the cradle to the edge of the cart. With a gentle pull and push, they easily placed the cradle inside. Dia clapped his hands and said, "Young sir, you should also get in the cart." "Very well." Zhang Mingxian grasped the edge and hoisted himself up. Dia jumped down, secured the sides, and hopped back onto the driver's seat. With a flick of the whip, the horses began to trot. Zhang Mingxian called out, "Stop at the bookstore ahead." Dia responded, "You mean Yunqi bookstore?" "Understood." "How embarrassing. I don't even know the name." The cart came to a halt in front of Yunqi bookstore. Zhang Mingxian called out, "Boss Wu, Boss Wu." Boss Wu emerged from within, smiling, "Young Master Zhang, are you here to load books?" Zhang Mingxian chuckled, "Of course." However, after a moment of awkward silence, neither party moved. "Boss Wu, have your people load the books. You needn't deliver this time. I have a cart." Zhang Mingxian ventured. Boss Wu grinned broadly, saying, "Ahem, young Master Zhang, perhaps you should settle the payment for the books first." Zhang Mingxian suddenly realized he had forgotten to bring money, feeling quite embarrassed. He inquired cautiously, "Is there any chance I could pay next time?" Boss Wu, with a forced smile, replied, "What do you think?" Zhang Mingxian shrugged, "Then there is nothing I can do. I have not brought any money." Boss Wu shook his head, sighing, "Young Master Zhang, this is not how one takes advantage of others. I have already sold to you at a loss. If you cannot pay even a penny, how do you expect me to explain it to my superiors?" Feeling guilty, Zhang Mingxian protested, "It's not that I am unwilling. I simply did not bring any." At that moment, the stout and amiable Gao Shan came running out, calling to Boss Wu, "Boss." Boss Wu fixed his gaze on Zhang Mingxian and commanded, "Go, load the books for him." Gao Shan looked at Zhang Mingxian in the cart, who nodded with a smile in response. Gao Shan turned to Boss Wu, saying, "Boss, they have a cart now. It seems we need not deliver." Boss Wu, annoyed, retorted, "If I tell you to deliver, then you deliver. What does it matter if they have a cart? Even with a cart, delivery is still required." Gao Shan shrank back slightly and replied, "Understood, boss." Turning, he went to load the books. Zhang Mingxian gave a thumbs up to Boss Wu, saying, "Boss Wu, you are quite remarkable." Boss Wu chuckled helplessly, "What can I do? It is all because of you, young Master Zhang." Moments later, the cart was filled with Gao Shan and several bundles of books. Zhang Mingxian, standing in the cart, clasped his hands to Boss Wu, saying, "Until we meet again." Boss Wu returned the gesture, saying, "I hope we have the opportunity to meet again." Dia grinned widely, cracked the whip, and the horses began to trot away. their hooves echoing crisply on the ground. Zhang Mingxian turned to Gao Shan and said, "Does boss Wu have a bit of a lisp?" Gao Shan, puzzled, replied, "A lisp? What do you mean?" "Well, I can't quite explain it. He just spoke oddly just now. His pronunciation was off." Zhang Mingxian, with an air of authority, declared the fact of boss Wu's lisp. When the carriage came to a halt in front of the bookstore, Zhang Mingxian noticed several individuals lingering by the entrance. Upon spotting him, their eyes lit up, and they hurried over to the carriage. Zhang Mingxian, standing atop the carriage, looked down and asked, "Who are you?" One of the scholars, dressed in a blue robe, smiled modestly and replied, "We are here to buy books." Zhang Mingxian laughed heartily. "Ah, book buyers. That's wonderful. Allow me to unload the goods first." Dia swiftly jumped down from the carriage, while Zhang Mingxian dismounted to open the door. Dia, Lao Luo, and Gao Shan began unloading the cargo together. Indeed, they cooperated seamlessly, gently lowering the cradle cart before proceeding to carry the books down. It was a display of camaraderie and unity that surpassed what one often sees today. As the book buyers caught sight of the new arrivals, their eyes sparkled with excitement. "It's Zhu Xian. Truly, it's Zhu Xian. Is it the new edition?" They wondered aloud. "Excuse me, gentlemen, could you please make way? I need to carry the books inside." Gao Shan politely urged the gathered scholars. He lifted a stack of books and headed towards the interior. Lao Luo followed suit, carrying another stack, while Dia pushed the cradle cart inside. Once the 3 stacks of books were placed behind the counter designated by Zhang Mingxian, they set the cradle cart aside. Dia and Lao Luo bid farewell, saying, "We shall take our leave now." Gao Shan, with a sheepish smile, added, "I too shall be on my way." Zhang Mingxian waved his hand. "Wait a moment, don't leave just yet." The trio looked at him in confusion as he scanned the surroundings and realized there wasn't even a bag in sight. He hadn't considered that a bookstore wouldn't have bags, as it was an earth where books were neatly packed. "Please wait a moment," Zhang Mingxian exclaimed as he rushed towards the courtyard. What did he need to do? Dia and Lao Luo already knew. They had overheard his conversation with Boss Wu. However, Gao Shan remained in the dark. He muttered, "What is young Master Zhang up to? Surely he doesn't expect us to work again? He truly is lazy." Dia chuckled. "Indeed, he is rather lazy. But this task, you will have to undertake." Upon reaching the courtyard, Zhang Mingxian called out, Sister Qingya, what is it?" Li Xiaoyao emerged from the main hall. "Do we have any bags at home?" Zhang Mingxian inquired. "There's a storage room next to the kitchen. There should be some there." "I see." Zhang Mingxian dashed towards the storage room. He pushed open the door, rummaged through the contents, and pulled out a burlap sack before racing back outside. Back at the bookstore, he dramatically poured a box of coins from the sale of Zhu Xian into the sack, tossing it on the counter as he said, "Gao Shan, take this back to Boss Wu." Gao Shan was momentarily stunned. He had never seen so much money in his life. Recovering quickly, he embraced the entire sack, casting wary glances at the scholars and Dia and Lao Luo. "What kind of look is that?" One scholar remarked with displeasure. "Indeed, who cares about such a small sum?" Dia and Lao Luo exchanged glances, and Dia smirked. "Gao Shan, do you need a ride back?" Gao Shan shook his head. "No, I'll go back on my own." Dia replied, "Well then, we shall take our leave. Young Master Zhang, send my regards to Boss Zhang." After Dia and Lao Luo departed, Gao Shan mumbled, "I, too, shall be going." Without waiting for Zhang Mingxuan's reply, the anxious Gao Shan clutched the sack and dashed away. Chapter 22. The Crossing of the Immortal Gate. Hehe. "Young Master Zhang, could I trouble you for a copy of Zhu Xian, the latest edition?" A scholar leaned over the counter and addressed Zhang Mingxian. Zhang Mingxian raised an eyebrow. "Sure. The usual price is 21. Now was a time when money was desperately needed. He welcomed the influx of coins. He untied the binding and handed a copy of Zhu Xian to the scholar. The scholar, overjoyed, took the book, opened it, and indeed found it to be an unfamiliar edition. Satisfied, he handed over 21 to Zhang Mingxian and hurriedly left, clutching the book. The other scholars exchanged glances and simultaneously rushed towards Zhang Mingxian, calling out, "Zhu Xian, we want the latest edition." Zhang Mingxian, flustered, accepted handfuls of copper coins while distributing books, grateful that there weren't too many people. Otherwise, the counter might have toppled. After sending off several customers, Zhang Mingxian chuckled, exited the counter, closed the door, and pushed the cradle cart towards the back door. He arrived at the hall and exclaimed, "Sister Qingya, look what I brought you." Li Xiaoyao emerged from the house, holding Yaya. Zhang Mingxian gestured towards the cradle cart with delight, exclaiming, "Tada! The latest cradle cart. Isn't it a surprise?" Upon seeing Zhang Mingxian, Yaya squealed in excitement. Zhang Mingxian beamed. Look, Yi really likes it. The cradle was quite simple, and Li Xiaoyao immediately recognized its function. Approaching the cradle cart with Yi in her arms, she gently pressed down inside and smiled. So this is a cradle cart? You're so thoughtful. I really like it. Zhang Mingxian chuckled foolishly. Sister Qingya says she really likes it. Li Xiaoyao carefully bent down and placed Yi into the cradle. Yi curiously waved her little hands, reaching out in all directions. Li Xiaoyao squatted beside the cradle, gently rocking it as Yi giggled joyfully, undoubtedly feeling quite comfortable. A breeze swept through, causing 3 little birds perched on the horizontal beam to chirp melodiously. Yaya, intrigued, reached out towards the birds, babbling in a language unknown to Zhang Mingxian. Look, Li Xiaoyao paused in surprise, exclaiming, Yi just called for her mother. Turning to Zhang Mingxian, she said, Did you hear that? Yi called for her mother. But she clearly said bright not mother. Zhang Mingxian thought to himself. Of course. He dared not voice his thoughts and merely replied cheerfully, Yes, yes. I heard it too. Li Xiaoyao turned back to Yaya, her face beaming with joy as she teased. Yaya, be good. Call for your mother again. Yaya looked at Li Xiaoyao, giggling, but refused to call out. Zhang Mingxian, seeing them so engrossed in play, said, I'll head back to the bookstore now. At that moment, Li Xiaoyao was wholly absorbed in Yaya's new word, leaving her little room for other thoughts. Zhang Mingxian opened his mouth but ultimately turned away, feeling a sense of desolation. What was this all about? Was it a case of burning bridges after crossing rivers? Forgetting the well-digger once the water was drawn? Why was he being ignored? Filled with indignation and grievances, Zhang Mingxian returned to the bookstore, only to discover 3 burly men squatting by the counter, each engrossed in a book, occasionally exclaiming in delight. Zhang Mingxian was taken aback and exclaimed, What are you doing? The 3 men looked up, displeased. Cheng Chimo grumbled, Don't interrupt me while I'm reading. Cheng Chuyang added, A true gentleman observes silence when reading. Isn't it observe silence while playing chess? Zhang Mingxian retorted, glaring at Cheng Chubi, thinking to himself, What could this rascal possibly say? Cheng Chubi, sensing Zhang Mingxian's scrutiny, offered a sheepish smile and stood up. Casually, he kicked each of his brothers in the leg, sheepishly explaining, Well, we noticed your door was open, so we came in and stumbled upon you, Xian. We just wanted to take a look until you returned. Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuyang also came to their senses, standing up and glancing around as if the bookstore were filled with treasures. Zhang Mingxian, displeased, asked, Are you certain my door was open? Cheng Chumo confidently declared, It was definitely open. Otherwise, how could we have entered? Surely, we didn't break in. Look, the door is perfectly intact. You can check if you don't believe me. Bah, I merely closed the door. I didn't lock it. It opened with a push. How could there be any damage? Zhang Mingxian gazed at their shameless expressions, inhaled deeply, and inquired, Even if our door is open, isn't it possible for you to accidentally catch a glimpse of Zhu Xian placed behind the counter? Just because I'm tall doesn't mean I'm at fault. Zhang Mingxian felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. He had encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Observing their nonchalant demeanor, he found himself at a loss. He was certain he couldn't overpower them, and arguing was futile as they stubbornly refused to admit anything. In a fit of rage, compounded by the resentment from being ignored by Li Xiaoyao in the backyard, he strode towards the counter and slammed his palm down, demanding, Pay up. Wouldn't it have been easier to say so from the start? Cheng Chumo gleefully placed 20 copper coins on the counter. Cheng Chuyang and Cheng Chubi also happily contributed 20 copper coins each. Zhang Mingxian swept the small pile of coins into the money box, feeling considerably better. Cheng Chuyang remarked, Boss, the materials for this batch of Zhu Xian aren't that great. Cheng Chumo thumbed up, saying, But the content is exceptional. The 7 pulse martial arts is thrilling. Zhang Mingxian, with a mischievous glint, replied, Just wait until you see the demon sect attacking the Qing sect. With the Zhu Xian sword unleashing its power, that will be even more exhilarating. The thought of an epic battle made his blood boil. Surely, Zhang Xiaofan would play a pivotal role in that clash, right? He could hardly wait for the author to write it. Observing the excited expressions of the 3, Zhang Mingxian silently hoped they would be left in tears later. How could Zhang Xiaofan be so unfortunate? Cheng Chuyang expressed his discontent. How could our junior sister have feelings for someone else? Cheng Chubi nodded in agreement. Cheng Chimo scoffed. What is so special about Zhao Ling'er? I believe Xueqi is a much better match for Zhang Xiaofan. Cheng Chubi protested. Though I don't like Ling'er having affections for another, she is the cutest. Cheng Chumo raised his fist defiantly, declaring, Xueqi is the most beautiful. Cheng Chubi stubbornly retorted, Ling'er is the cutest. Cheng Chuliang interjected, all right, we still have a mission. Cheng Chumo sighed, it's that time again. The decennial crossing of the Immortal Gate. The Immortal Gate? Zhang Mingxuan's eyes lit up. He finally heard about the Immortal Gate. Curiously, he asked, what do you mean by crossing of the Immortal Gate? Cheng Chumo, surprised, replied, you don't know? Shouldn't you know? Everyone in the Tang Dynasty is aware. Once every 10 years, the Immortal Gate recruits disciples. Anyone who believes they have potential rushes to the Immortal Valley outside Chang'an for a competition and test. And those who pass are admitted into the Immortal Gate. Zhang Mingxuan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he eagerly asked, what about me? What do you think of me? He struck a hopeful pose, looking expectantly at Cheng Chumo and the others. Cheng Chumo cleared his throat, hesitated, and remarked, Zhang Gongzi, your physique is still somewhat frail. Hearing Cheng Chumo's words, Zhang Mingxian felt dejected, lying sprawled on the counter, realizing he couldn't compare to those born in the world of divine beings. Earthlings were far too weak. Rolling his eyes, he grumbled, by the books and get lost. The Cheng brothers, unfazed by Zhang Mingxuan's rudeness, chuckled and sauntered outside. After taking a couple of steps, Cheng Chumo paused, turned, and said, Zhang Gongzi, did you know that other bookstores have begun selling Zhu Xian as well? What? The despondent Zhang Mingxian sprang to his feet, rolled up his sleeves, and angrily exclaimed, is piracy running rampant now? It was like that back home. And it's still so rampant here. This is simply unforgivable. Just then, 2 officers approached, posting a notice on the wall outside. Zhang Mingxian curiously stepped out to take a look. He didn't recognize it at all. However, several punctuation marks seemed quite familiar. Commas, periods, question marks, exclamation marks. Zhang Mingxian nudged Cheng Chumo beside him and gestured, can you read this for me? Cheng Chumo's eyes twitched as he glanced at Zhang Mingxian and read aloud. The people have long suffered from the inability to punctuate. If it is not clear, confusion abounds. Stop. Zhang Mingxian interjected, making a gesture with one finger pressed against the palm of his other hand, signaling for a pause. Cheng Chumo looked at him in confusion. Zhang Mingxian complained, can't you read in vernacular? Cheng Chumo shrugged, surprised to encounter someone even less knowledgeable than himself. This must be what they call a literary illiterate. For the first time, Cheng Chumo felt a sense of pride in being a scholar. He straightened his back, exuding confidence as he continued. The populace has been troubled by the inability to punctuate for a long time. If it is unclear, many will be lost. His Majesty, in his benevolence, has decided to implement the Jingguan punctuation system throughout the Tang Dynasty. From now on, all printed books, government decrees, and correspondence must utilize the Jingguan punctuation. For detailed usage guidelines, please refer to the latest edition of the Tao Te Ching released by the court. Cheng Chumo shrugged again. That's about it. Zhang Mingxian felt an uneasy sensation rising within him and asked, what is this Jingguan punctuation? Cheng Chumo replied, it's the punctuation used in Zhu Xian. Zhang Mingxian leaped in protest. Piracy. Infringement. This is outright robbery. Cheng Chuliang, with a mischievous grin, said, you should go debate with His Majesty. Zhang Mingxian sighed, forget it. I'll just consider it a good deed done. Hee. Why do I smell something sour? Cheng Chuliang chuckled. Zhang Mingxian retorted, all of you get lost. The 3 burst into laughter as they ran off. Zhang Mingxian, feeling dejected, returned to the bookstore, seated himself at a chair, and lamented, why is the world like this? The emperor is brazenly pirating, and how am I supposed to manage? After sighing for a while, his frustration was dissipated by the constant flow of customers. It seemed the news of the 2nd volume of Zhu Xian had spread, and people were coming to purchase it. Familiar faces mingled with strangers, who were likely looking for pirated copies. Senior brother, look at how crowded this bookstore is. A lively girl in a green dress exclaimed to a handsome young man in white robes. The young man looked over, puzzled, and replied, indeed, very crowded. Has a new great scholar's work been published? The girl, excited, said, let us go take a look. She dashed towards the bookstore. The elder brother smiled and shook his head, following slowly. In the secular world, only a few could pose a threat to them. So he was worried about his junior sister's safety. The girl rushed into the bookstore, curiously peering around, and grabbed the arm of a bystander, asking, what are you all buying? The person she grabbed was about to express his annoyance, but upon turning and seeing a girl as ethereal as a spirit, all his anger evaporated, transforming into tender affection. He straightened his attire and donned the warmest smile, saying, I am Zhang Jun, At your service, Mississippi. The girl giggled. And Zhang Jun instantly felt as if the world had transformed. There was no longer a bookstore, but rather a vast expanse filled with blooming flowers, soaring birds, and fluttering butterflies, where only he and the spirit-like girl existed, exchanging smiles. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Zhang Jun felt as though the ground had shifted beneath him, jolted from his reverie by her displeased gaze. He hastily clasped his hands together in a bow, saying, I was just lost in thought. What would you like to inquire about, miss? The girl's expression brightened as she playfully smiled. All right, I forgive you. I want to know, are you all here to buy books? Zhang Jun considered his words carefully and replied, Yes, I came for Mr. Xīyóu on the fall of Qin. As for the others, I am not certain. The girl's disappointment was palpable. Oh, I see. Zhang Jun. You're Zhu Xian. A similarly attired scholar beamed as he placed a book adorned with images of hidden mountains in Zhang Jun's hands. Zhang Jun was taken aback. The scholar then turned to the green-dressed girl and asked, May I ask who this young lady is? The girl in the green dress smiled cheerfully and introduced herself. I am Jinshi, Zhang Jinshi. She glanced at the book in Zhang Jun's hand and curiously inquired, Are you all here to buy this book? Indeed. This book is quite fascinating. It was introduced to me by Zhang Jun, right? Zhang Jun chuckled awkwardly. It's decent, I suppose. I mainly came to purchase the discourse on the Qin Dynasty. The discourse on the Qin Dynasty? Don't you already own a copy? At that moment, a surge of irritation coursed through Zhang Jun as he contemplated dark thoughts. Zhang Jin, she gleefully exclaimed, Then I shall buy a copy as well. She dashed towards the counter. As Zhang Jun observed Zhang Jin's retreating figure, a singular thought consumed his mind, my reputation. Glancing at his friend beside him, he pondered. Is it too late to eliminate him? Zhang Jin, she leaned over the counter, joyfully calling out, Boss. One book, please. Zhang Mingxian, taken aback by Zhang Jin's presence, asked, What book do you want? Zhang Jin, she mumbled to herself. What book was it again? Then, glancing at the others, she declared, I'll take whatever they are purchasing. Well, not even knowing the title, I assume you haven't read it, Zhang Mingxian remarked. Currently, Zhu Xian has 2 volumes. They are here for the 2nd volume. If you haven't read it, I suggest you buy both. Then I shall take both volumes, Zhang Jin, she responded. Zhang Mingxian smiled. Very well. He retrieved 2 volumes of Zhu Xian and handed them to Zhang Jin, stating, That will be 40 coins in total. Zhang Jin, she received the books and turned to shout, Brother, I have no money. A young man in an elegant white robe approached with a smile, and as he passed, people instinctively parted before him, as if obstructing his path were a grave offense. Chapter 24. Infringement. The young man in white, still smiling, reached the counter and said, We have no money. Will this suffice? He placed a radiant piece of jade upon the counter. What is this? Zhang Mingxian asked, intrigued as he examined the jade, which, while appearing to be jade, exhibited a distinct quality, with ethereal light swirling around it, emanating a subtle white glow. At that moment, Zhang Mingxian could not discern its true nature, but it seemed valuable, and he felt it would not be a loss. Collecting himself, Zhang Mingxian generously remarked, Seeing that you are out and about, I shall overlook the circumstances and accept this. Consider it a minor concession. Zhang Jin, she beamed, Boss, you are truly kind. In her mind, a rather ordinary low-grade spirit stone exchanged for 2 fine books was a stroke of fortune, for the texts in the scripture pavilion were notoriously expensive. The young man in white cast a resigned glance at Zhang Jin, pondering the absurdity of her gratitude amidst his own loss. Yet he thought, as long as she is happy. He then turned to Zhang Mingxian, saying, The boss truly knows how to conduct business. I wish you prosperity. Zhang Mingxian chuckled. Sensing that this young man was no naive fool, the young man in white took Zhang Jin by the hand and led her outside. Upon reaching the entrance, he suddenly turned back, his gaze fixed on the back door. Zhang Jin, curious, asked, Brother, what is it? The young man in white shook his head in confusion. Perhaps it was just my imagination. I sensed a faint presence of demonic energy, but now it has vanished. This is the imperial city of the Great Tang. How could there be even a hint of demonic energy? The entire dynasty suppresses malevolent beings, ensuring they cannot exist. Zhang Jin, she regarded the young man as if he were foolish. The young man in white, appearing relieved, said, Perhaps it was merely my misperception. In the back courtyard, Li Xiaoyao radiated a white light that enveloped the entire hall, her brow furrowed with concern as she gazed at the cradle. At that moment, the cradle was surrounded by a cocoon of white light, emitting faint squeaks akin to a small rodent. After the young couple departed, the bookstore became lively once more, with patrons eagerly waving at Zhang Mingxian to purchase books. Zhang Mingxian, flustered, began collecting coins, distributing books, and maintaining order amidst the chaos. It was utterly disarrayed. Once the last customer left, Zhang Mingxian wiped the sweat from his brow and sank into a chair, joyfully surveying the full coin box, estimating it to contain around 1,000 coins. A rumbling sound emanated from his stomach, prompting Zhang Mingxian to rub his belly. Why hasn't Sister Xīyóu brought the meal yet? No sooner had he spoken than the door creaked open, and Li Xiaoyao entered, cradling Yaya. Li Xiaoyao smiled apologetically. You must be hungry. Zhang Mingxian chuckled. I'm all right. I'm all right. But just then, his stomach growled audibly, leading to an awkward silence. Li Xiaoyao beamed. Being hungry is nothing to be ashamed of. Close the door. Today, I shall treat you to a meal at the restaurant. Zhang Mingxian exclaimed joyfully. Great. He swiftly emerged from the back and followed Li Xiaoyao out of the store, turning to lock the door securely, lest they return to find unexpected surprises. Li Xiaoyao held Yaya, while Zhang Mingxian walked beside her, occasionally making faces at Yaya, eliciting peals of laughter from the little girl. The trio strolled down the street, exuding warmth and harmony, akin to a family. Men on the road eyed Li Xiaoyao, casting envious glances at Zhang Mingxian without exception. Zhang Mingxian scanned the surroundings, chuckling softly, standing a little taller and inching closer to Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao sensed the gazes around them and sighed softly. Why do you still behave like a child? Why engage with them? I just want to provoke them. Soon, the three arrived at a grand restaurant. Zhang Mingxian, upon seeing it, smiled. Oh, quite familiar. Following Li Xiaoyao inside, he was greeted by a young attendant who cheerfully said, Welcome, esteemed guest. Please come in. As Li Xiaoyao advanced a few steps, she noticed Zhang Mingxian had not followed. Turning back, she found him standing before the young attendant. Zhang Mingxian grinned. Do you remember me, young brother? The young attendant hesitated, then recognized Zhang Mingxian, realizing he was the one who had sought employment a few days prior. His short hair strikingly noticeable in the Tang Dynasty. The young attendant asked cautiously, Are you here to dine? Zhang Mingxian replied proudly, Of course. Today, I wish to impart a lesson. Never underestimate others. Yesterday, you dismissed me. Today, I am beyond your reach. With that, Zhang Mingxian strode towards Li Xiaoyao, leaving the young attendant staring at his retreating figure, muttering, What nonsense. I never aspired to elevate myself above you. What a lunatic. Zhang Mingxian joined Li Xiaoyao at a window-side table, and she inquired, Do you know him? Zhang Mingxian shrugged. A few days ago, when I first arrived in Chang'an, I came here seeking work, only to be shooed away. Li Xiaoyao nodded, indicating her understanding. Zhang Mingxian, slightly exhilarated, asked, Sister Xīyóu, how was my earlier performance? Wasn't it impressive? I mean, what I just did. Did it not project a sense of charisma? Zhang Mingxian gazed at her like a child seeking praise. Li Xiaoyao nodded. Yes, that remark was quite good, though it felt a bit forced. Zhang Mingxian chuckled, realizing he had indeed tried too hard. It seemed she had seen through his act. May I take your order? A waiter approached, respectfully bowing. Zhang Mingxian looked at Li Xiaoyao, realizing he was unfamiliar with the menu, and decided to avoid any further embarrassment. 1 serving of stir-fried chicken, 1 roast duck, and 2 specialty dishes, please. Got it. 1 stir-fried chicken, 1 roast duck, and 2 specialty dishes. The waiter called out cheerfully. Indeed, there was a certain charm in his delivery, almost musical. As the meal progressed, an elderly man with graying hair ascended to a high platform within the restaurant and apologized. Esteemed guests, yesterday we concluded the great hero Gunantan. Today, I, your humble servant, shall narrate a new tale, Zhu Xian. This story does not unfold in the Tang Dynasty, nor in the eastern victory of Shenzhou. But where does it take place? That, dear guests, is for you to guess. Zhang Mingxian, who was voraciously eating, abruptly halted and lifted his gaze towards the old man who was about to begin his storytelling. My story. It belongs to me. Do you have permission? He exclaimed, indignantly. Where did this occur? Is it a tale from another continent? Someone inquired. Or perhaps a story from the sea. Could it even be a narrative from the skies above? The old man stroked his beard and, with a mysterious smile, responded. This story unfolds in another world. Dear guests, please allow me to narrate it slowly. Zhang Mingxian struggled to swallow a large piece of duck meat. Watching the eloquent storyteller on stage, with a pained expression, he turned to Li Xiaoyao, saying, Sister Xīyóu, this is infringement. Li Xiaoyao, taken aback, asked, "What is infringement?" Zhang Mingxian quickly explained, "They are profiting from my book without my consent. Isn't that a violation of my rights? That is infringement." Chapter 25. Wei Qi Baoqi Li Xiaoyao, puzzled, replied, "Isn't it good that your book is being accepted by more people?" Zhang Mingxian exerted himself to clarify, "Of course, it's wonderful to be accepted. But the profits generated should rightfully belong to me." Li Xiaoyao, speechless, remarked, "So it's about the money, then?" Zhang Mingxian, with a pitiful expression, nodded, "As a princess. Could you assist me in persuading the emperor to establish patent and copyright laws?" Li Xiaoyao shook her head, stating, "I cannot approach him, nor can I help you." Dejected, Zhang Mingxian slumped his head and grasped a roasted duck leg, glaring at the loquacious old man on stage before taking a decisive bite. The storyteller suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and shivered, glancing out the window at the blazing sun. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. The old man chuckled and resumed his tale. After the meal, upon returning to the bookstore, a group of people soon approached. Bang! The leader slammed his palm on the counter, glaring at Zhang Mingxian. Startled, Zhang Mingxian quickly stood up, stammering, "What do you want? What do we want?" The leader shouted angrily, "Hand over the author of Zixia." "Yes, hand over the author of Zixia. Given to us." The crowd echoed in support. Zhang Mingxian's heart raced, sensing the impending trouble, and asked, "What do you want with the author of Zixia?" The leader clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and replied, "What do we want? He gave our junior sister to someone else, and you ask what we want?" Zhang Mingxian felt a wave of unease wash over him. It seemed that ancient men harbored a certain machismo. If the fact that their junior sister was fond of Xīyóu merely felt uncomfortable on earth, then for these patriarchal figures from antiquity, it must feel akin to wearing a green hat. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Zhang Mingxian's mind, all of which he promptly dismissed. Looking at the fierce youths, Zhang Mingxian nervously said, "I don't know." The leader sneered, "Do you take me for a fool? You think I wouldn't know the author of the book published in your bookstore?" Grasping at a sliver of hope, Zhang Mingxian exclaimed, "Other bookstores sell it too." The leader shot him a sidelong glance, saying, "Don't think I don't know. They are merely copying your book. If you don't believe me, go check. They have no new releases." Zhang Mingxian forced a bitter smile, "But I truly don't know." He silently thought, even if he did know, he couldn't say. The leader raised his fist, declaring, "It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Beat him." Before the words fully escaped his lips, Zhang Mingxian repeatedly waved his hands, realizing they were serious. His complexion shifted as he shouted, "I know. I know." The leader chuckled smugly, nodding to his companions. "Speak up." "Yes, speak up," the youths urged in unison. Zhang Mingxian's mind raced, desperately seeking a solution. Yet, the other party was not inclined to grant him time to ponder. "Speak or not," they pressed. Zhang Mingxian was nearly in tears. If he didn't speak, he would be beaten, and if he did, the consequences could be even worse. "What are you all doing?" a voice suddenly interjected. "A savior." Zhang Mingxian turned in surprise, seeing Li Xiaoyao standing at the back door, her expression inscrutable. At the sight of her, everyone froze. The leader quickly knelt, bowing his head. Wei Qi Baoqi pays respects to Princess Xīyóu. The others swiftly followed suit, trembling as they exclaimed, "We pay respects to Princess Xīyóu." Zhang Mingxian smirked, thinking, "You wanted to beat me, and now look at you." Li Xiaoyao shot Zhang Mingxian a glare, prompting him to offer a look of feigned innocence in return. "It's all right now. Everyone can go back," she instructed, before turning to leave. Once Li Xiaoyao departed, Wei Qi Baoqi and his companions rose. Wei Qi Baoqi, feeling embarrassed, addressed Zhang Mingxian, "My lord, you are associated with Princess Xīyóu. Why didn't you say so sooner? I almost harmed you due to misunderstanding." Zhang Mingxian retorted, "Did you allow me to speak? Besides, did you not know?" Wei Qi Baoqi shook his head in confusion, expressing, "I truly did not know. Had I known this was Princess Xīyóu's establishment, even with the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard, I would not have dared to cause a ruckus. Isn't that right?" He glanced back at his companions, who nodded in agreement. "Indeed, indeed." Some even expressed their lingering apprehension. "We are fortunate that the princess is magnanimous and does not hold it against us." What else could Zhang Mingxian do? The power of the tiger requires the tiger to be present. Now that the tiger had left, this little fox should refrain from being too reckless. Zhang Mingxian curiously asked Wei Qi Baoqi, "Is your father Wei Qi Gong?" Wei Qi Baoqi's eyes twitched. "Father? When did that become a term of address?" He emphasized, "My father is indeed Wei Qi Gong." Zhang Mingxian exclaimed with delight, "It truly is." I heard your father is a door god. Could you provide me with a portrait of him? Wei Baoqi was taken aback. A door god? When did this happen? How come I didn't know? After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, where did you hear such a thing? Zhang Mingxian paused, wondering if he had mistaken it. Was it Wei Qigong or Qinxiao? He laughed awkwardly. I dreamed about it last night. Wei Baoqi was left speechless, thinking, what kind of person takes a dream seriously? It's best to avoid such individuals. He clasped his fists and said, my lord, please stay. We must take our leave. Wait. Zhang Mingxian called out. Wei Baoqi and his group halted, looking at him in confusion. Zhang Mingxian dashed out from behind the counter, randomly selecting a book from the shelf and thrusting it into Wei Baoqi's arms. Wei Baoqi fumbled to catch the book, looking perplexed at Zhang Mingxian. Clearing his throat, Zhang Mingxian spoke earnestly, Brother Baoqi, the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were extraordinary. There's a divine light emanating from your crown. Do you realize? At such a young age, you possess the physique of a seasoned practitioner, truly a rare talent in cultivation. If one day you were to delve into the mysteries of the Tao, wouldn't you soar to the heavens like a dragon? It is said, if I do not enter hell, who will? The task of upholding peace in the world has been entrusted to you. This book is priceless, seeing the fate we share. I shall pass it on to you for merely 10 coins. Wei Baoqi stared blankly at Zhang Mingxian, then at the book in his hands, and suddenly exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, you are selling me a copy of the Analects for 10 coins? Why don't you go rob someone instead? Moreover, what would I want with the Analects? Wei Baoqi, feeling exasperated, tossed the book back into Zhang Mingxian's arms. Zhang Mingxian quickly caught it, raising it with a grin. Are you sure you don't want it? No. Zhang Mingxian sighed. Soon, someone from the palace will come to collect the Nujuxian, and if I keep talking, it might reach the Empress's ears, and that would be quite troublesome. Wei Baoqi chuckled, affectionately calling out, brother, you are truly kind. He snatched the Analects from Zhang Mingxian's hands, declaring with conviction, I shall take on the task of maintaining peace in the world. Chapter 26. The Jade Clarity Immortal Method. As Wei Baoqi took the Analects, Zhang Mingxian expressed his satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Wei Baoqi rolled his eyes, helplessly pulling out a handful of banknotes, eagerly extending them to Zhang Mingxian. Brother, this is all I have. Zhang Mingxian accepted the banknotes and asked, how much is it? It is not that he cannot count. Rather, the awkwardness lies in his inability to recognize. Wei Baoqi raised a finger and declared, 1 guan. How much? 1 guan of money. Zhang Mingxian, filled with exasperation, retorted, you, the esteemed young master of the Wei family, a prominent figure in the imperial city, venture out with only 1 guan. Is that not a tad embarrassing? Wei Baoqi's complexion flushed slightly as he defended himself. 1 guan is not an insignificant sum. Besides, I am not the eldest son, I am the second in line. Zhang Mingxian, unimpressed, shot back. Is being the second son something to be proud of? Look at your current state. Zhang Mingxian cast a dubious glance at the group trailing behind Wei Baoqi. The individuals instinctively stepped back, crossing their arms cautiously as they regarded Zhang Mingxian. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, your leader is in need of funds. Will you not offer some assistance? The scholars exchanged glances, speechless, their eyes communicating a myriad of unspoken sentiments, enveloping the bookstore in an air of ambiguity. Zhang Mingxian shrugged and addressed Wei Baoqi. Just look at the kind of friends you associate with. When trouble arises, none are willing to lend a hand. Despite his stature, Wei Baoqi was still a youth, casting a doubtful gaze at his companions. They, realizing their error, understood the gravity of offending Wei Baoqi over a mere sum of money. Returning home could result in severe repercussions from their father. Money was never scarce in their households, but power was a different matter altogether. Suddenly, one person stepped forward, declaring earnestly, whatever concerns Brother Wei is also my concern. A mere 10 guan is nothing. I shall cover it. Since when did it become your responsibility? My relationship with Brother Wei is the closest. We have shared drinks, meals, and even stood in punishment together. I have been forthright with Brother Wei At this moment, Zhang Mingxian observed with an odd expression as the boy hastily covered his mouth, appearing utterly innocent. Zhang Mingxian glanced at him and then at Wei Baoqi, inquiring, and who might you be? In an instant, the gazes of everyone in the bookstore shifted towards Wei Baoqi, cautiously moving their feet to create distance, leaving the boy isolated. Wei Baoqi, equally bewildered, asked, Zhao Ling'er, when did we become so open with one another? Zhao Ling'er sheepishly laughed, I was just rhyming. And it slipped out. Ah, so that was the case. Zhang Mingxian expressed disappointment, having anticipated something more substantial. The group following Wei Qi Baoqi sighed in relief. None wished for those they frequently associated with to harbor inappropriate thoughts, especially when that person was male. Among them were sons of affluent merchants, easily gathering 9 guan, with each contributing 1. Those unable to contribute wore expressions of discontent. Zhang Mingxian, clutching a handful of silver notes, sent Wei Qi Baoqi off with a beaming smile, calling out, "You are welcome to visit again." Wei Qi Baoqi quickened his pace. Zhang Mingxian chuckled to himself, lounging comfortably in his chair, half closing his eyes and murmuring, "It feels splendid to have backing." At that moment, within a vast garden in Chang'an, rockeries towered majestically, creating myriad forms. Shrubs clustered along the paths, while distant purple bamboo flourished, and flowers bloomed abundantly among the bushes. The bamboo grove resonated with melodious birdsong. Towering trees stood gracefully, their branches trimmed artfully, while leaves painted a picturesque scene. The square pond mirrored its surroundings, with lotus leaves sprawling and koi gliding like poetry. Truly, every few steps revealed a new vista, rivaling even the imperial palace. At the center of the pond, in a pavilion, a girl in green and a youth in white were seated, savoring tea and reading, leisurely enjoying the moment. The girl, Jiang Jinxiu, exclaimed with a bright laugh, "Senior brother. Look, look, this big yellow one is so amusing." The youth in white glanced at the book thrust before him, exasperatedly replied, "Fine, I see. Is that satisfactory?" Jiang Jinxiu playfully smiled. "Now that is more like it. Let us start from the beginning." With a flick of her fingers, she performed a gesture, and Zhu Xian soared into the air, characters emerging from the book and floating before them, revealing the first chapter. After a while, Jiang Jinxiu pondered aloud, "Senior brother, I recall there is a rather perilous place on our back mountain. Do you think there might be a heavenly treasure within?" The senior brother sighed. "That is a forbidden area, a prison for demons. There are no heavenly treasures to be found." Jiang Jinxiu, disappointed, responded, "Oh, I see." A moment later, she continued, "Senior brother, why don't we raise a big yellow dog like that one, or a little gray monkey like Xiaohui? Ordinary animals cannot possess the intelligence described in the book, unless they are demonic creatures." Jiang Jinshu shook her head in distaste. "Demonic creatures are simply not cute." The youth in white mused aloud. "This author is quite audacious, directly using the name of the 3 clear ones for their technique. Do they not fear divine retribution?" Jiang Jinshu interjected. "The 3 clear ones would not be so petty." If Zhang Mingxian were to overhear their conversation, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Indeed, they are quite petty. They have come to confront me, and I am nearly frightened to the point of losing control." After a while, the youth in white glanced at his junior sister, casting a wary look at the floating text, and cleared his throat, silently vowing that no one would take his little sister from him. She had grown up, and it seemed prudent to be cautious of other senior brothers. The youth's mind raced with thoughts. Jiang Jinxiu, filled with admiration, remarked, "Senior sister Sweki is so handsome." Suddenly, she moved, gliding to the center of the pond, standing atop the water's surface, a long sword appearing unexpectedly in her hand. Jiang Jinshu pointed the sword towards the sky and proclaimed, "9 heavens, transform into divine thunder. With resplendent heavenly might, I wield this sword." The sky was a clear blue, devoid of thunderclouds or even a single dark cloud. Jiang Jinshu furrowed her brow and gestured again, causing rumbling thunder to echo. And the previously sunny sky was soon shrouded in dark clouds. Zhang Mingxian, observing outside, muttered, "How can the weather change so abruptly, without a hint of warning?" In a nearby Taoist temple close to the palace, many gazed up at the sky with furrowed brows, questioning who was recklessly using celestial techniques in Chang'an. Outside the city, in the Dragon Palace by the Jing River, a dragon king with long horns was reveling with his family, the sudden change in the sky catching their attention. One youthful dragon, adorned in scales, looked up, calling out, "Father, I shall go see who stirs the winds and clouds in Chang'an." The old dragon king shook his head. "Do not go. That is the Yuling celestial technique." Instantly, the dragon offspring fell silent. The Yuling celestial technique belonged to the sage's lineage, a force not to be trifled with. In other gardens throughout Chang'an, similar to where Jiang Jinshu was, people also looked up, some disdainful, some indifferent, but many filled with envy. Chapter 27. Finally, I can cultivate. Boom. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Jiang Jinshu's long sword. instantly illuminating the surroundings with electric brilliance, her hair standing on end, creating a captivating spectacle. The youth in white stared, slack-jawed at his junior sister's audacious display, and burst into laughter. Jiang Jinshu glanced down at her reflection on the water's surface, gasping in surprise, transforming into a streak of green light that shot into a distant room, slamming the door and windows shut simultaneously. After a moment, the now restored Jiang Jinshu stood with hands on her hips before the youth in white, pouting. "Senior brother, you bullied me." The youth chuckled. "How did I bully you?" Jiang Jinshu retorted. "You laughed at me." Recalling her earlier antics, the youth could not help but chuckle again. Jiang Jinshu pointed an accusing finger at him. "See, you are laughing at me." Her face was filled with indignation, as though he had committed some grievous offense. The youth hastily replied, "All right, it is my fault. I truly did not laugh at you. I was merely happy, genuinely happy." Jiang Jinshu, skeptical, asked, "What are you happy about?" The young man in white chuckled. "It is because my junior sister is a genius. She has invented a spell, the divine sword of thunder control." With a gesture of his hand, a streak of lightning descended from the heavens, striking his fingertip. As he wielded his finger like a sword, the electric brilliance flashed, causing a nearby rockery by the pond to explode with a thunderous roar. Sparks flew, transforming a 10-meter radius into a deep pit. The ground within turned to glass. Jiang Jinsi, unable to believe her eyes, asked, "This is the spell I invented?" The young man in white nodded earnestly. "Indeed, it is your invention. I merely refined a few details." Jiang Jinsi's face lit up with joy. "I truly am a genius." The young man in white affectionately replied, "All right, my spellcasting genius. Let us continue watching the story." "Yes." Jiang Jinsi beamed as she settled beside him, captivated by the unfolding tale in the sky. "Brother, is the black water mysterious serpent formidable?" The black water mysterious serpent is a rare creature from ancient times. It is indeed formidable. Who is more powerful, you or the black water mysterious serpent? The black water mysterious serpent is more powerful. "Oh, brother, rest assured. I will avoid provoking the black water mysterious serpent in the future. I'll run far away if I see it." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the western sky with hues of dusk, Zhang Mingxian pondered, "Can those bald-headed fellows appreciate such beauty?" Propping his chin in his hand, he gazed at the evening glow, lost in thought. "Dinner is ready." Zhang Mingxian sprang to his feet, rejuvenated, casting aside all worries and beautiful sights. He closed the door and dashed toward the backyard. In the serene backyard, a gentle breeze caressed the air. Li Xiaoyao sat elegantly at one side of the dining table. Beside her stood a splendid cradle. Yaya lay comfortably in the cradle, swaying in the breeze, exclaiming, "I want to swing." Zhang Mingxian casually took a seat across from Li Xiaoyao, picked up his chopsticks, and declared, "Let us eat." He promptly grabbed a piece of eel and savored it, exclaiming, "Delicious. Sister's cooking is exceptional." Li Xiaoyao rolled her eyes. "You can't keep your mouth shut even while eating. One should not speak while eating." Zhang Mingxian chuckled, "I'm just a simpleton. Isn't it too dull to remain silent?" Li Xiaoyao chose to ignore him and continued eating. Suddenly, Zhang Mingxian pulled out an object from his pocket, thrust it before Li Xiaoyao, and exclaimed, "Isn't it beautiful?" "Surprise. This is for you." Li Xiaoyao peered at the radiant jade in his hand and curiously inquired, "Low-grade spirit stone, where did you get this?" Zhang Mingxian, puzzled, replied, "Low-grade spirit stone? What is that?" "Isn't it just jade?" Li Xiaoyao explained. "A low-grade spirit stone is something that cultivators use. It contains spiritual energy that aids in enhancing one's cultivation." Hesitating for a moment, she swallowed her words, unable to bring herself to tell Zhang Mingxian that such stones are quite ordinary in the cultivation world, akin to a mere penny in the mundane realm. Zhang Mingxian closed his eyes, calming his mind, holding the low-grade spirit stone, murmuring, "Absorb, absorb, absorb." Li Xiaoyao laughed. "What are you doing?" Zhang Mingxian opened his eyes. "I'm cultivating. I just felt a warmth within my body, as if a current was circulating in my abdomen and chest. Am I entering the threshold?" He looked at Li Xiaoyao with anticipation. Li Xiaoyao chided, "Don't be ridiculous. What are you cultivating without a technique? If it were that easy to cultivate, everyone would be a cultivator." Zhang Mingxian, disheartened, handed the spirit stone back to Li Xiaoyao, saying, "Perhaps it's better for you to have it." Seeing his despondent expression, Li Xiaoyao asked earnestly, "Do you truly wish to cultivate?" Zhang Mingxian nodded vigorously with envy, "Of course. To become an immortal or a deity, to exist timelessly, traversing the realms of life and death, witnessing dynasties rise and fall, floating like clouds, How carefree and splendid. Li Xiaoyao sighed silently. Since you wish to cultivate, I will assist you. I hope you do not come to regret it. The path of immortals is not as delightful as you imagine. It is devoid of compassion and loyalty. Lost in thought, she continued to eat in silence. Zhang Mingxian observed her cold demeanor, which felt as if it could freeze a person, and his earlier excitement dulled, suppressing his gratitude. Let us eat, he mumbled awkwardly. After dinner, Zhang Mingxian returned to his room, clenching his fists and leaping with joy, whispering, finally, I can cultivate. Immortality, here I come. He paced the room restlessly, even neglecting to write his novel, a fiery passion igniting in his chest. After some time, he calmed slightly, realizing that even in the early stages of cultivation, he would still need to rely on Sister Xīyóu for sustenance. Becoming an immortal overnight was impossible. He settled back at the table, resumed grinding ink, and began writing again. After drafting about 10 chapters, he found himself unable to continue. His mind was preoccupied. Zhang Mingxian lay back on the bed, fantasizing about the scenes that would unfold after his successful cultivation, soaring through the skies, parting the clouds, commanding 1,000 swords with a mere gesture, conjuring fierce winds with a flick of his sleeve. How magnificent! Chapter 28. Apprenticeship lost in thought, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Zhang Mingxian found himself standing atop the clouds, startled by the height, fearing he might fall to his demise. Then, realizing it was merely a dream, he chuckled. How foolish of me. I can't fall. Curiously, he glanced around. Billowing clouds formed a vast sea, obscuring all mountains and oceans, just clouds upon clouds. Let me experience the sensation of flying ahead of time, he exclaimed excitedly, extending his hand forward and making a charging gesture, shouting, charge, marshmallow. Maintaining that posture, he waited impatiently for something to happen. Are you done playing? A faint voice echoed in his ears. Startled, Zhang Mingxian turned to see a vague figure behind him, enveloped in an inexplicable aura, appearing rather unappealing. What is going on? Why is there a stranger in my dream? He murmured. Yet, in this world filled with gods and demons, even in dreams, Zhang Mingxian dared not be careless. Even the local deities had the power to invade dreams, let alone those with great abilities. He clasped his fists and bowed. I am Zhang Mingxian, paying my respects to the esteemed elder. May I know your name? The colorful figure replied, You are not yet worthy of knowing my name. You need only understand that I am here to take on an apprentice. Take on an apprentice? Zhang Mingxuan's ears perked up, joyfully pointing to himself. Is it me? The colorful figure nodded. Indeed. Zhang Mingxian, filled with excitement, quickly knelt down and proclaimed, Disciple greets the master. In his earthly life, Zhang Mingxian had read about protagonists in novels who hesitated and questioned when strong figures sought them as apprentices, often exuding an air of arrogance. He had admired their vigilance. Now, facing the same situation, he did not dare to hesitate for a moment, kneeling instantly, fearful that the opportunity might slip away. No doubts, no arrogance. Seizing the chance to become an immortal was paramount. He clearly understood that missing this opportunity would lead to a lifetime of mediocrity. The colorful figure nodded. Since you have chosen me as your master, I will teach you some skills. What do you wish to learn? Zhang Mingxian eagerly looked up. The 9 transformations of the mysterious arts, the path to becoming a sage. Do you possess it? The colorful figure chuckled. The path to becoming a sage? You underestimate the difficulty. If it were as simple as that, everyone in the 3 realms would cultivate the 9 transformations of the mysterious arts, all aspiring to become sages. Why would they struggle to seek the primordial purple energy? Among the disciples of the 3 teachings, only Yang Jian has cultivated the 9 transformations. Zhang Mingxian felt disheartened. Isn't it so? The 9 transformations of the mysterious arts and the 8-9 profound arts are the protective divine techniques of the Taoist and Buddhist sects, respectively, meant for those who do not comprehend the mysteries or the path, battling heaven and earth through sheer strength. Remarkable in strength, yet limited in achievement. The path to sanctity has been irrevocably severed. The prospect of a 9th transformation seems increasingly elusive, for even after such a transformation, one may not attain the status of a sage. As Zhang Mingxian listened to the colorful figure's explanation, he suddenly grasped the essence of the 9 transformations and the 8-9 mystical arts, exchanging future potential for combat power, a mere weapon of war, akin to an advanced brute force. A chill ran down his spine. This was not the future he envisioned. Engaging in bloody melee was not his desire. He aspired to a more ethereal existence. clad in white, transcending the mundane, wielding power that could rend mountains asunder, compelling adversaries to bow before him with the mere emergence of a magical artifact. Zhang Mingxian inquired, "Master, what are your specialties? Surely it is wise to learn from your most formidable skills." The colorful figure laughed heartily, responding, "What do I excel at? I possess knowledge of all things, mastery over all skills, and the ability to accomplish anything." Internally, Zhang Mingxian deemed him a narcissist, yet he feigned admiration, exclaiming, "Master, you are magnificent. You exude dominance. Truly, you are unparalleled." The colorful figure smiled slightly, saying, "I have two primary paths of cultivation. One is the immortal path, which involves absorbing the essence of the heavens and the earth, secluding oneself in spiritual mountains and hidden realms, and observing the vicissitudes of the mundane world with a smile." Zhang Mingxuan's expression shifted. Seclusion? What of Li Xiaoyao and the others? Although longevity was his pursuit, the thought of abandoning them was unbearable. He shook his head and asked, "What of the other path?" The colorful figure replied, "The other is the divine path, which feeds on willpower and is founded on faith. It transcends through the strength of all living beings, forging an immortal divine essence with the flames of the seven desires." Zhang Mingxian hesitated, questioning, "Is this deity different from those in the celestial court?" "This is the ancient method of the gods, where great power belongs to the individual. Unlike the deities of the celestial court, whose strength is tethered to it and not to themselves," the colorful figure reflected. Zhang Mingxian clenched his teeth and deeply bowed. "I humbly request the ancient method of the gods from my master." "Very well." The dreamscape erupted in brilliance, and Zhang Mingxian awoke abruptly, rubbing his head. Was that merely a dream? Yet, the next moment, he thought otherwise, as a text titled "The Path of the Ancient Gods" materialized in his mind. Stopping his hand, he muttered, "Is this truly real?" Excitement surged within him. Sleep was no longer an option. Mimicking the practices seen on television, he sat cross-legged, only to find it exceedingly difficult. "I cannot do this," he lamented, resigning to the comfort of lying on his bed, commencing the operation of the method as recorded in the ancient texts. In truth, he was merely experimenting. He had no followers and could not absorb faith. What use was it? Aware of its futility, Zhang Mingxian still harbored a heart aspiring to divinity, embarking on his first cultivation. Half a day later, Zhang Mingxian sensed something was amiss. He had no followers, yet tiny fireflies from all directions flocked towards him. Confused, he gazed at the luminous speck rushing into his body, suddenly feeling an overwhelming force wash over him. Since resistance was futile, he decided to embrace the experience. Closing his eyes, he delved into his inner self, discovering for the first time the intricate layout within. His intestines twisted in a labyrinthine manner. Those kidneys were commendable, a thumbs up for them. The sight of his heart, bloodied and intimidating, was alarming. The liver and stomach were equally daunting. And wait, was that his lung? What has happened to you over the years? You look like you've returned from Africa. Eventually, Zhang Mingxian bid a heartfelt farewell to his lung, vowing never to smoke again. Chapter 29, Cultivation Anomaly, Summoner? Zhang Mingxian entered his sea of consciousness, where a previously monotonous void was now teeming with white little spirits, fluttering about. They soared past the gates of the underworld and crossed the bridge of helplessness, gathering into a luminous sphere. Zhang Mingxuan's figure appeared in his mind, perusing a book. Glancing at the sphere, he turned several pages with glee, exclaiming, "I found it." The ancient texts state that it is time to ignite the fire of the seven emotions and refine faith into divine power. Surveying his surroundings, he muttered, "To ignite a fire, one must have fuel. How can I light it without kindling?" Zhang Mingxian explored the space yet found no trace of dry wood. Watching the sphere of faith expand from a small orb to a larger one, he lamented, "Alas, my space lacks fuel. How shall I ignite it?" Casting a dubious glance at the book in his hands, he pondered, "It's not that there's no fuel. Surely the book can serve as kindling." At that moment, the faith sphere began to change, igniting with golden flames. Zhang Mingxian froze, exclaiming, "Wait, hold on. I'm about to light it. Don't self-ignite." Panic surged as he frantically searched for a lighter, striking stones, even attempting to rub the ancient text against the ground to spark a flame. Before Zhang Mingxian could conjure fire, the sphere had already burned out, revealing a small world the size of a basketball. Curiosity piqued. He peered into this miniature realm. Witnessing a young boy wielding a fire stick facing a beautiful maiden with a sword, the atmosphere charged with tension atop a towering arena. Zhang Mingxian stroked his chin, pondering. Is this the world of Zhu? Disregarding the fierce confrontation within the small world, he resumed flipping through the ancient text. After only a few pages, he discovered the method to ignite the fire of the 7 emotions. Zhang Mingxuan's lips twitched as he read, transform emotions into fire, use desires as fuel. Ignite the divine flame. What manner of nonsense is this? Having perused the entire ancient text, he sat down, gazing up at the small world above, thinking, this is certainly an anomaly. The text did not record such a situation. Will it explode? Master, come save me. Cultivation is perilous. Zhang Mingxian spent a long, restless night, filled with worry. As dawn broke, Zhang Mingxian stepped outside, acknowledging that, despite the mishap in his cultivation, he felt refreshed and invigorated. He stretched in the yard, then continued to investigate the ticking time bomb in his mind. Indeed, to Zhang Mingxian, this was akin to a time bomb, poised to end his fragile yet beautiful life at any moment. He attempted to use his soul power to transform into a finger, gently prodding it. It was surprisingly soft and quite elastic. However, Zhang Mingxian dared not apply too much pressure. What if it burst? Speaking softly to the world of Zhu, he implored, Great One, Master of the heavens and the world, let us converse. I promise to find you a superior body. How about that? After a prolonged silence with no response, Zhang Mingxian felt helpless. He could neither strike nor persuade, and despair settled upon him. Opening his eyes, he cursed Zhu, cursed Zhang Xiaofan, appear before me, and I shall thrash you. No sooner had he spoken than a figure emerged from within him, standing beside Zhang Mingxian with an icy demeanor. Zhang Mingxian froze in surprise, cautiously turning his head to glance, then quickly averting his gaze, his heart racing. A smile of admiration spread across his face as he turned, bending slightly to greet. Brother Fan, what brings you here? You could have given me a heads up to prepare. I absolutely did not insult you just now. I admire you greatly. Look, we both share the surname Zhang. Perhaps we are kin from times past. Bowing his head in a forced smile, Zhang Mingxian waited for what he imagined would be a tempestuous outburst, but after a long pause, he dared to look up, only to find Zhang Xiaofan standing unmoved, his expression unchanged. Cautiously, Zhang Mingxian waved his hand in front of Zhang Xiaofan's face, calling, Brother Fan. Brother Fan. Zhang Xiaofan remained unresponsive, his eyelids not even flickering. Zhang Mingxian tentatively pushed gently against Zhang Xiaofan, observing his expression, only to find he had pushed through nothingness. Stunned, he gazed at his own hand. Realizing it had passed through Zhang Xiaofan's shoulder, an illusion, Zhang Mingxian waved his hand several times, finding that his arm did not make contact with Zhang Xiaofan at all, including the fire stick, which was also merely an apparition. Zhang Mingxian exhaled deeply, standing tall and invigorated as he circled around Zhang Xiaofan, murmuring to himself, If all goes as expected, this must be the manifestation from the small world within my mind. In other words, I have summoned it. My summoned beast? Clearing his throat, Zhang Mingxian declared with gravity, Zhang Xiaofan, return. In an instant, the ethereal figure of Zhang Xiaofan vanished. Zhang Mingxian burst into laughter, exhilarated. Indeed, it is my summoned beast. This means I shall become a summoner in the world of Journey to the West. Although it differs from my envisioned ethereal demeanor, it is still quite impressive. What a horde of followers. With excitement, Zhang Mingxian called out, Zhang Xiaofan, emerge. The figure of Zhang Xiaofan promptly materialized from within Zhang Mingxian. Zhang Xiaofan, return. Zhang Xiaofan, emerge. Zhang Xiaofan, return. Zhang Mingxian playfully repeated this several times until he managed to quell his excitement. He initially intended to test Zhang Xiaofan's strength, but upon glancing around, he reconsidered. Before long, Li Xiaoyao appeared, pushing Yao along. Upon seeing Zhang Mingxian, she paused, her expression hesitating as she inquired, Have you been cultivating? Zhang Mingxian nodded enthusiastically. Sister Qingya, you are truly remarkable. Just last night, you mentioned helping me cultivate. And on the very same night, someone came to take me as a disciple. You are truly exceptional. Li Qingya's expression shifted. Someone came last night. Zhang Mingxian pondered for a moment before responding. I suppose it could be considered someone came. He accepted me as a disciple in my dream. Sister, your efficiency is truly impressive. Li Qingya asked earnestly. Do you know who he is? Zhang Mingxian shook his head. No, he was entirely enveloped in colorful light, as if clad in garments made of neon. Who could discern such a figure? Li Qingya nodded, although she was unfamiliar with the concept of neon lights. She was not overly concerned. Her brother often uttered words she did not comprehend. Zhang Mingxian questioned, "Wasn't it someone you found, sister?" Li Xiaoyao smiled brightly. "It was not me. I intended to personally teach you to cultivate today. Since you have caught the attention of a powerful being, it is indeed a blessing. Treasure it well." Zhang Mingxian scratched his head, chuckling, "Of course. I am a genius. All right, my genius brother, please take care of Yaya while I prepare breakfast." Zhang Mingxian made a gesture of affirmation, understood. Watching Li Xiaoyao's retreating figure into the kitchen, he crouched down, pinching Yaya's cheek. "I am a genius, right?" Yaya pursed her lips and burst into tears. Hearing the cries, Li Xiaoyao emerged, witnessing Zhang Mingxian flustered in his attempts to comfort Yaya. Shaking her head, she retreated back inside, smiling. "Oh, children." Chapter 30. Blockade. After breakfast, Zhang Mingxian entered the bookstore, feeling refreshed as he opened the door. Upon glancing outside, he was taken aback by the sight before him. In front of the bookstore, a multitude of scholars clad in white occupied half the street, their presence drawing a crowd of onlookers. As the scholars noticed Zhang Mingxian's entrance, they cast him unfriendly glances, causing him to nearly slam the door shut in fright. Zhang Mingxian forced a smile. "Esteemed scholars, what brings you to my humble shop? Please enter if you wish to purchase books." "Bah! How dare you presume to speak of literary merit? You are merely a pestilence to literature and a scum of humanity." An elderly man with a long beard stood up, pointing angrily at Zhang Mingxian. Zhang Mingxian recognized him. "Old rascal, who are you scolding?" You old rascal." Zhang Mingxian replied playfully. "So you know you are an old rascal." The old scholar's expression shifted as the crowd erupted in laughter. Even some of the seated scholars trembled with stifled chuckles, their faces flushed with suppressed mirth. Fuming, the old scholar trembled as he pointed at Zhang Mingxian. "You are unfilial and insufferable." Upon hearing begin, Zhang Mingxian instinctively stepped back, hastily shutting the door and bracing himself against the frame. After a pause, instead of the anticipated commotion, he heard a chorus of recitation outside. At the beginning of man, nature is inherently good. Natures are similar, but habits differ. If not taught, nature will change. The path of teaching lies in diligence. What is happening? Zhang Mingxian cautiously peered through a crack in the door. Outside, the scholars were reciting the three-character classic under the scorching sun, showing no intention of storming the bookstore. After waiting a while, feeling it might be safe, Zhang Mingxian opened the door slightly, calling out, "What are you doing?" The leading elder gave him an enigmatic look, but did not respond, continuing to read. Perplexed, Zhang Mingxian wondered if this was some form of protest. Displaying a disdainful expression, he boldly opened the bookstore wider, pulling out chairs to sit and observe the scholars. As the noon hour passed, Zhang Mingxian yawned, glancing at the blazing sun. Then bewilderedly at the spirited scholars. "Aren't you tired? The onlookers have come and gone, yet you all seem so lively. This is illogical. Come in for lunch." Li Xiaoyao's voice called from the back courtyard. Zhang Mingxian's spirits lifted. Finally, it's time to eat. Lunch in the back courtyard? He chuckled, thinking it might be a sign of a closer relationship. Closing the door, he hurried towards the back. In the dining hall, Li Xiaoyao sat at the table while Yaya stretched and kicked in her cradle. Zhang Mingxian jogged to sit across from Li Xiaoyao, grinning. "Sister Xiaoyao, why didn't you bring me food today?" "Well, there are people watching outside. Those scholars, right? I must admit, it is quite disappointing." Zhang Mingxian sighed, feeling this was not what he had envisioned. Li Xiaoyao inquired, "What is their situation?" Zhang Mingxian bit into a piece of chicken, swallowing hard, and grumbled, "Who knows what madness has possessed them? They've come to our bookstore to read as if this place has good feng shui. Strangely enough, they seem unbothered after a whole morning of it." Li Xiaoyao replied with a hint of indifference, "They are truly gifted scholars from the academy. Their reading fosters a literary spirit that invigorates rather than exhausts them. To them, reading is akin to cultivation." "Ah, I see," Zhang Mingxian exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. With a cheeky smile, he turned to Li Xiaoyao. "Sister Xiaoyao, could you help me send them away? How can we conduct business with them here?" Li Xiaoyao regarded Zhang Mingxian. "That is precisely what I wanted to say. They are disturbing Yaya's rest. You must resolve this soon." Zhang Mingxian lamented. "How can I resolve it? They want to listen to me." He buried his head on the table in despair. Li Xiaoyao playfully tapped his head, chiding, "Handle your own affairs. Get up, the table is dirty." Rubbing his head, Zhang Mingxian, marked by discontent, strolled forward. "You really hit hard." Opening the front door, he was met with the cold stares of the scholars. "Hey, it's time to go home for lunch," he shouted, his voice drowned out by their reading. Sighing in resignation, He approached one of the scholars. "Your mother called you home for lunch." The scholar merely shut his eyes, reciting louder. Zhang Mingxian moved to another scholar, shaking his shoulder. "Hey, time to head home." The scholar merely huffed, ignoring him and continuing to read even louder. Feeling his temper rise, Zhang Mingxian squatted beside him, grabbing his arm and shaking with determination. "This is absurd." After half a day, the scholar, feeling dazed, waved his hand and said, "Stop. Stop." Zhang Mingxian, panting heavily, leaned on his thigh and exclaimed, "No, I can't carry on." The scholar shook his head, gesturing for a pause. "Stop, just a moment." After a while, he helplessly remarked, "Why don't you go bother someone else?" "I'll wait a bit, and then go," Zhang Mingxian replied, still gasping for breath. The scholar kindly suggested, "Take a rest before going again." He then began to recite. The master said, flattering words and a pleasing countenance. Seldom do they possess benevolence. Chapter 31. In court, Zhang Mingxian looked at the scholar, who had resumed reciting, bewildered. Had they already reached the analects? It seemed like the focus was misplaced, and his recovery was astonishingly swift. With tears brimming in his eyes, Zhang Mingxian glanced around at the other scholars before turning toward the bookstore, leaving behind a desolate and weary silhouette. Inside the bookstore, Zhang Mingxian reclined in a chair, rubbing his sore arms. Did he really have to unleash Zhang Xiaofan to wreak havoc? He pondered, observing the scholars. At that moment, a disheveled figure, covered in dust and clad in ragged clothing, cautiously approached the bookstore. The scholars regarded this peculiar beggar with curiosity, recognizing him. They glanced at the elder leading them, who frowned slightly, huffed, and continued reciting, pretending not to notice. As the beggar entered the bookstore, an exasperated Zhang Mingxian waved his hand. "Go away. This isn't a restaurant. I have no leftovers. Just go straight ahead. There's a good eatery not far from here, with decent food and a kind owner." The beggar paused and retorted irritably, "You are the beggar. Your whole family are beggars. Is there a new book of Zhuxian released today?" Hearing that familiar voice, Zhang Mingxian asked in confusion, "Who are you?" The beggar lifted his head, and Zhang Mingxian was startled by his cat-like face, though upon closer inspection, the contours seemed familiar. Zhang Mingxian hesitantly inquired, "Cheng Chubi?" With a grin revealing a set of bright white teeth, Cheng Chubi softly replied, "Indeed, it is I." Zhang Mingxian, puzzled, asked, "Why are you dressed like this?" Cheng Chubi gestured with his chin. "My teacher is outside." Understanding dawned on Zhang Mingxian, but he had to admit this lad had guts. He thumbed up, truly a hero from the Cheng family, a man of iron and blood. Cheng Chubi boasted, "Of course, I am not like Du He or Fong Yai, those softies who dare not enter." Enough talk. Is there a new book out or not? Zhang Mingxian shifted his gaze and sighed. "I have no idea. Those people have been crowding at the door since morning. The author can't even get in." Cheng Chubi was momentarily taken aback, realizing the truth. A bunch of old rascals. If they don't like it, why not let us enjoy it? Zhang Mingxian helplessly shrugged and suggested, "Why not come up with a plan to drive them away?" Cheng Chubi hesitated for a moment and proposed, "How about I help you report to the authorities?" Zhang Mingxian's eyes lit up. "That sounds great, hurry." Cheng Chubi lowered his head and vigorously shook it, his hair flying about, and he walked toward the exit. The elder watched Cheng Chubi leave, giving Zhang Mingxian a cold smile. Leaning against the doorframe, Zhang Mingxian raised an eyebrow at the elder provocatively. The elder's expression darkened, his eyes twitching. After a while, a group of constables in official attire parted the crowd and strode in, calling out, "Who reported the case?" Zhang Mingxian immediately rushed out of the store, shouting, "My lord, it was I. I reported the case." Instantly, the scholars stopped reciting and glared at Zhang Mingxian. The elder, incredulous, pointed at Zhang Mingxian. "You. How dare you report the case?" Zhang Mingxian defiantly replied, "Why shouldn't I? You bully me like this, leaving me no way to heaven or earth, invoking deities who do not answer, and immortals who remain silent. I can only seek help from our great Lord, who is just and upright, discerning and loving towards the people, unafraid of power, and will surely deliver justice." Zhang Mingxian poured forth every praise he could think of. The leading constable stroked his short beard, squinting with a smile. "Well said, well said. My brother-in-law. No, our great lord is indeed such a person." The elder's expression shifted as he forced a cold smile. "Then let us see how the great lord will judge this matter." The leading constable nodded. "In that case, you two please accompany me." Zhang Mingxian smiled. "Certainly, my lord. Let me close the door first." The leading constable waved his hand. Laughing, one does not dare to take such a title. Yet his eyes gleamed with amusement. Zhang Mingxian shot a glare at the elder, and, as he passed by the scholars, stealthily kicked a few of them hard on their legs, causing them to yelp in surprise. The elder angrily pointed at Zhang Mingxian. You. Zhang Mingxian raised an eyebrow. What is wrong with me? Closing the door and ignoring the fiery glares from the scholars, he smiled at the constables. My lord. Shall we go? The leading constable surveyed the group of scholars. Everyone, we are leaving. He turned and led the way out. Zhang Mingxian glared at the elder, quickly following in the footsteps of the constables. The elder, with a flick of his sleeve, angrily declared, You little rascal. With a huff, he followed suit. The group, led by the constables, made a grand exit, attracting the attention of passers-by for half an hour until they arrived at a formidable government office, the Yongzhou Prefecture. Zhang Mingxian couldn't decipher the characters written above, but based on his historical knowledge, he surmised this must be the Jingzhou Prefecture. Unbeknownst to him, during the reign of Emperor Taizong, there was no Jingzhou Prefecture. It had always been Yongzhou Prefecture, of which Emperor Taizong had once been the governor. Zhang Mingxian followed the constables through a long corridor, entering the main hall. At that moment, the hall was empty, save for a middle-aged man seated in a side position. Smiling, Zhang Mingxian quickly scanned the room and, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears. My lord, the common people suffer. We are wronged. Please, my lord, defend the common people. Instantly, the scholars were taken aback, bewildered by this unexpected display of emotion. Just moments ago, he had been glaring at them. Even the leading constable looked at Zhang Mingxian in astonishment, thinking to himself, what a talent. Zhang Mingxian felt a swell of pride, though I am from the directing department. I have some acting skills. The middle-aged man surveyed the scene and promptly understood who the aggrieved party was. Seeing the crowd and the weeping youth, it was quite evident. The elder clasped his hands. Fang Xingxuan of the Jixian Academy pays his respects to the esteemed lord. The high-ranking official's expression changed dramatically as he stood and cupped his fists. I dare not. I have long heard of your esteemed talent, but have never had the fortune to meet you. My apologies. Mu Yunfan greeted Fang Xingxuan respectfully. Seeing this, Zhang Mingxian realized the situation was dire. They knew each other. His cries grew louder. My lord, please take justice for the common people. Mu Yunfan, feeling awkward, turned to Fang Xingxuan. Fang sir, who is this? Fang Xingxuan's face reddened slightly as he sighed. Alas, the world has changed. Today, I discovered a legendary novel circulating in the market, written in vernacular, crude and unrefined, a true blight on literature. Thus, I joined forces with many enlightened scholars to oppose it. To my dismay, I was reported to the authorities. It is truly embarrassing. Realizing crying was futile, Zhang Mingxian ceased his tears and retorted, Pa, how can vernacular be crude and unrefined? I believe it is the trend of the future. Clear and simple. What could be better? Fang Xingxuan scoffed. Crude. Zhang Mingxian, feeling incensed, exclaimed, How is it crude? How is it crude? This is the trend. This is progress. You blocking my door is not crude? How shameless. Cutting off my livelihood and killing my parents. Mu Yunfan's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Wait, Mr. Fang, you killed someone? Fang Xingxuan, bewildered, shook his head and replied, No, I haven't killed anyone. Mu Yunfan shot a wary glance at Zhang Mingxian, warning, You should know that false accusations can backfire. Zhang Mingxian retorted earnestly, To sever a man's means of living is akin to murdering his parents. Where have I gone wrong? Mu Yunfan raised his voice, calling out, Bring in the guards. Yes. Two constables promptly stepped forward, one on each side of Zhang Mingxian. Take this troublemaker, who roars in the courtroom, and give him 20 lashes. Yes. The constables seized Zhang Mingxuan's arms and began to escort him out. Zhang Mingxian was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. Wait, this isn't right. Isn't it written in the books that one must be eloquent? Aren't all the time travelers in court able to sway the officials and make their enemies weep? Why is the script changing for me? I still have much to say. Chapter 32, Prince Wei Li Tai. Zhang Mingxian, flanked by two constables, panicked. 20 lashes were no trivial matter. He waved his hands frantically and called out, Wait, wait. My lord, I have something to say. Mu Darren coldly replied, Speak after the punishment. In a fit of desperation, Zhang Mingxuan's eyes widened as he shouted, I am a person of Princess Qingyang. If you dare to strike me, the princess will not spare you. The line sounded too much like that of a villain. Wait. Mu Darren signaled, frowning. The constables halted but maintained their grip on Zhang Mingxuan's arms. Mu Darren anxiously inquired, Princess Xīyóu? Is it related to the Qingyun bookstore? As the chief minister of Yongzhou Prefecture, one had to be exceedingly cautious while serving under the emperor. Mu Yunfan was well acquainted with the relationships among all high-ranking officials in Chang'an, not to mention the only princess living outside the palace. Zhang Mingxian nodded vigorously. Exactly, precisely. It is the Qingyun bookstore. Mu Darren, now visibly anxious, commanded, release him, quickly. The constables immediately loosened their hold on Zhang Mingxian and stepped back into formation. Rubbing his shoulders, Zhang Mingxian smiled. Mu Darren, eager to please, called out, bring in seats. Fang Xingxuan frowned. Displeased, Mu Darren, what does this mean? Mu Darren felt his scalp tingle. Both were influential figures. He quickly smiled. Please take your seats. In no time, two constables brought in chairs and placed them behind Zhang Mingxian and Fang Xingxuan. Zhang Mingxian casually sat down, crossed his legs, and raised an eyebrow at Fang Xingxuan. Fang Xingxuan snorted, flicked his robes, and sat down as well. Mu Darren observed the two glaring at each other, feeling overwhelmed and unsure of how to proceed. With a forced smile, he said, Please, gentlemen, sit for a moment. I shall return shortly. He then loudly commanded, Tea, please. Apologetically smiling, he retreated. Zhang Mingxian, bewildered, shouted, Hey, why are you running off? Come back and handle the case. Punish them with 20 lashes. Mu Yunfan quickened his pace. Fang Xingxuan disdainfully remarked, ignorant. Zhang Mingxian, eyeing the crowd behind Fang Xingxuan, swallowed hard and declared, Don't think I'm afraid of you just because there are many of you. Be careful, or I'll teach you a lesson. The scholars cast disapproving glances at Zhang Mingxian. He quickly stood up, moved behind his chair, and warned, This is a courtroom. Don't cause trouble. Fang Xingxuan sneered, Don't assume we are as uncouth as you. Zhang Mingxian hesitated but decided to let it slide, discreetly pulling his chair further away and sitting at a distance. Fang Xingxuan flashed a chilling smile. Oh, I forgot to mention, the governor of Yongzhou is my student. His gleaming teeth appeared particularly menacing. Zhang Mingxuan's heart skipped a beat. Then he chuckled. Is this your trump card? The governor of Yongzhou is the top official in Yongzhou. But this is Chang'an. What if you have a high-ranking student? My sister is still a princess. Zhang Mingxian refused to back down, glaring defiantly. Little did he know that the so-called governor of Yongzhou was merely the chief of the capital, responsible for public order and administration, not the big boss of Yongzhou. Such ignorance was the result of not studying properly. Mu Yunfan hurried to the government office, jumped into a carriage, and commanded, to the Prince Wei's residence, quickly. The driver nodded, and, with a crack of the whip, the carriage sped away. Outside the Prince Wei's residence, before the vehicle came to a halt, Mu Darren leaped out and rushed inside. The soldiers guarding the entrance did not stop him upon recognizing him. Mu Darren navigated through familiar paths and entered a garden where a plump young man was discussing philosophical matters with a group of people in a spacious hall. With a loud crash, Mu Darren burst through the door. The plump young man, Prince Wei Li Tai, frowned at the sudden entrance, asking, What has you so flustered? Mu Darren panted, Your Highness, Mr. Fang from the Academy of Virtue has brought a group of teachers and students, along with people from the Qingyun bookstore, to the government office, and I truly cannot mediate. Li Tai was taken aback, asking, Teachers? Mu Darren pitifully nodded, looking at Li Tai with hope. Li Tai, puzzled, queried, What is this Qingyun bookstore? It sounds familiar. Mu Darren was speechless. Did his family not even know? He reminded, Princess Xīyóu. Li Tai was astonished, exclaiming, My aunt. He stood up, furrowing his brow as he took a few steps. Right? She lives outside the palace. I have visited her bookstore twice. Li Tai walked a few steps. Smiling apologetically, why not you handle it as if nothing happened? Mu Yunfan was stunned, exclaiming, Your Highness, you are the governor of Yongzhou. Li Tai approached Mu Yunfan, kindly patting his shoulder. I'm merely a nominal figure. You're doing splendidly. Keep it up. I have faith in you. Mu Yunfan nearly burst into tears. How had he ended up with such a superior? It was one thing for him to neglect his duties, but now when he needed assistance, he was abandoning him. Mu Yunfan, nearly in tears, pleaded, Your Highness, I truly cannot manage this. Li Tai rolled his eyes. Then what do you want me to do? One is my aunt. The other is my teacher? They stood in silence. Mu Yunfan tentatively suggested, What about reporting to His Majesty? Li Tai shook his head. If my father finds out, it will escalate. After some hesitation, he added, I suppose I should go myself. Mu Yunfan, delighted, gestured, Your Highness, please. Li Tai sighed. Tell me what happened. Soon. The two were seated in separate carriages, returning to the government office. In the main hall, Zhang Mingxian put down his teacup, burped contentedly, and glanced toward the back hall, wondering why they had not yet arrived. "Young master, your tea." Zhang Mingxian watched a servant refill his cup and waved his hand, saying, "No more, no more." Fang Xingxuan cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Mingxuan's behavior and lightly scoffed. To chew on peonies without knowing their beauty, to burn cheens and boil cranes without grasping their elegance, is to squander heavenly gifts. Zhang Mingxian turned to Fang Xingxuan, irritated. "Old man, that's enough. How many times have you said that? I respect my elders and cherish the young, so I want to hold it against you. Don't push your luck." The group of scholars behind Fang Xingxuan shot him disapproving looks. Zhang Mingxuan's mouth twitched as he turned away, muttering, "What is so great about having many people? My sister is still a princess." Chapter 33, the court session concludes. "Teacher." A joyful voice rang from the back hall. Before the person even appeared, the voice had already reached them. Fang Xingxuan stood up with a smug smile. A rotund Li Tai waddled out from behind, followed closely by Mu Yufan. Zhang Mingxian stared in astonishment at the plump figure of Li Tai, then glanced at his own slender frame, realizing that by weight, Li Tai was at least 3 times his size. Li Tai awkwardly bowed to Fang Xingxuan. "Disciple greets the teacher." Fang Xingxuan hurriedly stepped forward to support Li Tai, saying, "Teacher, you flatter me. I have merely guided you for a short while." Li Tai replied earnestly. As the ancients say, a teacher for a single word. To guide even a single character qualifies one for the title of teacher, let alone the knowledge you have imparted to me over several months. Fang Xingxuan stroked his beard and remarked, "Your Highness remains as humble and courteous as in your youth, embodying the spirit of ancient sages." "Your Highness, do you still remember me?" A lean young man emerged from behind Fang Xingxuan and clasped his fist in greeting. Li Tai recognized him with delight, exclaiming, "Lao Ziwu? You are indeed Lao Ziwu." The scholar awkwardly chuckled. "That was in the past. I am quite tidy now." Li Tai laughed heartily. "As long as you are clean, that is sufficient." Li Tai scanned the area and, as if noticing Zhang Mingxian for the first time, asked in confusion, "Who is this young sir?" Zhang Mingxian clasped his fists and said, "I am Zhang Mingxian, a humble commoner, paying my respects to your Highness." Though he had the princess's support behind him, this was still a prince he was addressing. Surely, the princess could not rival a prince. Zhang Mingxian shot Fang Xingxuan a furtive glare, feeling a sense of foreboding. How could he have a prince emerge when Fang had just claimed the governor of Yongzhou was his student? Li Tai chuckled. "Please rise. There is no need for excessive formality." Zhang Mingxian secretly developed a favorable impression of Li Tai. He was quite pleasant for a prince. Li Tai cleared his throat, and all eyes swiftly turned to him. With a smile, he said, "Teacher, I am aware of your recent affairs. It seems you have acted rather recklessly this time." Fang Xingxuan's expression changed as he asked, "Do you believe I have erred?" Li Tai quickly clarified, "I understand your feelings. You wish to preserve the purity of the literary world. However, your methods are somewhat excessive. As a literary giant, how could you block the door? Such actions would not reflect well on your reputation." With an air of indifference, Fang Xingxuan declared, "I have never cared for reputation. If I can eradicate the malignancy and restore tranquility to the literary realm, what does it matter if my name is sullied and I am ridiculed by the world?" Zhang Mingxian, bewildered, inquired, "If one does not care for reputation, does that not imply a lack of face?" Fang Xingxuan turned and glared at Zhang Mingxian, exclaiming, "How dare you insult me, little thief?" Zhang Mingxian protested, "But you said it yourself." Li Tai quickly turned away, his face contorting as he stifled a laugh. He seized Fang Xingxuan, who was seething with anger, while Zhang Mingxian cautiously took a few steps back. Li Tai, pulling Fang Xingxuan aside, said, "Teacher, it is not that I refuse to assist you, it is simply that I am powerless as a student." Fang Xingxuan incredulously looked at Li Tai. "You are the most favored prince of His Majesty. How could you fear a mere bookstore? Even if it is run by the princess, you should not feel helpless." Fang Xingxuan scrutinized Li Tai, suspecting, "Do you not wish to assist me because you look down upon your teacher?" Li Tai sighed, "I truly cannot afford to provoke them. Not only I, but even my royal brother, the crown prince, would not dare." Fang Xingxuan, astonished, asked, "Is it possible? Does our great Tang truly have such a princess?" Li Tai shrugged, "Indeed, it does. Therefore, I advise you to apologize and cease your actions. Even if this matter reaches my father, you would still lose." Fang Xingxuan, with a grimace, glanced at Zhang Mingxian, who was smiling at him, and shook his head. "Apologizing is out of the question. I am not in the wrong. Li Tai nodded. Then I urge you to reconsider. Blocking the princess's door is simply too much. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Xingxuan acquiesced. Very well. Li Tai smiled as he approached Zhang Mingxian, saying, under my persuasion, the teacher has agreed to withdraw. What is your stance? Zhang Mingxian contemplated the reluctant expression on Fang Xingxuan's face, realizing that the princess's influence was stronger than he had anticipated. How could he not recall this princess from history? Was it possible that Li Xiaoyao had been resurrected in this mythical world? A torrent of thoughts raced through Zhang Mingxuan's mind, and he lamented, if he has withdrawn, I shall of course offer my prayers. Heaven, have mercy. You have finally spared the common folk. His expression was one of profound grievance, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Wishing for a thunderstorm in June or snow in summer. Fang Xingxuan, witnessing Zhang Mingxuan's demeanor, felt a surge of indignation. What is your issue? Is blocking your door for a short time such a grave matter? Zhang Mingxian bowed to Li Tai, expressing, thank you, Your Highness, for advocating on behalf of the commoner. Li Tai quickly supported Zhang Mingxian, smiling, no need for thanks. It is my duty. Zhang Mingxian cautiously asked, Your Highness, may I take my leave? Li Tai nodded with a smile, of course. Zhang Mingxian clasped his fist joyfully, then I shall take my leave. After receiving a nod from Li Tai, Zhang Mingxian shot a glare at Fang Xingxuan before hurrying away. Fang Xingxuan, displeased, declared, the commoner is also taking his leave. He turned to leave. Li Tai promptly grasped Fang Xingxuan's sleeve, causing him to stumble slightly, yet Li Tai remained steadfast. With a smile, Li Tai remarked, Teacher, your timing is fortuitous. I have a few questions that I find perplexing. I humbly request your guidance. Fang Xingxuan's expression softened, then let us discuss this matter. Turning to the others, he instructed. You may all return. The group raised their hands in salute. Yes. Li Tai gestured, please, teacher. Fang Xingxuan inclined his hands in return. Your Highness, please lead the way. Li Tai smiled and walked towards the inner hall, with Fang Xingxuan and Mu Yunfan closely following. Upon exiting the government office, Zhang Mingxian looked around, perplexed about how he had arrived there. Following the officers had not left him with any sense of direction. After hesitating for a moment, a group of scholars appeared. Exchanging glances before turning to leave, Zhang Mingxian stroked his chin. Surely, following them is the correct choice. He promptly trailed behind them at a distance. Not long after, one of the scholars remarked, Is he following us? The others glanced at him, and one laughed. Could it be he does not know the way? Indeed. That was quite possible. How amusing. The scholars exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile, altering their route. Chapter 34. Yuan Shouchen as Zhang Mingxian followed them. He ventured further and further into unfamiliar territory, a growing sense of unease bubbling within him. Yet, confronted by the strange surroundings, he could only suppress his anxiety and hasten his pace. Approximately an hour later, the scholars halted before a grand gate. They turned to Zhang Mingxian, laughing heartily. With one clasping his fists, Thank you, young sir, for escorting us. We have arrived at the academy. You may return now. Zhang Mingxian stood dumbfounded, watching them laugh as they entered the gate. He surveyed his surroundings, which were indeed pleasant. A small bridge, flowing water, and lush trees. But where on earth was he? For the first time, he felt the deep malice of those from the journey to the west. These people were truly wicked. What kind of books had they read? Their consciences must be severely lacking. With no alternative, Zhang Mingxian lowered his head and began to walk back, muttering to himself, longing for a ride-hailing service. After wandering the streets for about an hour and inquiring many passers-by, he had gleaned no information. At this point, Zhang Mingxian was thoroughly disoriented. He could not even discern the cardinal directions. Sitting despondently in a corner, he silently wept, Sister Qingya, how I miss you. A thunderous clap of thunder resonated, and the sky darkened at a visible pace, gusts of cool wind lifting paper scraps and dust from the ground, causing pedestrians to hastily retreat. Zhang Mingxian quickly stood up. Feeling as if misfortune had struck him relentlessly, he could even be drenched in rain without a roof over his head. He glanced around, seeking shelter. His eyes brightened as he spotted a fortune-telling stall nearby, where a middle-aged man clad in an extraordinary robe stood before the stall, gazing at the sky in silence. Zhang Mingxian immediately jogged into the stall, clasping his fist with a grin and saying, I seek refuge from the rain in your esteemed establishment. The middle-aged man glanced at Zhang Mingxian and replied, This rain won't fall. You should leave quickly. This place is where winds and storms converge. Zhang Mingxian looked up at the overcast sky and, feeling displeased, retorted, With such heavy clouds, how could it possibly not rain? I'm only occupying a small corner of your space, causing you no inconvenience. Why must you be so stingy? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Do as you wish," while silently gazing ahead. Following the man's gaze, Zhang Mingxian looked forward and saw only a few hurried pedestrians. Nothing else was present. Curious, Zhang Mingxian inquired, "Sir, what are you waiting for?" The middle-aged man replied, "I am waiting for someone." Zhang Mingxian chuckled, "It's about to rain. Who would come? Have you made an appointment?" The middle-aged man's brow flickered with a hint of amusement as he said, "He comes only when it rains." Just then, a figure clad in white appeared abruptly, holding a folding fan, gently tapping it against his palm, and smiling as he approached the divination booth. Zhang Mingxian gazed in astonishment at the approaching young man in white, muttering, "Someone really is coming." The young man entered the booth and smiled, asking, "Are you Yuan Shouqing?" Though framed as a question, his tone reflected certainty. Zhang Mingxian was momentarily taken aback. "Yuan Shouqing? The legendary figure from the journey to the west. Then this must be the Dragon King of the Jinghe River. For 5 millennia, the Chinese have proudly claimed to be descendants of dragons, so it is impossible not to be curious about them." Zhang Mingxian scrutinized the Dragon King of Jinghe for a moment and noted that aside from being somewhat handsome and possessing a certain charisma, he bore no remarkable differences. Yuan Shouqing exhaled, nodding, "Indeed, it is I." The Dragon King of Jinghe clapped the fan against his palm and declared, "I have heard that you divine 3 fortunes daily, each one accurate. I request you to provide a reading for me today." After taking a seat at the divination table, Yuan Shouqing asked indifferently, "What matter do you inquire about?" The Dragon King of Jinghe stared intently at Yuan Shouqing and said, "Concerning tomorrow's weather." Yuan Shouqing grasped a copper coin, shook it, and laid it on the table, remarking, "Clouds obscure the mountain peaks, mist envelopes the treetops. If it concerns rain, the forecast is for tomorrow." The Dragon King of Jinghe chuckled, "And at what specific time? What quantity?" Yuan Shouqing replied, "At the hour of the dragon, clouds will gather. By the hour of the snake, thunder will strike. At noon, the rain will fall. And by the hour of the dog, the rain will be abundant, totaling 3 feet, 3 inches, and 48 points. The Dragon King of Jinghe asserted firmly, "Very well. If tomorrow is as you predict, with rain and timing as you say, I shall present you with 50 taels of gold as gratitude. However, if there is no rain or the timing is incorrect, I will shatter your reputation, destroy your signboard, and banish you from Chang'an, forbidding you from misleading the public with your deceptions." Yuan Shouqing closed his eyes and silently replied, "Agreed." Zhang Mingxian witnessed the entire process, feeling a mix of discomfort and excitement. It was not merely the prospect of riches that troubled him, but rather the reverence for dragons held by the people of Huaxia. With a hint of mockery, he scoffed at Yuan Shouqing, "If you accurately predict this, you will indeed be impressive. But who governs the rain? Is it the Celestial Court or the Dragon King? If it is the Dragon King, you must possess remarkable insight into his thoughts. If it is the Celestial Court, you have discerned the intentions of the deities, truly a feat." He looked at Yuan Shouqing with disdain, nearly accusing him of being a fraud. Suddenly, Yuan Shouqing opened his eyes, casting a piercing glance at Zhang Mingxian, causing him to retreat several steps in fright. Zhang Mingxian's mind raced, realizing that Yuan Shouqing was far from ordinary. In that moment, he thought he might meet his end. The Dragon King of Jinghe, hearing Zhang Mingxian's words, regarded Yuan Shouqing with a thoughtful glimmer in his eyes, nodded at Zhang Mingxian, and hurriedly departed. Yuan Shouqing turned to Zhang Mingxian and said, "Young friend, do you realize you have thwarted my significant endeavor?" Zhang Mingxian suppressed his unease and, feigning nonchalance, retorted, "What significant endeavor? What could a fraud like you possibly have?" He dismissed the notion of rain timing as pure nonsense. Yuan Shouqing shook his head, saying, "It is the will of fate. Everything now depends on his fortune. Young friend, the sky has cleared. You may leave." Upon looking up, Zhang Mingxian indeed saw that the sky had brightened, realizing that the change in weather must have been influenced by the Dragon King of Jinghe. Chapter 35. I have returned. Seeing that Yuan Shouqing bore no ill will, Zhang Mingxian's earlier apprehension subsided. How bold of him to meddle in such matters. Had he truly considered himself the protagonist? Zhang Mingxian pondered thoughtfully. With a playful smile, he looked at Yuan Shouqing and asked, "Master, Divine One, could you assist me in casting a fortune as well?" Yuan Shouqing chuckled. "Did you not just call me a fraud?" Zhang Mingxian thought, "A dead horse is worth a living horse's remedy." Yuan Shouqing regarded Zhang Mingxian with exasperation. Was it truly appropriate to declare him a fraud to his face, assuming he had no temper? Zhang Mingxian felt a surge of anxiety under Yuan Shouqing's gaze. Fidgeting nervously. Speak. Zhang Mingxian had prepared himself for rejection, but upon hearing Yuan Shouqing's words, he was taken aback and filled with joy. He bowed deeply and exclaimed, "Thank you, master. Thank you. I seem to have lost my way. Could you help me locate my home?" "Oh, my home is called Xinggan Bookstore," he added eagerly, looking forward to finally returning home. Yuan Shouqing, speechless, considered the value of a single fortune, sought after by many across the realms. Yet here was Zhang Mingxian, dismissing it carelessly. However, it was understandable. This lad still viewed him as a fraud. Amused by the irony, Yuan Shouqing shook his head and pointed to the left, saying, "Walk straight for 1,000 meters, then turn left. You will arrive." Zhang Mingxian glanced toward the left path, doubtfully regarding Yuan Shouqing. "You're not deceiving me, are you?" "Of course not," Yuan Shouchuan replied. Zhang Mingxian pointed at the copper coins on the divination table, complaining, "You haven't even cast a fortune. Is this not deceit? Just because I called you a fraud doesn't mean you should act like one. Do you have no professional ethics?" "Professional ethics? What nonsense." Yuan Shouqing chuckled at Zhang Mingxian's exaggerated reaction, clarifying, "There is no need to cast. I know of that bookstore." Instantly, Zhang Mingxuan's mood brightened as he smiled broadly, saying, "You should have said so earlier." He waved goodbye to Yuan Shouqing, exclaiming, "I'll be on my way now, farewell." Yuan Shouqing watched Zhang Mingxian dash off, as if someone were pursuing him for a debt. Wait a moment. This lad hadn't even paid for his fortune. He was escaping without settling his dues. If Zhang Mingxian were aware of Yuan Shouqing's thoughts, he would have firmly declared, "You didn't even cast a fortune. So where would the fee come from?" Yuan Shouqing tidied up his stall, chuckling to himself. "I never expected that one would take on such an amusing disciple. Even receiving the Qingping sword." Clearly, Yuan Shouqing had discerned Zhang Mingxian's master, recognizing him as yet another formidable figure. Unaware of any of this, Zhang Mingxian hurriedly arrived at the bookstore, having traveled over a kilometer. Had he just arrived in the Tang Dynasty, such a distance would have left him exhausted. But after his training, this was but a trifle for him. Gazing at the familiar storefront, tears nearly welled in his eyes as he thought, "I have finally returned." He silently vowed never to venture out with strangers again. Pushing open the door, he stepped inside and immediately felt a profound sense of security, akin to being home. Without a thought for business, he closed the door and made his way to the back. In the cool shade of the courtyard, he found Yaya peacefully sleeping in her cradle, while 3 mechanical birds had mysteriously vanished. Li Xiaoyao, dressed in a simple yet elegant gown, sat on a stone bench, quietly reading. Hearing Zhang Mingxian's footsteps, she looked up with a gentle smile and said, "You're back?" Zhang Mingxian exclaimed, "Sister Qingyao, I missed you so much." With open arms, Zhang Mingxian rushed towards Li Xiaoyao, his face brimming with excitement, eyes reflecting a sense of grievance, and lips trembling, everything conveyed without words. Li Xiaoyao gently extended her finger, tapping it against the forehead of the approaching Zhang Mingxian, causing him to halt abruptly like a car coming to a screeching stop. She reproached him playfully, "What mischief are you up to this time?" Zhang Mingxian chuckled awkwardly, "Isn't it just overwhelming excitement? After escaping a great calamity. Isn't it only fitting to celebrate with a hug? If you continue like this, I might just get angry." Realizing he had to abandon his tempting plan, he sighed at the lost opportunity. Zhang Mingxian scanned the area and chose a stone bench near Li Xiaoyao to sit on, leaning forward with a spirited demeanor as he exclaimed, "Sister, you have no idea. Today, I stood alone against a throng of scholars, no less than several thousand. I maintained my composure and righteousness while debating with them, citing references that left them utterly speechless. They threatened me in their embarrassment. But do I look like someone who can be intimidated? Not at all. I faced their threats with unwavering resolve, embodying the spirit of a general unflinching in the face of danger. Sister, can you guess what I did next?" Zhang Mingxian looked at Li Xiaoyao with eager anticipation. She set down her book and smiled. "You didn't report them to the authorities, did you?" Zhang Mingxian slapped his thigh in laughter. "Sister, you're remarkable. You guessed it right away. We siblings truly think alike. This is what they call a meeting of minds." Observing the unamused expression on Li Xiaoyao's face, he felt a sense of urgency and broke into song. "In this new century, we are the new youth, blooming like flowers, unafraid of wind and rain." "Enough of that nonsense. Be careful with your words," Li Xiaoyao warned, and Zhang Mingxian nodded pitifully. After cautiously observing Li Xiaoyao for a moment, He noticed she seemed unperturbed and continued his tale. Sister Qingya, you won't believe it. The official knew the leader of that group. They were openly reminiscing in the courtroom, exchanging flirtatious glances. I can't stand such behavior, so I boldly criticized them. They became furious and wanted to strike me. But who am I? A seasoned master. They were reduced to tears, crying for mercy, while I looked down upon them from my lofty position. What a sight it was. You should have seen it, sister. Li Qingyan nodded with a smile, prompting Zhang Mingxian to grow even more animated as he gestured widely. But they were not ready to concede defeat. They even sought reinforcements. And what reinforcements they were. A force that could shake the earth and topple mountains. As Zhang Mingxian recounted his story, Li Qingya couldn't help but chuckle. He gazed at her radiant smile, momentarily entranced, before a jolt of excitement surged through him. Realizing that his imposing image pleased her, he continued, facing such formidable opponents, I felt a twinge of anxiety. But thinking of you and Yaya back home filled me with boundless fighting spirit. Li Qingya rolled her eyes, exasperated by his flamboyant tendencies. Zhang Mingxian waved his arms dramatically, declaring, I fought them in utter darkness, a battle of hundreds of moves. After gaining the upper hand, I didn't resort to brute force. Instead, I spoke of unity, love, and virtue. No, I meant the 5 virtues. Under my persuasion, they recognized their mistakes, vowing to reform, and even insisted I visit their academy to guide them. I initially hesitated. I'm not one for such ostentation. But their earnest invitation was hard to refuse. So, I paid them a visit and offered several suggestions. Like establishing specialized subjects and stages of education from primary to university levels. They diligently took notes, claiming to be greatly enlightened. To me, it was all elementary, mere trifles. By the way, their school environment is quite pleasant, with babbling brooks and shady trees. Li Qingya gazed at Zhang Mingxian in surprise. Did you really go to the academy? Of course, I went, just not inside, he replied. They had invited me to stay overnight for further discussions, but I thought, Sister Qingya is at home. If I don't return, she will worry. So, I came back, he added, a hint of longing in his voice. Li Xiaoyao rolled her eyes, skeptically regarding his self-importance. Zhang Mingxian, unabashed, asked, Sister Qingya, did you worry about me while I was gone? She nodded a little. If you hadn't returned, I would have gone looking for you. Zhang Mingxian jumped up, fist clenched in triumph. Sister Qingya is concerned about me. Keep your voice down. Yaya is still sleeping. She admonished. Zhang Mingxian tiptoed over to the cradle, gazing at the sleeping Yaya, unable to contain himself, so adorable. Li Qingya smiled with maternal warmth. Zhang Mingxian poked Yaya's cheek, who huffed in protest, and continued to sleep. Little sloth, you really can sleep, he chuckled. Li Qingya, watching his antics, cautioned. Don't tease her. She can be quite a handful when she wakes up. Zhang Mingxian sheepishly withdrew his finger, nodding in agreement. Li Qingya glanced at the sky and said, keep an eye on Yaya. I'll go prepare dinner. Zhang Mingxian, feeling the pangs of hunger after a long afternoon, nodded eagerly as he watched Li Qingya sway away. Once she left, he looked around, boredom creeping in. There was little to entertain him, and the only toy, Yaya, was still asleep. The lack of amusement in ancient times was disheartening. How he wished for a television or games to play. As for cultivation, that was an entirely different matter. Zhang Mingxian gazed at the flickering points of belief entering his body, feeling a sense of despair. They disregarded his commands, merging directly into the realm of Zhu Xian, as if they weren't even his beliefs. Indeed, they seemed to belong to Zhu Xian and Zhang Xiaofan, while Zhu Xian was inherently tied to Zhang Mingxian, resulting in this unprecedented anomaly. At this moment, even the founders of ancient scriptures would be bewildered before Zhang Mingxian. From the dawn of time until now, many have practiced divine techniques, but none have ever chosen to write novels instead of propagating their beliefs, making Zhang Mingxian the first. This outcome left his future shrouded in ambiguity, the nature of which remained uncertain until the very end. Li Qingya did not keep Zhang Mingxian waiting long. Within about a quarter of an hour, she began bringing dishes into the main hall. Zhang Mingxian inhaled the fragrant aroma of chicken. How curious that there seemed to be chicken every day. Although delicious, it felt a bit excessive. He carefully pushed Yaya towards the hall, relieved that the stone path was relatively smooth, and she remained undisturbed. After a hearty meal, Zhang Mingxian let out a satisfied burp, gazing at Li Qingya, who was still eating elegantly. Qingya, it seems this is the 3rd day, right? He remarked, grinning at her puzzled expression. Zhang Mingxian gestured as if writing, saying, that magical pen, it must be out of power, right? What does out of power mean? Li Xiaoyao asked, though she grasped the general idea behind his novel phrase. Li Xiaoyao replied with a gentle smile, "The girls in the palace enjoy your book. Could you write a bit faster?" "Who are they?" Zhang Mingxian inquired, perplexed. "The princess and her friends." Zhang Mingxian instantly felt a swell of pride. His book had become a royal favorite, reaching the inner sanctum. He had assumed that Li Xiaoyao's close friends were other princesses from the palace, never considering the possibility of the queen or noblewomen. "Sister Xiaoyao, I haven't seen anyone from the palace come to collect the books," Zhang Mingxian said, puzzled. Li Xiaoyao chuckled. "How could they send someone every day? These few books are hardly enough for them to share. When the books were published, someone came to buy them, and the Ministry of Works reprinted them for reading in the palace." Zhang Mingxian sighed in resignation. "It's piracy again. At this point, I can't even complain about it. The emperor himself is leading the way in piracy, even renaming the works as his own. What more can I say? Fortunately, now that I have cultivated divine skills, even piracy has its advantages. At least it helps spread the word." Chapter 37. The Dragon King enters the dream. "Go fetch me a brush," Zhang Mingxian exclaimed joyfully. "All right." He dashed out. Moments later, he returned, holding a brush, grinning as he said, "Please bestow your method, princess." Li Xiaoyao rolled her eyes slightly, accustomed to Zhang Mingxian's antics. Having spent only a few days together, she felt her own composure had thickened. A familiar, blazing white light flashed, and Zhang Mingxian joyfully received the freshly crafted spirit brush. The wonders of magic. Yet, the thought of his own circumstances brought tears to his eyes. He had indeed strayed from the right path. After accepting the brush, Zhang Mingxian bid farewell to Li Xiaoyao and hurried back to write fervently. In the distance, in the shadows of a small grove, Zhou Yixian and Xiaohuan stealthily hid behind tall trees, observing the gathering. Zhang Mingxian continued writing from where he had left off yesterday, chronicling the tales of the Xuanhua mirror, the demise of the fox demon, and the confrontation between Zhao Ling'er and the wild dog Taoist. With Zhang Xiaofan consumed by rage, he rubbed his wrist, satisfied to see 20 chapters of drafts on his desk. He could release a new book tomorrow, no longer concerned about copyright issues. He thought to himself that he would make some money from the new book over the next couple of days. Reflecting on those shameless pirates, he comforted himself. "You are all no better than my grandfather's foot-washing water." This thought indeed made him feel much better. Zhang Mingxian pressed the manuscript with a paperweight, washed up, and went to sleep. The Dragon King of the Jing River returned to his watery abode, welcomed by his dragon sons and the water deity of the Jing River. One of the dragon's sons laughed and asked, "Father, how did your visit to that fortune-teller go?" The Jing River Dragon King smiled broadly. "I had some gains. I asked him about the rain, whether it would come and at what hour. He told me that rain would arrive tomorrow, with clouds forming at the Chen hour, thunder at the Si hour, rain falling at the Wu hour, and ample rain at the Wei hour, totaling 3 feet and 3 inches plus 48 points of water. I told him that if tomorrow unfolds as he claims, I would offer him 50 taels of gold as a reward for his divination. However, if there is no rain or if the timings are incorrect, I shall shatter his Fade and expel him from Chang'an." A peculiar water deity laughed heartily. "Dragon King, you are the overseer of the 8 rivers and the rain deity. Whether there will be rain or not, only you know. How can a mere mortal dare to speak so boldly? He is bound to lose." Laughter erupted among the waterfolk, including the dragon sons. The Jing River Dragon King chuckled as well. While the laughter continued, a voice echoed from above. "Jing River Dragon King, receive the decree." The waterfolk looked up to see a heavenly official in cloud robes and brocade armor slowly descending, holding a sacred edict. The water deities hurriedly adjusted their garments and respectfully bowed to the ground behind the Dragon King. The heavenly official, hovering in midair, unfurled the edict, announcing, "The decree of the 8 rivers is hereby granted. Command thunder and lightning to act. Rain shall be bestowed upon Chang'an tomorrow. Clouds will form at the Chen hour. Thunder will sound at the Si hour. Rain will fall at the Wu hour, and ample rain at the Wei hour, totaling 3 feet and 3 inches plus 48 points of water." The Jing River Dragon King was taken aback. His body weakened as he slumped to the ground. The myriad water deities exchanged astonished glances, their eyes betraying their shock. The heavenly official, displeased, said, "Jing River Dragon King, are you not going to receive the decree?" Awakened from his stupor, the Jing River Dragon King quickly extended his hands. This humble deity accepts the decree. The edict transformed into a golden light, landing in the Jing River Dragon King's hands, and the heavenly official ascended into the sky amidst a radiant glow. Holding the edict, The Jing River Dragon King shakily stood up. Could it be that such extraordinary beings truly exist in this world, or is it? One of the dragon sons, unwilling to accept, exclaimed, could it be that father truly lost? With his existence, how unfortunate we, the Jing River clan, are. A chorus of lamentations arose. A waterfolk with a shad-like head remarked, if the king wishes to win, it is not impossible. The Jing River Dragon King's eyes glinted as he asked, speak. The shad strategist grinned, as long as tomorrow, when the king brings the rain. You delay the timing slightly and adjust the numbers a bit. Surely the heavens will remain unaware. Wouldn't that mean victory? Had it not been for Zhang Mingxuan's earlier advice, the Jing River Dragon King might have considered this plan. However, after Zhang Mingxuan's guidance, he envisioned another possibility. And the idea was swiftly crushed in his mind. The Dragon King waved his robe dismissively to Han. It has been a long time since you visited your uncle's home. Take your mother and brother to stay there for a while, to ease your mother's homesickness. Han was taken aback. Were they not discussing the fortune teller? How did it shift to visiting relatives? Not a foolish one, Han gravely asked. Father, is something amiss? The youngest son, Jia, reacted quickly, shouting, I want to go. If an enemy comes, let him taste my blade. Our Jing River Dragon Palace is not easily bullied. Another dragon son with twin horns added, yes. Father, what is happening? You must tell us. If necessary, I have 4 uncles. The Jing River Dragon King looked skyward and said, I fear your uncles may be powerless as well. Then he resolutely declared, my decision is made. All of you leave. Father. As he swept his sleeve and turned to enter the palace, he left behind a crowd of anxious and terrified water deities and dragon sons. Zhang Mingxian, gazing at the endless sea before him, watched seagulls soar through the sky, flying fish leaping from the water's surface, and the refreshing sea breeze washing over the beach, marveling. How beautiful! If only there were some bikini beauties, it would be even better. How strange! Why am I dreaming of the sea? With a loud bang, a column of water shot into the sky, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar. Zhang Mingxian stared, dumbfounded, at the colossal dragon soaring above him, its roars echoing through the heavens. Stammering, he said, dragon. He stumbled and fell to the ground, realizing that this was truly a dragon of great stature. The great dragon lowered its head and gazed down upon Zhang Mingxian. As he struggled to swallow, he realized the true terror of such a magnificent being. Zhang Mingxian forced a smile and waved, hi. Hello, have you eaten? A strange glint flashed in the dragon's eyes as it opened its jaws wide and replied, I have already eaten. Zhang Mingxuan's face froze. It truly responded. What should I say now? I'm quite anxious. Before Zhang Mingxian could await an answer, the colossal dragon spoke again. I am the Dragon King of the Jing River, here to express my gratitude for your guidance. If it was a matter of gratitude, then it was good. Zhang Mingxian sighed with relief. Perhaps there was no danger after all. Feeling a bit more at ease, he looked at the Jing River Dragon King, and then at the sea, marveling, your Jing River is truly magnificent, your majesty. You must be a most extraordinary Dragon King. The Dragon King, slightly embarrassed, replied, this is not the Jing River. This is the Western Sea. Zhang Mingxian was left speechless, if memory serves. The Western Sea belongs to your uncle. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to be so attached? Chapter 38. The Dragon King complains. The Dragon King said, yesterday at the fortune-telling stall, I made a bet with Yuan Shouqing. Now that the heavenly decree has been issued, I have lost. Had it not been for your guidance, I fear I would have met a disastrous fate. Zhang Mingxian realized, so the handsome gentleman I saw yesterday was you. No wonder I found you so extraordinary and couldn't help but speak more with you. It turns out you were the Dragon Lord. The Dragon King did not suspect Zhang Mingxian was lying. He could easily see that Zhang Mingxian was merely a fledgling in the realm of cultivation, unable to discern his true identity. The dragon spoke, a gentleman does not forget a favor. I have a gift for you, my young friend, to repay the kindness you showed me. As the dragon opened its mouth, a beam of golden light shot forth, landing in Zhang Mingxuan's hand. With eager anticipation, he gazed at the offering, wondering if it was indeed a remarkable treasure. In his palm lay a milky white orb, smooth to the touch, radiating a gentle warmth. Perhaps the very warmth of the ancient dragon. Zhang Mingxian looked at the Dragon King, his eyes alight with excitement. Is this a dragon pearl? The old Dragon King, taken aback, chuckled wryly. You may be overthinking it. A dragon pearl embodies the essence and power of a dragon. Each dragon can only condense one. If I give you mine, what shall I do? The Dragon King continued. This is the spirit pearl of the water vein, formed from the essence of the water vein. It grants protection from drowning, ensures that waters yield to you, and possesses the ability to cleanse impurities and shield against the elements of cold and heat. Zhang Mingxian marveled at the pearl, exclaiming, "How magnificent!" The Dragon King nodded his grand head. "The gift has been delivered. I shall take my leave." "Wait." Zhang Mingxian called out. "What a benevolent dragon! He even gifts me treasures. I must ensure he does not perish in vain. Surely, he will be safe in the dream realm." The Dragon King looked at Zhang Mingxian with a puzzled expression as Zhang Mingxian grinned sheepishly. "Well, since you've lost, what do you intend to do? You're not thinking of changing the time and score, are you?" The old Dragon King paused, then replied, "Indeed. A fish once suggested such a notion to me, but I dismissed it. If one is lost, one must accept defeat. It is my poor water tribe that suffers." Zhang Mingxian chuckled. "Dragon King, since your strength is lacking, why not report it? Back in school, I excelled at reporting." "Reporting? What does that entail?" The old Dragon King was perplexed. Zhang Mingxian clarified, "It means to lodge a complaint." The Dragon King finally understood. "If only you had said complain from the start." With a sigh, the old Dragon King lamented, "As a lowly dragon, my words carry little weight and cannot reach the heavens. Even if I could, I would not dare. For I suspect Yuan Shouqing hails from the celestial court." Zhang Mingxian, with a mischievous smile, suggested, "You could report to the Emperor of Tang, the Emperor of Humanity?" The Dragon King was astonished. Zhang Mingxian replied, "As the Dragon King of the Jing River, ensuring favorable weather for the region should be simple for you. Simply express your grievances to the Emperor of Tang, embellish Yuan Shouqing's actions, and request that he take action against him, using the condition that the Jing River shall never flood again." Zhang Mingxian had not forgotten about the punishment of 20 strikes. A glimmer of understanding shone in the Dragon King's eyes, as if the idea were indeed feasible. "Thank you, young friend, for your guidance. Once I navigate this calamity, I shall reward you handsomely. No need for grand rewards. I'm not one to covet such things." Zhang Mingxian laughed heartily. In an instant, the dream realm became engulfed in a veil of white mist, obscuring all. Li Xiaoyao, clad in a dragon robe, wandered through the expanse of whiteness. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed as a colossal dragon soared through the void. Startled, Li Xiaoyao took a step back but regained his composure, demanding, "What dragon are you?" The dragon circled above, extending its head towards Li Xiaoyao. "I am the Dragon King of the Jing River, paying my respects to your majesty," Li Xiaoyao inquired. "Dragon King of the Jing River, what brings you to me?" The Dragon King shed tears, and the dream realm was drenched in rain, leaving only Li Xiaoyao standing on dry ground. The Dragon King lamented, "Since my appointment, I have served diligently, not daring to falter. The Jing River has never flooded, and the weather has been favorable year after year. However, recently, a sorcerer has come to Chang'an, instructing fishermen to indiscriminately capture my water tribe, leading to their near extinction. I am not a cruel dragon. I cannot resort to violence. Divine matters must be brought to the heavenly court, and human affairs must be addressed with the Emperor. Yuan Shouqing is of the human race. I implore you, great Emperor, to take action." Li Xiaoyao furrowed his brow. "Yuan Shouqing? What relation does he have to Yuan Tiangang? Why provoke conflict between humans and deities?" He then addressed the Dragon King. "I am already aware of this matter and will provide you with an explanation. I hope you will adhere to your responsibilities." The Dragon King expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, your majesty. I shall not neglect my duties. I assure you, the Jing River will remain calm, and there will be no disasters." Li Xiaoyao smiled. "That is splendid." Zhang Mingxian stretched lazily, awakening from slumber, murmuring, "Indeed. What occupies the mind by day manifests in dreams at night. I just saw the Dragon King of the Jing River, and now I dream of him." Suddenly, he realized there was something in his hand. Opening his palm, he found the milky white orb resting there. Zhang Mingxian stared in disbelief. "It's real. I must have had a prophetic dream. Did I really send the old Dragon King to report? Surely, Yuan Shouqing won't find out." Zhang Mingxian felt a pang of guilt. The more he thought about it, the more he felt uneasy. He sprang from his bed, rushing out of the house without even greeting Li Xiaoyao. He dashed into the bookstore, retrieving the well-placed Qingping sword from behind the counter. With both hands, he reverently bowed and said, "Sword brother, sword uncle, sword grandfather. I seem to have offended someone. Please grant me your protection. I shall take your silence as consent." Zhang Mingxian brandished the sword, pondering where to place it. He clutched the Qingping sword and made his way to the back courtyard. Li Xiaoyao was in the hall, rocking a cradle and humming a lullaby to soothe Yaya. Zhang Mingxian sidled up to her with a grin. Sister Xīyóu, could you do me a favor? Li Xiaoyao looked up with a smile. What is it? Zhang Mingxian, holding the Qingping sword with both hands, presented it to her with a humble demeanor. Sister Xīyóu, I wish to carry this sword with me. How should I wear it? Li Xiaoyao was taken aback. You wish to practice swordsmanship? Zhang Mingxian, feeling embarrassed, replied, Not exactly. I've offended someone, and it's for self-defense. Li Xiaoyao chuckled lightly. No need to worry. Those scholars wouldn't dare harm you. Zhang Mingxian grimaced. It's not them. It's someone else. Li Xiaoyao, exasperated, remarked. You've only been here a few days. How have you offended so many people? Zhang Mingxian laughed shamelessly. If one isn't envied, they are mediocre. Your brother here is a genius who has drawn the ire of heaven and man. Li Xiaoyao sighed. I wonder how you have such thick skin. It truly is remarkable. Zhang Mingxian gazed at her. Sister, I can tell you're scolding me. With a slight smile, Li Xiaoyao stood and said, I have a sword bag at home. I'll go fetch it for you. Zhang Mingxian nodded eagerly, watching her depart, then squatted down to gently rock the cradle. He poked Yaya's chubby cheek playfully, smiling. So adorable. Moments later, Li Xiaoyao returned, carrying a gray fabric pouch. Upon seeing her, Zhang Mingxian quickly stood up. Li Xiaoyao inspected him from head to toe and instructed. Stand still. Zhang Mingxian complied, standing at attention, gazing forward. Li Xiaoyao approached from behind and tapped his arm, saying, Lift your arms. Zhang Mingxian obediently raised his arms, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Li Xiaoyao's delicate hands slipped over his shoulders. Zhang Mingxian closed his eyes, savoring the warmth of the moment, each touch sending delightful shivers through him. Such beauty is fleeting, and as she declared, all done, Zhang Mingxian opened his eyes, revealing an indescribable sense of loss. Why was it so easily accomplished? Why was the designer of the sword bag so simplistic? It should take half a day to put on. Li Xiaoyao took the long sword from Zhang Mingxian's hand and slid it into the sword bag. Now, you can easily reach for it. Give it a try. Zhang Mingxian reached back with his hand and, indeed, grasped the hilt of the sword with a mere stretch. His spirits lifted at the thought that with the Qingping sword at his side, his safety was assured. After all, he had a powerful ally behind him. With a gleeful tone, Zhang Mingxian exclaimed, Sister Xīyóu, look what gift I have brought you. He presented the water-vein spirit pearl before Li Xiaoyao, adding, Surely, you have never seen a treasure from the Dragon King before. Li Xiaoyao, taken aback, responded, The water-vein spirit pearl? You know of it. Zhang Mingxian, slightly deflated, swallowed the introduction he had prepared. Li Xiaoyao, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, inquired, Where did you acquire this? Zhang Mingxian, with a glint in his eye, thought that Xīyóu seemed to favor his valorous demeanor. Sister, he began, yesterday upon returning from the academy, I encountered a dashing middle-aged scholar. Captivated by my extraordinary appearance and noble aura, he insisted on gifting me this family heirloom. Despite my reluctance, I had no choice but to accept. Li Xiaoyao regarded him with a measured gaze and said, Speak the truth. Zhang Mingxian, caught in his own boastfulness, felt like a duck with its neck grasped. Mortified at being exposed, he awkwardly chuckled. Well, I happened upon two individuals wagering, and I merely offered a kind word for one. Little did I know he was the Dragon King of the Jinghe River, and this was his gift to me. Li Xiaoyao frowned. One who can gamble with the Jinghe Dragon King is certainly not an ordinary person. Have you offended him? Zhang Mingxian, wearing a troubled expression, nodded. Li Xiaoyao reassured him. Do not worry. A figure of his stature will not hold such trivial matters against you. It would be beneath his dignity. Yet, Zhang Mingxuan's heart sank as he recalled that he had given the Dragon King a rather audacious suggestion the previous night. Surely, he would not forget that easily. Zhang Mingxian glanced at the water-vein spirit pearl and insisted, Sister, you should take this. The weather is scorching. With it, you and Yaya need not fear the heat. Li Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled as her lips curved into a delightful smile. Very well, I shall accept it. She added, as long as you remain in the bookstore, I can assure your safety. Really? Zhang Mingxian exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he regarded Li Xiaoyao. She elegantly nodded, her gaze imbued with an unspoken confidence. However, the thought of being confined to the bookstore did not sit well with him. It seemed too dull. He patted the Qingping sword at his back, silently pleading for its support. It's nothing to worry about, he reassured himself, echoing Li Xiaoyao's sentiment that such a prominent figure would not bully him. I'm off to the bookstore now. Li Xiaoyao smiled at him as he departed. I've left some food in the pot for you. Be sure to eat before you go. Zhang Mingxian felt a surge of happiness. His sister was beginning to leave food for him. Progress indeed. He turned back, flashing a grateful smile. Thank you, sister. After satisfying his hunger, Zhang Mingxian made his way to the bookstore with his manuscript in hand. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback by the throng gathered outside. Servants, scholars, common folk, and even those from the martial world, brandishing swords and knives. Stepping back in surprise, he stammered, what do you all want? He instinctively grasped the chinkling sword behind him. Warning, let me tell you, I am not to be trifled with. Zhu Xian. Young master, has the new Zhu Xian been released? Boss, when is the new Zhu Xian coming out? Zhu Xian, we demand Zhu Xian. The crowd clamored, their voices a cacophony of excitement directed at Zhang Mingxian. He exhaled in relief, realizing they were merely fans. Releasing his grip on the sword, he called out, quiet, please. Everyone, settle down. Under his voice, the crowd gradually hushed, their gazes fixated upon him. For a moment, Zhang Mingxian felt a bit anxious under their scrutiny. But with the manuscript in hand, he felt reassured. Thank you for your overwhelming support, he began, smiling. There's no need to rush. I have the new Zhu Xian manuscript and will head to the bookstore for printing. Please wait a moment. A new book has arrived. Finally, the crowd erupted in joy, parting to create a path for Zhang Mingxian. All eyes were glued to the manuscript he held. He closed the door behind him and cautiously navigated through the crowd. Anxious, they might impulsively surge forward, but thankfully, the fans remained composed. Once free from the throng, he quickened his pace down the street, feeling a mix of fear and pride swell within him. After a short distance, he slowed his stride, overwhelmed by the sheer number of people on the street, far greater than the previous days. Clutching his manuscript to his chest, he maneuvered through the crowd, drenched in sweat. After a considerable delay, Zhang Mingxian finally reached the bookstore, where he found a good number of patrons already present. Old Wu was engaged in conversation with them, and amidst the crowd, Zhang Mingxian spotted a familiar figure, a gentleman from the Qiongling bookstore, surnamed Wang. As Zhang Mingxian entered, Old Wu's eyes lit up, and he quickly rose. Clasping his fists and smiling broadly, young Master Zhang, back to print more books, I see. Zhang Mingxian was taken aback by Wu's unusually warm demeanor today. While he had been cordial on their last meeting, it had been clear that it was merely a facade. Yet now, he was genuinely beaming, and Zhang Mingxian couldn't help but wonder about the change. Are you well? Not ill, I hope? He asked. Old Wu chuckled. Thank you for your concern. I am in excellent health. His eager gaze fell upon the manuscript in Zhang Mingxian's hands. Is that the new Zhu Xian manuscript? What? The new Zhu Xian manuscript? The others who had been seated immediately rose, gathering around Zhang Mingxian, their eyes filled with anticipation. Zhang Mingxian tightened his grip on the manuscript, puzzled. Could they also be fans? He nodded at Old Wu. Indeed it is. Old Wu rubbed his hands together. Young Master Zhang, may I take the manuscript to arrange for printing? Zhang Mingxian surveyed the eager faces around him, increasingly sensing something was amiss. They all wore smiles, which made him wonder if his reputation had spread far and wide. Confused, he handed the manuscript to Old Wu. Old Wu raised the manuscript and laughed heartily. Ladies and gentlemen, I must ask you to wait a bit longer. Your books will be delayed. A plump middle-aged man with a small mustache chuckled. Of course, of course. The others chimed in. For Zhu Xian, we shall wait. It is only proper. We are not in a hurry. Take your time, Old Wu. Zhang Mingxian looked perplexed at the group, realizing that according to Old Wu, they were all fellow authors. Was the camaraderie among authors in ancient times truly this strong? Old Wu turned to Zhang Mingxian. How many copies do you need this time? Zhang Mingxian pondered for a moment, then replied, 300 copies. Old Wu nodded and turned to leave. Once Old Wu departed, Zhang Mingxian pulled up a chair beside young Master Wang and teased. Oh, isn't this the same young Master Wang who claimed he would put my bookstore out of business? Why hasn't that promise come to fruition yet? Young Master Wang's pale complexion turned an even more ghastly shade as he retorted, what is there to be proud of in relying on a single legendary tale? Once it concludes, or the author encounters misfortune, you will be cast back to square one. Zhang Mingxian shrugged. What a pity that would be. The author is a formidable powerhouse and will not falter. As for the story's conclusion, he flashed a grin. The author is already crafting the next tale. Are you implying that Zhu Xian is complete? The rotund bookseller inquired, narrowing his eyes as he stroked his mustache. Zhang Mingxian pointed at his head. The author has fully conceived the story in his mind. It's merely a matter of transcribing it, so one could argue it is indeed finished. Is that so? The others nodded in understanding. The next story, will it also be set in the Zhuxian universe? An elderly gentleman with graying whiskers asked. Zhang Mingxian smiled mysteriously. In due time, you shall find out. In just around a quarter of an hour, Boss Wu emerged with 3 individuals, each carrying 2 stacks of thick books bound together. With a smile, Boss Wu remarked, Young Master Zhang, the printing is already complete. Zhang Mingxian expressed his astonishment. So soon? Boss Wu, with a sense of pride, replied. Here at our little establishment, we have quite a number of printers. Adding a couple more hastens the process. Zhang Mingxian reached into his pocket. Feeling around before revealing a peculiar smile. Boss Wu, I've forgotten to bring money. Taken aback, Boss Wu stared at Zhang Mingxian with slightly parted lips. Forgot again? After a brief chuckle, he added, No worries, you can settle it next time. Something was amiss. This was not the Boss Wu I knew. Zhang Mingxian suggested. Aren't you going to send someone with me to collect? Boss Wu cheerfully replied. No need. I trust in your character, young Master Zhang. Zhang Mingxian, somewhat skeptical, observed the sudden change in Boss Wu's demeanor, feeling a bit disoriented. Still, you should send someone with me. Boss Wu, looking puzzled. Watch Zhang Mingxian gaze heavily at the pile of books. I can't carry it all. Suddenly realizing, Boss Wu slapped his forehead. How could I forget about the delivery? The other book merchants regarded him with astonishment. Your bookstore offers delivery? We were unaware of that. Zhang Mingxian leisurely led the 3 burly men back, as the crowd rendered vehicle passage impossible. Thus, they relied on manpower for the task. Of course, Zhang Mingxian himself would not engage in labor. After all, the customer is king. Inside the bookstore, a slightly plump merchant cautiously asked, Old Wu, could you send someone to help me with my delivery? Old Wu rolled his eyes. Not a chance. A tall, thin merchant rubbed his hands together with a sly grin. What about the Zhuxian? The others perked up, eagerly looking at Boss Wu. After a moment's hesitation, Boss Wu stated, Every trade has its rules. New books cannot be pirated within a day of release. That is our code. The thin merchant chuckled. Understood. We aren't thinking of piracy. We just want to take a look first. Boss Wu smiled. That is perfectly acceptable. At last, Zhang Mingxian was found. A hand clapped on his shoulder, a crisp sound ringing in his ear. Startled, he turned to see a charming girl in green standing behind him, accompanied by a young man in white. Still shaken, Zhang Mingxian brushed his chest and scolded. You nearly scared me to death. My poor heart. The girl in green skeptically remarked. What mischief are you up to be so timid? Zhang Mingxian shot her an annoyed glare. It's just my nature. Offended. The girl pouted. The young man in white chuckled. My sister has been a bit reckless. I apologize on her behalf. Zhang Mingxian sized them up, recalling that they had paid with spirit stones last time. Considering that, he softened his expression. Forget it. The young man smiled. Last time was too rushed. We didn't get to introduce ourselves. I'm Feng Xiaomao, and this is my younger sister, Jiang Jinxi. Zhang Mingxian envied their good looks and melodious names. Jiang Jinxi turned to see the 3 laborers carrying books and exclaimed, Zhuxian. This is Zhuxian. Brother, this is the latest Zhuxian. Feng Xiaomao, looking at his excited sister with fondness, addressed Zhang Mingxian. Little brother, what you've done is rather unfair. Releasing the book before completing it leaves us in a daily agony of anticipation. Zhang Mingxian grinned. What if I wait until I finish writing before releasing it? Feng Xiaomao was momentarily speechless, conceding, let us stick to that. Zhang Mingxian beamed with pride. Jiang Jinxi dashed to Zhang Mingxian, eagerly declaring, Boss, I want to buy a book. Zhang Mingxian shook his head. Not yet. We must go to the bookstore. Jiang Jinxi glanced at the throngs of people ahead, complaining. Why are there so many? Feng Xiaomao explained, the Ascending Immortal Gate is about to commence. Aspirants are gathering in Chang'an. The mention of the Ascending Immortal Gate revealed to Zhang Mingxian that the crowd was indeed there for that purpose. A sense of pride welled up within him. Akin to a university student viewing high schoolers, he felt superior. While they toiled, he had already achieved success. A smug smile crept across his face. Feng Xiaomao turned to him. Are you also a practitioner? Will you participate in this Ascending Immortal Gate? Zhang Mingxian modestly replied, I already have a master. I should leave the opportunity for the younger generation. Feng Xiaomao reassured him, no worries. Among the participants are not just those from prestigious families, but also wandering cultivators and disciples from small sections. Zhang Mingxian raised an eyebrow. Doesn't that seem unfair to those who have not practiced? Jiang Jinxi retorted, not at all. We have our own selection methods. Zhang Mingxian regarded them with skepticism. Feng Xiaomao smiled slightly, clasping his hands. Disciple of Kunlun, Feng Xiaomao. Zhang Mingxian exclaimed. So you are from the sect that recruits disciples? Jiang Jinxi boasted. Didn't he see that coming, did you? Zhang Mingxian shook his head, having thought them to be from the Tao League, not realizing they were messengers from a celestial sect. As they spoke, they arrived at the bookstore, where even more people had gathered. Upon seeing Zhang Mingxian return, the crowd surged forward, waving their coins, shouting, Zhuxian! Zhuxian! I want Zhuxian! Zhang Mingxian raised his voice. Silence. Please, calm down. The commotion soon attracted the attention of a striking young man in white, who, fanning himself, curiously inquired about the uproar. An elderly vendor, enviously, replied, They're selling books. Business is booming. I saw people waiting early this morning. They say it's a book about cultivators. A book about cultivators? Is that so? How intriguing. I should get a glimpse of the celestial sect's grandeur. The young man in white smiled confidently as he approached the bookstore. Such scenes were not uncommon. Under Zhang Mingxian's authoritative call, the crowd gradually quieted. He proclaimed, Everyone, please make way. I need to enter the bookstore first, or you won't be able to buy books. Amid the bustling chaos, a narrow path opened for Zhang Mingxian and the three burly men, who slipped through, only to be immediately blocked by the throng behind them as people surged into the bookstore. Once inside, as the three men placed the books down, Zhang Mingxian began selling. Jiang Jinxi was first to call out, Boss, I want a copy of Zhuxian. Zhang Mingxian promptly handed her a new book. Watching as her face lit up with joy as she placed 20 copper coins on the counter. Surprised, Zhang Mingxian glanced at Jiang Jinxi, wondering why she hadn't used spirit stones. With a satisfied grin, she declared, I have money now. After Jiang Jinxi exited with her book, others clamored, Boss, Zhuxian. I want Zhuxian. Boss, bring me 10 copies of Zhuxian. Why do you need so many? Zhang Mingxian inquired. What do you have? A large family. Copper coins jingled incessantly, and Zhang Mingxian had no time to count, trusting the simplicity of ancient folk to be honest. After a flurry of activity, he managed to clear the crowd. Stretching his neck, he noticed the three burly men still present. Zhang Mingxian asked, Why are you still here? One of them smiled, performing a slight bow. Boss, you haven't collected the payment for the books yet. It was undoubtedly Boss Wu's instruction. Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes, realizing the persistent nature of their pursuit for money. Looking at the overflowing coin box, he thought, I have wealth. I am indifferent to it. He pointed at the three men. Take off your shirts. The expressions of the three men changed, and they tightly clutched their garments. A burly man cautiously inquired, Boss, what do you wish to do? We are not just any men. Zhang Mingxian spat dismissively. Neither am I just anyone. Who would be so foolish as to treat you three hulking brutes lightly? Rolling his eyes, he commanded, Hurry and strip off your clothes to gather the money. Don't even think about taking my bag. The three men exhaled in relief, realizing it was merely about collecting money. They swiftly removed their shirts, revealing their robust, dark muscles. Zhang Mingxian glanced at his own lanky figure and bitterly remarked, What good is all that muscle? It's just brutish. He looked at the three garments sprawled across the counter and lamented the effort it would take to count out 3 guan of coins. 1 guan is 1,000 wen. How long would that take? Indeed, the affluent Zhang Mingxian intended to raise the price for Boss Wu, for the service had been exceptionally commendable, enthusiastic, swift, and even providing delivery. A guaranteed 5-star review. If Zhang Mingxian had known that Boss Wu was the largest supplier of counterfeit goods in the realm, he might have reconsidered his thoughts. Glancing at the money box, Zhang Mingxian cautiously suggested, How about you take it yourselves? Each of you can have 1 guan. The three burly men exchanged glances, and one, resigned, replied, Boss, there is no such rule. You pay, and I collect. How can you expect us to take the money ourselves? What if we miscount? Zhang Mingxian shrugged. Well, that's not my problem. I certainly want to count it. It's exhausting. Reluctantly, the three men squatted in a corner, clutching the money box, counting the copper coins one by one. Zhang Mingxian sat back in his chair, suspiciously eyeing the three men, wondering if they might take more than they should. However, the thought of having to count 3,000 coins made him shake his head vigorously, dismissing the image. Never mind, if they took a little extra, so be it. As long as he didn't have to do the counting, it was fine. When had he developed this aversion to effort? It seemed to have started in college. In Chapter 42, The Identity of Li Xiaoyao within the Magnificent Palace, the queen held the recently delivered Zhuxian and mused aloud, if this continues, will Xiaofan end up with Baiyao? What will happen to Xueqi? In a pavilion amidst a mirror-like lake, Jiang Jinxiu gasped in distress, indignantly exclaiming, That bald man is truly no good. Bai Yao and her mother are so pitiful. They are oppressed at the foot of the mountain. And Bai Yao's mother even sacrifices her own flesh to feed her. How moving. Feng Xiao looked on helplessly as Jiang Jinxiu wept uncontrollably. What cruelty was this? He had witnessed far worse. In an inn, a young man in white, holding a copy of Zhu Xian, smiled to himself. Is this what the immortal sects are like? A strict yet caring master, a gentle mistress, a humorous senior brother, and an adorable junior sister. I can hardly contain my excitement. In the chancellor's residence, Chogsun Wuji observed the newly arrived Zhu Xian. As he watched Zhang Xiaofan release 2 white foxes from the magma, he sighed. The fox maiden is so sentimental. His gaze drifted towards the bookstore, lost in thought. In the Cheng residence, Cheng Yaojin complained about the book. Can't the author write better? Why does Zhao Ling'er fancy that Xīyóu? Zhang Xiaofan is such a blockhead. Xueqi and Bai Yao are both wonderful. Madame Cheng, with a mischievous smile, asked, do you think Zhang Xiaofan should be with Lu Sueki or with Bai Yao? Cheng Yaojin boldly declared, of course, he should take both. Ah, you, Cheng Yaojin. With your insatiable desires, are you looking for one or two? Madame Cheng retorted, hands on her hips. Cheng Yaojin was momentarily dumbfounded. Was this not merely a discussion about a book? Why was he being implicated? He quickly forced a smile. Of course not. I only need you, my dear. That was the truth, wasn't it? With so many beautiful girls in the world, one was hardly enough. Surely, having both was the way to go. Cheng Yaojin grinned. No one is as beautiful as you, my dear. They don't even compare to a single hair on your head. Madame Cheng, unimpressed by his flattery, huffed. Consider yourself lucky this time. Extinguish those misguided thoughts. Cheng Yaojin felt exasperated. He harbored no such thoughts. This was an unprovoked disaster. After some time, the 3 burly men departed, each carrying a heavy pouch of copper coins. Zhang Mingxian, heartbroken, gazed at the dwindling coins and muttered, they definitely took more than they should have. A little girl, slightly plump with a hint of baby fat, bounced in, calling out, sister, sister. Dressed in white with a fluffy hairpin and sparkling black eyes, she exuded cuteness. Tilting her head in confusion, she asked Zhang Mingxian, who are you? Where's my sister? Men like Zhang Mingxian, who were often homebound, were utterly defenseless against such adorable creatures. He instantly donned what he believed to be a warm smile. Little sister, I'm the owner here. What is your name? The little girl stepped back, looking up and muttering, Qingyan bookstore, that's right. This is my sister's bookstore. I've been here before. Zhang Mingxian, upon hearing this, wondered if she might be a little princess who had escaped from the palace. He glanced around nervously. For it was said that little princesses were always accompanied by palace guards for protection. Nodding vigorously, he affirmed, indeed, this is Qingyan bookstore. If you are looking for Sister Qingya, she is in the back. Allow me to escort you. The little girl cheerfully replied, no need, and dashed towards the courtyard, calling out for her sister. Zhang Mingxian coughed, straightened himself in his chair, and assumed a dignified pose. Li Qingya emerged from the room upon hearing the calls, and upon seeing the little girl, exclaimed in surprise, Qingxian, what brings you here? Qingxian leaped into Li Qingya's embrace and pitifully lamented, sister, mother doesn't want me anymore. Li Qingya affectionately stroked her hair, reassuring her, how could that be? Mother loves you the most. Qingxian sniffled, but 2 little children from Pingding Mountain came, and they call our mother their godmother. Mother is so nice to them, always asking if they are cold or hungry, giving them the best of everything. Li Qingyao frowned. 2 children? Who are they? Are they of our clan? Qingxian cautiously replied, it seems they are with him. Qingxian had always known that her sister disliked discussing that person. Years ago, he had reincarnated and descended to the mortal realm as Li Heir. Their mother admired his talents and married him, planning to return to the mountains together after a century. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a heavenly being. After a century, his mortal form decayed, and his essence returned to its original state. Their mother had desperately tried to retain him, yet he had not lingered even for a moment, and they had not seen him in thousands of years. Now, their mother still bore the appearance of that time. Otherwise, how could she, with her 9-tailed prowess, not maintain her beauty? As for her sister, having grown up alongside him in human form, she likely harbored resentment towards him. As for Qingxian, born a fox, her intelligence had not yet awakened, and she had been fostered by Aunt Yue Meiyan, so she felt little towards him. Li Qingyao looked up at the sky, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she remarked, does mother still hold out hope for him? He is a celestial being, revered by the world as the great Lord Laozi. The threshold of the Doshui Palace is not one that humble foxes like us can aspire to. Thus, the identity of Li Xiaoyao as a princess became clear. As the daughter of Li Heir, she could indeed be considered a princess. Emperor Li Shimin had recognized Li Heir as his ancestor. This was a lineage of royal descent. Within the Doshui Palace, the great Lord Laozi, engrossed in alchemical pursuits, furrowed his brow and cast a peculiar glance below, muttering, "A mortal like Li Heir may have a wife and children, but I, as the great Lord Laozi, cannot." The Supreme Celestial Lord even more so. With a flick of his fan, flames erupted skyward, and a cloud of black smoke billowed forth, ruining the elixir he was refining. Li Xiaoyao observed Qing Xian curiously. "How did you arrive? Where's mother?" Qing Xian glanced around, saying, "Sister, the scenery here is truly beautiful." Li Xiaoyao tapped her finger on Qing Xuan's head, sternly insisting, "Do not change the subject. Tell me, how did you come here?" Li Qing Xian rubbed her head, tears welling in her eyes as she said, "Sister, it hurts." Observing Li Xiaoyao's unyielding demeanor, Li Qing Xian hesitantly confessed, "I ran away from home and came by myself." Li Xiaoyao, with a swift motion, tapped Li Qing Xuan's forehead and admonished, "Do you have any idea how perilous it is outside? What if something happens to you while you wander around?" With tears glistening in her eyes, Li Qing Xian replied, "Sister, you're scolding me. Which means you don't love me anymore." Seeing her pitiable expression, Li Xiaoyao reached out and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Sister is concerned for you." Li Qing Xian broke into a smile and said, "I knew you cared for me the most. It's all right. I have this." She proudly produced 2 phoenix hairpins intricately carved from fire jade and exclaimed, "I found these just as I left. They are extraordinary. A wolf demon tried to eat me, and when I activated the hairpin, it transformed into a phoenix and turned the wolf demon to ashes. It can even fly and carry me." Chapter 43. Li Xiaoyao felt the immense spiritual energy emanating from the phoenix hairpin, recognizing its terrifying power. With a sarcastic smile, she wondered when such treasures, comparable to innate spiritual artifacts, could be casually found. However, seeing Li Qingxuan's excitement and joy, she swallowed her words. With such a treasure for protection, perhaps her sister could be safer. Li Qingxian eagerly offered one of the phoenix hairpins to Li Xiaoyao, saying, "Sister, let us each have one." Li Xiaoyao shook her head and replied, "No, you should keep both." Li Qingxian pouted, "It's better if we each have one." Suddenly, a bright, melodious cry echoed from within the house, prompting Li Xiaoyao to hurriedly rush inside. Li Qingxian chuckled, "Little one, Annie is here," and followed her into the house. Zhang Mingxian had been welcoming a series of guests, reclining comfortably in his chair. "Haha, young Master Zhang, you performed splendidly yesterday." A boisterous laugh resonated from outside. Zhang Mingxian looked up in surprise to see 3 young men from the Cheng family entering with a group. Rolling his eyes, he retorted, "Isn't it all you're doing? I can't believe you didn't know that old man is the princess teacher. I nearly didn't make it back." Cheng Chubi questioned, "Really? But you're one of Princess Qingyang's people. The king of Wei wouldn't give you trouble, would he?" Zhang Mingxian replied curtly, "You knew all along." Cheng Chuyang approached, cautiously patting Zhang Mingxuan's shoulder with a grin, "Young Master Zhang, don't be so stingy. After all, the 3rd young master did help you." Cheng Chimo laughed heartily. "You don't know, young Master Zhang. Mr. Fong blocking someone's door and getting caught has already spread throughout the academy." Zhang Mingxian, puzzled, responded, "I thought he wasn't caught." Cheng Chimo smirked, "If we say he was caught, then he was caught." Zhang Mingxian looked at the 3, bemused. He had misjudged them, thinking they were merely muscle-bound brutes, but they turned out to be cunning. However, he found that he liked it. Cheng Chubi impatiently urged, "Young Master Zhang, quickly bring out the Nujuxian." Cheng Chuyang and Cheng Chimo nodded in agreement. "Yes, hurry." Did Zhang Xiaofan and Biao escape? Zhang Mingxian grinned, to know what happens next. "Please pay up. Young Master Zhang, give us a copy too." 3 handsome young men entered with a group. Duhe was smiling and bowing to Zhang Mingxian, evidently the one speaking just moments ago. Cheng Chimo shot a glance and remarked, "3 pretty boys." One of the scholars retorted, "3 brutes." Duhe glanced at the Chung brothers and smiled at Zhang Mingxian. "Allow me to introduce these gentlemen. This is Fong Yai, and this is Fong Yiza." Zhang Mingxian looked at Fong Yai with curiosity, realizing he was yet another prince, and perhaps one who wore the cuckold's crown. Cheng Chuyang drummed on the table, "Boss, hurry up with the books." Zhang Mingxian handled the transactions with ease. This group was far more pleasant than the earlier crowd, calm and orderly, automatically sorting themselves according to status. Before long, Zhang Mingxian delivered all the books to them, and Cheng Chumo grinned. We're off. With a flourish, they left in a grand procession, making it seem as if they were a band of brigands. Dewey watched them depart and smiled at Zhang Mingxian. Did you know? Someone is already imitating your writing style and selling it at Xiongling bookstore using the same serialization method? Zhang Mingxian was taken aback. He had anticipated imitation, but hadn't he expected it to happen so quickly. What is he writing? He inquired. Dewey motioned to someone behind him, who promptly retrieved a book from his pocket and handed it to Dewey. Dewey passed the book to Zhang Mingxian, who flipped through a few pages, but still found it incomprehensible. Yet, he nodded knowingly, closing the book and asking Dewey, what do you think of this work? Fang Yai scoffed. A failed imitation. It's utter rubbish, not even comparable to previous legendary tales. Dewey nodded in agreement. Zhang Mingxian handed the book back to Dewey, adopting a superior tone. It's a good thing if someone is learning, it shows progress. If no one is willing to learn, it means this path is incorrect. Dewey concurred. Young master speaks wisely, with a generous heart. Fang Yai, holding the book, said, Do brother, we should take our leave. Dewey clasped his hands and said, Boss, we bid you farewell. Zhang Mingxian watched them leave and shrugged. I didn't intend to see you off anyway. He settled back into his chair, chewing on a toothpick. Another Qiongling bookstore? If you can replicate my work, I'll call you Grandpa. Who are you calling Grandpa? A cute little head peeked through the back door. Zhang Mingxuan's eyes lit up. How adorable. With a beaming smile, he asked, Little sister, what brings you here? Li Xiaoyao pouted. I'm not a little sister. I'm older than you. Much older. Sister, it's time for dinner. Dinner? Zhang Mingxian leapt from his chair, closed the door, and dashed towards the backyard. Upon entering the hall, a refreshing coolness enveloped him, and he exclaimed, An air conditioner. The two girls looked at him quizzically. What is an air conditioner? Li Xiaoyao explained, It's a water vein spirit pearl, capable of regulating temperature and resisting heat and cold. So it's a water vein spirit pearl. Zhang Mingxian had thought even air conditioners had been invented by the omnipotent Tang Dynasty. He sat across from the two, smacking his lips in delight. Today's feast is truly sumptuous. Roast chicken, roast duck, sauced pork, cured meat, and assorted pastries. Li Xiaoyao smiled and said, Let us eat. No sooner had she spoken than a streak of light pierced the void, landing on the dining table. Zhang Mingxian stared in astonishment at the piece of jade on the table, then glanced outside at the sky, bewildered. What is this? Li Xiaoyao, equally taken aback by the jade, exchanged a meaningful glance with Li Xiaoyao. She picked up the jade and infused it with her magic, causing an illusion to materialize in the air. An elderly woman, frail and with uneven teeth, sat in a sandalwood chair, gripping a dragon-headed cane. With a warm smile, the old woman said, I guessed right where Xian ran off to. It's good for you sisters to spend time together. Let her stay with you for a while. When you have time, bring my little granddaughter and Xian back to visit. I miss my little granddaughter dearly. Godmother. A voice called out from the illusion. The elderly woman chuckled. I want to keep you. Your little brothers are waiting eagerly. The illusion promptly vanished back into the jade. Li Xiaoyao, dissatisfied, tugged at Li Xiaoyao's hand and complained, Sister, look at her. She doesn't care about her own daughter, but only about those two little brats. Li Xiaoyao pouted, clearly displeased. Chapter 44. The first customer. Li Xiaoyao comforted her. All right. You can stay with your sister. Please take care of Yaya. She adores you. Upon merely thinking of Yaya, Li Xiaoyang's eyes crinkled into a crescent shape, reminiscent of a playful little fox. Zhang Mingxian stared blankly at the jade stone in Li Xiaoyao's hand and asked, What is this? Li Xiaoyao scoffed, It's a reflection stone. How can you not know this? Zhang Mingxian, puzzled, replied, What is wrong with that? Why do you look at me like I'm a country bumpkin? That stings, buddy. As he gazed at the reflection stone, the flames of ambition ignited within Zhang Mingxian. Eagerly, he inquired, Is it easy to make? How long can it preserve the images? Li Xiaoyao chuckled, It's quite simple. Just inscribe the reflection array onto the spirit stone. The duration it can record depends on the spirit energy within the stone. Typically, a low-grade spirit stone can capture images for about a day. Zhang Mingxian clenched his fists tightly, determination surging within him. Let us eat, Li Xiaoyao said with a smile. After the meal, Zhang Mingxian paced restlessly in the bookstore, a fervent flame of excitement burning within him. Soon, the mischievous Li Xiaoyao bounced in from the backyard, hands on her hips, pouting as she confronted Zhang Mingxian. Who are you? What is your relation to my sister? Taken aback, Zhang Mingxian found amusement in the adorable little girl. Are ancient girls this precocious? He lowered his head and replied, I am your sister's younger brother. You should call me brother. Li Xiaoyao frowned. Another foster brother? Why are there so many? You should be calling me sister instead. Zhang Mingxian chuckled as he ruffled Li Xiaoyao's hair. She may be young, but her spirit was undeniably fierce. Suddenly, Li Xiaoyao's eyes blazed with fury as she exclaimed, Ah? How dare you touch my head? I will kill you. With a sudden thud, Zhang Mingxian vanished without a trace, leaving Li Xiaoyao frozen mid-punch. The doors swinging open and closed. In the sky, Zhang Mingxian felt bewildered by the rushing winds around him. What just happened? Before he could comprehend, a colossal water column shot up, plunging him into a nearby pond. Zhang Mingxian emerged from the water, shaking his head, only to see a man and a woman in a pavilion staring at him in surprise. He waved sheepishly and said, Good afternoon, have you eaten? Jiang Jinshu pointed at Zhang Mingxian and burst into laughter. Feng Xiaomao stifled a laugh, saying, Boss Zhang, what kind of game are you playing? As he spoke, a gentle tug led Zhang Mingxian into the air, landing him in the pavilion, his wet clothes drying instantly. Zhang Mingxian gazed enviously at Feng Xiaomao, admiring his prowess. I was just practicing flying. I didn't control it well, Zhang Mingxian explained awkwardly. Jiang Jinshu giggled. Your flying speed is quite something. You shot straight up and down. Zhang Mingxian pretended not to hear and turned to Feng Xiaomao. Could you guide me? I'm unfamiliar with the area. Feng Xiaomao waved a hand dismissively. No rush. It is fate that brings us together. I have a question to ask. Motioning for him to sit, Zhang Mingxian pondered for a moment, realizing he had many questions to ask as well, and took a seat on a stone bench without hesitation. Jiang Jinshu and Feng Xiaomao sat down as well, with Feng Xiaomao pouring a cup of tea for Zhang Mingxian. Please enjoy. Zhang Mingxian shook his head. No need. I just drank a lot. Jiang Jinshu burst into another fit of laughter. Feng Xiaomao, suppressing his amusement, said, To be candid, the immortal crossing ceremony is about to begin. Gathering talents from all over Chang'an, including those with profound fortunes. 3 sects are here to recruit disciples. Our Kunlun sect, the Xushan sect, and the Shaolin Temple. Zhang Mingxian interjected. Wait, is there something strange about the Shaolin Temple? What is that? Feng Xiaomao, understanding that Zhang Mingxian was new to cultivation and thus unaware of common knowledge, explained. The Shaolin Temple is a Buddhist establishment passed down by the new Buddha, Bodhidharma, which once supported the dragon and phoenix in peril, gaining considerable renown in the world. Zhang Mingxian was speechless. Is there a mythological world where the 13 monks saved the Tang Emperor? Feng Xiaomao continued. The Xushan sect specializes in swordsmanship, wielding flying swords to slay countless demons, enjoying remarkable prestige in the mortal realm. Only our Kunlun sect focuses on reciting scriptures and cultivating qi, remaining detached from worldly fame. Recent recruitment efforts have yielded scant results, and our junior disciples are already weaker than those from the other 2 sections. If this continues, Kunlun may be completely overshadowed. I wonder if Master Zhang could offer me some advice. Zhang Mingxian chuckled. That sounds like an internal matter. It wouldn't be appropriate for me, an outsider, to comment. Feng Xiaomao smiled slightly. As cultivators, we believe in fate. At my wit's end, you descended from the heavens, which I believe signifies our destined connection. Zhang Mingxian waved his hands in alarm. No, we have no connection. I am a man, and I like women, no matter how beautiful you are. It is impossible for us. Jiang Jinshu burst into laughter, shaking her shoulders uncontrollably. Feng Xiaomao stared at Zhang Mingxian, then sighed. I didn't mean it that way. It seemed he would never dare to casually mention fate with someone again. Zhang Mingxian shook his head. No matter how you phrase it, I have no interest. Jiang Jinshu laughed even harder. Feng Xiaomao rolled his eyes. I have no interest either. I just need your help with an idea. Zhang Mingxian tightened his clothes. That is more like it. He pondered for a moment, realizing this was a fortuitous opportunity. Just as he was about to film a television show, clients had arrived. Although it wasn't TA television, it would suffice for practice. Zhang Mingxian beamed with a warm smile. I actually have an idea. Feng Xiaomao's eyes lit up. What idea? Do tell. Zhang Mingxian asked. What do you think those selected are most concerned about? Feng Xiaomao thought for a moment. It should be about the strength of the sect. Zhang Mingxian queried. Is your sect weaker than theirs? Feng Xiaomao replied confidently. How could it be? Our Kunlun is on par with any of them. Zhang Mingxian shrugged. That is precisely it. Those coming for selection are not fools. If the 3 major sects appear together, they likely understand that your strengths are comparable. At least not vastly different. So, what else might they care about? Jiang Jinshu, intrigued by Zhang Mingxuan's question, pondered, indeed. What else do they care about? Before they could answer, Zhang Mingxian continued. What they truly care about is the atmosphere among the brothers, the environment of the sect. While it is exciting to join a prestigious sect, there is also anxiety. What if there is rivalry among brothers? What if they face bullying? Feng Xiaoma nodded in realization. That makes sense. Should we inform them that our brotherhood is harmonious? Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes. Who would believe mere words? Jiang Jinshu sighed. Then what should we do? Hearing Jiang Jinshu's words, Zhang Mingxian grinned. I have something you might need. What is it? Feng Xiaoma and Jiang Jinshu looked at Zhang Mingxian, puzzled. Zhang Mingxian explained. It's a reflection stone to promote your sect, showing it to them. Feng Xiaoma nodded in approval. Good idea. I will inform the sect elders to use the reflection stone to record our sect, and then show it to them. Jiang Jinshu confidently remarked. Our sect is so beautiful. We have nothing to fear. Zhang Mingxian quickly stopped Feng Xiaoma. No, we will shoot it ourselves. Shooting it ourselves? Feng Xiaoma was baffled by Zhang Mingxian's meaning, asking. But we are not in Kunlun. How can we shoot? Zhang Mingxian smiled mysteriously. We may not be in Kunlun, but we can build one. Build Kunlun? Feng Xiaoma and Jiang Jinshu were left astonished, their mouths agape. To construct a Kunlun merely to use the reflection stone for recording? Whether they could accomplish it remained uncertain. But such an endeavor seemed rather absurd. The two individuals gazed at Zhang Mingxian as if he were a fool. With a flick of his hand, Zhang Mingxian exclaimed excitedly. Rest assured, leave it to me, and I will certainly provide you with a satisfactory outcome. Feng Xiaoma, filled with skepticism, inquired, How will you construct it? Zhang Mingxian chuckled mischievously. First, you need to teach me how to use the reflection stone. Dumbfounded, utterly at a loss for words, Feng Xiaoma thought. You don't even know how to use the reflection stone? Are you jesting with me? Under Zhang Mingxuan's persistent insistence, Feng Xiaoma reluctantly began to instruct him on the basics of the reflection stone, covering everything from foundational reflection formations to the intricacies of imbuing and recording. He even produced spirit stones for Zhang Mingxian to practice with. Although he succeeded with the initial attempts, he subsequently faltered repeatedly, either adding an extra stroke or omitting one entirely. Zhang Mingxian fervently immersed himself in his research. If I modify it this way, can it be stitched together? He casually tossed aside a discarded spirit stone in frustration. No, that won't do. What if I try this? Yet, failure continued to plague him. The sound can be adjusted? Splendid. We can add voiceovers in post-production. As twilight descended, Zhang Mingxian, his hands numb, finally set down the last spirit stone. This is hopeless. The image stitching technique remains elusive. If I can't achieve this, my entire filming plan will have to be scrapped. Jiang Jinshu, casting a disapproving glance at Zhang Mingxian, remarked, What on earth are you doing? Are you deliberately wasting our spirit stones? Awakened from his obsession by Jiang Jinshu's words, Zhang Mingxian glanced down at the pile of discarded spirit stones at his feet and offered an apologetic smile. My apologies. I got a bit carried away. Feng Xiaoma, from within the pavilion, chuckled. It's quite all right. It's merely a few spirit stones. Jiang Jinshu, dissatisfied, tugged at Feng Xiaoma's sleeve, insisting, Brother, he is doing this on purpose. Zhang Mingxian, noticing Jiang Jinshu's discontent, awkwardly smiled and said, Well, I shall take my leave now. Feng Xiaoma, watching Zhang Mingxian dash out, called out, Do you know the way? Wandering through the garden, Zhang Mingxian, after numerous twists and turns, reluctantly admitted he was lost. Ultimately, he required assistance from a servant to navigate his way out of the garden. Outside the garden, Li Xiaoyao stood with a pout, glaring at Zhang Mingxian. He instinctively shivered and stammered, What are you doing here? In his eyes, the previously adorable little girl now resembled a small demon with horns and a trident. Li Xiaoyao, displeased, retorted, Isn't it because of you? What were you doing in there? You took so long to return home that my sister sent me to find you. Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes, thinking, So now it's my fault? His temper flared. He exclaimed, What was I doing, you ask? Obviously recovering from my injuries. Do you have any idea how close I came to drowning when I fell into the lake? Li Xiaoyao shot him a disdainful look and turned to leave. Ignoring her, Zhang Mingxian puffed his chest and strode forward, quickly overtaking her. Li Xiaoyao glanced back at the garden and scoffed, Kunlun disciples. One day, I shall ascend Kunlun and reclaim what is owed. Back in the garden, Jiang Jinshu complained, Brother, why are you so kind to him? Feng Xiaoma glanced outside and replied, This young gentleman is no ordinary person. He has powerful connections. From the moment he fell, a significant spiritual presence hovered above. Shortly thereafter, a formidable guardian arrived. One who rivals even myself. Jiang Jinshu looked up, puzzled. What spiritual presence? How did I miss it? Feng Xiaoma chuckled. Don't bother looking. It has already departed. You didn't notice because your cultivation is too low. Oh, Jiang Jinshu observed as Feng Xiaoma produced a reflection stone, asking, Brother, what are you doing? Feng Xiaoma smiled. What Jiang gentleman said makes sense. I intend to send a message to the sect, requesting them to send us the reflections from Kunlun. Didn't that little boss say we should film it ourselves? Feng Xiaoma rolled his eyes dramatically. He also claimed he would construct a Kunlun himself. Do you believe that? With a flicker of light, the jade disappeared without a trace. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhang Mingxian plaintively exclaimed, Sister, she's bullying me. Li Xiaoyao chuckled at Zhang Mingxian. She's just playing with you. Li Xiaoyao entered, scoffing, Coward. You wouldn't be harmed even if you fell into a mountain of blades. Sister, the brother you found is truly pathetic. He is not even as good as the two at home. Who was pathetic? Who's pathetic? Zhang Mingxian, emboldened in the presence of Li Xiaoyao, retorted, I am a cultured individual, promoting civility and virtue. Unlike you, coarse and brutish. I truly question how you will ever find a husband. Hey, take that. Li Xiaoyao shouted, revealing her tiger teeth as she lunged at Zhang Mingxian, who recoiled in fear. Li Xiaoyao rapped the table, saying, All right, everyone come over for dinner. Zhang Mingxian dashed to the table and obediently took his seat. Li Xiaoyao, defiantly raising her small fist, proudly sat beside Li Xiaoyao. After dinner, while Li Xiaoyao and Li Xiaoyao chatted in the courtyard, Zhang Mingxian retreated to his room, increasingly puzzled. Isn't Li Xiaoyao a princess? Why does her mother seem so old? And she is a cultivator. My sister is a violent brute as well. The relationships are so complicated. I can't make sense of it. With his mind swirling in confusion, Zhang Mingxian resumed his writing. Remarkably, since he began cultivating, his memory had improved significantly. Late into the night, within the palace, Empress Changsun read while wiping away tears. Li Shimin comforted her. Wugo, this is merely a fictional tale. With reddened eyes, Empress Changsun nodded. I know, but it still moves me. Biao's mother is so great. If I were in such a situation with Doer, I would do the same. Li Shimin tightened his embrace, unable to fathom such a scenario, sacrificing oneself for a daughter. He declared, I am the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, the sovereign. How could I allow you to encounter danger? You think too much. As the clock struck midnight, Zhang Mingxian, having written until the early hours, stretched and rubbed his wrist, muttering, That should suffice. Today's task is complete. Rising, he removed his clothing, reverently retrieving the Qingping sword and bowing, Good night, Great One. Placing it gently on the table, Zhang Mingxian then clasped his hands in prayer towards the heavens. Master, I seek your guidance. Please manifest your presence. Lying down, he soon succumbed to slumber. In his dream, Zhang Mingxian felt himself floating, and upon awakening, found himself in a grand hall where a radiant figure sat atop a cloud bed. Several meditation cushions lay empty beneath. Upon seeing the glowing figure, Zhang Mingxian joyfully exclaimed, Master, I missed you so much. Is that so? You only miss me when you need something, don't you? Zhang Mingxian chuckled. How could that be? I think of you often, reciting your name 300 times each day. Very well, what is it? Zhang Mingxian looked at his master with eager anticipation. Master, do you understand how to use the reflection stone? The luminous figure nodded. Zhang Mingxian animatedly gestured. Could you alter the formation of the reflection stone, allowing us to capture and splice recorded images and sounds? The radiant figure chuckled. When you diligently cultivate and attain the celestial path, your spiritual awareness will grow powerful enough to penetrate the reflection stone, enabling you to manipulate it at will. Celestial. Zhang Mingxian felt a wave of despondence wash over him. Is that going to take a long time? Changing it is not difficult. Zhang Mingxian suddenly looked up in surprise at his master. A beam of colored light from the figure entered Zhang Mingxuan's mind, revealing a brand new rune that bore a resemblance to the reflection stone but was considerably simpler. Upon seeing this rune, Zhang Mingxian immediately recognized his success, fully trusting his master. He expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. The radiant figure nodded, saying, It seems there is a slight divergence in your cultivation. Zhang Mingxian, taken aback, eagerly asked, Master, do you have a solution? The luminous figure replied, I have not encountered your situation before. How it will unfold remains unpredictable. However, at present, there is nothing particularly amiss. The unknown signifies potential. Continue your cultivation diligently. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Mingxian felt himself drifting into a dreamy slumber once more. If the disciples of the in the heavenly realm were to witness this scene, their eyes would undoubtedly turn red with envy. When did the teacher become so benevolent and amiable? The next day, as dawn broke softly, a series of loud knocks reverberated through the house, jolting Zhang Mingxian from his slumber, feeling as though the entire dwelling was shaking. Discontentedly, he called out, "Who is it?" "Fool, it's time to get up," came the unapologetic voice of Li Xiaoyao from outside the door. Zhang Mingxian threw himself back onto the bed with a heavy sigh, gazing at the ceiling with a look of utter despair. "My precious sleep." After a considerable delay, he sluggishly emerged from his room, his eyes bleary, hair tousled like a bird's nest, and an air of dejection surrounding him. Once Zhang Mingxian completed his morning routine and entered the hall, he found Li Xiaoyao and Li Xiaoyao already waiting at the dining table. He waved his hand and smiled. "Good morning." Li Xiaoyao scoffed. "Yia is already up." Zhang Mingxian grumbled under his breath, wondering why this girl couldn't just speak properly. Li Xiaoyao interjected, "All right, let's eat." Zhang Mingxian, grinning playfully, turned to his sister. "Sister, I'd like to request a day off." Li Xiaoyao looked at him with a puzzled expression, and he sweetened his tone. "I have some matters to attend to today." She nodded. "All right. Let Qin Xian watch the shop." Just as Qin Xian took a bite of her bun, she choked and coughed, disgruntledly retorting, "Sister, how can you expect a girl like me to go out and do business? Why do you even keep this shabby shop? Let us just go home together." Li Xiaoyao shook her head. "I promised him that the bookstore would remain open." Qin Xian, feeling defeated, bit into her bun with frustration and shot a glare at Zhang Mingxian, who appeared utterly perplexed. After all, it was his sister's decision. After breakfast, Zhang Mingxian dashed outside, weaving through the crowd, making his way to the garden from the day before. Panting, he knocked on the door. With a creaking sound, the door opened to reveal Jiang Jinxiu and Feng Xiaomao, standing together like a pair of exquisite figurines. Feng Xiaomao clasped his fists and smiled. "Good morning, Boss Zhang." Zhang Mingxian, bewildered, asked, "Are you leaving?" Feng Xiaomao shook his head. "No, we are waiting for you." Zhang Mingxian cheerfully replied, "You are eager to shoot, right? Let us go." Jiang Jinxiu asked curiously, "Where to?" Zhang Mingxian explained, "We need to find a venue. Ideally, a grand mountain range where we could construct an elegant academy, along with a clear stream nearby, and perhaps a field of flowers. If there were blossoming peach trees, that would be splendid, but alas, the season is not right." Feng Xiaomao nodded. "Those requirements are quite simple. As for the peach trees blooming, that is not difficult either. But it has nothing to do with Kunlun, right?" Zhang Mingxian replied mysteriously, "You'll understand once we capture it." Feng Xiaomao nodded again. "Then let us go." With a hand resting on Zhang Mingxian's shoulder, they swiftly ascended into the sky, Jiang Jinxiu following suit with a gleeful smile. Below, onlookers dropped to their knees, fervently praying as they beheld the trio soaring through the clouds. Zhang Mingxian clutched Feng Xiaomao's arm, exclaiming in marvel, "We're flying." While he had long known that immortals possessed the ability to traverse the heavens, the actual experience was still astonishing. Feng Xiaomao stood poised on the clouds, his white robe billowing elegantly, exuding a celestial aura. The three of them darted swiftly across the sky, landing atop a majestic mountain peak. The view revealed a continuous range of mountains, with clouds swirling at their feet and patches of snow nestled in the shadows. Zhang Mingxian shivered involuntarily. "It's a bit chilly." Within his inner world, a warm golden light enveloped him, dispelling the cold. After stretching his limbs, he felt better. As he wandered around, he pointed in astonishment at a distant thatched cottage. "Is anyone living there?" Feng Xiaomao and Jiang Jinxiu exchanged glances, aware that any being capable of reaching this place must be a cultivator. Yet the area, while scenic, lacked spiritual energy, making it an unusual spot for one to linger. As they approached the cottage, the door creaked open, revealing an extraordinary elderly man emerging. Zhang Mingxian stepped back in alarm, stammering, "Yuan da." Yuan Shouqing chuckled heartily. "Young friend, you kept this old man waiting." Chapter 47. The initial encounter with Realm's Feng Xiaomao and Jiang Jinxiu exchanged wary glances, directing their attention to Zhang Mingxian. "Do you know him?" Feeling the reassuring presence of the Qingping sword at his back, Zhang Mingxian steadied himself, silently praying, "Sword Master, please be strong." With an awkward smile, he addressed Yuan Tiangang. "Well, what a coincidence." Yuan Shouqing replied, "Not a coincidence. I specifically awaited your arrival. Zhang Mingxuan's heart sank, realizing he was in trouble. Feng Xiaomao and Jiang Jinshu instinctively shielded him, sensing the ominous nature of the encounter. Yuan Shouqing glanced at them, smiling. Ah, little ones from Kunlun. You certainly have a wide circle of friends. Then, addressing Zhang Mingxian, he added, your association with Kunlun might not sit well with your master. Zhang Mingxian, astonished, looked up at Yuan Tiangang. You know my master? Yuan Shouqing glanced at the chinking sword behind Zhang Mingxian. Of course, he is quite a significant figure. Zhang Mingxian, intrigued, asked, truly, my master is impressive. Could you share more about him? Yuan Shouqing chuckled. I'm afraid not. Zhang Mingxian faltered, feeling somewhat slighted. Shall we discuss our own matters then? He took a nervous step back, awkwardly smiling. I don't believe we have any matters between us. I admit calling you a fraud was wrong, but is it really necessary to wait for me here? Is it not known who dared to bring me before the king of men, leaving me with nowhere to turn? Yuan Shouqing retorted, his tone sharp. Who has the audacity to scheme against you, Yuan Dada? They truly do not know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. Zhang Mingxian proclaimed defiantly. And how do you propose I deal with such a person? Zhang Mingxian hesitated, stammering. With your magnanimity, surely you wouldn't stoop to their level. You are broad-minded and cultured. You would not engage in acts of revenge. Yuan Shouqing laughed heartily. In truth, I am rather petty. For your master's sake. I shall spare your life, but lighter penalties are unavoidable. Zhang Mingxuan's face paled, stammering. What do you intend to do? Yuan Shouqing smiled slightly, extending a finger that descended from the heavens towards Zhang Mingxian. Feng Xiaomao and Jiang Jinshu's expressions shifted dramatically as they drew their weapons, attempting to intercept the massive finger. To their astonishment, the refined Feng Xiaomao wielded a blade, which seemed rather incongruous. Their swords clashed against the enormous finger, which only trembled slightly, sending them both reeling backward, coughing up blood. Zhang Mingxian's voice rose in panic. No. In the depths of Zhang Mingxian's despair, the colossal finger bore down without hindrance. Yuan Shouqing chuckled. Just as Buddha had his five-finger mountain, I shall create my own peak of the finger, sealing you for a century. As his words fell, Yuan Tiangong's expression changed abruptly. A stream of sword energy erupted from beneath the giant finger, radiant as crystal, cascading toward the azure sky. The immense finger shattered into countless luminous fragments, dissipating into the air. Yuan Shouqing staggered back, the ground trembling beneath him, his face paling as he looked up. Is it impossible to simply administer a reprimand? This is not your usual conduct. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed. Yuan Shouqing fell silent. Realizing that the current situation was beyond his control, no one dared to provoke that particular figure. Zhang Mingxian, clutching the unsheathed Qingping sword atop the mountain peak, appeared shaken. Gasping for breath, flung away, Feng Xiaomao gazed in astonishment at the sword wielded by Zhang Mingxian. Unable to contain her admiration, Jiang Jinshu exclaimed, how impressive. Feng Xiaomao, momentarily losing her composure, swallowed hard and nodded in agreement. Yesterday, she had noticed Zhang Mingxian carrying the long sword but thought little of it, believing it to be mere mundane iron, devoid of any magical aura or divine energy. However, witnessing such a terrifying display of power that could obliterate a foe with a mere flick of the finger was nothing short of extraordinary. Zhang Mingxian, elated, expressed gratitude to the Qingping sword. Thank you, esteemed sword. He raised the blade triumphantly, arching an eyebrow at Yuan Tiangang. Yuan Shouqing chuckled. With his protection, I truly cannot contend with you. However, the ties of destiny have been forged. Until we meet again. As soon as the words left his lips, Yuan Shouqing vanished without a trace. Zhang Mingxian exhaled deeply. Even with the Qingping sword in hand, the pressure exerted by Yuan Shouqing had been immense. It was for the best that he had departed. Once Yuan Shouqing was gone, Feng Xiaomao and the others swiftly descended. With eager eyes, Feng Xiaomao gazed at the Qingping sword in Zhang Mingxuan's grasp, saying, Brother Zhang, what of this sword? The term Brother Zhang was a first for Feng Xiaomao, who had previously referred to him as Boss Zhang or Young Master Zhang. Zhang Mingxian chuckled. It belongs to a senior. As he spoke, he sheathed the treasured sword and sincerely clasped his fists, expressing, I am profoundly grateful for your timely assistance. Feng Xiaomao, feeling a touch of embarrassment, replied, I truly did not contribute much. With a sigh, she added, he was exceedingly powerful. I suspect he possesses the cultivation of a golden immortal. Jiang Jinshu, equally awestruck, remarked, how terrifying. I thought I was going to perish when he merely twitched his finger. Upon hearing the familiar term Golden Immortal, Zhang Mingxuan's curiosity was piqued. He had often encountered this title in novels from his past life, always associated with formidable beings. He inquired, "What exactly does Golden Immortal refer to?" Feng Xiaoma, taken aback, responded, "Did not your elders enlighten you on the classification of realms?" Zhang Mingxian shook his head, seemingly oblivious to such discussions. Feng Xiaoma elaborated, "From the beginning of cultivation, the mortal realm is divided into 4 stages, refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and merging with the Tao. By resonating with the cosmos and aligning with the heavenly Tao, one may attain immortality. Beyond immortality, there are 9 realms: Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, True Immortal, Mysterious Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai, De Luo, Quasi-Saint, and the Hunyuan De Luo Golden Immortal, also known as the Sub-Saint." Zhang Mingxian, counting thoughtfully, asked, "And what of the saints?" Feng Xiaoma shook his head, stating, "According to sect records, saints are no longer considered immortals. They transcend the realms of heaven and earth, existing beyond victory or defeat, capable of annihilating the heavens or recreating the universe. Such beings are beyond our comprehension." Zhang Mingxian pondered, "Surely not. Was it not written otherwise in the novels of my past life? In the Great Desolation, do not saints also fall?" The saints described by Feng Xiaoma seemed quite formidable. Zhang Mingxian probed further, "And what is a sub-saint?" Feng Xiaoma explained, "A sub-saint is an existence just beneath a saint, transcending the quasi-saint level and possessing powers in certain areas that rival those of a saint, such as the 4 guardian spirits and the Lady of Peace in the underworld." Zhang Mingxian nodded in understanding. This was indeed the advantage of belonging to a prominent sect. Such knowledge was likely unknown even to some powerful immortals, like that monkey. Having gained some fundamental understanding of the cultivation world, Zhang Mingxian surveyed his surroundings and asked, "Can you clear out a space?" Feng Xiaoma smiled. "What could be easier?" With a swift slice of energy, the mountain peak was abruptly reduced in height, sending a cascade of rocks tumbling down. Had Feng Xiaoma not caught Zhang Mingxian in time, he would have surely become one of the fallen stones. Dumbfounded, Zhang Mingxian stared at the now smooth mountaintop, questioning, "Are all cultivators so violent?" After surveying the area, he began advising them on constructing houses, digging ditches, and planting flowers and trees. Indeed, the cultivators worked with remarkable speed, while Zhang Mingxian and his companions toiled. We shift our focus to Chang'an City, where in a spacious garden, groups of students engaged in vibrant discussions beneath the shade of trees. In the sunlit flower beds, butterflies and bees flitted about, while in the pond, koi swam gracefully, with a few students playfully tossing food to them. In a patch of shaded grass, 2 factions faced off. One faction comprised the 3 little tyrants of the Cheng family and their followers, while the opposing faction included the 2 princes, Du He and Fang Yai, accompanied by their supporters. Cheng Chumo pointed an accusing finger at Du He, declaring, "You said that by Yao pales in comparison to Lu Sueki." Du He dismissed Cheng Chumo's finger with a wave, sneering, "And what of it? That demoness of the demon cult consumes her mother for sustenance, and even desires Zhang Xiaofan to partake of her flesh. How vile!" Cheng Chumo retorted angrily. "Do you not understand what maternal love is?" Fang Yai, with an arrogant demeanor, exclaimed, "You barely know her, yet you harbor affections. How shameless!" Unbeknownst to him, his future wife would later develop feelings for the little monk after just one meeting. Now that was true love. Cheng Chubi countered. "Was it not a single contest that sparked affection between Lu Sueki and us? Affection is one thing, but our Sueki is far more dignified than your Bai Yao, who so easily cuddles up to Zhang Xiaofan without a shred of modesty." Cheng Chumo, with a furious fist raised, shouted, "Strike him." His punch landed squarely on Du He's eye, knocking him to the ground. Cheng Chumo's blow ignited the battlefield, as both factions surged into a fray, students exchanging blows. A scholar's punch sending another tumbling, only to be met with a kick from behind. The combat was fierce. Fortunately, both sides remained somewhat restrained, refraining from using their qi or spiritual energy, relying solely on their physical prowess, resulting in only superficial injuries. This skirmish soon attracted onlookers, who gathered around, amused by the spectacle of 2 groups clashing, cheering them on. Du He, observing his comrades being consistently pushed back by the Cheng forces, called out in desperation, "Is there no one willing to fight for Sueki?" Regrettably, he was overly optimistic. This conflict was not one that an ordinary individual could easily intervene in. Before he could receive a response, Cheng Chumo swept his leg, toppling Du He to the ground and dislodging his crown, leaving him disheveled. Cheng Chimo laughed heartily, akin to a victorious general. At that moment, a voice called out, "Mr. Fong has arrived." The crowd scattered in an instant. Cheng Chimo's expression shifted, and he shouted, "Retreat." The combatants hastily fled in disarray. Fong Xingxuan entered the courtyard with a stoic expression, surveying the scene. The courtyard was filled with harmony. Some were laughing and chatting in the pavilion, others fed fish by the pond or enjoyed the flowers, while a few engaged in poetry or chess beneath the trees. It was indeed a tableau of peace and camaraderie. Fong Xingxuan stroked his beard, smiling in satisfaction before turning to leave. In a corner, Dewey seethed, glaring at Cheng Chimo. "If you have the guts, don't leave after school." Cheng Chimo flexed his fingers. The sound of cracking knuckles echoed as he grinned. "I fear no one." He grimaced, his teeth gritted in pain, his eyes glinting with an uncertain scheme. As noon approached, Zhang Mingxian surveyed the ancient yet elegant house perched atop the mountain, constructed of solid wood, adorned with intricate carvings, complete with a lectern and folding screens, seats, and windows framed by willow trees. Nearby, another scene unfolded, with peach trees blooming profusely, a gentle stream bubbling, verdant grass beneath, and wildflowers sparkling like stars. Zhang Mingxian was thoroughly pleased with these two vistas, noting only minor details remained to be addressed. Clapping his hands, he declared, "Work is done." Feng Xiaomo, looking perplexed at the two settings, asked, "What exactly is this?" Zhang Mingxian replied, "Creating a scene." Jiang Jinxiao pouted in dissatisfaction. "Did you not intend to recreate Kunlun? This hardly resembles Kunlun." Zhang Mingxian chuckled, "Once it's filmed, you will understand. By the way, can you sing?" Feng Xiaoma and Jiang Jinxiao exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the sudden shift to a topic of song. Had it not been for Zhang Mingxuan's confident demeanor and high spirits, the two would have long since abandoned their efforts. Feng Xiaoma candidly remarked, "Music has the power to cultivate one's character, and the flute can soothe the soul. As practitioners, we all possess some knowledge of this." Jiang Jinxiao shyly added, "I have learned a few melodies." Zhang Mingxian, giving a thumbs up, exclaimed, "You are all truly versatile." He then suggested, "Let us return first. We can come back in the afternoon." Confused, Jiang Jinxiao questioned, "If we are to return shortly, why go back now?" Zhang Mingxian, patting his stomach, replied, "I need to eat." Feng Xiaomo realized, "It was my oversight. Brother Zhang has yet to attain a high level of cultivation and cannot fast." Jiang Jinxiao exclaimed with excitement, "Then let us eat here. There must be plenty of game in the mountains." Feng Xiaomo turned to Zhang Mingxian and asked, "What do you think, Brother Zhang?" Zhang Mingxuan's eyes lit up. "A picnic sounds delightful." He nodded vigorously, "Absolutely." Jiang Jinxia joyfully declared, "I will go hunting." With a leap, she soared towards the valley. Zhang Mingxian watched her with envy, pondering when he would be able to fly. How would he do it? Should he have Zhang Xiaofan carry him? He quickly shook his head, dismissing the ludicrous thought. That image was too beautiful to behold. Sitting casually on the grass, Feng Xiaomao waved his sleeve, creating a gentle breeze that swept away the grass clippings. He gracefully settled into a cross-legged position on the ground. Curiously, Zhang Mingxian inquired, "Brother Feng, what level of cultivation do you think I am at?" Feng Xiaomao chuckled, "Brother Zhang, I believe you have just begun your journey. You are only at the mid-stage of refining essence into qi." Zhang Mingxian was astonished. Is this truly the mid-stage? He felt a swell of pride, thinking, "I am indeed a prodigy." Zhang Mingxian eagerly asked Feng Xiaomao, "When will I be able to fly?" After refining essence into qi, one's body becomes devoid of impurities, and pure qi fills the entire being. The next stage, transforming qi into spirit, condenses qi into a pill, nurturing the primordial fetus, truly transcendent. Zhang Mingxian stroked his chin, muttering, "Why does that sound so familiar?" Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Golden pill, primordial infant." Feng Xiaoma looked at Zhang Mingxian in surprise. Golden pill, primordial infant? What are those? Chapter 49, Street Brawl. After a while, Jiang Jinxia joyfully appeared, surrounded by a flock of chirping golden pheasants, fluttering their wings in terror, their eyes darting in fright. Having never encountered such a scenario since birth, they wondered what this two-legged creature was so frightening. Jiang Jinxia hopped over to the two, playfully smiling, "Brother, hurry and cook." Feng Xiaoma affectionately nodded, and with a wave of his hand, all the pheasants flew to his side. Meanwhile, on Chang'an's West Street, two groups, numbering in the hundreds, were facing off. One faction was led by the three demons of the Cheng family and Qin Huaiyu from the Qin family. while the opposing group was spearheaded by Du He, Fang Yai, Wei Qiki, and Li Chongyi, the son of Li Xiaoyao. Clearly, Du He's side had a far greater number than Cheng Chimo's group. The street was deserted as passers-by fled, shopkeepers closed their doors, and vendors relocated, creating an atmosphere of tension, although many scholars observed from a distance, intrigued. Cheng Chimo shouted, "You scoundrel! You actually sought help." Du He retorted, "You three rascals! Did you not also seek assistance?" Cheng Chuliang called out to Wei Qiki, "Why are we, the descendants of martial generals, mingling with their civil officials? Come over here." Wei Qiki shrugged, "I prefer Lu Sueki." Cheng Chuliang accused, "You traitor." Du He, brimming with enthusiasm, commanded, "Attack." Cheng Chimo exchanged glances with his brothers and shouted, "Follow me into battle." The two factions clashed with cries of fury. Shoes and hats flew, fists met faces. "You give me a black eye, and I'll return the favor with a sweeping kick." The chaos of the battlefield was indescribable. Three dusty figures emerged from the crowd, crouching low. One made a discreet gesture, and the trio stealthily slipped into an alley, disappearing from sight. Near the battlefield, in a tavern, Cheng Chimo and his companions watched the scene unfold below. Cheng Chibi, chewing his teeth, observed as Qin Huayu received a black eye from Wei Qiqi's punch and was knocked to the ground by Li Chongyi's sweeping kick. While Du He and Fang Yai restrained him, Qin Huayu struggled desperately, his cries pitiful. It was a sight too painful to witness. Cheng Chibi gasped, "They are truly ruthless." Cheng Chuliang nodded repeatedly and turned to Cheng Chimo, "Brother, is it wrong for us to be doing this?" Cheng Chimo shrugged, "If you have the ability, go down yourself." Cheng Chuliang and Cheng Chibi shook their heads vigorously. Given the overwhelming odds, retreat was wise, going down would be foolish. This was all advice from their father. At the entrance of the bookstore, Qin Xian sat on the threshold, eagerly watching the brawl between the two factions in the street. She waved her tiny fists, cheering excitedly, and her animated demeanor suggested she might rush in at any moment. "Sir, trouble, trouble." A flustered constable hurried into the government office. Mu Yunxian, who was reviewing cases in the main hall, felt a twitch in his eyelid. Internally lamenting that such incidents were always related to those prominent families, governance in the capital was no easy task. Furrowing his brows, Mu Durin looked at the panting constable and asked, "What is the matter that has you so flustered?" The constable gasped, "Brother-in-law." Noticing Mu Yunfan's stern expression, he quickly corrected himself. "My lord, the three young masters of the Cheng family are fighting with the young master of the Qin family and the Du, Fang, Wei, and Li families in the street." Mu Yunfan's heart raced. Although the younger generation often had disputes, such a large-scale conflict involving so many families was unprecedented. He quickly stood and commanded, "What are you waiting for? Go separate them." The constable grimaced, "We don't have enough people. They number in the hundreds." Mu Yunfan scolded, "Even if we are outnumbered, we must intervene. Who will take responsibility if something happens?" The constable nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, I will go at once." Mu Yunfan rushed out of the office, shouting, "Prepare the carriage." To the Wei Wangfu. In an instant, the previously calm city of Chang'an was thrown into chaos, with various departments scrambling to respond. Even Li Shimin in the depths of the palace heard the commotion and laughed scornfully. "These little rascals are simply idle." It wasn't until evening that the entire incident finally subsided, though Cheng Chimo and his companions were apprehended. In the main hall, the three adamantly denied participating in the brawl, claiming they were merely spectators, while Qin Huayu was left seeing stars. The following morning, a loud knocking echoed once more at Zhang Mingxuan's door. He turned in despair to the incessantly trembling wooden door, wondering how long it had been. Half an hour? Why was this girl so persistent? Dragging his weary body from bed, he dressed and opened the door to find Li Qingxian glaring at him. She huffed, "I have never seen such a lazy creature. If you lived in the mountains, you would either starve or be eaten." With that, she turned and walked away. Zhang Mingxian yawned, utterly speechless. Why would he want to live in the mountains? After freshening up, he entered the main hall where Li Qingyo was teaching Yaya to speak. "Good girl, call me mother." Zhang Mingxian chuckled. She is still so small. How could she possibly talk? Yaya squinted her eyes and giggled, reaching out for him. Zhang Mingxian approached, placing a finger in her tiny palm, and she happily brought it to her mouth. He quickly withdrew his finger, shaking his head. "No, you can't eat that. It's dirty." Yaya reached for him again, babbling incessantly. "Babiye." Zhang Mingxian paused, suddenly feeling uneasy. Cautiously, he looked up at the impassive Li Qingya and asked, "Do you believe me if I say I don't know what's going on?" Li Qingxian glanced at Zhang Mingxian, then at her sister, her eyes ablaze with curiosity. Li Qingya spoke with a hint of indifference. Do you think I should believe it? Zhang Mingxian nodded eagerly, looking at Li Qingya with a pitiful expression. Of course you should believe it. Li Qingxian, standing nearby, incited. Kick him out, sister. Someone like him deserves to be expelled. Zhang Mingxian shot a fierce glare at Li Qingxian, pitifully pleading, Sister Qingya, my family is in ruins, and you are my only relative. Li Qingya smiled slightly, responding, no need to be anxious. It's not a big deal. Just be a bit more cautious in the future. Zhang Mingxian exclaimed, Sister, you are truly wonderful. Li Qingxian muttered something indecipherable, her gaze scrutinizing both Li Qingya and Zhang Mingxian with an enigmatic expression. Chapter 50. Before the shoot after breakfast, it was time, as per tradition, to print the new book. The last 20 chapters were filled with excitement. The battle at Liubo Mountain, the clash of good and evil. Zhang Xiaofan's Buddhist teachings exposed, the betrayal of the Qingyun sect's Grand Hall, and the onslaught of the demonic cult. Zhang Mingxian sauntered toward the bookshop, skillfully printing 500 copies of the book and returning with them. As expected, the area in front of the shop was crowded. However, Zhang Mingxian was surprised to find the bookstore door wide open. He entered with 3 burly men carrying books, approaching with skepticism. Behind the counter, a young girl rested her chin on her hand, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Zhang Mingxian. Zhu Xian, give me Zhu Xian, she exclaimed. Zhang Mingxian directed the men to place the books on the counter, pridefully asking, you read it too? It's good, isn't it? Li Qingxian ignored him completely. Leaping off her chair to untie a rope, retrieving a copy of Zhu Xian, and settling back into her seat to read with great interest. Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes, thinking, great. She's such a little lord. Boss, can we sell the books now? A young man in white asked. Yes, yes. A chorus of voices chimed in. Zhang Mingxian pulled out the money box, cheerfully stating, as per usual, pay first, then take your book. Haha, we know, they replied. 21, right? Zhang Mingxian busily collected money and distributed books, becoming quite flustered. He glanced at Li Qingxian, who was comfortably seated, and said, can't you lend a hand? Li Qingxian, engrossed in her book, pouted, no way. This troublesome child, why must she be so exasperating? With no choice, Zhang Mingxian fought solo. After a while, he managed to send off a multitude of book enthusiasts, having sold more than half of the 500 copies. Considering the students that would come by noon, he wondered if he should print more. He looked at the 3 men still waiting and said, as per usual, count the money yourselves. The lead man chuckled, all right. Thank you, boss. The 3 skillfully removed their outer garments, squatting against the wall to count the money. Li Qingxian glared at Zhang Mingxian, dissatisfied. Why did you let them count the money? What if they take too much? Zhang Mingxian slumped into a chair, lazily replying, I'm feeling lazy. Still waking up. Li Qingxian pouted, I will tell sister. Zhang Mingxian shrugged nonchalantly. He had noticed that Li Qingya was indifferent to money, having feasted continuously since his arrival without ever taking a coin from the box. It was laughable that a princess would lack funds. After the 3 men departed, Zhang Mingxian remained in the bookstore, occasionally serving a few customers. After a while, a cheerful voice rang out, Brother Zhang. Zhang Mingxuan's eyes lit up, and he stood to see Feng Xiaoma and Jiang Jinxiu approaching. Feng Xiaoma paused, astonished at the porcelain doll like Li Qingxian, and inquired, Brother Zhang, who is this? Zhang Mingxian smiled broadly. She is a distant relative of mine. Li Qingxian, hiding behind Zhu Xian, retorted, you are the distant relative. This is my home. Jiang Jinxiu, noticing the book in Li Qingxuan's hands, exclaimed, Zhu Xian, there's a new edition out. Zhang Mingxian bent down to retrieve a copy of Zhu Xian, handing it to Jiang Jinxiu without asking for payment. After all, she was a valued customer. 21 was trivial to him. Zhang Mingxian stepped out from behind the counter. Addressing Feng Xiaoma, Brother Feng, have you prepared the Kunlun costumes I requested? Feng Xiaoma chuckled wryly. What do you mean by Kunlun costumes? They are merely similar in appearance to ours. They lack any spiritual materials or protective formations. I wonder what use they serve. Zhang Mingxian shrugged. They're just extras. Don't overthink it. He mused. Now, we only need the actors to be in place. Casting a glance at the 2 beside him, he realized they had the leads, but still required a few supporting roles. Zhang Mingxian smirked, already forming a plan. It seemed there were indeed supporting characters available. Jiang Jinxiu protested. What you've assembled is hardly impressive. Kunlun would look 1,000 times more beautiful. Just as Zhang Mingxian was about to respond, Jiang Jinshu interrupted. I know. You'll say that we'll see once it's filmed. Who knows what you intend to shoot? With that, she waved goodbye to Zhang Mingxian and skipped away. Feng Xiaomao offered an apologetic smile before hurriedly following after her. Zhang Mingxian stood there, bewildered, muttering, Never ask me for help again. Today you treated me with indifference. Tomorrow I shall make you regret it. Li Qingxian set down her book, regarding Zhang Mingxian with suspicion. They are disciples of Kunlun, right? How do you know them? You seem to have a good relationship. Zhang Mingxian boasted, I know many people, from the high-ranking leaders to the common folk. Li Qingxian gave him a skeptical look. Rolling her eyes, she believed only half of his words. She might believe he knew commoners, but leaders and sages? Who did he think he was? Li Qingxian directly asked. What were you discussing just now? What are you filming? She scrutinized Zhang Mingxian, saying, You're not planning something nefarious behind my sister's back, are you? Zhang Mingxian hastily defended. How could that be? We are merely using the recording stone to capture some footage. Li Qingxian laughed. Do you think I'm easily fooled because I'm young? You mentioned something about extras. Are you capturing dragons? Capture dragons? How could you even think of that? Zhang Mingxian stared at Li Qingxian, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. She couldn't possibly have captured dragons before, could she? Zhang Mingxian awkwardly chuckled. Of course not. Dragons are divine beings. How could we ever capture one? Li Qingxian appeared disappointed. So it's not capturing dragons. Zhang Mingxian looked at Li Xiaoyao fearfully, pondering what kind of family had raised this violent little girl, always talking about capturing dragons. How terrifying. Zhang Mingxian's eyes shifted. You're also a cultivator, right? Li Qingxian nodded. Sort of? Sort of? What kind of answer is that? Zhang Mingxian was too lazy to press the issue further and excitedly asked, Can you fly? Li Qingxian scoffed. I could fly tens of thousands of years ago. I am a genius at cultivation. Zhang Mingxian clenched his fist, resolving one significant issue. Chapter 51. Supporting roles assemble Zhang Mingxian, with a glint of mischief in his eye. Proposed. How about I take you out to play tomorrow? Li Qingxian raised her tiny fist in a mock threat, declaring, Who do you think you are calling brother? I'm older. Perhaps that was a possibility. If she could fly, her cultivation time must have been considerable. But seeing her youthful appearance of around 12 or 13, calling him brother would be exceedingly embarrassing. Zhang Mingxian shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, and with a kind smile said, Let us go out and have fun tomorrow. It will be delightful. Li Qingxian snorted. No way. Your smile is just like those sneaky little foxes. You must have ill intentions. Zhang Mingxian was taken aback. How was that fair? What ill intentions could he possibly have toward a little girl? You can insult my intelligence, but never my character. Zhang Mingxian spoke directly. Could you assist me tomorrow? Will you come? Li Qingxian cheerfully leapt from her chair, exclaiming, If you had said so earlier. I wouldn't have thought you could deceive me like a child. I will help with this task. Zhang Mingxian looked at Li Qingxian in surprise. Such eagerness was not typical of her. Li Qingxian flashed a toothy grin and added, But you must help me with something in return. Zhang Mingxian, observing her mischievous smile akin to a sly fox, instinctively shivered, sensing that something was amiss. He asked cautiously, What do you need me to do? Li Qingxian rushed to his ear, cautiously glancing towards the backyard, tugged at Zhang Mingxian's arm, and gestured for him to lean down. Zhang Mingxian squatted, and Li Qingxian whispered conspiratorially, I want you to be my brother-in-law. Startled, Zhang Mingxian stumbled backward, landing on the ground. Feeling exposed as though his secret intentions had been revealed, Li Qingxian pouted and said, Don't pretend you wouldn't like that. Zhang Mingxian, astonished, inquired why. Li Qingxian replied with conviction, Of course, it's to bring her home. What is the point of staying at this shabby bookstore? With a look of incredulity, Li Qingxian gazed at Zhang Mingxian, saying, Isn't that the former husband? Isn't it awkward for you to live together? Zhang Mingxian chuckled, shaking his head. If I marry your sister, we would still live in our house. Li Qingxian scoffed. Do you have the means to build a secure nest? Zhang Mingxian was momentarily taken aback. Surely, with his ability to earn, purchasing a house was feasible. It would certainly be better than this bookstore. Impatiently, Li Qingxian pressed, So, do you agree or not? Zhang Mingxian nodded vigorously. Who wouldn't agree to such a splendid proposal? Li Qingxian beamed. That has settled then. She patted his arm like a little adult, assuring him, Don't worry. I will help you. Zhang Mingxian found her amusing. By noon, a throng of scholars lined up outside. This was expected, yet he was taken aback to see that they were all battered and bruised. An invisible current of tension filled the air, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Zhang Mingxian, puzzled, continued selling books and collecting payments. Moments later, the three notorious figures from the Chung family swaggered in, laughing boisterously. Zhang Mingxian's eyes brightened as he looked behind them, asking curiously, "Is it just the three of you?" Xing Chumo laughed heartily. "Of course, just us." Zhang Mingxian queried, "What about your followers?" Suddenly, the three seemed choked, laughter fading. Xing Chubi sheepishly replied, "They're all injured." "Injured?" Zhang Mingxian asked anxiously, "Is it serious?" Cheng Liang questioned, "Boss Zhang, are you concerned about them?" Zhang Mingxian grinned. "I need their assistance, just a small favor." Xing Chumo, ever brash, declared, "What do you need?" "I'll help." Zhang Mingxian spread his hands in exasperation. "I need about 20 people." He looked expectantly at the trio. "You three are quite influential at the academy. Could you help me find 20 individuals?" Cheng Chumo, with a shameless grin, replied, "While that's true, finding them might be a challenge." Zhang Mingxian was astonished. "Really? Would anyone dare to disregard your authority?" He silently added, "Do they want to live?" Cheng Liang fiddled with his pinky. "There has been a slight misunderstanding recently. They harbor some doubts about us." It seemed more than just a misunderstanding. Dewey entered with a group. He clasped his hands and addressed Zhang Mingxian. "If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I assure you, I want to flee like those three fools." Zhang Mingxian smiled gratefully. Thank you. Cheng Chumo, dissatisfied, slammed the counter. "Get the books." Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes. Why was he venting his frustration at him? If he weren't afraid of losing, he would have given him a piece of his mind. He handed 3 books to the Chung trio, who turned and left. Dewey gestured to introduce the two beside him. "These are Li Chongyi and Wei Qi Baoqi, my good brothers." Li Chongyi nodded at Zhang Mingxian, while Wei Qi Baoqi cheerfully said, "Young Master Zhang, we meet again." Zhang Mingxian returned the greeting. "Good to see you." "Li Gongzi, Wei Gongzi." He then eagerly asked Dewey, "Can you truly help me find 20 individuals?" Dewey nodded, smiling. "No problem." Zhang Mingxian expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Please have them come to the bookstore early tomorrow." "Tomorrow morning?" Zhang Mingxian asked, anxious. "Is there a problem?" Dewey chuckled. "Tomorrow is not a holiday. We all need to go to class. Finding a few servants should suffice." Zhang Mingxian shook his head. "That won't do. They lack the proper demeanor." Dewey nodded. "I understand. You seek individuals with scholarly grace. There are many scholars in the Tang Dynasty, and not all of them are in school. Finding 21 be difficult." Zhang Mingxian clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you." Dewey nonchalantly nodded. "Young Master Zhang, please hand over the books." Zhang Mingxian dashed back behind the counter, gathering a large stack of books to distribute, generously stating, "No charge." Dewey and his companions joyfully accepted the books. Wei Qi Baoqi hesitated before asking, "Young Master Zhang, which of the two, Sweki or Biao, is the female lead?" The others turned their gazes towards Zhang Mingxian. Taken aback, Zhang Mingxian hadn't anticipated such a question. He cautiously replied, "They should both be." Wei Qi Baoqi murmured, "So both are included?" "That works too." Dewey pressed, "But who is the primary wife? Is it Lu Sweki?" Zhang Mingxian, under their intense scrutiny, nodded repeatedly. "Indeed." The group collectively exhaled, departing with joyful expressions. After lunch, the bookstore finally quieted down. Zhang Mingxian sat leisurely in his chair, gazing outside. Tomorrow marks the beginning of his first published work. Soon, he would rise to prominence. Marrying a wealthy beauty and ascending to the pinnacle of life, the thought alone filled him with excitement. As Zhang Mingxian indulged in his daydreams, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the earth and rattling the building. He was jolted from his chair, bewildered as he scrambled to his feet, observing books and shelves strewn across the floor. What was happening? An earthquake? In a panic, Zhang Mingxian dashed to the backyard. As he stepped outside, a deafening clap of thunder sounded, and torrential rain poured down, drenching him instantly. The downpour blurred his vision, but he vaguely discerned 2 figures under the eaves. He hurried under the eaves, concerned. "Are you two all right?" Li Xiaoyao, unusually serious, shook her head. "We're fine. But someone is in trouble." "Someone is in trouble? What is going on?" Zhang Mingxian questioned, puzzled. With a peculiar glance at Zhang Mingxian, Li Xiaoyao waved her hand, commanding, "Disperse." Instantly, the moisture from Zhang Mingxian's body evaporated, forming a small water droplet that splashed into the downpour. He had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Both Li Xiaoyao and Li Qianxian were no ordinary individuals. Li Xiaoyao handed Zhang Mingxian a round bead, saying, "Go check it out." Li Qianxian bounced with excitement. "I want to go too." After a moment's hesitation, Li Xiaoyao consented. All right. The city is tumultuous at the moment. Be cautious. Li Xiaoyao joyfully replied, I know, with the jade talisman for protection. They won't see through me. Zhang Mingxian, bewildered by their conversation, wondered what they meant by caution and invisibility. Before he could ask, Li Xiaoyao dragged him into the ring. Startled, Zhang Mingxian opened his mouth to protest that he hadn't even brought an umbrella. Suddenly, he realized that the rain seemed unable to touch him at all. It was as if an invisible force repelled the raindrops. Zhang Mingxian grasped the bead in his hand. Pondering, is this the effect of the water-vein spirit pearl? Zhang Mingxian was dragged out of the bookstore by Li Xiaoyao, stumbling as he went. Before them loomed a monstrous figure, the size of a house, glaring menacingly at the bookstore. Upon catching sight of those vengeful eyes, Zhang Mingxian instinctively shivered and stammered, What? What is this? Li Xiaoyao exclaimed with excitement. It's a dragon head. Shall we steal it? Dragon head tofu soup is absolutely delicious. At her words, Zhang Mingxian quickly stepped aside, exclaiming, Are you crazy? You think you can just steal something that enormous? Everyone here is not blind. A glance around revealed numerous figures hovering above the dragon head, elegant young gentlemen clad in white, stunning maidens in vibrant skirts, ancient Taoist priests in traditional robes, and formidable monks in their cassocks. Among them were two familiar faces, Feng Xiaomao and Jiang Jingxian. How could you even think of stealing in such a situation? What audacity you possess! Zhang Mingxian observed the dragon head, a chill coursing through him as a sense of familiarity washed over him. Could this possibly be the Dragon King of the Jinghe River? His mind raced back to yesterday, when rain was predicted. If failing to alter the timing of the rain was a grave sin, what then was the sin of failing to bring the rain? An icy shiver ran down his spine. He doubted the Jinghe Dragon King would forget this matter. Surely it was the old schemer Yuan Shouchen's doing. Zhang Mingxian tightened his grip on the Qingping sword behind him, as only this formidable figure could provide him with a semblance of security. Suddenly, the heavens erupted in thunder. A cacophony of lightning striking as if heralding the apocalypse. A divine dragon descended from the sky, seizing the dragon head with its claws, and, with a mournful cry, vanished into the void. Zhang Mingxian sighed, realizing just how harsh this world could be. Just days prior, he had marveled at the grandeur of the Jinghe Dragon King, devising plans and flaunting his cleverness. Now, the Dragon King was a severed head in Chang'an. His petty tricks must seem utterly laughable in their eyes. Silently, Zhang Mingxian allowed the water-vein spirit pearl to sink into stillness, tilting his head to the sky as the cold rain drenched him. In that moment, he felt as though he had matured. Li Xiaoyao looked at Zhang Mingxian, now soaked by the rain, with a puzzled expression, muttering, Fool. Surprisingly, she did not disturb him. After a considerable time, Zhang Mingxian regained his composure. The rain continued to pour, leaving him the sole figure on the deserted street. With a wry smile, a golden divine energy shot forth from his fingertips into the water-vein spirit pearl, and he commanded, Scatter. Instantly, torrents of water surged forth, repelling the rain once more. Turning to the bookstore, he declared, I am going to the Jinghe. With a wave of his hand, he strode towards the city outskirts, walking atop the water. Covering meters with each step, a soul-biting staff appearing in his hand, flickering in and out of sight. Inside the bookstore, Li Xiaoyao looked skeptically at Li Xiaoyao and asked, Could he be possessed by a ghost? Something feels off. Li Xiaoyao smiled reassuringly. He was a child before, but now he is beginning to grow. Li Xiaoyao pouted in dissatisfaction. I think he's definitely possessed. I see a shadow flickering around him. Li Xiaoyao chuckled. It's nothing to worry about. It's the result of his cultivation, something I've seen before. He seems to be akin to Zhang Xiaofan. What? Zhang Xiaofan? Li Xiaoyao exclaimed in delight. Li Xiaoyao nodded. Just as described in the book, perhaps writing is his method of cultivation. Li Xiaoyao beamed. Zhang Xiaofan, how dare you keep this from me? When you return, I will have words with you. Upon merging with Zhang Xiaofan, Zhang Mingxian could directly access all of Zhang Xiaofan's abilities, fully unleashing his cultivation at the mid-stage of refining essence into qi, which could be deemed extraordinary by the definitions found in cultivation novels. This was equivalent to the foundational stage, his speed surpassing that of any common steed. Before long, he arrived at the banks of the Jinghe River, which flowed vigorously, waves crashing and whirlpools forming as fish leaped from the water, seemingly bidding farewell to the Dragon King. Some fish leapt directly onto the shore, crashing against the rocks in their desperation. As Zhang Mingxian walked along the riverbank, he felt it was only fitting to pay his respects to the Dragon King. honoring their acquaintance with a gesture of farewell. Shortly thereafter, he noticed a small girl walking and crying by the river. The relentless rain soaked her completely. Zhang Mingxian hurried over, using the water-vein spirit pearl to disperse the water clinging to her, sparing her from the torment of the rain. He crouched down and asked, "Little sister, why are you here all alone? Where are your family?" The girl looked up, and Zhang Mingxuan's heart sank. She was not human. Her face was covered with countless tiny scales, her nostrils flared, and her forehead was swollen with 2 large lumps. Suppressing his fear, he forced a smile and asked, "Where are your parents? Why are you wandering about alone?" The girl gazed longingly at the water-vein spirit pearl in his hand, sobbing, "My father is dead." By the banks of the Jinghe, the weeping non-human girl spoke of her deceased father. A thought flickered through Zhang Mingxuan's mind. Could this be a little dragon girl? With a strained smile, he said, "May you find peace." Guilt washed over him. If it weren't for his advice to the Jinghe Dragon King, leading Yuan Tiangang to lose face, perhaps he would not have perished. Tentatively, Zhang Mingxian took the little dragon girl's hand, his heart racing with caution. Should she make any sudden move, he would release her immediately. To his surprise, the little dragon girl did not resist, allowing him to hold her hand as they stood together by the turbulent Jinghe River. After a while, a young man in green attire appeared behind them with an air of confidence. He looked at Zhang Mingxian in surprise and gently said, "Tong Tong, let us go." The little girl turned to him and called, "Cousin," before letting go of Zhang Mingxuan's hand and running to the young man's side. The young man nodded at Zhang Mingxian, saying, "Thank you, young brother, for taking care of my sister." Zhang Mingxian shook his head repeatedly. "No need for thanks. I quite like her." The young man regarded Zhang Mingxian with curiosity. To human eyes, little Tong Tong appeared rather fearsome. The little girl waved goodbye, saying, "Big brother, I must go now. Take care. I will come find you." Zhang Mingxuan's heart skipped a beat. What did she mean? Would she seek vengeance? The young man smiled at Zhang Mingxian, then took the little girl as they transformed into a dragon shadow and soared into the sky. The little girl's voice echoed back, "Remember, my name is Bai Tong." "Ayo, Bai Tong." Zhang Mingxian gazed at the dragon shadow disappearing into the dark clouds, realizing it was indeed a member of the dragon clan. Sighing, he decided it was time to return. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Chang'an Academy, a vast classroom was filled with students. Fang Xingxuan paced the podium, wielding a ruler with an expression of fury etched across his aged face, his eyes nearly ablaze with anger. Fang Xingxuan thundered, "You all are truly something. Instead of studying the classics of the sages, you choose to indulge in absurd novels like that nonsensical Zhu Xian. Do you not respect the sages? Do you not honor the classics? What about your scholarly integrity? What about the celestial deities? What about the emperor? What about the academy? What about your teachers? What about yourselves? You dare to brawl in the streets over fictional characters? You are nothing but a band of ruffians, bringing shame to civility." Cheng Chimo muttered from the back. "This book makes it seem like I'm leading a rebellion." Cheng Chuyang and Cheng Chubi nodded in agreement. Fang Xingxuan roared, "We shall commence a search." "A search? For what?" Many felt a sense of foreboding as a group of muscular men clad in brown burst into the courtyard, moving swiftly about. Zhang Jun, standing at the front, anxiously inquired, "What are we searching for?" Fang Xingxuan smiled at Zhang Jun. "I know you, Zhang Jun. You were the first to read that book and even recommended it to your classmates." Under Fang Xingxuan's penetrating gaze, Zhang Jun lowered his head, remaining silent. Fang Xingxuan abruptly struck the lectern with a ruler, producing a resonant sound that startled all the students below. He thundered, truly audacious. "The extermination of immortals is a poison, and you are the one administering it. Our academy cannot harbor you. Leave at once." Zhang Jun's legs weakened, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Staring blankly at Fang Xingxuan, realizing his circumstances, he hastily knelt, weeping, "Teacher, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please grant me another chance. I swear I won't dare again." Fang Xingxuan coldly replied, "Someone, remove this troublemaker from my sight." Instantly, 2 burly men in black rushed in, each seizing an arm of Zhang Jun, dragging him away. Zhang Jun struggled desperately, pleading, Teacher, please give me another chance. I was wrong." His voice faded into the distance, leaving the entire classroom shrouded in silence as they anxiously awaited their fate. Cheng Chulong murmured, "This old man is truly ruthless." Cheng Chumo nonchalantly retorted, "He only bullies the ordinary. Let him try expelling us, and I assure you he will dismantle his own academy." Before long, several men in black entered, carrying a pile of books, all drenched from the rain, dripping pitifully. Fang Xingxuan's eyes twitched at the sight of the enormous collection, far exceeding his expectations. He asked in a deep voice, "Have you noted everything down?" One of the men in black bowed and replied, "Sir, we only noted down those without books." Another man in black respectfully presented a small booklet wrapped in oilcloth. Fang Xingxuan opened it, glanced at its contents, and abruptly flung it to the ground, shouting, "Meng Chuanxing, Zhang Dalu, you were among those protesting at the bookstore with me, weren't you? I never anticipated you would fall so low." The two scholars immediately knelt, not daring to speak further. "Each shall receive 20 strikes of the ruler, as a warning." 20 men in black entered, wielding rulers, and the room was soon filled with cries of lament, which continued until dusk. As the rain ceased in the evening, a rainbow appeared in the sky, and the air became fresh. After dining in the courtyard, Zhang Mingxian noticed Li Xiaoyao gazing intently at him, feeling a chill. Zhang Mingxian cautiously asked, "What do you wish to do?" Li Xiaoyao exclaimed excitedly, "I want to meet Zhang Xiaofan." Zhang Mingxian sighed in relief, realizing it was a simple request. To ensure Li Xiaoyao could assist him tomorrow, he readily agreed. A young man clad in a Taoist robe emerged from Zhang Mingxian. Standing before him, Li Xiaoyao joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, it's Zhang Xiaofan, the real Zhang Xiaofan." She opened her arms to embrace him, but missed as he swiftly evaded her grasp. Disappointed, she shook her chubby little hand and looked at Zhang Xiaofan, saying, "So it was a fake." After circling around Zhang Xiaofan, she remarked, "Your power is quite low. Only at the mid-stage of refining essence into qi. You probably couldn't even defeat a small monster." Li Xiaoyao crouched down, gazing intently at the soul-devouring staff in Zhang Xiaofan's hand, muttering to herself, "Is this the soul-devouring staff? It's not ugly. It doesn't resemble a fire stick at all." The staff manifested by Zhang Mingxian was entirely jade-like, adorned with mysterious patterns, topped with a bead resembling black jade. After a long moment of disappointment, Li Xiaoyao turned to leave, entirely different from her expectations. Chapter 54. Preparations for departure. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Mingxian found himself lacking the motivation to write his novel, knowing there would be no time for printing tomorrow. He decided to postpone it for a day, considering it a blessing for them, as the forthcoming events would be quite harrowing. Contemplating the past, the future, his worth, and the significance of his presence here, he eventually fell asleep. At the break of dawn the next day, Zhang Mingxian awoke with a start, glancing outside to find it still early. The night had felt interminably long. He had never realized just how lengthy the night could be. Counting the seconds on his fingers, Zhang Mingxian lay in bed, murmuring, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, before leaping up, exclaiming, "Too slow." After dressing, strapping on his sword pouch, and tidying up, he opened the door and stepped outside. Even in early summer, the morning air felt a bit brisk. He walked directly to the bookstore, opening the door to find a sparse flow of people on the street, some setting up early stalls and selling breakfast. Zhang Mingxian touched his belly, realizing he hadn't yet tried the local delicacies since arriving in the Tang Dynasty. He rummaged through the coin box, grabbed a handful of copper coins, and approached a breakfast stall next to the bookstore, cheerfully inquiring, "Good sir, what do you have to offer?" The vendor glanced up at Zhang Mingxian in surprise, exclaiming, "Isn't this Boss Zhang?" He quickly wiped the bench with his sleeve, bowing. "Please, have a seat, Boss Zhang." Zhang Mingxian was momentarily taken aback, awkwardly sitting on the bench. Were all the merchants in the Tang Dynasty this courteous? The elderly vendor, slightly hunched, respectfully asked, "What would you like to eat, Boss Zhang?" Zhang Mingxian replied, "No need for such formality, good sir." The vendor shook his head vigorously, insisting, No, you are a person of importance, earning 100 coins daily, associating with dignitaries and scholars, far beyond our humble station." Zhang Mingxuan's eyes widened. Earning 100 coins? Who said that? Pure slander. He realized that no matter what he said, he couldn't change the vendor's perception. It seemed he had become someone of considerable status. "What do you have to eat?" The vendor replied, "We have noodle soup and steamed pancakes." Zhang Mingxian looked at the ever-respectful vendor and decided against having a street meal today. "I'll have a bowl of noodle soup and 2 steamed pancakes." He noticed his appetite had recently increased. Carrying a large bowl of noodle soup and 2 hefty pancakes, Zhang Mingxian wobbled back to the bookstore. Sitting in front of the shop, he enjoyed a mouthful of noodle soup followed by a bite of pancake, and the flavors were delightful. Just as he finished a pancake, his eyes brightened as 2 figures emerged from the shadows, one in white and the other in green, resembling celestial beings descending from a painting. Zhang Mingxian swallowed the soup in his mouth and waved, smiling, Good morning to you both. Zhang Jinshu scoffed. Stop waving. At this rate, you'll drop your pancake. Zhang Mingxian quickly ceased his gestures, chuckling sheepishly. Feng Xiaoma smiled softly. Zhang brother, take your time. They will arrive a bit later. Zhang Mingxian, puzzled, asked, who are they? Zhang Jinshu bluntly replied, duh. Those are the people you sought. Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes. Did the major sects have such poor upbringing? How had this young lady grown up with such a temper in a world filled with gods and demons? Indeed, beauty could only be admired from afar. Once in close contact, one would discover a multitude of flaws. Of course, his sister Xīyóu was the exception, perfect from every angle. Zhang Mingxian decided to ignore her and curiously asked, how do you know, Brother Feng? Feng Xiaoma humbly replied, I have a modest understanding of divination. Zhang Jinshu proudly declared, my senior brother's divination skills are remarkable. Zhang Mingxian nodded enviously, burying his face in food. After wiping his mouth, Zhang Mingxian returned the jade bowl to the vendor, asking, how much do I owe you? The vendor waved his hands, saying, no need, no need. It is an honor for this old man to serve you. Zhang Mingxian pulled out a handful of copper coins from his pocket and placed them on the vendor's stall before turning to leave. The elderly vendor, gazing at the pile of copper coins on the stall, repeatedly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, thank you so much. As Zhang Mingxian walked back to the bookstore, Zhang Jinshu looked at him in surprise, saying, you're not usually this generous. Zhang Mingxian replied, it's only right to pay for a meal. Do I seem like the type to default on debts? Zhang Jinshu scrutinized Zhang Mingxian for a moment before nodding seriously. Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes in exasperation, unwilling to engage further. At this moment, Li Xiaoyao, adorned with a plush hairpin and sporting a plump, rosy face, bounded out in a sheer dress. Casting a glance at Zhang Jinxia and Feng Xiaoma, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Zhang Mingxian and inquired, where are we going to play? You mentioned something extraordinarily fun. Zhang Mingxian replied, somewhat exasperated. Weren't you uninterested? Li Xiaoyao retorted with a hint of pride. Do not presume to decipher a girl's thoughts. I am interested now. Zhang Jinxia, gazing at Li Xiaoyao, her eyes twinkling like stars, approached and gently asked, little sister, my name is Zhang Jinxia. What is yours? Zhang Mingxian looked on in astonishment, surprised to see this young lady exhibiting such tenderness. Feng Xiaoma, feeling slightly anxious, stepped protectively beside Zhang Jinxia. Hee, big sister. I am Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao cheerfully declared. Zhang Jinxia, bewildered, stared at her as if struck by 1,000 arrows. Big sister? Zhang Mingxian burst into laughter, unable to contain himself, while Feng Xiaoma struggled to suppress his amusement. Zhang Jinxia, teary-eyed, turned to Feng Xiaoma and exclaimed, brother, have I become a big sister? Feng Xiaoma shook his head vehemently. Impossible. You are far too adorable and beautiful. Li Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. Indeed, big sisters can still possess charm. Zhang Jinxia's heart felt as though it had been pierced by daggers. Zhang Mingxian erupted into laughter once more, his mirth rendering him nearly incapable of standing upright, while he regarded Li Xiaoyao with a mixture of surprise and admiration for her sharp wit. Zhang Jinxia's eyes blazed with indignation as she lunged toward Li Xiaoyao, shrieking in a fit of playful rage, only to be swiftly restrained by Feng Xiaoma. The entrance of the shop fell into a hushed silence. As Zhang Mingxian gazed quizzically at Li Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow and whispered to Zhang Mingxian, if you wish to become my brother-in-law, keep your distance from other women. Zhang Mingxian, realizing her intent, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, casting a sympathetic glance at Zhang Jinxia. Zhang Jinxia glared at Li Xiaoyao, while the latter maintained a carefree smile, exuding charm. Feng Xiaoma, on the other hand, gazed skyward, remarking on the splendid weather, though the sky appeared dark and overcast. As dawn broke in the east, a group of scholars made their way to the bookstore, led by Du He and Fang Yai. Du He clasped his fists in greeting towards Zhang Mingxian and curiously inquired about Zhang Jinxia and Feng Xiaoma. Zhang Mingxian laughed heartily. They are the protagonists of today's adventure. The people you sought were to assist them. Du He smiled. Then I shall heed your instructions today, young Master Zhang. Zhang Mingxian, surprised, asked, you are joining us? Du He nodded. My brother Fang and I will partake in the fun. Don't you have classes to attend? Fang Yai shrugged nonchalantly. If I don't wish to go, I shan't. Zhang Mingxian envied their casual demeanor, reminiscing about how he wished he could have been so carefree during his school days. His gaze fell upon a familiar figure, Zhang Jun, who appeared despondent. Turning to Feng Xiaoma, Zhang Mingxian said, "Let us depart." Feng Xiaoma nodded, and a colossal cloud enveloped them, lifting them into the sky. The scholars gasped in shock, clutching each other, their faces pale with fear. Li Qingshan smirked, "Cowards." The scholars, observing Li Qingshan's unperturbed demeanor, felt a wave of shame wash over them. A little girl showed no fear while they, grown men, quaked in trepidation. They quickly released their grips on one another and steeled their resolve to wander about. Zhang Mingxian regarded Li Qingshan with a bemused expression, questioning her delight in teasing. He looked at Feng Xiaoma in astonishment, clasping his fists. "I did not realize you're a cultivator. My apologies." Feng Xiaoma nodded in acknowledgement. The journey continued in silence, the auspicious clouds swiftly gliding across the sky, landing atop a mountain peak. As the red sun rose, the first rays of dawn illuminated the mountain, creating a breathtaking scene. Zhang Mingxian inhaled deeply. How refreshing. The scholars, intrigued, scanned their surroundings, still unaware of their purpose, their attention drawn to the exquisite buildings in the distance. Zhang Mingxian turned to Feng Xiaoma and said, "Brother Feng, please escort them to change into their attire." He asked, puzzled, "Change attire for what?" Zhang Mingxian replied with a smile, "Just to capture a few images. If you prefer not to change, that is acceptable. We have enough participants." He nodded but remained rooted in place, aware that his family status did not permit him to act recklessly in public, especially not in front of others. Feng Yai also remained still. Zhang Mingxian then addressed Jiang Jinxia. "You two, go change into the outfit." Jiang Jinxia protested, "Those clothes are hideous. I want tea change. I wore this at Kunlun." Zhang Mingxian insisted, "That is unacceptable." With a huff, Jiang Jinxia transformed into a gust of wind and slipped into a room. Moments later, she emerged clad in a matching uniform, a purple robe adorned with golden threads, a jade pendant at her waist, and a hem embroidered with wave-like patterns. Zhang Mingxian praised. Dashing. The scholars, one by one, examined their own attire, their delight evident. Yet, even in identical garments, Feng Xiaoma and Jiang Jinxia stood out, their extraordinary grace captivating all. Dressed in men's clothing, Jiang Jinxia appeared even more striking, exuding a newfound vigor that caught Zhang Mingxian's eye. Zhang Mingxian clapped his hands. "All right. Let us commence the filming. Everyone, please take a seat inside, as you would in class." One scholar chuckled. "I've never been to school." Others joined in. "Neither have I." Zhang Mingxian frowned and commanded, "Silence. Follow my instructions without chatter." Instantly, the room fell silent, the scholars casting displeased glances at the once amiable Zhang Mingxian, who seemed to have transformed dramatically. Even Feng Xiaoma regarded him with surprise, recalling Zhang Mingxian's usual playful demeanor, now replaced by an authoritative presence. Under He's watchful gaze, the scholars suppressed their irritation and reluctantly entered the building. Zhang Mingxian entered behind them, instructing, "Everyone sit tight. Feng Xiaoma, take a seat behind Jiang Jinxia, lean over the table, and adopt a languid pose." "Languid, do you understand?" "Not asleep." "Zhang Jun, what is with that morose expression?" After a quarter of an hour, they managed to meet Zhang Mingxian's demands, albeit with great effort. Zhang Mingxian retrieved a recording stone and announced, "Now, recite the Tao Te Ching. 1, 2, 3, begin." "Feng Xiaoma, you may recline and observe the view outside." "Perfect. There should be birds singing outside." Jiang Jinxia promptly performed a hand gesture, summoning several exquisite birds to flutter about, chirping joyfully. Satisfied, Zhang Mingxian tucked away the recording stone. The first scene is complete. Let us proceed to the second. The group arrived at the edge of a cliff, gazing across at the majestic Yinzhao mountain, stretching for miles and evoking a sense of grandeur. Zhang Mingxian pointed to the cliff. Jiang Jinxia, meditate there. Jiang Jinxia obediently scampered to the spot and assumed a meditative posture, while Zhang Mingxian, now somewhat intimidated, snapped photos. After considerable effort and numerous retakes, the most challenging scene, a combat sequence, proved to be a trial, as they were all cultivators battling amidst the mountains and clouds. Zhang Mingxian needed Li Qingshuan's assistance to film, but would she comply? That was unlikely. After countless attempts, they finally succeeded, and Zhang Mingxian refrained from expressing frustration, knowing he needed her cooperation. Only as noon approached did they complete the necessary shots, but audio recording still awaited. Zhang Mingxian glanced at the yawning scholars and said to Feng Xiaoma, "Please send them back first." Feng Xiaoma, feeling a bit weary, replied, "All right, I will bring you some food." This time, he refrained from mentioning a picnic. Li Qingshan expressed her dissatisfaction. Are we going back? Zhang Mingxian comforted her. Soon, very soon. She retorted, it's not fun at all. You're lying to me. Zhang Mingxian assured her. Once the editing is finished, it will be entertaining, I promise. I doubt it. I'm leaving first, Li Qingshan declared, vanishing into thin air in front of Zhang Mingxuan's bewildered gaze. He turned to Jiang Jinshu and asked, is she really gone? Jiang Jinshu shrugged. Good riddance. She isn't cute at all. Before long, Feng Xiaomao returned, carrying a lunchbox filled with a sumptuous array of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, leaving Zhang Mingxian savoring every bite. After lunch, Zhang Mingxian led them into a small, sealed room nearby. Feng Xiaomao and Jiang Jinshu exchanged puzzled glances. Unable to fathom the purpose of the empty space, Zhang Mingxian instructed them, stand in the center and recite these 2 lines. Feng Xiaomao, hearing the instruction, chuckled, Brother Zhang. You must be mistaken. It should be me and my junior sister swapping roles. Jiang Jinshu, with a hint of pride, declared, no swapping. It's meant to be this way. Eagerly, she dashed to the center, while Zhang Mingxian positioned the filming stone towards them and gestured. After a morning of shooting, they had become quite accustomed to his signals. Suddenly, Feng Xiaomao felt a wave of nervousness, swallowing hard as he said, Junior brother, I will need you to shield me from our master during today's morning class. Snap. Zhang Mingxian admonished, laziness. Do you understand? Casual does not equate to speaking in such a stiff manner. Got it. Let's do it again. Junior brother. Once more. Junior brother. Again. Today. I will need you to shield me from our master. Why? Because you are sitting upright. Be casual. All right, that's good. After much effort, they finally captured the first line. Now, for the next line. As Feng Xiaomao listened to the lines, his expression changed, shaking his head repeatedly. No. No. Master will kill me. Zhang Mingxian clarified. It's just for publicity. It's not real. Feng Xiaomao resolutely shook his head. No. Such words cannot be spoken so casually. Zhang Mingxian was at a loss, wondering if people in ancient times were always this conservative. You're a man. It's just dialogue. Does this mean we won't be able to film any kissing scenes in the future? Jiang Jinshu chimed in. Brother, just follow what young Master Zhang says. It's quite fun. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Feng Xiaomao looked at Jiang Jinshu helplessly. She pouted, I will plead for you later. Hurry up. Rolling his eyes. Feng Xiaomao thought that her pleading might only infuriate the master further. Yet, he could not refuse Jiang Jinshu's request, feeling a glimmer of anticipation within. After an afternoon of recording the song and its musical accompaniment, combining the sounds of a zither and a flute, the results were astonishingly seamless. When Zhang Mingxian returned to the bookstore, dusk had fallen. Li Qingshan and Li Xiaoyao were enjoying the evening breeze in the small courtyard. Upon seeing Zhang Mingxian, Li Xiaoyao smiled. Why are you so late? Zhang Mingxian replied excitedly. We need it for tomorrow, so I stayed a bit longer. My work will surely astonish them. Li Qingshan scoffed. What a mess. It's not fun at all. Zhang Mingxian confidently patted his chest. You will see tomorrow. It will definitely surprise you. Li Qingshan merely rolled her eyes. Li Xiaoyao smiled slightly. You didn't update Juxian today, did you? Zhang Mingxian was taken aback, then grinned foolishly. Sister, you like it too? I'll write it right away. Li Qingshan laughed. A crowd has gathered in front of the bookstore. Even a fool would know. Li Xiaoyao added, yes. They've been urging us. If I hadn't stopped them, they would have barged in. Zhang Mingxuan's face turned pale. Is it really that violent? It's only a one-day delay. Is it that serious? Li Qingshan teased. Go out and shout that Juxian is written by me, and you'll know how serious it is. Zhang Mingxian shook his head, trying to dispel the gruesome images from his mind, reassuring himself, if they don't know, it's fine, it's fine. With no desire to converse further, he hurried back to work. Zhang Mingxian returned to his room, closing the doors and windows behind him. Lying on his bed, he held the filming stone, channeling a faint golden divine power into it, which conjured images before him. With divine power as his blade, he sliced and spliced the visuals, overlaying music. Soon, a complete piece emerged, fresh and captivating. Zhang Mingxian marveled at the creation in his hands, filled with anticipation for the future. Of course, he knew that daydreaming wouldn't suffice. Reality still demanded much of him. Rising, he fervently began to write. He silently mused, you all urged me. It's not my fault. Just don't cry. The next morning, Zhang Mingxian was still asleep when a voice echoed in his ears. Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang. I'm waiting for you outside. He turned over, burying his head under the covers, smacking his lips twice, and continuing to doze. Brother Zhang, Brother Zhang, I'm waiting for you outside. The voice persisted. Suddenly, Zhang Mingxian threw off the covers and shouted, Are you annoying, or what? His bleary eyes widened as he beheld a fluttering paper crane. Cautiously, he poked it, and it unfolded, revealing a piece of paper that read, Sorry. The main character does not recognize you. Zhang Mingxian muttered, It seems to say someone is waiting for me outside. Is it Feng Xiaoma and the others? Instantly, he sat up, dressed quickly, washed up, and grabbed the filming stone, rushing outside. Upon opening the door, he indeed found Feng Xiaoma and Zhang Jinxiu standing before the bookstore. The streets were bustling with people, some anxious, others excited, and still others nervous, hurrying past. Armed soldiers stood guard every few meters along the streets, with patrols running by intermittently. Zhang Mingxian, bewildered, asked, What is going on? He racked his brain for any significant events in Tang Dynasty history, wondering if there was a rebellion by the crown prince. Feng Xiaoma smiled. The crossing of the immortals has begun. The Tang king is dispatching people to maintain order. Zhang Mingxian nodded, excitement lighting up his face. When will the filming be released? Feng Xiaoma explained, Soon. The 3 major sects will initiate the formation to select talents. It should conclude by evening. If you're interested, my junior sister will come to fetch you. Zhang Jinxiu quickly added, You must prepare Zhu Xian for me. I didn't get to see it yesterday. Zhang Mingxian handed the filming stone to Feng Xiaoma and turned to Zhang Jinxiu, saying, Rest assured, I will definitely save it for you. Satisfied, Zhang Jinxiu nodded. Feng Xiaoma clasped his fists in farewell, farewell. Zhang Mingxian watched the two depart, yawned, closed the door, and muttered to himself, Back to sleep. Chapter 57. The queen arrived. Zhang Mingxian did not sleep for long before being awakened by a familiar knocking sound. Sighing, he opened his eyes and, no longer futilely resisting, got out of bed obediently. Upon leaving his room, he found Li Xiaoyao looking a bit surprised. So early today? Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes, sidestepping her as he exited. After just a few steps, he noticed a row of armored guards standing in the courtyard, leading directly from the bookstore to the main hall. Zhang Mingxian cautiously took a few steps back and whispered to Li Xiaoyao, Who are they? Are you scared? Li Xiaoyao teased. Zhang Mingxian looked at her speechlessly, feeling it was excessive. You can hit me, but don't insult me. Pretending not to understand when we are still friends is too much. Clearly, Li Xiaoyao had no intention of being friends, as she bounced toward the hall. Zhang Mingxian cast a furtive glance at the soldiers on either side, wondering if they would truly come knocking at the door. However, he could only hastily follow along. Upon entering the grand hall, he beheld a regal middle-aged woman engaging in light-hearted banter with Li Xiaoyao. Nearby, a cradle cradled a sleeping child, while 2 adorable youngsters, a boy and a girl, stood beside it, gazing curiously at the infant inside. The middle-aged woman smiled at Zhang Mingxian's entrance, exclaiming, This must be the esteemed author of the legend of the immortals. You even invented the cradle, haven't you? What a splendid boon you have bestowed upon us women. Zhang Mingxian humbly replied, It is but my duty. It is an honor to contribute to the betterment of women everywhere. The middle-aged lady turned to Li Xiaoyao with a smile, asking, Does he always speak in such a manner? Quite amusing indeed. Li Xiaoyao chuckled. Do not flatter him too much. He cannot handle praise well. Too many compliments, and he might ascend to the heavens, for he is rather eccentric. Zhang Mingxian observed the radiant smile on Li Xiaoyao's face, a rare sight indeed. Suddenly, a cacophony of cries startled everyone. The little boy beside the cradle stumbled back in fright, exclaiming, It wasn't me. The girl, equally alarmed, looked pleadingly at the middle-aged woman, calling mother. Li Xiaoyao comforted. It's all right. Zhang Mingxian's heart raced at the girl's call for mother, wondering if she might indeed be the queen. The resemblance was striking. Li Xiaoyao approached the cradle, lifted the child, and hummed a lullaby, which promptly calmed the baby, whose large eyes began to explore the surroundings with curiosity. The little girl chimed, Annie, your singing is delightful. Gently, Li Xiaoyao patted the girl's head, saying, Would you like me to teach you? The girl beamed, Annie is so kind. Zhang Mingxian listened intently to their exchange, realizing that this delicate girl was indeed Princess Xīyóu. He glanced at the boy, considering, this must be Li Ji, the future emperor of Tang. If he referred to Li Xiaoyao as auntie, then she must be the daughter of Li Yuan. It was no wonder she lived among the common folk. She was the daughter of the retired emperor, yet remained unappreciated. Surely, she had endured much hardship in her childhood. A series of palace intrigue scenarios flashed through his mind. With a pang of sympathy for Li Xiaoyao, He momentarily forgot her identity as a cultivator. Consumed by his own imagined truths, Li Xiaoyao cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Mingxian, questioning the source of his odd expression. Fortunately, she recognized his frequent eccentricities and paid it no mind, continuing her conversation with Empress Changsun. Li Xiaoyao, perched on a chair, swung her legs disinterestedly while observing the harmonious scene. Suddenly, she leaped down and exclaimed, "Zhang Mingxian, let us go play." Before he could respond, little Li Ji's eyes lit up as he dashed to Empress Changsun, tugging at her sleeve. "Mother, I want to play too." With the big sister. Zhang Mingxian regarded Li Ji with intrigue, pondering how such a young boy already understood the charm of older girls. Perhaps he truly was fond of mature women. He could now comprehend why Li Ji admired Wu Zetian. The lad seemed to have a penchant for older women. Princess Jinyang's eyes sparkled as she looked at Empress Changsun, while Li Xiaoyao merely sighed. Children can be so bothersome. Empress Changsun smiled. "You must call her auntie." Li Ji glanced at Li Xiaoyao, who was pouting and protested, "But she doesn't look much older than me." His tone dripped with dissatisfaction. Empress Changsun replied firmly, "Yet she is your aunt. If you wish to go play, you must go with your aunt." Jinyang ran to Li Xiaoyao, her eyes sparkling with hope. "Auntie, let us play together." Li Xiaoyao exchanged a resigned glance with Li Xiaoyao, grasped Jinyang's tiny hand, and headed outside. Zhang Mingxian shrugged and followed, while Li Ji eagerly called, "Wait for me. I'm coming too." In the courtyard, Li Xiaoyao inquired, "Where shall we play?" Zhang Mingxian pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about I take you to see the printing house? Is it the legend of the immortals?" Li Xiaoyao asked eagerly. Zhang Mingxian nodded enthusiastically. "All right then," she agreed. Zhang Mingxian dashed back to his room, emerging shortly with the manuscript in hand. As he exited the bookstore, he was flanked by Li Xiaoyao, who held Jinyang's hand, and the curious Li Ji. 2 rows of soldiers stood guard, ensuring their safety as they made their way to the printing house. Zhang Mingxian felt a surge of pride. This was the privilege of power. He strode confidently, feeling more handsome than usual. However, before long, Princess Jinyang looked up at Li Xiaoyao with pleading eyes. "Auntie, I can't walk anymore." Li Xiaoyao fixed her gaze on Zhang Mingxian, who glanced around, exasperated. "All right, I shall carry you." He crouched down, addressing the little princess kindly. "Dear princess, allow your knight to escort you forth." Jinyang leaned against Li Xiaoyao, glancing nervously at Zhang Mingxian. Li Xiaoyao gently pushed Jinyang towards him, and Zhang Mingxian smiled as he lifted her, saying, "Let us be off." Jinyang's eyes filled with tears as she looked at Li Xiaoyao, whispering, "Auntie." Li Xiaoyao, softened by her pitiful expression, reassured her, "It's all right. Let him carry you, just like the palace maids do." Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes, thinking, "I am clearly a man, not just a mere servant." In the back courtyard of the bookstore, the Empress, once the doors were secured, inquired, "I have come seeking a matter of importance today." Li Xiaoyao regarded Empress Changsun with curiosity. The Empress continued, "Recently, a monk in white has been delivering dreams to His Majesty, proclaiming that our Tang Dynasty is destined for a great Buddhist revival, with Xuanzang's westward journey and the scriptures returning eastward, heralding a flourishing of Buddhism." Li Xiaoyao, her expression impassive, replied, "Why do you seek my counsel on such matters?" The Empress, observing Li Xiaoyao's countenance, explained, "Though His Majesty appreciates the Shaolin Temple's assistance and offers support, that is a mere faction. However, the spread of Buddhism eastward is a matter of great doctrinal significance. His Majesty dares not decide, and has sent me to seek your guidance." What does the Supreme Ancestor mean? Chapter 58. The arrival of the Celestial Lord. Hearing the Empress's words, Li Xiaoyao's expression darkened as she stood abruptly, her voice cold. "Why not ask him directly? I have no connection with him whatsoever." The Empress, sensing Li Xiaoyao's mood, replied, "I am aware of your history. As the saying goes, blood is thicker than water. The bond of kinship cannot be severed. Furthermore, the Celestial Lord gazes down upon the heavens. We mere mortals cannot presume to approach him casually." Li Xiaoyao, with a hint of sarcasm, quipped, "Does the royal family also speak of kinship?" The Empress's expression shifted, darkening with displeasure. Realizing her misstep, Li Xiaoyao quickly apologized. "I am sorry, my words were ill-considered." The Empress, her countenance grim, replied, "You speak the truth. The royal family lacks such affection." During the Xuanwu Gate incident, the second brother could have spared them. A long silence enveloped them, and after what felt like an eternity, Li Xiaoyao finally said, "I will inquire on your behalf." The Empress's expression brightened again as she commanded, bring forth the idol. Yet her smile bore a hint of strain. 2 armored guards entered, carrying a wooden idol taller than a man, placing it within the chamber. They bowed respectfully to the empress before retreating slowly. Li Xiaoyao, seated upon the main chair, gazed down at the seated idol of the celestial lord, stating, "I know you can hear me. The Emperor of Tang requests I ask you, what is your stance on the eastward transmission of Buddhist teachings?" The wooden idol's eyes flickered momentarily, and it stretched its limbs before rising from the ground to regard Li Xiaoyao. They held each other's gaze for a moment, and she turned away, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The empress quietly exited the hall, closing the door behind her. With a resigned sigh, the idol spoke, sounding almost human. "After so many years, how have you been?" Li Xiaoyao pressed her lips together, retorting, "What does it matter to you? You are the sacred celestial lord, not the mortal Li heir." The idol's gaze shifted to the child in Li Xiaoyao's arms, saying, "Is this little one Yaya? She resembles you so much from your childhood." Li Xiaoyao wore a mocking smile and asked, "Do you still remember what I was like as a child? It seems your path of tranquility and detachment is still lacking refinement." The celestial master, taken aback by Li Xiaoyao's retort, exhibited no anger. Anyone else in his place would have turned to ashes. He sighed and said, "Since you appear displeased with my presence, I shall take my leave. Inform King Tang to act according to Buddhist teachings." After this, the statue became completely immobile, maintaining its stance while gazing at Li Xiaoyao. Turning her head, Li Xiaoyao silently observed the statue for a long while before speaking. "Come in." The empress entered, looking at the unmoving statue, and inquired, "Has it left?" Li Xiaoyao nodded, appearing particularly solemn, devoid of her usual gentle demeanor. The empress bowed to the statue and commanded, "Bring it back." 2 armored men entered, their eyes widening at the sight of the standing statue. The empress instructed, "Carefully carry the statue back." The guards replied yes, and cautiously lifted the statue away. Inside the bookstore, Boss Wu received Zhang Mingxian and his entourage with great trepidation, unable to mask his anxiety, as the 2 rows of imperial guards stationed at the entrance were incredibly intimidating. Zhang Mingxian, smiling, handed the manuscript to Boss Wu and said, "No need to be nervous. Just print my book." Boss Wu accepted the manuscript, bowing excessively, and replied, Of course. By the way, the quiet room I visited last time was quite nice. Please show me there." Boss Wu beamed and said, "Please, upstairs." Zhang Mingxian, cradling Princess Xīyóu, followed by a disinterested little girl and an excited young Li Ji, ascended the stairs with Boss Wu. Upon opening the door and ushering them inside, Boss Wu bowed, saying, "Make yourselves comfortable. I will assist you with the printing." After pondering for a moment, Zhang Mingxian declared, 300 copies. Boss Wu nodded in acknowledgement and retreated, wiping the sweat from his brow with a wry smile, thinking, "Princess Xīyóu has put me in a bind. Did she not say she was merely a sworn sister? What else with these imperial guards? Surely, I haven't done anything out of line." He shook his head and hastily left. In the quiet room, Zhang Mingxian boasted, "What do you think? My standing is quite significant, isn't it? This room is a treasure of old Wu's. He usually doesn't allow just anyone in." Li Xiaoyao scoffed, rolling her eyes. Then her gaze landed on a birdcage. Licking her lips at the sight of what seemed to be a delectable treat, Zhang Mingxian casually plucked a small red flower and placed it in Princess Xīyóu's hair, exclaiming, "Simply beautiful." Princess Xīyóu reached up to touch the flower atop her head and replied, "Thank you, uncle." Zhang Mingxian was momentarily taken aback. Realizing he was now at an age where he could be considered an uncle, he looked down at Princess Xīyóu and corrected her, "You should call me brother." Princess Xīyóu glanced at Li Xiaoyao and then at Li Ji, feeling conflicted, and stammered, but, after a prolonged pause, she could not find the words. Li Xiaoyao rolled her eyes and remarked, "Childish." Zhang Mingxian sighed dramatically, "And you are not childish? Quite the adult." When Boss Wu returned, beaming, he was instantly shocked upon opening the door. Birds were flitting about chaotically in the air, the floor was littered with broken branches and leaves, and the climbing vines on the walls appeared as if they had been gnawed upon, some sections entirely stripped. The 4 of them stood in the room, each adorned with a beautiful flower crown, while Princess Xīyóu and Li Ji were flushed with excitement. And Li Qingshuan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of delight, whether from admiration or gluttony was uncertain. Upon seeing Boss Wu enter, Zhang Mingxian chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "My apologies for the disorder." Boss Wu forced a smile and replied, "No worries. I was just about to replace the flowers anyway." Zhang Mingxian exhaled in relief, That is good to hear. I thought you might be upset. Boss Wu quickly responded. Your book has already been printed. Zhang Mingxian replied. Let us head downstairs. He lifted Princess Xīyóu, who giggled joyfully. We're off. Their laughter echoed as they returned to the bookstore, drawing the attention of passers-by. It was indeed a relaxed day. The 2 rows of guards stationed at the entrance were imposing, yet no customers arrived. Upon returning to the bookstore, Princess Xīyóu and Li Ji went to find the Empress, while Zhang Mingxian remained, feeling oddly out of place in a space that seemed unsuitable for a man of his stature. Li Xiaoyao, also seated in the bookstore, pondered for a moment before asking Zhang Mingxian, why did you deliberately toy with that boss earlier? Zhang Mingxian replied in surprise, you noticed? Li Xiaoyao rolled her eyes and said, even a fool could see it. Boss Wu was so distressed. You must have enjoyed it. Zhang Mingxian, with righteous indignation, retorted, is it my fault? It was merely an accident. He thought to himself, I certainly want to tell you it was because he had previously denied me entry. Li Xiaoyao shot him a sidelong glance and muttered, childish. She then picked up a book titled Zhu Xian and began reading. Zhang Mingxian suddenly felt a twinge of guilt, wondering if she might strike him. Chapter 59, soon to be played. Li Xiaoyao, after reading for a while, expressed her discontent. Indeed, bald heads bring no good fortune. Per Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Mingxian cautiously inched his chair away, feeling increasingly uneasy. A tremendous aura erupted from Li Xiaoyao, sweeping through the room. Zhang Mingxian was instantly knocked aside, crashing into a bookshelf with a resounding thud, lying amidst the chaos while clutching his chest in pain. The guards stationed outside the inner courtyard changed their expressions. One of them cried out, protect the Empress. The prince. Each guard unleashed a surge of vital energy, coalescing into a colossal dragon that surged towards the bookstore. Stop right there. Li Xiaoyao appeared in an instant above the bookstore, a radiant white light emanating from her hand, forming a barrier that halted the dragon's advance. The Empress emerged from the main hall, commanding with authority, everyone, cease. Yes, the guards all lowered their weapons, retracting their vital energy, yet remained vigilant, guarding the main hall and watching the bookstore. Li Xiaoyao landed and admonished, Li Xiaoyao, come out here. Li Xiaoyao sheepishly stepped out of the bookstore, followed by Zhang Mingxian, who was grimacing in pain. Li Xiaoyao glared at Li Xiaoyao and scolded, what on earth happened? You can't even control your own cultivation? Do you realize you nearly caused a disaster? Fuming, Li Xiaoyao pointed at Zhang Mingxian, exclaiming, it's not my fault. It's all because of him. Li Xiaoyao looked at Zhang Mingxian, perplexed as to how he was implicated, wondering if he had done something inappropriate to her sister, her eyes flashing with a dangerous light. Zhang Mingxian protested, what does this have to do with me? I was sitting quietly when suddenly I was struck by a force and sent flying. I'm the one who feels wronged. Li Xiaoyao, stamping her feet in anger, yelled, you feel wronged? What do you have to feel wronged about? If you had to be killed by Yao in your story. Her eyes shimmered with tears. What? Bai Yao is dead? The Empress exclaimed in shock. Li Xiaoyao, looking pitiful, nodded. She died to save Zhang Xiaofan. The Empress quickly approached Li Xiaoyao, took the book, flipped through a few pages, and then scolded Zhang Mingxian. Why portray Xiaofan in such a tragic light? Now you've killed Bai Yao off too. Can't you write something uplifting? Zhang Mingxian chuckled awkwardly, not daring to speak. The Empress turned to Li Xiaoyao and said, I must take my leave. We shall gather again another day. Li Xiaoyao replied, very well. I must also have a serious talk with these two. As she spoke, she shot a glare at Zhang Mingxian and Li Xiaoyao. Once the Empress and her entourage departed, Li Xiaoyao surveyed the bookstore and reprimanded, have I been too lenient with you two? Zhang Mingxian and Li Xiaoyao both shook their heads in unison, appearing quite pitiful. Li Xiaoyao turned to Li Xiaoyao and scolded, how long have you been cultivating? Not only have you made no progress, but you can't even control your abilities? Li Xiaoyao muttered, it's all his fault for being so infuriating. Bai Yao is so lovely. Why did you have to kill her off? Li Xiaoyao cast a glance at Zhang Mingxian and stated, you may write as you wish, but you must also bear the consequences. I do not wish for anyone to disturb Yaya. Zhang Mingxian nodded repeatedly, akin to a humble supplicant, yet he remained oblivious to the challenges that awaited him. Li Xiaoyao cast a glance at the two and declared, clean up this mess. Lunch is cancelled. With that, she turned and strode towards the backyard. After her departure, Li Xiaoyao pouted and glared at Zhang Mingxian, stating, I want you to resurrect Biao. Zhang Mingxian shook his head in refusal, asserting, impossible. Li Xiaoyao revealed her small canines and, shaking her tiny fist, threatened, if you don't bring Biao back to life, You shall accompany her. The sight of that chubby little fist evoked memories of fear in Zhang Mingxian, and he hesitantly replied, I will give it a try. Li Xiaoyao smiled triumphantly. Deciding to ignore her, Zhang Mingxian felt a chill run down his spine as he surveyed the scattered books and shelves. How was he to tidy this up? He took a couple of steps forward and began to bend down to pick up the books. Li Xiaoyao, perplexed, inquired, What are you doing? Zhang Mingxian replied irritably. Cleaning up. Li Xiaoyao laughed. It's simple. Pointing her finger, she commanded, Return to your places. Instantly, the bookshelves righted themselves, and the volumes flew back into their rightful spots, restoring order in the blink of an eye. Even the book in Zhang Mingxuan's hand soared back to the shelf. Zhang Mingxian stood dumbfounded, astonished at the application of such magical prowess. Li Xiaoyao, with a smirk, settled into a chair to continue reading Zhu. Before long, Zhang Mingxian heard the sound of soft sobs, noticing that Li Xiaoyao's eyes were already brimming with tears. With no inclination to check on her, Zhang Mingxian recognized that. With the queen gone, the patrons who lingered outside began to pour in. Customers streamed in, ranging from servants in attire befitting nobility to affluent merchants adorned in brocade. And even some youthful scholars, including a few women. As noon approached, a throng of scholars arrived, including Du He and others. Much to Zhang Mingxian's surprise as he noted the absence of the 3 members of the Chung family today. As dusk approached, Jiang Jinxiu bounced into the bookstore, calling out to Zhang Mingxian behind the counter, Where's my book? Zhang Mingxian's eyes brightened as he replied, It has been prepared for you. Handing the book to Jiang Jinxiu, he eagerly asked, Is it time for the screening? Jiang Jinxiu accepted the book with satisfaction, saying, The selection is almost over. I'm here to fetch you. Zhang Mingxian excitedly rose from his seat, exclaiming, Wait for me a moment. He dashed into the backyard of the bookstore, calling, Sister Qingya. Sister Qingya. Li Xiaoyao emerged from the kitchen, smiling as she asked, What's the rush? Zhang Mingxian responded with enthusiasm, Sister Qingya, my film is about to be screened. Let us go watch it together. Is it the one you were busy with a few days ago? Li Xiaoyao queried, puzzled. Zhang Mingxian nodded, looking at her with anticipation. Li Xiaoyao teased, Isn't it just a recording stone? Why such a peculiar name? I've heard from Qingxian that your project is a jumbled mess, all fabricated. Zhang Mingxian hastily defended, It's not a mess. I have a clear vision. The final product will be superb after editing. Li Xiaoyao, observing Zhang Mingxian's eager expression, chuckled, Very well. Let us see what this esteemed creation of yours is all about. Zhang Mingxian exclaimed with glee, Wonderful, let us set off. Chapter 60. The recruitment of disciples at the Immortal Gate. After tidying up, the group of 5, including Yaya, soared through the clouds, landing atop a mountain peak. Besides the familiar Feng Xiaoma, 2 striking youths wielding long swords stood there, exuding an air of aloofness that resembled that of chivalrous knights more than mere cultivators. Accompanied by 2 humble little monks who appeared gentle and amiable, Zhang Mingxian discerned at a glance that these must be disciples of Mount Shu and Shaolin. One of the sword-wielding youths frowned and inquired, Feng Xiaoma, what is going on? Who are they? The sword-wielding maiden mirrored his displeasure with a frown. Even the 2 little monks opened their eyes to scrutinize Zhang Mingxian and his companions. Feng Xiaoma laughed heartily. They are esteemed guests of Kunlun, invited by me. Yan Reniying. Do you have any objections? Zhang Mingxian stole another glance at Yan Reniying, recognizing him as one of the 3 heroes of the Yan family, thus deducing that the young woman must also be one of the trio. One of the little monks greeted them, Ba. The 3 benefactors are favored by Kunlun, which surely signifies their extraordinary nature. Entering this place is no issue. I, Monk Yuanjun, offer my respects. I, Monk Yuanyi, extend my greetings as well. Indeed, the monks were astute, which explained why Buddhism flourished in the future. The 2 disciples from Mount Shu remained silent, though their dissatisfaction was apparent to all. Li Xiaoyao muttered, What is there to be proud of? They're merely relying on their influence. Li Xiaoyao shot her a disapproving glare, prompting Li Xiaoyao to fall silent. After a moment, Feng Xiaoma declared, Is it about time? Yan Reniying nodded affirmatively. Monk Yuanjun raised a single palm and intoned, Ba, I have no objections. Then let us commence. Feng Xiaoma, Yan Reniying, and Yuanjun stepped forward, each producing a jade talisman, extending their hands in unison. 3 beams of golden light shot forth from the talismans, piercing through the thick fog enveloping the mountainside. In an instant, the fog swirled violently as the clouds dispersed, revealing a clear sky. A pathway wound its way from the foot of the mountain to a resplendent white jade gate situated halfway up the slope. Along the path lay a dense throng of people, some filled with joy, others with terrifying expressions, some wearing sinister smiles, and others displaying fervent passion. The array of humanity exhibited the myriad facets of life, appearing both eerie and foreboding, reminiscent of a ghastly thoroughfare. Behind the white jade gate stood a mere 20 or so individuals, all brimming with elation. The disparity in numbers was staggering. "Let us go." Yue Meiyan took the lead, riding a cloud downwards, followed closely by the others. Zhang Mingxian and his companions lingered atop the peak, opting not to join in the commotion. A single Amitabha echoed throughout the realm, and as the chant resonated, golden light began to rain down from the heavens. As the light showered the path, a feeble and dazed individual sprawled on the ground awoke with a groan, rising to survey the surroundings, all of whom cast disappointed glances at the white jade gate. With some weeping sorrowfully, "I refuse to accept this," a young man shouted at the sky, directing his fury at Feng Xiaomao and the others. Feng Xiaomao, with an impassive expression, replied, "What is it that you refuse to accept? I have been cultivating since I was 8, transcended the void at 10, achieved divine transformation at 15, and this year I am 18, already nearing the pinnacle of my path, one step away from ascension. Why was I eliminated while an ordinary person without cultivation can enter the immortal gate?" The young man pointed an accusatory finger at a man in his 30s standing within the immortal gate. The man, equally bewildered, thought, "What have I done to you? Why is your ire directed at me?" He nervously glanced at Feng Xiaomao and the others, feeling a wave of insecurity wash over him, wondering if the celestial beings would indeed replace him. Feng Xiaomao retorted, "My immortal gate has its own criteria for accepting disciples. It is not for you to question. If you are dissatisfied, you may leave." With a flick of his sleeve, the young man let out a scream as he transformed into a shooting star, vanishing into the horizon. Zhang Mingxian could only click his tongue in astonishment. Little Feng is quite domineering. Li Xiaoyao shot him a sidelong glance. "You call him Little Feng? Do you even know how old he is?" "How old?" "At least 8,000 years. Zhang Mingxian gasped in disbelief. The cultivation practitioners could easily span thousands of years, a notion that was utterly disheartening. Yue Meiyan addressed the individuals within the immortal gate, stating, "I am a disciple of Mount Shu. Surely you have heard of Mount Shu, whose tenets are to ride the sword to immortality and vanquish demons. This is the true orthodox inheritance of humanity. Those interested may follow me." Mount Shu. The crowd on the path erupted in fervent discussion, casting envious glances at the figures within the immortal gate. Seeing this, Monk Yuan Tong quickly interjected, "I am a disciple of Shaolin. Shaolin Temple is the legacy of the Buddha, containing 72 unique techniques, all of which are pathways to the great Tao. Shaolin. I have heard of it. Didn't they once save the emperor from peril? I believe monks are forbidden to marry, correct?" That seems to be the case. The members of the celestial sect possessed a certain understanding of Shaolin, albeit with a lack of enthusiasm. Yuan Zhen flashed a toothy smile, proclaiming, "Our Shaolin still boasts the lineage of the joyous Buddha." Jiang Jinxia let out a disdainful scoff, deeming him utterly shameless. Feng Xiaomao cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Zhen, surprised that this seemingly honest monk would resort to such tactics. The gaze of the celestial sect's members towards Yuan Zhen shifted, undeniably intrigued. Feng Xiaomao, filled with confidence after having perused the contents of the memory stone, which left him utterly astonished, crushed the memory stone sent from the sect without a second thought, for it bore no comparison. He stepped forward with a smile, stating, "I am a disciple of Kunlun. You may not be familiar with Kunlun. We emphasize transcending worldly affairs and seldom tread among the mundane. Allow me to present to you a segment of memory for your understanding." Upon hearing the mention of memory, both the Shaolin and Shushan sects frowned, questioning his intent. However, they soon chuckled. After all, the prestige accumulated over millennia could hardly be overshadowed by a mere memory. Zhang Mingxian exclaimed with excitement, "It's starting. It's starting," though a hint of anxiety lingered within him, unsure if the earth could still shine in the world of journey to the west. Feng Xiaomao glanced skyward, formed a hand sign, and pointed to the heavens, declaring, "Bring forth the dark clouds." In an instant, the sky darkened, enveloping the valley in a shroud of blackness. Those on the mountainside stirred restlessly, yet their trust in the celestial sect prevented any major disturbances. At the foot of the mountain, Cheng Yaojin, accompanied by 3 little demon kings, gawked at the suddenly darkened sky, spitting out the grass root he had been chewing, exclaiming, "What on earth are they up to? Couldn't they just finish gathering disciples and leave? What kind of nonsense is this?" Chang Chimo nervously remarked, "Surely nothing untoward will occur, right? Like demons and monsters?" Cheng Chuliang rolled his eyes, retorting, "Are you daft? We are outside Chang'an City. Where would demons and monsters come from?" Cheng Chubi then pointed, "Look, something's happening." Chapter 61. The young heroes of the Jianghu A scene emerged in the sky, revealing 4 large characters, young heroes of the Jianghu, accompanied by smaller text indicating Zhang Mingxian as the producer. Inside an ancient, quaint room, a group of young Taoists donned in violet robes and adorned with glazed crowns recited scriptures. The camera focused on a poised and handsome young Taoist, with a languid youth reclining behind him. Yin Renying, glancing at Feng Xiaoma and Jiang Jinxia, was taken aback, realizing they were the very subjects. What was unfolding within the memory stone? Cheng Chubi tugged at Cheng Chumo's sleeve. "Brother, is that not Zhangjun?" Cheng Chumo, enlightened, responded, "Indeed it is." As music played, a voice narrated, "Feng, junior brother, I must rely on you to shield master during today's morning lessons." "Jiang, why?" Feng smiled, "Because you sit so properly." "Jiang, as you wish." The female sword fighter from Shushan stifled a laugh, casting an odd look at Feng Xiaoma, surprised by his antics as a senior brother. The crowd below regarded Feng Xiaoma with bemused expressions. He felt a wave of despair. This was not how he wished to be portrayed. In the memory, Feng Xiaoma slumped over a desk, gazing enviously out the window. The song began, "Feng, in the serene valley, the stream flows, the fish are beautiful, every day. The sky embraces the swallows in flight. The enchanting scenery outside the window captivates my heart. How tiresome the Tao Te Ching seems. Jiang, to benefit all without contention. Learn the virtue of water, tolerance and forbearance are the wisdom of our ancestors." In the back row, a senior brother dozed off, unable to comprehend why he was always at a disadvantage. As the audience absorbed the contrasting melodies, many wore knowing smiles, recognizing the dichotomy of the diligent and the slothful. Even in the celestial sect, there were those who sought to evade effort. How amusing. The scene shifted to a cliff's edge, where Jiang Jinxia sat in meditation facing the swirling clouds. The song resumed. "Jiang, the sword energy flows from the North Sea, sitting in quietude upon the snow-capped peaks." Transcending into deep meditation, who was peering from behind the trees? Feng Xiaoma lay cheerfully beneath a towering pine, its expansive canopy casting shade. Nearby, a stream babbled alongside blossoming peach trees, petals drifting on the breeze and falling into the clear water, creating ripples. Colorful koi emerged, nibbling at the petals, a picturesque scene. Feng Xiaoma chewed on a twig, grinning at Jiang Jinxia. "Feng, junior brother, stop meditating and play the flute for me." "Jiang, if you can outsmart me, I shall play." "Feng, play first, then we shall spar. If I win, you must play for me for a lifetime." Jiang, turning to leave Feng, chasing after, "Come on. It was just a joke, why the blush?" Everyone regarded Feng Xiaoma with odd expressions, then glanced at Jiang Jinxia. Something was amiss. There was definitely something amiss. Feng Xiaoma felt like crying. He hadn't intended for it to come across this way. How could he face master upon returning? Jiang Jinxia's face was flushed. Not from shyness, but exhilaration. What a delightful game. In the memory, the two leaned against the pine trees. Jiang Jinxia playing the flute while Feng Xiaoma lounged with his eyes closed, enjoying the moment as a gentle breeze scattered peach blossoms onto his shoulders. "Feng, in the serene valley, the stream flows, the fish are beautiful. Every day, the sky embraces the swallows in flight. From afar, the boundless clouds gather. Beneath the ancient pine, I am entranced by the flute's melody. Jiang, as the clouds come and go, I play a tune, leaning against the setting sun to fall asleep. Snowflakes flutter down like shattered jade. A sharp sound of a sword echoes, and Feng Xiaoma quickly rises, exclaiming, "Hey!" Your expression changed so quickly. With a flick of his sleeve, he drew his sword to eye level. The scene depicted the two weaving their swords through the clouds, their blades shimmering against the snow-capped peaks, appearing as celestial beings, unrestrained and free, harmonizing with the universe, each sword resonating with the path of the Tao. The duet commenced. The sword energy flows from the North Sea. Sitting in quietude upon the snow-capped peaks, purple aura rises from the east. Gazing at the sun and moon, we embrace the impermanence. The snow blankets the mountain gates, and atop the summit, we share laughter over our swordplay. Youth galloping across the sea of clouds, shaking off the radiant light of the universe. riding cranes to traverse the world. How fortunate to stand shoulder to shoulder in this lifetime. Sheathing their swords, Jiang. Senior brother, you must diligently practice your martial arts. Feng, little junior brother. We have all the time in the world. The memory concluded, and the dark clouds dissipated. The crowd remained in stunned silence for a moment before erupting into animated discussions. How captivating. Truly remarkable. They had anticipated a display of Kunlun's celestial beings and architecture. Yet it was merely two individuals sharing a simple tune, the might of Kunlun unexposed, yet imbued with profound warmth that stirred a longing within. Zhang Mingxian excitedly inquired of Li Xiaoyao, was it not splendid? Was it not splendid? Li Xiaoyao nodded, indeed. It was splendid, and the melody was lovely. Such a pity it is but a fabrication. Li Xiaoyao, equally incredulous, remarked, it certainly did not appear this way during the filming. It was quite unappealing. At the foot of the mountain, Cheng Chumo muttered, is the celestial sect truly like this? Aren't competition and slaughter common occurrences? Cheng Yaojin, with his characteristic bluntness, scoffed. It's all a ruse. Don't think I haven't been to Kunlun. Cheng Chubi skeptically noted, do you recall the beginning? The words young heroes of the Jianghu seemed to be the title of this tune, yet there were smaller letters beneath, indicating Zhang Mingxian as the producer. Is he the same Zhang Mingxian from the bookstore? The three exchanged glances, and Cheng Chumo slapped his thigh, grinning, it is quite possible. Yesterday, Zhu Xian didn't sell. Perhaps he was busy with this. Cheng Yaojin queried, who is Zhang Mingxian? How does he relate to Zhu Xian? Cheng Chubi explained, Father, let me inform you. Zhang Mingxian is the one who sells books in Princess Qingyang's shop. He was the first to sell Zhu Xian. I now seriously suspect he is the author of Zhu Xian. Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuyang nodded in agreement. Cheng Yaojin laughed heartily. So the author of Zhu Xian is named Zhang Mingxian. I thought he would have a name like Invincible Little Tyrant. What a ridiculous name. What do you think about bringing him home? Lock him in the woodshed and deny him food until he writes. Shang Chumo, eyeing the overly enthusiastic elder, shrank back slightly, sheepishly saying, that might not be appropriate. He is one of Princess Qingyang's people. Cheng Yaojin expressed his disappointment, saying, indeed, the Princess Qingyang is not to be trifled with. In the sky, Feng Xiaoma smiled confidently and said, you may choose. There are 3 celestial gates. Select one to enter, and you shall have no regrets. Feng Xiaoma, Yan Renying, and Yuan Tong each released a streak of light, manifesting 3 jade tokens within the celestial gates. One side bore the majestic image of towering mountains and clouds, inscribed with Kunlun. Another displayed a long sword, its sharpness palpable even through the jade, marked with Shushan. The last featured a compassionate monk with a gentle smile, inscribed with Shaolin. The few who had passed through the celestial gates hesitated before the tokens, finding it difficult to decide. One person gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and took the Kunlun token, bowing to Feng Xiaoma. I wish to enter under the Kunlun banner, to forge friendships with fellow disciples and travel the world together. I hope for your guidance, senior brother. Feng Xiaoma replied with a smile, excellent. The individual instantly flew towards Feng Xiaoma, standing behind him. Seeing this, the others stepped forward to select their tokens, each soaring into the sky. Yuan Tong and Yin Renying exchanged glances, their expressions grim as they observed the 18 disciples behind Feng Xiaoma. Feng Xiaoma chuckled, thank you, my dear junior brothers. Yin Renying remarked, brother, you truly possess remarkable skills. I have learned much from you. Farewell. He departed with the 4 individuals behind him. Yuan Tong shook his head with a bitter smile. I truly do not know how to report back. He gazed towards the mountaintop and inquired, were those few assisting you? Feng Xiaoma was taken aback, having been accurately guessed. Yuan Tong nodded knowingly. I too shall take my leave, and departed with his 3 companions riding on clouds. Chapter 62. The beginning of fermentation. As Shushan and Kunlun departed in succession, those on the mountainside began to descend. Feeling a sense of regret for not entering the celestial gates, yet considering the experience worthwhile for having witnessed such an event, Feng Xiaoma, accompanied by his newly accepted disciples, descended upon the mountaintop with a beaming smile, addressing Zhang Mingxian. Thank you for your assistance today, Brother Zhang. The newcomers behind Feng Xiaomo regarded Zhang Mingxian with curiosity. Who was this individual? An elder from the sect? A few recognized Zhang Mingxian, having purchased his popular book, Zhu Xian, from a bookstore, astonished that this seemingly ordinary bookstore owner had garnered the attention of the celestial gates and was on familiar terms with their envoy. Zhang Mingxian, brimming with pride, replied, no need for thanks, no need at all. He then smiled at Feng Xiaoma. Please hand me the recording stone. You may keep a copy. Feng Xiaoma replied, of course. When the two recording stones connected, brilliance swirled, and moments later, tranquility returned as Feng Xiaoma handed one stone to Zhang Mingxian. Overjoyed, Zhang Mingxian delightedly examined the recording stone, cherishing it as his very first creation, a memento worth treasuring. Feng Xiaoma clasped his hands together. Thus, we bid farewell. May we meet again by fate. Zhang Mingxian, bewildered, called out, Wait, wait. Feng Xiaoma looked at Zhang Mingxian with confusion as Zhang Mingxian affectionately grasped his sleeve. Rubbing his fingers together in discontent, Brother Feng, you are being unreasonable. Feng Xiaoma replied in astonishment, Brother Zhang, what do you mean by that? Zhang Mingxian looked earnestly at Feng Xiaoma. Brother Feng, I was the one who proposed the idea for this recording. I helped you surpass the other two factions and gather such a multitude of talented individuals. Surely that is worth some recognition? Feng Xiaoma nodded, chuckling. I will always remember your kindness, Brother Zhang. Zhang Mingxian waved his hands dismissively. No, let us not speak of emotions. Discussing feelings only complicates matters. Li Xiaoyao giggled. While Li Xiaoyao smiled faintly, Feng Xiaoma could only smile wryly. Brother Zhang, you truly are amusing. What is it that you desire? Zhang Mingxian declared with righteous conviction. Brother Feng, consider this. I offered you suggestions, helped select the venue, assisted in construction, and facilitated the filming, all of which required considerable time and effort. Shouldn't there be some form of compensation? He rubbed his fingers expectantly in front of Feng Xiaoma. Feng Xiaoma realized, indeed, it is my oversight. You are entitled to compensation. He produced a small pouch and handed it to Zhang Mingxian. Let this serve as your remuneration. Zhang Mingxian shook the pouch, dissatisfied. Brother, this is rather stingy of you. Feng Xiaoma's lips twitched. Could he truly be ungrateful? He could only smile helplessly. I am truly not affluent. Jiang Jinshu interjected. The venue was chosen by senior brother. The construction was done by us, and we performed as well. You merely manipulated the recording stone and still demand compensation? Feng Xiaoma tugged at Jiang Jinshu's sleeve. Brother Zhang has indeed contributed significantly to our endeavors. Compensation is warranted. He then bowed to Zhang Mingxian. I did not bring much wealth with me. I promise to make amends next time. Zhang Mingxian waved his hand generously. Forget it. I shall let you off this time. Feng Xiaoma nodded at Li Xiaoyao and Li Xiaoyao, then took Jiang Jinshu and swiftly ascended into the clouds, departing at great speed. Li Xiaoyao looked at Zhang Mingxian with a peculiar expression. I never realized you were such a greedy creature. Do you know how many spirit stones are in that small pouch? Zhang Mingxian scoffed. Such a small pouch, at most 5 stones. Li Xiaoyao chuckled. That pouch is known as a cave heaven bag, containing a small world. Only cultivators of at least true immortal status can craft such bags. And the bag itself is worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Zhang Mingxuan's hand trembled, nearly dropping the pouch, but he quickly regained his grip. Staring incredulously at the small pouch, this is worth 10,000 spirit stones? Li Xiaoyao nodded as if it were obvious, and Zhang Mingxian looked towards Li Xiaoyao, who also nodded in affirmation. Realization dawned on Zhang Mingxian. It must be a storage bag. Li Xiaoyao smiled slyly. Consider this. A bag worth 10,000 spirit stones. How many spirit stones might it contain? To think you still felt it was insufficient. You truly have a large mouth. And I must say, you have embarrassed my sister. Li Xiaoyao shot a reproachful glare at Li Xiaoyao, while Zhang Mingxian felt a mix of emotions, truly bewildered. Li Xiaoyao suggested, all right, let us return. The three returned to the bookstore as the sun dipped low in the sky. Li Xiaoyao went to prepare dinner, while Zhang Mingxian and Li Xiaoyao tended to Yaya. Meanwhile, within the palace, the emperor and empress were also dining. Li Shimin observed the red eyes of Empress Chang's son and exclaimed, which child has vexed you again? They truly have no fear. Empress Chang's son reproached, do not blame the children. They are all very well behaved. Then, with a touch of sadness, she added, it is that girl Biao. She has passed away. Li Shimin frowned, pondering for a moment. Who was Biao? How did she die? Empress Chang's son rolled her eyes. Biao is a character from Zhu Xian. Li Shimin's expression shifted to realization. She is a character from a legendary tale. How simple. I shall issue a decree for the author to resurrect her. No. I should have him brought here to write a story for Wukong, especially since he has upset my Wukong. He must have eaten the heart of a bear or a leopard. The empress laughed lightly. You speak nonsense. Once that decree is issued, Wei Zheng will surely bump his head in despair. I may even earn the title of a demon empress. Yet the smile on her face revealed her delight in Li Xiaoyan's affection. Li Xiaoyan laughed heartily, shaking his head. That old curmudgeon Wei Jing truly gives me headaches. Laughter and merriment filled the dining table. At this moment, in the Du residence, Du Ruhui and his wife were having their meal together. Du's wife expressed her concern. Howard, what is the matter? He has been in his room since the afternoon, refusing to come out for dinner. Is he all right? Du Ruhui, placing a piece of meat into his wife's bowl, smiled. Do not worry. He is fine. The study is brimming with vitality. Reflecting deeply is not a bad thing. Meanwhile, in the study, Du Hao sat in tears, staring at his desk with Xu Xian, murmuring, I am so sorry. Truly, I am sorry. I suggested that Lu Sueki be the female lead, but he only mentioned that Lu Sueki should be the main wife. I never intended for you to die. I am truly sorry. Is it because I assisted him that he now seeks to please me, resulting in Lu Sueki becoming the sole heroine? Du He's eyes shimmered with a dangerous glint, and gradually, her resolve solidified as she declared, Fear not. I shall seek justice for you. Chapter 63. The readers arrive in the Weiqi residence. Weiqi Baoqi stifled her tears, murmuring to herself, I clearly like Sueki. Why do I still feel like crying? Within the Qing residence, Madame Qing sat in the pavilion, lost in thought as she gazed at the swimming fish in the pond. 10 years ago, Zhang Xiaofan and Lu Sueki. 10 years later, Goei Li and Lu Sueki. Old acquaintances remain, yet the circumstances have changed, truly a capricious twist of fate. Mother, we're back. Four armored men charged through the door. Madame Cheng was jolted from her reverie. Cheng Yaojin laughed heartily. Hurry, let us have the dishes served. I'm starving. Madame Cheng wiped her moist eyes and replied, I haven't instructed the kitchen to prepare the meal yet. You should go and make the arrangements. Cheng Yaojin exclaimed in despair, Madam, surely you jest. At this hour, we should already be dining. Cheng Chubi, astonished, remarked, Mother, are you crying? Cheng Chumo, filled with indignation, shouted, Mother, tell me who has wronged you. I shall ensure they regret it. Cheng Chuliang and Cheng Chubi wore expressions of fury, convinced that if Madame Cheng named a culprit, the three of them would rush out to deliver a sound beating. Cheng Yaojin's expression stiffened, and he calmly asked, Who has upset you? Those familiar with Cheng Yaojin knew that his calmness was far more terrifying than his rage. A flicker of reassurance crossed Madame Cheng's face as she said, It's nothing. I was merely moved by reading Zhu Xian. This volume is rather poignant. Is that so? The four relaxed, and Cheng Yaojin chuckled. Madam, you are just too sentimental. Is Zhang Xiaofan facing some hardship again? It must be due to the great Brahmin Prajna. No worries, he won't perish. Cheng Chumo nodded in agreement. Cheng Chuliang declared, One must endure hardship to rise above. Madame Cheng looked at the three with an enigmatic expression and said, I hope you'll feel the same way shortly. I shall go instruct the kitchen. I've arranged for some books to be brought back. They are in the hall. Watching Madame Cheng depart, Cheng Yaojin muttered, Why do I have a bad feeling? Whenever she smiles like that, it usually bodes ill. The three of them rushed towards the hall, and Cheng Yaojin, casting aside his unease, shouted, You three brats. Wait for me. There were 4 books in the hall, not just one as they had anticipated, hence there was no need for a scramble. Each picked up a book and began to read under the light. Moments later, a thunderous noise shook the room, and 3 blood-red dragon figures soared into the sky, causing the hall to collapse. The 4 emerged from the rubble, and Cheng Chumo cried out in despair, No. Cheng Chuliang mourned, Return my Bai Yao. Cheng Yaojin gritted his teeth and said, Well done, Zhang Mingxian. Your writing is exceptional. Just as the 4 were engulfed in sorrow, a sharp voice rang out. What are you doing? They all shivered and turned to see Madame Cheng standing in the distant circular doorway, her face pale with frost. Once again, chaos erupted within the Cheng residence, a common occurrence across Chang'an. Of course, Zhang Mingxian was oblivious to this turmoil, diligently writing away in his room. Return my Bai Yao. Return my Bai Yao. Return my Bai Yao. The entreaties echoed in a blurred haze as Zhang Mingxian felt as if countless vengeful spirits were buzzing around him. Rubbing his bleary eyes and hearing the clamor outside, he was bewildered, wondering what was happening. Hastily donning his clothes and grabbing his sword, he rushed outside. Leaning against the bookstore's door and listening to the deafening cries from outside, a chill ran down his spine. Cautiously, he opened the door slightly, revealing a crowd of fervent individuals, all glaring at the bookstore. Among them were scholars, wealthy merchants, common folk, and even a few constables. Were these all fans of the book? At that moment, Li Qingxian emerged from the backyard, a gloating expression on her face as she remarked to Zhang Mingxian. Sister said you should resolve this quickly. It's already disturbing Yaya. Zhang Mingxian glanced outside once more through the narrow opening, feeling guilty as he said, "How do we resolve this? Perhaps you could send a squad of guards." Li Xiaoyao shook her head proudly. "I want to help you. You must handle your own affairs." "Who told you to kill Bai Yao? You brought this upon yourself." Watching her delight in his plight, Zhang Mingxian gritted his teeth in frustration. How could this girl be so oblivious to the seriousness of the situation? Does she not realize how dangerous such an unlawful gathering could be? What if something went awry? There's not a shred of responsibility in her as a princess. Observing Li Xiaoyao's sparkling eyes, which seemed to revel in chaos, he abandoned the thought of seeking her assistance. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door slightly to reveal himself, smiling as he clasped his hands. "Good morning, esteemed villagers. I am the author. Attack!" A voice shouted, and suddenly, eggs, rotten vegetables, shoes, and socks rained down upon him. Zhang Mingxian's pupils dilated as he slammed the door shut, bracing himself against it. Outside, a cacophony of sounds erupted, reminiscent of rain beating against banana leaves. While strange odors wafted in, Li Xiaoyao waved her hand in front of her nose, exclaiming, "What is that smell? It's absolutely foul." Zhang Mingxian looked at her, frowning as he held back his discomfort, genuinely concerned. "You should go inside. I can handle this." Li Xiaoyao shook her head excitedly. "No way. I cannot miss this entertaining event. I want to see you get beaten." Zhang Mingxian felt as though a dagger had pierced his heart. How could he ever have thought she was concerned for him? This troublesome girl is beyond hope. With the door pressed against him, he listened to the rising tumult outside, his head throbbing. How did they find out I'm the author? He cast a confused glance at Li Xiaoyao, who wore an expression of eager anticipation. Did she let it slip? "It's not impossible," Li Xiaoyao urged. "Hurry out. Confront them." A dignified cultivator being forced to hide. How shameful. Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes. With so many people outside, did she think he was a deity? Could he contend against 1,000 or even 10,000 on his own? "Zhang brother, come out. We need to talk." A voice called from outside. The uproar subsided. Zhang Mingxian's eyes brightened. A conversation? That could lead to a resolution. Cautiously, he opened the door a crack, revealing half of himself. Before he could discern the situation, a powerful force pushed him out, and he stumbled forward. Turning to see Li Xiaoyao standing behind the door, a triumphant smile on her face, resembling a sly little fox. Chapter 64, Zhang Xiaofan. The book club is the book title. Upon Zhang Mingxian's sudden emergence, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Du He, standing at the forefront, laughed, gazing at Zhang Mingxian with mischief in her eyes. Zhang Mingxian surveyed the throng and, feeling guilty, waved his hand. "Good morning, everyone." Du He led several individuals forward, encircling Zhang Mingxian, including familiar faces like Weiqi Baoqi and Fang Yai. Zhang Mingxian awkwardly regarded them. Fang Yai, indignant, asked, "Zhang brother, what grievance did Bai Yao cause you? Why did you write her demise?" Weiqi Baoqi clenched his fists, producing a sound akin to crackling bones, threateningly stating, "Zhang brother, if you do not resurrect Bai Yao, I shall ensure we have a heartfelt exchange." Gazing at the formidable fist, Zhang Mingxian sensed trepidation. He awkwardly replied, "Let us discuss this calmly. There is no need for impulsiveness. Impulsiveness is the devil." Du He, exasperated, said, "Zhang brother, this is my fault." Zhang Mingxian stared blankly at Du He, perplexed by the sudden support. Someone was stepping in to take the blame? This is simply too fortuitous. His heart swelled with excitement. Realizing that a true brother was at hand, Du He continued, "It's all our fault for pressing Brother Zhang to declare that Lu Sueki would be the heroine just a couple of days ago." He then added with reluctance, "You initially promised a dual heroine narrative. Just because I assisted you, you cannot allow Bai Yao to meet her demise." Zhang Mingxian cast a glance at Du He, who was filled with agitation, shame, and resentment, pondering whether the young man had misunderstood something. They were accomplices, both guilty of wrongdoing. "Let the battle commence." A booming voice called out, and soon, shoes were hurled their way, igniting a frenzy as rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables rained down upon them. Under the terrified gazes of Du He, Zhang Mingxian, and their companions, they were quickly engulfed. On the periphery of the crowd, the three young masters of the Chung family gazed at the instant garbage mound, laughing heartily. "Chingchimo," an enraged voice pierced through the air, and the trash heap erupted in chaos, with filth raining down upon the crowd. Du He, Fang Yai, and the others each gripped a jade brush. Their eyes ablaze as they glared at the three Qing siblings who were laughing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, various law enforcement offices in the capital were hastily mobilizing. A gathering of this magnitude was no trivial matter. Any issues arising could result in fatalities. Mu Yunfan sat inside a carriage, rushing towards the Wei Wangfu, rubbing his forehead in distress. Where have all these troubles come from lately? Is there no respite? In the courtyard, Fang Xingxuan paced, frowning at the sparse assembly of students, and inquired with dissatisfaction, "It's not a holiday today. Where are the students?" A middle-aged teacher beside him cautiously replied, "It seems they have all gone to Qingyun bookstore to protest against Zhu Xian." Fang Xingxuan paused, then felt a wave of relief wash over him. They have awakened. They realize Zhu Xian is a malignant tumor. This is excellent news. The middle-aged teacher, observing Fang Xingxuan's jubilant demeanor, hesitated before swallowing his words, deciding it was best not to reveal the truth to the dean. The author had indeed gone too far. After all, Bai Yao is such a wonderful person. Fang Xingxuan, beaming with joy, remarked, "Though they have emerged from Zhu Xian's toxic influence under my guidance, their fervent desire to eradicate this menace is understandable. However, their blatant truancy to protest is quite inappropriate, very inappropriate indeed." After some contemplation, he proposed, "Very well. Let today be a day of rest. Allow them to engage in their activities freely." The middle-aged teacher, casting a sympathetic glance at Fang Xingxuan, nodded, "Understood. I will notify them immediately." Fang Xingxuan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, a strict teacher breeds exceptional students. The ancients do not deceive me. Du He and the three Qing siblings exchanged glances, sparks flying in the air. With rotten vegetables perched atop their heads and a damp, unpleasant odor wafting from their bodies, their previous charm had vanished. Du He gritted his teeth and spat, "Chung scoundrel, I have never encountered someone as despicable as you. The last time you escaped, I will ensure you feel my wrath this time." The three Qing siblings spat in unison, with Chung Chumo sneering, "Pa, who is truly vile? You allowed the author to alter the narrative and kill off Bai Yao because Sweki couldn't compete with her. Who is the real despicable one here?" Du He hesitated, realizing that perhaps he was indeed at fault. Chung Chuyang, with a glint in his eye, raised his hand and proclaimed, "Let us avenge Miss Bai Yao." He was the first to hurl a foul sock at Du He. Chung Chubi joined in, shouting, "Return Bai Yao to us," and threw a sock as well. As to why they didn't throw shoes, they had just finished doing so. "Return Bai Yao! Return Bai Yao!" The thunderous cries echoed as yet more refuse rained down upon them. Zhang Mingxian, shaking off the debris and looking distressed, exclaimed, "Here it comes again," prepared for the onslaught. He summoned a figure from within himself, wielding a verdant staff, and pointed skyward. A green protective barrier appeared above him, intercepting the chaotic litter. The crowd fell silent, staring blankly at the solitary figure. After a prolonged moment, someone gasped, "Zhang Xiaofan? It really is Zhang Xiaofan." The crowd erupted in exclamations, eyes sparkling as they gazed at Zhang Xiaofan's form, their feet instinctively moving forward. Zhang Mingxian suddenly felt uneasy. This could lead to trouble. He quickly connected with Zhang Xiaofan, who had been silent until now, suddenly opening his eyes and commanding, "No one move." Cheng Chubi tugged at Cheng Chuyang's sleeve, questioning, "Is this truly Zhang Xiaofan?" Cheng Chuyang was also uncertain. "It should be. The moment I saw him, I could feel he was indeed Zhang Xiaofan, the one from Zhu Xian. But how could he have emerged, especially from Zhang Mingxian? Do they share some hidden connection?" Cheng Chuyang nodded, doubting, "Zhang Xiaofan seems too weak. I feel I could defeat him with a single punch." The pair gazed at Zhang Xiaofan with skepticism. Yet, under Zhang Xiaofan's command, everyone stood still, obediently. However, their fervent gazes were somewhat chilling. Zhang Xiaofan intoned solemnly, "Nine Netherine spirits, heavenly deities and demons, with my blood and flesh, I offer myself as sacrifice, through 3 lifetimes. Eternally falling into Yama's realm, all for love's sake. Though I perish, I bear no regret. Bai Yao perished to save me, I live to save her." The crowd watched in tears as Zhang Xiaofan recited this blood oath, recalling Bai Yao's frail form drifting away with the wind. Sobs erupted from a few, then hundreds, then thousands, filling the streets with wails of despair. Zhang Xiaofan gazed heavenward, the soul-devouring staff emanating dark energy, whipping his hair into a frenzy as he bellowed, "From the highest heavens to the depths of the underworld, if the immortals do not respond, I shall seek the demons. As long as I, Zhang Xiaofan, live, I will certainly bring you back." Zhang Xiaofan slowly ascended, casting his gaze over the crowd, declaring, I, Zhang Xiaofan, shall not fail anyone. Watch me. Amid the swirling dark energy, he suddenly vanished. Below, the fans waved their hands in excitement, shouting, We believe in you. Zhang Xiaofan, bring Bai Yao back. We will always stand by you. The crowd lingered for a while, then departed, their hearts filled with fervor. Zhang Xiaofan continued his struggle. There was still hope for Bai Yao. Chapter 65. Gu Fan Zhang Mingxian watched the dispersing crowd, letting out a long sigh of relief. They had finally been distracted. Feeling lighthearted, he strolled toward the bookstore. In front of the store, Li Xiaoyao pouted disdainfully, You're deceiving us. That was not Zhang Xiaofan at all. Zhang Mingxian replied, speechless. The crowd has dispersed. What does it matter to you whether I lied or not? Li Xiaoyao eyed Zhang Mingxian suspiciously. Did you have a plan all along? Zhang Mingxian protested. How could that be? I am not some ancient monster, calculating 3 steps ahead. Li Xiaoyao jumped up as if her tail had been stepped on, hands on her hips, shouting, What's wrong with monsters? What is wrong with monsters? You look down on them, don't you? Zhang Mingxian was taken aback. He had merely mentioned ancient monsters. Why the extreme reaction? He quickly waved his hands. No. I quite like monsters. Some of them are indeed adorable. Like rabbit demons and fox demons, they're quite charming. Li Xiaoyao tilted her head, regarding Zhang Mingxian with skepticism. You think foxes are cute too? Zhang Mingxian nodded vigorously. Li Xiaoyao then transformed her anger into delight, declaring, You have good taste. Now go take a bath. You smell terrible. Zhang Mingxian wrinkled his nose. Indeed, he did smell awful. He hurried off to the back courtyard, muttering, Girls are truly difficult to understand. But rabbit demons and fox demons must be really cute. Bunny girls, fox girls. A lewd smile crept across his face. When Zhang Mingxian returned to the bookstore after his bath, he was surprised to find a customer there, a distinguished elder in a gray robe, handsome and poised. Zhang Mingxian promptly approached him, apologizing, I'm sorry, but all copies of Zhu Xian have sold out. The elder scrutinized Zhang Mingxian with a smile. I did not come to purchase a book. Zhang Mingxian, puzzled, wondered what one would do in a bookstore if not buy a book. The elder smiled and introduced himself. I am Gu Fan, the leading figure of the Legendary Writers Association in the capital. Ah, the president of the Novelist Association? Zhang Mingxian asked, perplexed. What business do you have with me? Gu Fan replied, I have no specific business. I am merely curious. It is indeed intriguing to ponder the magnitude of talent required to craft a legendary tale, such as Zhu Xian. Zhang Mingxian scratched his head and chuckled modestly. It's just average, nothing extraordinary. His grin was so broad it resembled a blooming chrysanthemum. Gu Fan smiled and replied, There's no need for modesty. I have perused every volume of Zhu Xian, and I must say it is a monumental work. Zhang Mingxian was taken aback. While it is undeniable that Zhu Xian is an excellent novel, to label it as a masterwork seemed excessive. Gu Fan, with an inscrutable expression, remarked, Since ancient times, legendary stories have been suppressed and marginalized by traditional literature. We have often been dismissed as heretical, excluded from the literary realm. We find ourselves in confusion and despair, uncertain of our path. Zhang Mingxian instinctively opened his mouth, then quickly closed it, yearning to sing the next line upon hearing the question of the path ahead. Gu Fan, with fervor, declared, The emergence of Zhu Xian has illuminated our way like a guiding flame. Its accessible vernacular, tightly woven and passionate narrative, and vividly delineated characters create a world that feels almost real. This is what a legend should embody. Why should we compare our craft to theirs in terms of prose, literary talent, or depth? Storytelling is our forte, our calling. Zhu Xian stands as a paragon of legendary storytelling, a timeless masterpiece that has liberated us from our confines to reveal our true selves. Zhang Mingxian could only nod repeatedly, astonished by the prowess of Zhu Xian. Gu Fan exhaled deeply and continued, I have come not only to meet the author of Zhu Xian but also to remind you. Today, as authors of legendary tales are studying your work, once they grasp it thoroughly and begin to write, it will be a flourishing of diverse voices, a fierce competition of words. You must not be outdone by them. Initially anxious, Zhang Mingxian scoffed at the notion of being threatened, thinking, Is there another schemer aiming to undermine me? However, after hearing Gu Fan's words, he sneered, Can your writing match my speed? Fantasy, adventure, martial arts, and supernatural themes abound. Time travel, reincarnation, system exploits, and apocalyptic survival, all genres that will challenge you relentlessly. pushing the boundaries of imagination. Gu Fan, perceiving Zhang Mingxuan's nonchalance, attributed it to youthful arrogance following a single success. He promptly stated, "Now that we have met and I have shared my thoughts, I shall take my leave." Zhang Mingxian waved goodbye. "Take care, elder." No sooner had Gu Fan departed than Li Xiaoyao emerged from the shadows, eyeing Zhang Mingxian with ill intent. Anxiously, he asked, "What do you want now?" Li Xiaoyao cleared her throat, standing tall. "My sister instructed you to clean up the trash outside. It smells terrible." Zhang Mingxian jumped in protest. "Why should I? I didn't throw it. It's unfair to make me clean it up." Li Xiaoyao rolled her eyes. "What are you complaining about? If you hadn't killed Biao, this wouldn't have happened. Ultimately, this is all you're doing. If you don't clean it up, who will?" Zhang Mingxian, realizing her point, asked, "How did they find out I was the author? Did you spill the beans?" He glared at her. Li Xiaoyao defiantly glared back. "No, it was you. Just you." No, it wasn't he." They exchanged fierce glances, neither willing to concede. Li Xiaoyao turned and walked towards the backyard, saying, "Go clean up your mess, you childish fool." Zhang Mingxian muttered, "You're the childish one." With a wry smile, he surveyed the trash strewn about, piles here and there, on the walls and roofs. How could he possibly clean it? After pondering for a while, an idea struck him. He recalled possessing an automated cleaning robot. Surely it could assist in tidying up. Zhang Xiaofan emerged from within Zhang Mingxian, his gaze vacant as he stepped outside. With a flick of the soul-devouring rod, a wave of blue light swept across, gathering the refuse into a single heap. Zhang Mingxian exclaimed with excitement, "It really works." Meanwhile, above Kunlun, a celestial boat pierced the sky, effortlessly breaching the protective mountain array and entering the airspace of Kunlun. Upon spotting the boat, numerous disciples were alerted, and beams of light shot up from various peaks, some soaring through the air, others riding clouds or standing atop magical artifacts, all gazing at the celestial vessel with murmurs of excitement. The senior brother has returned. I wonder how his recruitment in Chang'an went. Sigh. It's probably the same as in previous years. Our Kunlun's reputation pales in comparison. Perhaps we should emulate Shushan and venture forth to exterminate demons. Hush. Such talk is not for us to entertain. The elders of the sect will decide. Look, a gasp arose. Everyone turned their attention to the celestial boat, which had landed in the square, from which nearly 20 individuals disembarked. The disciples of Kunlun were baffled. Were these all new disciples for this term? In past years, only 3 or 5 would arrive. What could account for such a significant number this time? Might this cohort be exceptionally talented? They speculated among themselves. In the square, the newly initiated disciples curiously surveyed their surroundings. The expansive white jade square, the towering dragon columns, and the mist-shrouded peaks, all mesmerizing them with their splendor. Senior brother, a streak of light descended, landing before Feng Xiaomao, transforming into a burly man. Feng Xiaomao instinctively furrowed his brow, then smiled. What brings you here, third junior brother? The third junior brother sheepishly scratched his head and grinned. The master sent word for you and the little junior sister to meet him in the main hall. He has entrusted me with the rest. Feng Xiaomao nodded, understood. He turned to Jiang Jinxiu, shall we go? The two transformed into beams of light and soared towards the floating mountain. The third junior brother maintained his smile as he watched them depart. But his expression gradually turned serious as he commanded, "Everyone, follow me." The new disciples exchanged glances, then hurriedly followed. On the floating mountain stood a grand hall, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. 2 beams of light descended before the hall, revealing the figures of Feng Xiaomao and Jiang Jinxiu. Upon entering the hall, Jiang Jinxiu joyfully exclaimed, "Daddy," as she leaped into the arms of a middle-aged Taoist seated on the main throne. The middle-aged Taoist smiled warmly. "Get up. You're not a little girl anymore. You shouldn't act so childishly. Others will laugh at you." Jiang Jinxiu made a face. "I won tea." The hall was lined with cloud beds, upon which numerous Taoists sat, who burst into hearty laughter upon witnessing the scene. One Taoist stroked his long beard and chuckled. "Jinxiu only thinks of her father and forgets us?" A beautiful, matronly Taoist chided playfully. "You've spoiled her." "Indeed, indeed," they echoed, laughing heartily. Jiang Jinxiu, cutely wrinkling her nose, stood up, feeling bashful. "I missed all of you too. This girl is shy?" "Indeed. After going out, she has learned to be shy." The head of the hall, who was also the Kunlun sect leader, smiled and said, "All right, everyone, stop teasing her." He then turned to Feng Xiaomao with surprise. "You've brought back so many disciples this time. How did you manage that?" The other elders also looked at Feng Xiaoma with curiosity. Feng Xiaoma shivered slightly. Responding with formality, during my visit to Chang'an, I encountered an extraordinary individual whose assistance made this achievement possible. An elder seated nearby raised an eyebrow, intrigued. For you to praise someone as extraordinary, they must be remarkable. How did they assist you? Please, share. Another elder, contemplative, remarked, is this related to your message to me? Asking me to use the recording stone to capture a portion of Kunlun? Zhang Jinxia immediately retorted, that's not true. We filmed it ourselves. With a sense of excitement and pride, she presented a recording stone to Kunlun's master Jiang Zhihua. Feng Xiaoma, in utter despair, closed his eyes, despite his preparations. An overwhelming sense of unease still filled his heart. Jiang Zhihua accepted the recording stone with a faint smile, saying, all right, let me see what Jiner has captured. Channeling his magical energy, the projection stone emitted a beam of light, revealing the words young heroes of the Jianghu in midair, accompanied by music. Feng, I need you to distract the master during today's morning class. Jiang, why? Feng, because you sit so properly. The crowd erupted in laughter. Glancing at Jiang Jinxia and Feng Xiaoma, noting the stark contrast, one of the elegant female Taoists covered her mouth, chuckling, this little Feng is quite adorable. Moments later, the expressions of the onlookers turned peculiar. Jiang Zhihua let out a soft snort, casting an unfriendly glance at Feng Xiaoma, who felt a shiver under their scrutiny. At that moment, a line of dialogue played on the screen. Jiang, if you can outsmart me, then I shall concede. Feng, if I win, you must serve me for life. Feng Xiaoma sighed inwardly, thinking, this is truly the end. Once the projection concluded, the grand hall fell silent. Jiang Jinxiao exclaimed, Father, do you think my filming is good? Jiang Zhihua glared at Feng Xiaoma and stated, you filmed it wonderfully. What made you think of this? Did Feng Xixiang suggest it? Feng Xiaoma's heart trembled as he silently prayed, please, don't say anything reckless. Unfazed by the awkward atmosphere, Jiang Jinxia continued with enthusiasm, not at all. It was my idea. She then shot an irritated glance at Feng Xiaoma, adding, Feng Xixiang didn't he want to film at first and made many mistakes. Feng Xiaoma let out a quiet sigh of relief. Jiang Zhihua smiled broadly, declaring, I see. My daughter is truly exceptional. Jiang Jinxia beamed, of course. Father, I want to show the recording all over Kunlun. What do you think? I want everyone to see it. Chapter 67. The call for attention upon hearing Jiang Jinxia's words. Jiang Zhihua hesitated. An elderly Taoist remarked cautiously, that may not be wise. It could disturb everyone's cultivation. Jiang Jinxia quickly countered, not at all. During their cultivation, they will set up formations, so the sound won't get through. Jiang Zhihua shot a fierce glare at Feng Xiaoma and instructed, Jiner, go play with your Aunt Yanxi for a while. I need to speak with Xiao Feng. Jiang Jinxia, feeling disappointed, replied, all right. She grabbed the hand of an elegant female Taoist and began to walk out, chatting, Aunt, I brought back something wonderful. What is it? A book, a legendary story. It's beautifully written. Jiang Zhihua turned to Feng Xiaoma and asked, do you realize the consequences of that recording being released? Feng Xiaoma quickly knelt, saying, disciple understands. Jiang Zhihua scolded, if you know, why did you let her act recklessly? What about our reputation? Feng Xiaoma hastily replied, disciple acknowledges the mistake. Jiang Zhihua sighed deeply, saying, Xiao Feng, your cultivation is nearing a breakthrough to the celestial realm. Go into the earth's depths for seclusion. Refining your skills will help you advance sooner. Jiang Zhihua's mouth twitched. It seemed he had only just reached the true immortal level. Yet he dared not speak further, well aware this was a punishment. The Earth's core was akin to a torturous prison, only reserved for the gravest offenses. Even though Kunlun's core was a minor version, it would still be a trial for him. As Feng Xiaoma departed, a celestial aura surged forth, infused with a sense of murderous intent. A mournful cry echoed across the floating island. Jiang Zhihua's expression shifted dramatically, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing amidst a bamboo grove before Jiang Jinxia, asking with concern, Daughter, what has happened? Who has upset you? Jiang Jinxia, tear-streaked, replied, Father, Biao has died. I don't want her to be dead. Who is Biao? Jiang Zhihua asked, glancing at Yanxi beside him. Yanxi shrugged helplessly, I have no idea. Jiang Jinxia sobbed, Dao Xian is so cruel, and Xiao Fan is so pitiful. Biao sobbed, who is Dao Xian? Who is Xiao Fan? Jiang Zhihua was utterly confused, but inwardly he vowed, no matter who you are, if you dare upset my daughter, prepare to meet your end. Jiang Zhihua soothed her. Jiner, don't cry. Please tell me, who are they? Jiang Jinxia pointed to a stack of books nearby, saying, look for yourself. Jiang Zhihua picked up a book and, after a glance, his pupils widened, nearly dropping it in shock. The legend of the immortals? Who dares to write about him? Do they seek death? With a surge of courage, he cautiously opened the pages. After reading for a while, he realized it bore no relation to that person or to the primordial chaos, merely a fictional tale. Xiao Fan was a character within that legendary narrative. Dumbfounded, he thought. To be brought to tears by a story, how can I seek vengeance for you? Can I even kill my way into a book? The more he read, the more intriguing it became. Perhaps Kunlun should capture a water Qilin to bring back. It would certainly be imposing. By afternoon, a Kunlun disciple lounged atop a bamboo tree. Indulging in his book. Qingming, what are you reading? A slender youth descended beside him. Without raising his head, Qingming replied, reading. The slender youth curiously glanced at the cover and exclaimed, The Legend of the Immortals? Is it a spell or a sword technique? Qingming closed the book with a smile. It's a legend, you know? The slender youth grinned. Of course I know. Just some absurd tales fabricated in the mortal realm. Qingming waved the book in his hand, stating, This is a legend that has circulated from Sister Jiang. Many of our fellow disciples are reading it. It's quite fascinating, and I hear the master enjoys it too. The slender youth was astonished. The master enjoys legends? How is that possible? Qingming shrugged, believe it or not. The slender youth quickly replied, I believe. Can you print a copy for me? Qingming smiled. Now we're talking. With a swift motion, he shattered 2 bamboo stalks, and the fragments danced in the air. Qingming summoned a radiant light, chanting, transform. The bamboo shards instantly morphed into a small booklet. Qingming placed the blank booklet atop his own book, calming his mind, and gestured with his finger as symbols flowed across the surface. Shortly thereafter, tranquility returned. He tossed the booklet to the slender youth, saying, Here you go. The slender youth exclaimed, Hey, you threw it the wrong way. Extending his hand, he summoned a swirling Tai Chi symbol, and the booklet zipped into his palm. Qingming remarked in surprise, Nice. Quick reflexes. The slender youth chuckled, Under your tutelage, I must improve. As the legend of the immortals began to spread throughout Kunlun, Zhang Mingxian observed Zhang Jun, who lingered by the bookshelf with a perplexed expression. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, Aren't you going to class? Zhang Jun sighed, saying, To be honest, I've been expelled from the academy. Zhang Mingxian gasped, What happened? Zhang Jun sighed, It's because of the legend of the immortals. I gained fame from it, but I was also expelled because of it. Shaking his head in a wry smile, he added, Truly, what goes around comes around. Zhang Mingxian felt a pang in his heart. Is it because of the legend? I'm sorry. It was I who encouraged you to read it. Zhang Jun smiled lightly. Don't blame yourself, Zhang. You introduced it to me, but the choice to seek fame was mine alone. I have no one to blame. Zhang Mingxian hesitated before asking, What do you plan to do now? Zhang Jun looked outside, his face revealing uncertainty. I don't know. Perhaps I'll find a job and continue my studies alongside it. Zhang Mingxian felt a spark of inspiration and said, Why not come and help me? Zhang Jun stared at Zhang Mingxian in surprise. Help you? Zhang Mingxian nodded. Zhang Jun glanced around the empty bookstore and chuckled. Master Zhang, I appreciate your kindness, but I have not yet reached the point of needing charity. Zhang Mingxian hurriedly clarified. I speak the truth. This is not charity. I am utterly swamped every day. Writing articles. Just a few days ago, I was filming, and once I move on to movies and television, I will be even busier. Zhang Jun scrutinized Zhang Mingxian for a moment, then replied with a smile, Though I do not quite understand what you mean, I can assist you for a while. If I find that you no longer require my help, I shall take my leave. Zhang Mingxian extended his hand joyfully, exclaiming, It's a promise. Zhang Jun hesitated briefly before slapping his hand, affirming, It's a promise. Zhang Mingxian, satisfied, lowered his hand and remarked in surprise, You have changed so much since a few days ago. Zhang Jun smiled. Everyone grows, do they not? Chapter 68, Replay again, seeking collections, after dinner, as night fell. A gentle breeze wafted through the small courtyard, accompanied by the chirping of insects from the vegetable patch and the corners of the walls. Li Xiaoyao, clad in simple garments, sat in a chair, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she rocked a cradle and hummed a lullaby. Above the cradle, 2 birds chirped joyfully. Li Qingxian sat idly in a chair, swinging her legs and glancing around in boredom. Zhang Mingxian pulled up a stool, grinning as he joined Li Xiaoyao, casting a glance at the child and praising, So adorable. She will undoubtedly grow into a stunning beauty like her mother. Li Xiaoyao dismissed his words, having previously never encountered such unabashed boldness in anyone, as he spoke without restraint. Noticing that Li Xiaoyao remained unmoved, Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes and lamented, "Sister Xīyóu, the readers today are too crazy. I almost couldn't come back. I sold 300 books, yet how did they all know?" Li Xiaoyao retorted, "Do you not know there exists a profession called a storyteller?" Zhang Mingxian paused. "Of course I know. I was merely trying to strike up a conversation. Why does this child have to dismantle my dialogue?" He shot a glare at Li Xiaoyao, who defiantly returned the gaze, shaking her little fist. Zhang Mingxian felt defeated and resolved to let it go, choosing not to argue with the young girl. Li Xiaoyao observed their friendly interaction with amusement, finding it quite entertaining. Zhang Mingxian turned to Li Xiaoyao, continuing his lament, "I am so frightened I can hardly write anymore. But if I don't write, I fear disappointing millions of readers. My heart simply cannot bear it. If I continue writing, who knows what craziness they will conjure next? It's quite distressing." Li Xiaoyao warned. "Who are you planning to kill off next? Sweki or Xiaowan?" The adorable little girl, skilled in fortune-telling and fond of candied hawthorns, had garnered quite a few fans. And Li Xiaoyao was particularly fond of her. Zhang Mingxian looked at Li Xiaoyao, who wore a displeased expression, and exclaimed, "I have no intention of killing anyone." Li Xiaoyao retorted, "Then what are you afraid of? I see you harbor ill intentions toward them." "What nonsense!" Zhang Mingxian thought, bewildered by Li Xiaoyao's peculiar reasoning. Li Xiaoyao chuckled and inquired, "What exactly do you wish to say?" Zhang Mingxian quickly replied, "Do you think we should open a branch store specifically selling juxian?" Li Xiaoyao expressed her surprise. "How did you come up with such an idea?" Zhang Mingxian sheepishly explained, "I just thought, what if something happens that disturbs Yaya?" Li Xiaoyao nodded. "It certainly can be quite noisy." Zhang Mingxian exclaimed, "So you agree?" Li Xiaoyao smiled. "The money in the cash box is yours. How you use it is entirely up to you." Zhang Mingxian rejoiced, "Sister, you are truly wise. Let us go look for a storefront tomorrow." Li Xiaoyao interjected, "But a new juxian is being released tomorrow." Zhang Mingxian waved his hand dismissively. "Fear not, I won't forget." With Li Xiaoyao's approval, Zhang Mingxian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He gazed at the sky and suggested, "Sister Xīyóu, shall we replay the projection stone?" Li Xiaoyau's eyes lit up as she jumped down, exclaiming, "Yes. Yes, give it to me." As Zhang Mingxian retrieved the projection stone, she snatched it from his hands, laughing gleefully as she soared into the air. Zhang Mingxian stared at his empty palms, feeling a surge of despair. How powerless he felt. Li Xiaoyao called out helplessly, "Do not cause trouble for me." "I understand," came the distant voice from the night sky. A radiant light burst forth, illuminating the Chang'an night sky, where 4 characters materialized. Jianghu youth. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout Chang'an, as those who had already seen it at the Immortal Gate began to boastfully introduce it to those nearby. "Mother, this is the captivating projection I mentioned," Cheng Chimo proudly declared to Lady Cheng. In the Imperial Palace, Li Xiaoyao, who was reviewing memorials in the Great Hall, furrowed his brow upon hearing the commotion outside, asking, "What is happening?" An attendant outside respectfully responded, "Your Majesty, there is an image appearing in the sky." "Image?" Li Xiaoyao rose and walked outside. The entire city of Chang'an looked up at the celestial projection of immortal music, while in the back garden, numerous concubines and princesses also gazed up in wonder. Jin Yong, cradled in the Empress's arms, tilted his head against her shoulder and said in a childish voice, "Mother, it sounds wonderful, and it looks beautiful too." The Empress smiled. "Then let us go ask your aunt for it." Jin Yong squinted his eyes and grinned, "Mother, you are the best." After a while, the projection vanished, and the city of Chang'an erupted in excitement. Who had ever witnessed such a phenomenon? The enchanting visuals and captivating melodies felt like the legendary music of the immortals. Many could not help but hum along, filling the once quiet night with lively chatter. Li Xiaoyao floated down from the sky, grinning as she addressed Li Xiaoyao, "Sister, how was my presentation?" Li Xiaoyao sighed, "Could you not be a bit more composed?" Zhang Mingxian nodded in agreement. "Indeed, quite the extravagant display. Yet, I feel a twinge of satisfaction. Perhaps every director yearns for their work to gain attention, regardless of monetary gain." Li Xiaoyao tossed a projection stone to Zhang Mingxian, who fumbled to catch it, grumbling, "Be careful. What if you break it?" Li Xiaoyao waved the other projection stone in her hand mischievously. "I have another." Her gaze turned intense as she looked at Zhang Mingxian. "Let us continue filming. I find this quite enjoyable." Zhang Mingxian hesitated. "Let us wait. There are no good storylines at the moment." "Humph. Go back and write. If you don't have Juxian ready by tomorrow, I will deal with you. Zhang Mingxian chuckled at Li Qingshuan's swift change of mood, realizing he indeed needed to return to writing. The next day, roused by the persistent beeping of Qingshuan's alarm clock, Zhang Mingxian reluctantly arose, dressed, washed up, and had breakfast. Upon opening the bookstore door, he was met by a young man in a gray robe standing at the entrance. Surrounded by a group of eager book enthusiasts, their gazes directed at Zhang Jun were rather peculiar. Zhang Mingxian exclaimed, "You arrived so early?" Zhang Jun complained, "Brother Zhang, you have put me in a terrible predicament." Zhang Mingxian, puzzled, asked, "How have I harmed you?" Zhang Jun lamented, "Last night, that projection you played featured my image. And today, as I walked down the street, I was instantly recognized. They looked at me as if I were some peculiar creature." Zhang Mingxian chuckled. "That is a good thing. It means you are becoming popular." He patted Zhang Jun on the shoulder, saying, "I have faith in you, young man. By the way, you arrived at the perfect time." Zhang Mingxian handed the manuscript to Zhang Jun. "This is today's manuscript. Please take it to Yunqi bookstore for printing." Chapter 69. Candied Hawthorne. Zhang Jun stared at the manuscript in his hands, bewildered. "Am I the only one?" Zhang Mingxian nodded matter-of-factly, "Of course." Zhang Jun, curious, inquired, "In this volume, does Bai Yao come back to life?" The others brightened with anticipation as they looked at Zhang Mingxian. Zhang Mingxian smiled mysteriously. "Guess." The crowd fell silent, collectively thinking. "Guess what, you big-headed ghost?" Zhang Mingxian chuckled and said, "If everyone wishes to know whether Bai Yao has been resurrected, please make way and allow us to proceed with our printing." "Indeed, make way, make way." The crowd immediately parted, creating a narrow passage. Zhang Mingxian handed the key in his hand to Zhang Jun and said, "You can return to normal sales." Zhang Jun, feeling uneasy, inquired, "What about you?" Zhang Mingxian grinned and replied, "Of course, I'm off to shop. I have faith in you. Go on." Zhang Jun could only smirk in resignation, sensing that the days ahead might not bode well, as it seemed he had encountered a rather lazy boss. After Zhang Jun left, Zhang Mingxian clasped his fists towards the others and said, "Please wait a moment." Moments later, he dashed away with Li Xiaoyao and Li Qingshuan. Zhang Mingxian followed the two. Observing his surroundings, he had been so busy since arriving in the Tang Dynasty that he had yet to properly explore the streets. As he marveled at the novelty of it all, he suddenly felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Turning around, he found Li Qingshuan looking at him with puffed cheeks. Expressing her dissatisfaction, "I called you. Why did you ignore me?" Zhang Mingxian quickly explained, "It's too noisy on the street. I couldn't hear you." Li Qingshuan pointed to a nearby vendor selling candied hawthorns and said, "Xiaowan likes to eat these, right?" "Xiaowan?" Zhang Mingxian was momentarily puzzled until he recalled the little girl from the legend of the Condor Heroes. Nodding, he replied, "Yes." Li Qingshuan licked her lips and said, "I want to eat some too." Zhang Mingxian immediately understood this meant he would be footing the bill. Thankfully, he had the foresight to bring money. He hurried to the vendor and asked, "How much for a candied hawthorn?" The vendor cheerfully replied, "Not expensive, just 1 copper coin each, guaranteed delicious." Zhang Mingxian handed over 3 copper coins, saying, "I'll take 3. "All right." The vendor accepted the coins and handed Zhang Mingxian 3 candied hawthorns. He scurried back, giving 1 to Li Xiaoyao, 1 to Li Qingshuan, and keeping 1 for himself. Li Qingshuan hesitated for a moment before taking a bite. Her little dumpling face immediately scrunched up as she grimaced, "So sour." Li Xiaoyao also took a small bite and confirmed, "It is indeed quite sour." Zhang Mingxian remarked, "Candied hawthorns are meant to be a delightful balance of sour and sweet." The trio continued walking, and after a moment, Li Qingshuan said, "I think I won't eat anymore." She muttered, "How could Xiaowan possibly like something like this?" Zhang Mingxian bit into a hawthorn and savored its taste, singing aloud, "They say candied hawthorns are sour. Wrapped in sweetness, they say candied hawthorns are sweet, yet carry that sourness. Candied hawthorn looks charming, skewered on bamboo sticks, symbolizing happiness and reunion, strung together in bliss. No worries, no troubles." As he sang loudly on the street, Zhang Mingxian might be the first to do so in history, drawing the attention of passers-by, who instinctively stepped back. Li Xiaoyao looked at Zhang Mingxian in astonishment and asked, "Is there a little tune for candied hawthorns?" "It sounds lovely." Li Qingshuan inquired, "What comes next?" Zhang Mingxian scratched his head and chuckled, "I forgot the rest." Li Qingshuan glanced at the candied hawthorn in her hand and began softly humming. "They say candied hawthorns are sour, wrapped in sweetness. They say candied hawthorns are sweet, yet carry that sourness." Her voice was clear and slightly childish, surprisingly melodic. After walking for a while, Zhang Mingxian asked, "Sister Qingyao, where are we headed?" Li Xiaoyao smiled and replied, "We have arrived." She led the two through a large gate, entering a bustling courtyard filled with activity. As they stepped inside, they quickly caught the attention of the crowd. After all, one sister was mature and alluring, while the other was petite and exquisite, making them the focal point wherever they went. As for Zhang Mingxian, to borrow a phrase from Zhang Xiaoxian, he could be considered fairly presentable. Immediately, a man approached them, smiling broadly as he addressed Li Xiaoyao. "Are you two looking to buy or sell a house?" Zhang Mingxian, observing the man's eager demeanor, expressed his discontent. "Do you have poor eyesight? There are 3 of us here. You can't ignore her just because my sister is younger." Li Xiaoxian playfully kicked Zhang Mingxian, saying, "I'm the elder. He probably didn't see you." Zhang Mingxian asserted, "Don't focus on such trivial details. Whether he sees one or not is an insult to us as a whole." The man quickly bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry. My eyes must have been deceiving me. I thought you were 2 separate parties. It was unintentional." Zhang Mingxian continued to press. "In such a harmonious gathering, how could you mistake us for 2 parties? Are your eyes failing you?" Li Xiaoyao, feeling exasperated, interjected, "All right, stop causing a ruckus. We have serious matters to attend to." The man bowed repeatedly, saying, "Thank you. Thank you, miss." Li Xiaoxian glanced at Zhang Mingxian and asked, "What type of shop are you looking for?" Zhang Mingxian pondered for a moment and said, "My requirements are quite simple. First, it should be spacious, preferably on 1 floor, with several rooms. Secondly, it should be inexpensive, ideally within 10 guan. Just like that." "What an easy request. I wish I could have such a place." The servant chuckled awkwardly. Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes and replied, "You asked for my requirements. I've stated them, and yet you say you cannot accommodate them." Coincidentally, a smiling gentleman in green approached them. Nodding at Li Xiaoyao and gesturing for the servant to step back, Zhang Mingxian cast a glance at him. Feeling a surge of irritation at how handsome he was, and his smile towards Xīyóu only intensified his displeasure. Stepping forward, Zhang Mingxian exclaimed in surprise, "You really do have one." The gentleman in green smiled and replied, "It's a manor. It should meet your requirements." Zhang Mingxian questioned, "Is it really just 10 guan?" The gentleman explained, "It's because someone died here, hence the lower price, exactly 10 guan. "Someone died." Zhang Mingxian's expression changed. Surely there wouldn't be ghosts. If he were on Earth, he could comfort himself with science, dismissing the idea of ghosts. However, in this unfamiliar setting, he could not afford to be careless. "Then please guide us there." Li Xiaoyao smiled as she spoke. The gentleman in green slightly bowed and said, "It would be my honor." In Chapter 70, the new bookstore's location, the group boarded a carriage, traversing through streets and alleys until they reached a somewhat secluded residential area. The road was flanked by clusters of houses, varying in height and interconnected by narrow lanes. The carriage stopped at the roadside, and the group disembarked in succession. Zhang Mingxian gazed in astonishment at the dilapidated houses and asked, "What is going on here? Why is no one living here?" Before him stood a grand villa with a crimson door and towering walls, flanked by 2 large red lanterns. However, the surroundings were in disarray, with collapsed doors, leaky roofs, and spider webs with even weeds sprouting from the walls. Zhang Mingxian felt a wave of unease. This situation resembled a scene from a ghost story. The gentleman in green chuckled. "It's because someone died in this manner, and the locals deemed it inauspicious, so they all moved away." Zhang Mingxian felt slightly reassured. That explanation did make sense. The gentleman in green continued, 13 guan, several nearby houses could also be included. Zhang Mingxian exclaimed in delight, "Really?" The gentleman nodded. "Consider it a chance to make a friend. We might need to collaborate in the future." He stepped forward to open the door and said, "Please, come in." Leading the way inside, Zhang Mingxian felt a shiver run down his spine, muttering to himself, "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's daytime." Cautiously, he followed. Li Xiaoyao and Li Xiaoxian followed suit. Upon entering, Li Xiaoxian's expression changed and she whispered, "Sister." Li Xiaoyao subtly nodded. The courtyard was still quite picturesque, adorned with exquisite flower beds, a clear pond, and towering banyan trees. "Wait, banyan trees?" Zhang Mingxian gazed in surprise at a large banyan tree in the yard. Who would plant such a tree at home? The gentleman in green also looked at the banyan tree, his eyes flickering momentarily before he smiled. "If you don't like it, you can chop it down." A gust of wind swept through, causing the leaves to rustle as if they were waving magical claws or desperately struggling. Zhang Mingxian awkwardly remarked, Let's discuss this later. The group took a stroll around the courtyard, which was divided into 3 side yards and 1 main yard, all impressively spacious. Each yard boasted beautiful scenery and numerous houses, appearing remarkably clean and tidy, as though someone regularly maintained them. At the entrance, the young man in green asked with a smile, "What do you think? Do you like it?" Zhang Mingxian hesitated before responding. "I do like it, but such a splendid courtyard for merely 10 coins. There must be a reason, right? Perhaps it's haunted? I can't believe no one would want such a fine place just because someone died here." The young man in green paused, then burst into laughter. "This gentleman is truly amusing. What ghost could possibly exist beneath the imperial city? If I were to provide a reason." He turned to Li Xiaoyao. "Let us consider this a welcoming gift for this young lady." Zhang Mingxian clapped his hands together and exclaimed, "Deal? If you dare give it to me, I shall accept. You think you can woo my sister Xiaoyao? Not a chance." He paid up promptly, eyeing the departing carriage as if guarding against thieves. Ever since acquiring the spatial pouch, he no longer worried about carrying money. Li Xiaoyao looked at Zhang Mingxian with interest. "You just let him leave like that?" Zhang Mingxian nodded. "Of course. Let me tell you, just by looking at his face, he doesn't seem like a good person. A man so handsome must have numerous women around him, leading a chaotic private life. It's better for you to avoid him." He then asked, "Do you know the way back?" Zhang Mingxian froze for a moment and cautiously inquired, "Aren't you all cultivators? Shouldn't you be able to calculate the route?" Li Xiaoyao shrugged helplessly, "Not at all." Zhang Mingxian glanced at Li Xiaoyao, who shook her head with a smile. "I don't know divination either." With a sigh of despair, Zhang Mingxian lamented, "What should we do then?" Li Xiaoyao chuckled, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. I know the way." Zhang Mingxuan's gloomy expression transformed into a beaming smile. "Sister, you are simply amazing." Li Xiaoyao surveyed the courtyard. "This place doesn't seem suitable for a bookstore." Zhang Mingxian pointed excitedly to a nearby room. "I plan to clear out a room to establish a bookstore. This courtyard will be my stronghold, and I shall name it Weina Entertainment Company." "Weina Entertainment Company?" Li Xiaoyao murmured. "What does that mean?" Zhang Mingxian declared proudly, "To dominate the world and embrace all rivers." Li Xiaoyao scoffed, "You have quite the ambition. You should focus on cleaning up first." Zhang Mingxian, observing the surrounding disarray, felt a twinge of anxiety. Although the prospects were bright, the beginning seemed arduous. He flatteringly asked Li Xiaoyao, "Sister Xiaoyao, do you have any spells for cleaning and repairing houses?" Li Xiaoyao nodded yes. Zhang Mingxian joyfully replied, "Then please cast it quickly." Li Xiaoyao looked at Li Xiaoyao, who reluctantly said, "Fine, I understand." In the distance, within the carriage, the young man in green pondered aloud, "Is it really you?" The coachman, who was the first servant to greet them, respectfully replied, "Master, I am certain. Yesterday, as I walked down the street, I witnessed his primordial spirit leaving his body, emanating demonic energy, shouting, 'The immortals do not respond. I seek the demons.' It seemed he was trying to save a woman from falling into darkness." The young man in green contemplated, "Today, doesn't he appear to be in that state? He seems rather foolish, nothing like a true demon should be. Moreover, he is timid, lacking any of the decisiveness characteristic of our kind." The coachman cautiously suggested, "Could it be he is still on the verge of demonic transformation? What he displays normally is his true state." After a moment's thought, the young man in green chuckled, "He came to us willingly. Whether he is truly demonic or not will be revealed tonight. It's just a pity for those 2 beautiful ladies." His tongue licked his lips in anticipation. Under the omnipotent spells of the celestial realm, a brand new storefront soon stood tall, emblazoned with the words Biku Bookstore. Zhang Mingxian clapped his hands in satisfaction. "That is perfect. Now we just need to draw in both new and old customers." The trio returned to the bookstore, where Zhang Jun was busy organizing the books and dusting the shelves. Li Xiaoyao glanced at Zhang Jun, then shot a look at Zhang Mingxian. "You should learn from him." Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes and smiled at Zhang Jun. "You're doing great. Keep it up. You can go home now." Zhang Jun, surprised, asked, "So early?" Zhang Mingxian explained, "I have matters to attend to this afternoon. I just reopened a bookstore, and from now on, you will be the owner of this new store." Zhang Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. "Me, the owner?" Zhang Mingxian affirmed. "Indeed. You've done well. You've been promoted." Zhang Jun, bewildered, replied, "This promotion is a bit too fast, I assent it." Chapter 71. Acquiring a mount in the afternoon, Zhang Mingxian took Zhang Jun to familiarize him with the bookstore, handed him a sum of money, and then left. What to do with the money? The bookstore obviously needed books. Not only should it sell Zhu Xian, but a variety of other books were also essential. Naturally, Zhang Mingxian aimed to avoid this tedious task. Humming a cheerful tune, he strolled leisurely home. After a while, Zhang Mingxian muttered to himself, "This journey feels rather long. Perhaps I should buy a mount?" Without hesitation, he approached an elderly vendor selling bamboo baskets and cheerfully asked, "Sir, where can I find mounts for sale?" The old man glanced at Zhang Mingxian and pointed ahead. "Just go straight, and you'll reach it shortly." Zhang Mingxian clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, sir." Following the old man's directions, he continued onward. A quarter of an hour passed, then half an hour. Zhang Mingxian, growing weary, muttered, "Didn't they say it was nearby? At this rate, I should have been home by now." He began to doubt whether he had taken the wrong path. Zhang Mingxian asked a passerby, "Is there a place nearby that sells mounts?" The person chuckled and replied, "What a coincidence. There is one just ahead." Zhang Mingxian thought to himself, "This isn't coincidence at all, but if there really is one ahead, then I shall continue on." This time, luck was on his side, and soon he spotted a stable with numerous cattle and horses tethered in a clearing, emitting a chorus of neighs. Zhang Mingxian hurried over, finally arriving at his destination. A stable hand in a short coat approached him with a broad smile. "What can I help you with? We have cattle, sheep, horses, and donkeys, big, small, young, and strong, all available." Zhang Mingxian replied, "I'd like to take a look at the horses." The stable hand inquired, "Are you looking for one to pull a cart or for riding?" Zhang Mingxian, puzzled, asked, "Is there a difference?" The stable hand laughed, "There certainly is. I want one for riding." The stable hand beamed, leading Zhang Mingxian to a tall horse. Patting its flank, "How about this one? A genuine steed of 1,000 miles. Its former owner was a nobleman who fell on hard times and reluctantly sold it. You've come at a perfect time." Zhang Mingxian took one glance and instantly fell in love with the horse. Its muscular limbs and shiny coat marked it as an exceptional steed. He inquired, "How much?" The stable hand replied with a smile, "Not expensive, just 10 coins. "What did you just say?" Zhang Mingxian exclaimed. The stable hand repeated, 10 coins. "No, the last part." The stable hand pondered for a moment, slightly confused, and asked, "What do you think of this horse?" "Not impressive." The stable hand was rendered speechless. Zhang Mingxian surveyed the array of magnificent horses, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Were fine steeds so costly in every world? Very well. If a mount was beyond his means, he would settle for a small donkey. After all, he had ridden donkeys back on Earth. History does have a way of repeating itself. Zhang Mingxian then asked, "How much for a donkey?" "Between 2 to 5 coins." "Show me." The two walked over to the donkey section. Zhang Mingxian pointed at one donkey, asking, "How much for this one?" 5 coins. "And this one?" 3 coins. "And this one?" Also 3 coins. Zhang Mingxian spotted a small donkey in the corner and asked, "And this one?" The stable hand glanced at the donkey, thought for a moment, and said, "This one is 2 coins." Zhang Mingxian exclaimed in delight, "So cheap? It looks quite decent. Is it sick?" Yue shook his head and said, "There is no illness, but this is the request of the donkey's owner. His master is a villager from outside the city who makes a living by farming. He raised this donkey by himself, but due to a severe illness, he needs money for medicine and, regrettably, has to sell the donkey. The price is not high, but he has asked me to find a good home for it." Yue sighed and said, "In the end, others will buy the donkey for meat. I cannot help him." Zhang Mingxuan's expression shifted as he recalled that his own father had passed away due to a lack of money for medicine, his condition worsening until the end. The painful memory of waiting for death, while bedridden, was still vivid in his mind. He declared, "I will offer 4 guan for this donkey. I shall buy it." Yue looked at Zhang Mingxian in surprise and remarked, "Young master, you are a good person." Zhang Mingxian shook his head lightly and replied, "I do not deserve such praise. I once hoped for someone to help me, but no one gave me hope. Today, I provide hope to others. Perhaps that is some solace for my heart." Yue regarded Zhang Mingxian in silence. After paying, he took the small donkey and requested a saddle. With Yue's assistance, Zhang Mingxian mounted his new companion. After riding for a while, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the donkey was indeed steadier and safer than a horse. Upon returning to the bookstore, Li Xiaoyao looked at Zhang Mingxian on the donkey with astonishment and asked, "Where did this donkey come from?" Zhang Mingxian dismounted gracefully and replied, "What do you think of my steed? Handsome, right? I just purchased it." Zhang Mingxian adjusted his clothing proudly and added, "From today onward, I too am a man of means." Li Xiaoyao circled the small donkey and said, "It looks quite nice. It should be good to eat." The little donkey shivered in fear and let out a soft bray. Zhang Mingxian led the donkey inside, and Li Xiaoyao hopped along, exclaiming, "Sister, we have new ingredients at home." Li Xiaoyao peeked out from the kitchen and was surprised to see Zhang Mingxian leading the donkey inside. She asked, "Did you buy this?" Zhang Mingxian nodded and said yes. Li Xiaoyao responded, "You bought it, so you must take care of it. You cannot let it stink up the yard." Zhang Mingxian laughed and reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm just a dung scooper, and I can handle it." Li Xiaoyao smiled, saying, "Dung scooper? You certainly have a way with words." Zhang Mingxian led the donkey down a small path to a vacant spot beside the toilet, perfect for its new home. Upon exiting, he spotted Li Xiaoyao joyfully holding Yue in the courtyard. A big girl cradling a little girl was rather concerning. Zhang Mingxian hurried over to take Yue, casually asking, "Did anyone come this afternoon?" Li Xiaoyao replied, "Yes. Many people." "Who were they?" Zhang Mingxian inquired. "I don't know them," she retorted, glancing at Zhang Mingxian with displeasure. "They all came to buy Zhu Xian. Where have you been?" "I sold books all day for you," Zhang Mingxian quickly explained. "I was setting up the new bookstore." Li Xiaoyao stomped her foot and said, "The new bookstore was ready by noon, and I did it all. You did nothing." Zhang Mingxian thought for a moment, realizing she was right, feeling a bit embarrassed. He looked at the fuming Li Xiaoyao and cautiously proposed, "How about I make you something delicious tomorrow as a thank you?" "Delicious?" Li Xiaoyao's interest was piqued, and she skeptically asked, "Can you really do it?" A man cannot admit to weakness, so Zhang Mingxian confidently replied, "Rest assured, I will surely satisfy you." After dinner, the three of them chatted under the night sky. Li Xiaoyao looked up at the twinkling stars and said, "It's about time." "Time for what?" Zhang Mingxian asked, puzzled. Li Xiaoyao exclaimed, "I want to go. Let us hurry." "Where to?" Zhang Mingxian was completely bewildered. Li Xiaoyao glanced at the cradle holding Yue, waved her sleeve, and the entire cradle, along with Yue, vanished. Zhang Mingxian was startled and asked, "Where is Yue?" Li Xiaoyao laughed and said, "The action below isn't suitable for her. I've temporarily placed her in the cave world." "Cave world? That sounds monumental." Zhang Mingxian questioned, "Where are we going?" Li Xiaoyao tugged on Zhang Mingxuan's arm excitedly, saying, "Follow me." A dazzling stream of light rushed past, akin to traveling at light speed through a tunnel, and suddenly they came to a halt. Zhang Mingxian felt dizzy, stars dancing before his eyes. After wobbling a few steps, he stumbled to the ground, shaking his head in discomfort. Li Xiaoyao appeared beside him, reproaching Li Xiaoyao. "You should have been more careful." Li Xiaoyao grumbled, "He is just too weak." Li Xiaoyao conjured a white lotus flower that floated down to Zhang Mingxuan's head, enveloping him in a beam of white light that instantly invigorated him. Zhang Mingxian sighed in relief, feeling the dizziness and fatigue evaporate. Li Xiaoyao impatiently said, "All right, get up quickly." As Zhang Mingxian stood, he was astonished to find himself in front of the grand residence he had purchased earlier. The mansion loomed ominously, appearing dark and eerie in the moonlight. A gust of wind swayed two shadows at the door, resembling decapitated heads. Zhang Mingxian swallowed hard, a sense of foreboding creeping in. What were they doing here in the dead of night? Li Xiaoyao trotted forward, and with a creak, the heavy door swung open. The dark entrance resembled the gaping maw of a monster, or perhaps a passage to the underworld. The sycamore trees in the courtyard rustled ominously, their branches swaying like claws of a demon, feasting on flesh. Li Xiaoyao called back excitedly, "Come on, let us see what's inside." Zhang Mingxian instinctively took a step back, fearfully shaking his head. No, let's come back during the day." Li Xiaoyao looked at him in surprise and asked, "Are you afraid?" Li Xiaoyao, understanding, said, "If you are scared, I can take you back." In front of women, Zhang Mingxian could not show fear. Summoning courage, he insisted, "Afraid? Not at all. I am merely concerned for your safety." Li Xiaoyao chuckled, "Not scared? Then let us go." She took the lead and dashed inside. Zhang Mingxian watched Li Xiaoyao walk ahead, swallowing nervously, deciding it was better to stay close. As they entered the courtyard, Zhang Mingxuan's heart raced at every rustle of the wind. Who? He cried out in terror, rushing towards Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao held his forehead and frowned. "What do you think you are doing?" Zhang Mingxian stammered, "I saw a ghost. I just saw a white shadow in the water." Li Xiaoyao scoffed, "Come on. What is to be afraid of? You are a cultivator." Zhang Mingxian froze, realizing yes, I am a cultivator. A soul-hungry staff materialized in his hand, surrounded by a faint black mist. His courage surged, and he thought, even if a ghost appeared, he need not fear. A chilling wind swept through the space, and Li Xiaoyao said solemnly, "It's coming. It's stronger than I anticipated." Li Xiaoyao exclaimed eagerly, "Really?" I want to see what it is that can open a small cave realm in the imperial city. Listening to their conversation, Zhang Mingxian felt a chill running down his spine, wondering what was approaching. He edged a bit closer to Li Xiaoyao. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black appeared before them. Its shadow elongated in the moonlight. Zhang Mingxian was startled but felt a sense of relief upon seeing the shadow. Thankfully, it wasn't a ghost. The figure in black looked at Zhang Mingxian and said, "The green demon said that you wish to join us?" Zhang Mingxian shook his head vigorously. No. That's not true. I don't even know you. I've never seen any green demon." The cloaked figure chuckled darkly. "The immortal does not respond to me. So I seek the devil." "You said that, didn't you?" Such eloquence. Immortals and Buddhas are all hypocrites. We demons are straightforward. Plead with me, and I shall grant your wishes. Zhang Mingxian was taken aback, on the verge of tears. Was it merely a casual remark, an impassioned exclamation? How could it have provoked the demon clan? Moreover, the demons of the East speak much like the devils of the West. Li Xiaoyao, dissatisfied, exclaimed, "Hey, you dark one. Have you forgotten about us?" The figure cloaked in black let out a sinister cackle, turning towards Li Xiaoyao. "Such boldness. I admire it." Just as his words trailed off, with a resounding crash, the black-clad figure was launched backward like a cannonball, crashing through a building and landing amidst the rubble. Li Xiaoyao remained poised, her fist raised. A charming sight with her chubby little hand. Zhang Mingxian instinctively touched his chest, his lips twitching. This was precisely how she had once sent him flying. The black-clad figure soared into the sky, gazing down at Li Xiaoyao with surprise. "A true immortal. I must admit, you've concealed your strength well. I hadn't noticed. What I thought was merely a trivial game has turned into a grand feast." Li Xiaoyao stomped her foot and shouted, "Feast your head." With a thundering stomp, the earth trembled. Her petite form shot skyward, delivering a punch toward the black figure. The black-clad figure waved his sleeve, a dark light sweeping across, and Li Xiaoyao was abruptly sent plummeting from the sky, crashing hard onto the ground, dust swirling, buildings shaking, the earth quaking, and the pond rippling in waves. Zhang Mingxian staggered, taking a couple of unsteady steps, grasping a tree branch to steady himself. A hand reached from behind, supporting him. "Thank you," he expressed gratefully. A melodious voice replied, "No need for thanks, young master. You stepped on my body." Zhang Mingxian froze, startled by the voice. In a panic, he scrambled towards Li Xiaoyao, exclaiming in terror, "Ghost!" Chapter 73. Drawing the sword again, Li Xiaoyao erupted from the ground, landing beside Li Xiaoyao, saying, "Sister, I cannot defeat this guy." Zhang Mingxian rushed to their side, terrified. "Ghost! There's a ghost!" The two paid him no mind. Li Xiaoyao gazed solemnly at the black-clad figure above. "You truly cannot defeat him. This person has attained the golden immortal level, comparable to a demon king." The black-clad figure regarded Li Xiaoyao with keen interest. "You can actually see through my cultivation? I wonder what treasures you possess that can elude my scrutiny and reveal my level." He attributed her ability to discern his realm to some hidden treasure. Li Xiaoyao retorted, "Say it, and you might die of fright." "Haha. I'm quite curious what treasure could terrify me, the king of shadow corruption." With a flourish, Li Xiaoyao unleashed two streaks of red light. With two sharp cries, two fiery phoenixes emerged in the sky, their bodies ablaze as they lunged at the black figure. The black-clad figure gasped, hastily ascending to evade the onslaught of the two phoenixes, astonished at the golden immortal level. His gaze burned with desire for the phoenixes. If he could acquire such treasures, it would be akin to gaining two allies of equal power. Instantly, a pitch-black demonic blade appeared in his hand, swiftly flashing toward Li Xiaoyao, intending to eliminate the treasure's owner while she was weak. With a resounding clash, the demonic blade halted above Li Xiaoyao's head, a slender, jade-like sword blocking it entirely. Li Xiaoyao fixed her gaze on the king of shadow corruption, stating, "We have indeed overstepped our bounds. We shall take our leave now, from this day forth. We will not interfere with each other." The king of shadow corruption looked at her in surprise. "You are also a golden immortal." Li Xiaoyao, brimming with pride, declared. "Didn't he expect that, did you? Now we have 3 golden immortals. Are you frightened?" The king of shadow corruption replied, "You may leave, but he must stay." He pointed at Zhang Mingxian. Zhang Mingxian was instantly bewildered, nervously asking, "Why? I don't even know you." Li Xiaoyao coldly responded, "Do you wish to provoke war with me? I know not what schemes you are plotting, but you must understand that if we engage in battle, the power of golden immortals could easily annihilate this realm, exposing all your deeds." The king of shadow corruption chuckled darkly, "And so what? Who could stop me if I choose to leave?" Li Xiaoyao's gaze remained steady on him. "Xingxian, you all must go." Li Xian, reluctant, protested, "But sister, I can help you." "Leave." With a huff, Li Xian grasped Zhang Mingxian and soared toward the exit. "Where do you think you're going?" The king of shadow corruption's figure dissipated like ink in water, only to coalesce before them once more, sweeping his blade horizontally. A radiant arc of light slicing through the air towards them. "You dare!" came a fierce shout. A dazzling beam of sword light erupted, meeting the blade's trajectory. The ground shook with an explosive sound, waves of force radiating outward as the world quaked, the sky tearing apart like shattered glass. Had it not been for Li Qingshuan's grip, Zhang Mingxian would have surely been swept away by the force. Fuming, Zhang Mingxian glared at Li Xiaoyao. "You are going too far." The king of shadow corruption's figure flickered in the air, laughing sinisterly. "How delightful to encounter such a demanding little demon, under my guidance. You shall surely become a formidable tyrant." Zhang Mingxian cursed. "To hell with your tyranny. Take this." Grasping the Qingping sword, he unsheathed it without a glance and slashed downwards. A beam of pure light erupted, as clear and flawless as a pristine sky. The jade-like sword light streaked across the heavens, vanishing. "No." A cry of despair and fear rang out. A burst of foul blood erupted in the air, and two bodies plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and raising clouds of dust. Li Qingshan stood in shock. They just died like that? Li Xiaoyao, equally astonished, turned her gaze to Zhang Mingxian. Or rather, to the sword in his hand. Li Qingshan leapt with joy, bounding to Zhang Mingxian, her eyes ablaze with excitement. "Where did you get this sword? I'll trade you a phoenix for it. The phoenix can even carry you." Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes. "Do you think I'm foolish?" With a flourish, he sheathed the sword. "This must be a parting gift from my master for my protection." The Na'vi earthling, Zhang Mingxian, at last, discerned his master's identity. It must surely be the heavenly teacher. How else could he have bequeathed the Qingping sword to him? Li Xiaoyao stepped closer, examining the corpse of the king of shadow corruption. Indeed, he was dead, life extinguished, the laws of immortality collapsing within him. With a flick of her hand, an ethereal black sphere emerged from the fallen figure, swirling with dark clouds and towering mountains within. Li Xiaoyao collected the sphere, igniting it with divine fire, engulfing the king of shadow corruption in flames. Zhang Mingxian kept his distance, unwilling to approach. This form of distant execution felt akin to playing a game, merely requiring a flick of the wrist, devoid of gruesome scenes. Yet, should he draw near, he feared he might not be able to hold his stomach. As Zhang Mingxian reveled in his triumph, a rustling sound echoed around him, causing him to shiver involuntarily, instinctively scanning his surroundings. "Caution," he urged, "Sister Qingshuo. We should leave quickly. It seems unclean here. There are ghosts." Li Xiaoyao and Li Qingshan exchanged exasperated glances. They had just slain a golden immortal, and now he feared a mere ghost. Li Qingshan, observing Zhang Mingxian's timid demeanor, turned her eyes and called out, "Come out, all of you." Zhang Mingxian instinctively ran to Li Qingshan's side. From the flowers, the pond, and the treetops, ethereal spirits emerged, causing Zhang Mingxian to tremble, his eyes widening in shock at the sheer number of ghosts. An elderly figure stepped forth from the trunk of a banyan tree. The multitude of spirits bowed in unison. "Thank you, exalted immortal, for your salvation." Zhang Mingxuan's legs nearly buckled. There truly were ghosts. Li Qiaoyao waved her hand. "You may rise." "Thank you, exalted immortal." Li Qingshan beamed at Zhang Mingxian. "Are you still afraid?" Zhang Mingxian instinctively nodded, then quickly shook his head. "How could I be afraid? I just defeated a golden immortal." Li Qiaoyao inquired, "What is your origin?" The leading elderly woman respectfully addressed, "I humbly report to the esteemed immortal that I was once a banyan tree in the mountains. By a twist of fate, I gained enlightenment, awakened my consciousness, and began my rudimentary cultivation by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Approximately a year ago, the king of corruption encountered me and took me away to this small cave heaven, where I assist him in tending to the flowers and plants. All those here were slain by the king of corruption within this past year." Li Qiaoyao, perplexed, inquired, "Why does the king of corruption not completely extinguish their souls?" The old woman shook her head. "This old one does not know." Chapter 74. The Ghost Servants. After pondering for a long while, the group could not fathom the king of corruption's intentions. Killing was commonplace, but leaving behind souls was indeed peculiar, unlike the behavior of a demon. Li Qiaoyao declared, "I shall investigate." Transforming into a streak of light, she traversed through the cave heaven, exploring the skies, the earth, the houses, and the ponds, leaving no stone unturned. In a short while, Li Qiaoyao descended, perplexed. I have not made any discoveries. Li Xian, curious, asked, how did you all meet your demise? Were you here to purchase houses? An old ghost shook his head. I do not know. I wandered here in a daze, and upon entering, I became a ghost. Me too. I awoke here suddenly, another chimed in. I was a resident nearby and suddenly turned into a ghost. The group of ghosts, men and women of all ages, varied in stories. Some were nearby residents. Others merely passing by, while many seemed to have died in a haze, as if by random chance. Li Xian inquired about their birth dates and fortunes, but gleaned not a single clue, leaving her quite flustered. Li Xiaoyao finally said, all right, you may all leave. An old ghost respectfully asked, esteemed immortal, where shall we go? Li Xiaoyao replied, beyond this door, the city god will naturally guide you. Thank you, esteemed immortal. The group of ghosts gratefully bowed to Li Xiaoyao and transformed into a wisp of green smoke, swiftly drifting toward the main entrance. Li Xian looked at the more than 20 ghosts standing still in confusion. Why do you not leave? A phantasmal female ghost respectfully asked, esteemed immortal. Will we reincarnate upon exiting? Li Xian replied, indeed. The female ghost knelt, pleading, I beseech you, esteemed immortal, to show mercy. This little ghost does not wish to reincarnate. Li Xian, astonished, asked, why? Is rebirth not a good thing? The female ghost wept. I was born into a tenant family, impoverished, and served as a maid. At 14, I was violated by the young master, leading to multiple assaults that resulted in pregnancy. Later, the young mistress discovered this and brutally forced the miscarriage, selling me into a brothel. To be candid, this past year in death has been the happiest of my days. I no longer wish to endure the harshness of the mortal realm. I implore you, esteemed immortals, to show compassion and allow me to remain here. I can serve you tea, clean, and I require only a small space to reside. A flicker of pity appeared in Li Qingshuan's eyes as she looked at Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao then inquired of the other ghosts, do you all wish to remain as well? The ghosts knelt in unison, silent in their agreement. Li Xiaoyao stated, since you do not wish to leave, then stay. Zhang Mingxian was taken aback, quickly saying, sister, this may not be right. Li Xiaoyao looked at Zhang Mingxian in confusion. While Li Qingshuan expressed her dissatisfaction, do you not possess a shred of compassion? Zhang Mingxian replied, of course I have compassion, but they are ghosts. It would be better to send them back to the underworld. Li Qingshuan teased, are you afraid? Zhang Mingxian retorted, afraid? Not at all. I merely worry that if the underworld discovers this, it might lead to conflict. A clear voice chimed in, big brother, please do not worry. If discovered, we shall claim it was our choice to stay, and it will not implicate you. This voice belonged to the ghostly girl who had just touched him. Zhang Mingxian turned to see a tree spirit behind her, with the ghostly girl appearing distorted and ethereal, resembling a wisp of smoke. The ghost girl seemed startled by Zhang Mingxuan's gaze and quickly lowered her head. Li Qiaoyao reassured, no harm done. A spark of spiritual light emanated from her hand, illuminating the ghosts, their ethereal forms solidifying slightly. I have placed a spiritual seal upon you. It will allow you to manifest during the day and signify that you have a master, thus ordinary cultivators shall not harm you. Within the seal, there is also a method for ghostly cultivation. However, Li Qiaoyao warned sternly, should you dare to act recklessly, the seal will erupt, and you shall suffer the consequences. The ghosts expressed their gratitude. Thank you, esteemed immortal. You may reside in this garden for the time being, Li Qiaoyao instructed. She turned to Li Qingshuan and Zhang Mingxian. Let us depart. As she exited, Li Qingshuan joyfully followed. Zhang Mingxian glanced back at the spectral figures, hurriedly calling out to the two, wait for me. In a whirl of sensation, they returned to the bookstore. This time, Zhang Mingxian demonstrated significant improvement, though he still felt a bit dizzy. He waved to the two, saying, good night. I shall write. Steadying himself, he walked unsteadily to his room. Li Qingshuan quietly remarked, sister, should I inform him that cultivators can store text using jade slips? Li Qiaoyao smiled, do as you please. Yi is suddenly materialized in her arms, blissfully asleep. Li Qingshuan chuckled, then I shall not tell him. At Kunlun sect, Jiang Jinshu sat at the edge of the suspended celestial mountain, gazing absently at the ground. Jiang Zhihua approached from behind, standing beside her with hands clasped behind his back. Why do you seem so down today? Jiang Jinshu tugged at the celestial herb in her hand, pouting. The new chapter of Zhuxian should be out today. Jiang Zhihua looked skyward. Another Zhuxian. It's somewhat interesting, but not to the point of obsession. Jiang Jinshu asked, Father, where is senior brother phone? I have not seen him. Jiang Zhihua hesitated. Ah, Feng has gone out for insights and is currently in seclusion. Jiang Jinxiu expressed no doubt, her face lighting up. Senior brother Feng is so talented. How impressive. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Jiang Zhihua felt a pang of unease, wondering if he had misspoken. He awkwardly added, actually, it's rather average, just a common understanding. Jiang Jinxiu nodded in admiration. Senior brother Feng is diligent. Even a small realization leads him to close himself off for hard practice. Jiang Zhihua observed the starry-eyed Jiang Jinxiu and felt a dangerous glint in his eyes, pondering whether he should extend Feng's seclusion time several-fold. Jiang Jinxiu looked up at Jiang Zhihua. Father, I wish to go to Chang'an to see Zhu Xian. Jiang Zhihua shook his head. That is not permissible. Significant events are occurring in Chang'an, and you cannot go. Significant events? Jiang Jinxiu asked curiously. What events? Jiang Zhihua replied pensively, I am not entirely sure of the specifics. But peace has been elusive in the three realms these past few years. The divine mounts of the gods and Buddhas have descended to the mortal realm as demons. And bodhisattvas and vajras have been frequently active. In Chang'an, several eminent Buddhist figures have manifested. It cannot be trivial. Jiang Jinxiu protested. I went to the crossing immortal gate before. Why can't I go now? Jiang Zhihua replied proudly. That is different. The crossing immortal gate was established by our elders. And no matter the circumstances, they would not dare to disrupt it lest they provoke the elders of Yushu Palace. However, going now would entangle you in peril. All right. I understand. Jiang Jinxiu replied obediently. Jiang Zhihua smiled contentedly, not noticing the glint of mischief in Jiang Jinxiu's eyes as she lowered her head. Chapter 75. Ice cream. A series of knocks echoed at the door, accompanied by the alarm clock ringing. Zhang Mingxian reluctantly opened his eyes. Noting how punctual the Qingxian alarm was, he got up and dressed. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find not only Li Qingxian but also two little ones, Jin Yang and Li Ji. Li Ji spoke politely. Hello, uncle. Uncle? Zhang Mingxuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He was now a noble relative? He chuckled foolishly. Hello, hello, and reached out to ruffle Jin Yang's hair. Jin Yang looks even more beautiful. Jin Yang shyly leaned closer to Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, You are truly quite lazy. You haven't even woken up as early as they have. Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes and retorted, Do you have any idea how busy I am? He then curiously inquired, What are they here for? Li Qingxian shook the recording stone in her hand and replied, They want this. Zhang Mingxian, taken aback, exclaimed, Youth in the Jianghu. Jin Yang, with a childish voice, chimed in, It sounds wonderful. I really like it. Zhang Mingxian, filled with pride, said, That's great. My royal uncle will give you a copy soon. This shameless fellow had begun to refer to himself as a royal uncle, completely forgetting that he had previously insisted Jin Yang call him brother. Li Qingxian, still displeased, said, I already gave it to you. Hurry up and wash up. Then prepare us something delicious. Zhang Mingxian casually asked, What delicious dish? Li Qingxuan's expression darkened as she replied, You haven't forgotten, have you? You promised to cook something tasty for me as a reward yesterday. Zhang Mingxian suddenly recalled, realizing that indeed, there had been such a promise. He chuckled awkwardly. How could I forget? I was just wondering what you like to eat. Li Qingxian retorted, I hope it is so. Otherwise. Zhang Mingxian pondered by the well, considering what to make for them. Cake. Too complicated, and he didn't know how to make it. Juice. While simple, it surely wouldn't satisfy them. What to prepare? He looked up at the sun, already blazing in the morning sky, and an idea struck him. Ice cream was the perfect treat for summer. The preparation was straightforward, and he happened to know how to make it. Zhang Mingxian quickly washed his face and dashed into the kitchen. He surveyed the ingredients. Eggs, check. Sugar, check. Milk, not available. Zhang Mingxian stepped out of the kitchen and waved at the guard stationed at a distance, saying, Come here. The guard, puzzled, glanced around and pointed to himself. Zhang Mingxian nodded and smiled. Yes, you. Come here for a moment. The guard was somewhat familiar with Zhang Mingxian, recognizing him as the master of the place. After all, he had once held the little princess. The guard instructed a companion, Stay alert, and hurried to Zhang Mingxian, asking, What can I do for you? Standing tall, Zhang Mingxian noted with some chagrin that the guard was still a head taller than him and declared, This royal uncle commands you to fetch some milk. Upon hearing Zhang Mingxuan's self-identification, the guard's expression shifted, royal kin. After pondering, he realized he still didn't know Zhang Mingxuan's true identity. A royal uncle? Whose uncle? The emperor's grandson's uncle? The prince's uncle? Or perhaps the emperor's uncle. What rank did he hold? The guard did not suspect Zhang Mingxian was lying, especially since the queen was present in the hall. To impersonate a royal uncle was tantamount to courting disaster. The guard replied, "Understood," and dashed off to procure the milk, leaving Zhang Mingxian free from concern about where it would come from. With a satisfied smile, Zhang Mingxian returned to the kitchen, reveling in his newfound status. In high spirits, he cracked a dozen eggs into a bowl, added half a pound of sugar, and began to mix vigorously. After a short while, a commotion erupted outside. Zhang Mingxian set down his spoon and stepped out to see the guard holding a bucket in the courtyard, surrounded by Li Xiaoyao and the others, who were curiously peering into the bucket, while the guard appeared flustered. Zhang Mingxian exclaimed in delight, "You're back so soon?" Before the guard could respond, Li Xiaoyao eagerly asked, "What is that? What are you going to make?" Xīyóu and Li Ji also regarded Zhang Mingxian with curiosity. Zhang Mingxian beckoned to the guard, saying, "Hurry, bring it here. It's a secret." The guard exhaled, casting an apologetic glance at the three, and rushed towards Zhang Mingxian with the bucket. Li Xiaoyao complained, "If it's not delicious, I'll make sure to punish you." Zhang Mingxian took the milk and quickly retreated into the kitchen, shutting the door with a resounding thud. He gazed at the large bucket of milk in astonishment, wondering how many cows had been required to produce this. Pouring a portion into a pot, he began to heat it over a low flame. Continuing to stir the eggs, he worked diligently until he was satisfied, then poured in the gently simmering milk, stirring to prevent the eggs from cooking too quickly. After cooling, it would be ready. Zhang Mingxian exited the kitchen and entered the hall, where he found Li Xiaoyao and the queen engaged in cheerful conversation, while Li Xiaoyao was playfully entertaining the little ones. The queen smiled upon seeing Zhang Mingxian enter, saying, "I wonder how you, young Master Zhang, could possibly conceive such legendary tales as Yue Meiyan, invent a cradle car, and produce delightful melodies like Youth in the Jianghu. Truly, you are no ordinary person." Zhang Mingxian chuckled awkwardly. "It's just a bit of cleverness, hardly worthy of great admiration." Li Xiaoyao smiled. "I heard you were preparing food for them." Li Xiaoyao looked up, intrigued. "Is it ready?" Zhang Mingxian replied, "Almost, just need to use the water vein spirit pearl." Li Xiaoyao responded with a smile, "I too am curious about what you will create. The water vein spirit pearl is on the table. Please help yourself." The queen added, "The food prepared by young Master Zhang must be quite extraordinary." Zhang Mingxian hurried to retrieve the water vein spirit pearl from the table, dashing back outside. If a practitioner witnessed this scene, they would surely weep with envy. The water vein spirit pearl is the essence of a water vein, a treasure for water attribute cultivators. Even for those of other attributes, it could purify their bodies and clarify their spiritual platforms, valued no less than an innate treasure of celestial quality. And yet, this precious item was carelessly placed on the table, unheeded. What extravagance! Zhang Mingxian returned to the kitchen with the water vein spirit pearl, and Li Xiaoyao, with a glint in her eye, promptly followed him, with Xīyóu and Li Ji scampering behind. The queen called out from behind, "Be careful." The group swiftly disappeared, seemingly oblivious to her warning, or perhaps they simply disregarded it. In the kitchen, Li Xiaoyao gazed at the half-filled bowl of gooey substance before her, expressing her distaste. "Is this what you have prepared?" Zhang Mingxian nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Li Xiaoyao sighed in disappointment, as expected. "I should not have trusted your words." Xīyóu chimed in with a childish voice, "It looks so ugly." Li Ji vigorously nodded in agreement. Zhang Mingxian chuckled, "Just don't fight over it when it's ready." Li Xiaoyao scoffed, "I wouldn't eat it even if you gave it to me." Zhang Mingxian extended his hand, channeling a golden divine power into the water vein spirit pearl. Instantly, the pearl shimmered with ethereal light, and as Zhang Mingxian willed it, icy white mist began to emanate from the pearl into the bowl. Xīyóu instinctively shivered, exclaiming, "So cold." Li Xiaoyao pulled him back a couple of steps. Moments later, Zhang Mingxian withdrew the pearl to reveal that the bowl's edges were now frosted, and the gooey liquid inside had transformed into a creamy ice cream. Zhang Mingxian instinctively licked his lips and quickly scooped a spoonful into his mouth, closing his eyes in delight. This was the flavor he sought. He then offered a spoonful to Li Xiaoyao, eagerly saying, "You should try this." Li Xiaoyao hesitated, eyeing the improved appearance of the concoction, wondering if it might taste good after all. She passed the spoon to Xīyóu, encouraging, "You give it a try." Trusting Li Xiaoyao, Xīyóu opened his mouth without hesitation and tasted the ice cream. Initially, he furrowed his brow and exhaled cold air, but soon his eyes sparkled with joy. Li Xiaoyao curiously asked, "Is it delicious?" Xīyóu nodded vigorously. "It's really good, Annie. It's sweet and icy." It was only then that Li Xiaoyao took a new spoon and scooped a taste for herself. Her eyes lit up in surprise. Indeed, it was delicious. Zhang Mingxian beamed with pride. "What do you think? I didn't deceive you, did I?" Li Xiaoyao continued to scoop from the bowl, but Zhang Mingxian quickly intervened. Li Xiaoyao frowned. "What are you trying to do?" "That's mine." Observing her protective demeanor, reminiscent of a cat guarding its food, Zhang Mingxian hastily reassured her. "I know it's yours. It might not be polite to eat straight from the bowl. Let me serve you some instead." Li Xiaoyao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Zhang Mingxian fetched a large spoon and began to serve the ice cream, handing a bowl to Li Ji. Li Ji hurriedly took the first bowl, which was handed to me, expressing his gratitude. "My uncle is truly too kind to me." Zhang Mingxian interjected. "Go serve it to your mother. Remember, whenever there is something delicious, you must first share it with your parents." Li Ji, a bit bewildered, nodded. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, it was not meant for him after all. He then filled 2 bowls for Li Xiaoyao and Xīyóu, carrying a bowl himself. Smiling as he made his way to the hall. Inside the hall, the empress gazed at Li Ji with a heart full of emotion, praising him repeatedly. "What a good child. You eat it. Mother doesn't want any." Li Ji stood there, perplexed, unsure of how to respond. Zhang Mingxian stepped in, saying, "Sister Empress, please do eat. There is more in the kitchen. I'll serve it shortly." He then dashed over to Li Xiaoyao, presenting her with the ice cream, cheerfully stating, "Sister Xiaoyao, this is specially prepared for you." Li Xiaoyao accepted the bowl, dismissing Zhang Mingxian's words, taking a small spoonful to taste, her eyes lighting up. Delicious. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyao and Xīyóu entered with their own bowls, savoring the delightful treat. Zhang Mingxian turned to Li Ji, saying, "Come with me. I'll serve you." Li Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement as he followed Zhang Mingxian outside, having long been tempted by the ice cream. He had secretly tasted a bit on the way and found it exquisite. In the courtyard, Zhang Mingxian and Li Xiaoyao sat under the shade of a tree, enjoying their ice cream while idly observing their surroundings. In the entertainment-starved ancient times, passing the time was a challenging endeavor, or at least that is how Zhang Mingxian felt. With a playful glint in his eye, he proposed, "Let me tell you a story." Li Xiaoyao perked up and asked, "Is it a story like that of Zhu Xian?" Xīyóu and Li Ji looked at Zhang Mingxian with curiosity. Clearing his throat and chuckling awkwardly, Zhang Mingxian replied, more or less. Captivating their attention, he began his tale. In a faraway kingdom, there lived a king and queen who longed for a child. They sincerely prayed to the heavens, "O Jade Emperor, we are good king and queen. Please bless us with a child." Soon after, the queen indeed gave birth to a lovely little princess, whose skin was as white as snow, her cheeks as rosy as apples, and her hair as dark and smooth as silk. Thus, they named her Snow White. However, their happiness was short-lived. The queen fell ill and passed away. The king remarried, but the new queen was a sorceress, beautiful yet proud and tempestuous, particularly envious of anyone more beautiful than herself. Meanwhile, the kingdom rejoiced, for the beautiful Snow White had accepted a princess proposal and a grand wedding was being held. Dwarfs and forest creatures were invited to celebrate. And amidst the blessings of the people, the prince and Snow White were destined to live happily ever after. As Zhang Mingxian shared this Eastern version of Snow White, Li Xiaoyao scoffed, "So fake." Yet, Xīyóu's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "I want to be Snow White." Li Ji's eyes shone brightly, his mind swirling with thoughts. Xīyóu tugged at Zhang Mingxian's sleeve, pleading, "Is there more?" "Uncle, I want to hear another story." Li Ji looked at Zhang Mingxian with eager anticipation. Despite Li Xiaoyau's murmured complaints of such a fake story, she remained still, her ears perked up. Zhang Mingxian chuckled, "All right, let me tell you another tale. This one is called The Emperor's New Clothes." It is said that in a distant land, there lived an emperor who adored new clothes. His courtiers trailed behind him, holding an imaginary train of garments. After finishing the story, Li Xiaoyao disdainfully remarked, "Such a fake story." However, Li Ji and Xīyóu found it amusing and entertaining. At that moment, the empress and Li Xiaoyao emerged from the room, sharing smiles and a scene of warmth and camaraderie. The empress beckoned to Li Ji and Xīyóu, "Let us be on our way." "All right." Xīyóu turned to Zhang Mingxian with reluctance, saying, "Uncle, I will come to find you." Zhang Mingxian felt his heart melt, reaching out to tousle her hair. "I will miss you too." Chapter 77. A daylight encounter with the spectral inside an exquisite carriage. Xīyóu nestled against the empress, eagerly asking, "Mother, can we visit uncle again?" The empress smiled. "Do you like him that much?" Xīyóu nodded enthusiastically yes. "Uncle is so interesting. He makes delicious food and tells captivating stories." The empress replied, "As long as you like him, mother will take you back." Xīyóu squinted her eyes in delight. "Mother is so good." Zhang Mingxian stretched lazily, leading a donkey leisurely towards the bookstore, curious about its current state. Surely, nothing untoward had occurred. Upon entering the bookstore, he glanced nervously at the adjacent mansion, hoping all was well during daylight. Inside, Zhang Jun, engrossed in a book, looked up as he heard footsteps, smiling. How does the big boss find time to come here? Zhang Mingxian, feeling guilty, chuckled awkwardly, initially not intending to visit, but unable to shake off his concerns. Pretending to be nonchalant, he wandered among the shelves, casually asking, "Nothing happened today, right?" Zhang Jun replied, "Of course not. Just no customers. The location you chose is rather secluded." Zhang Mingxian sighed in relief. "That's good to hear." Zhang Jun, puzzled, remarked, "No customers is good?" He pointed to the nearby estate. "Whose mansion is that? No one has come out all day. It's quite strange." Zhang Mingxian, feeling guilty, answered, "It might be mine, though there's no one inside." Zhang Jun's eyes lit up. "That belongs to you, boss." Zhang Mingxian nodded. And Zhang Jun excitedly asked, "Can I take a look? Honestly, I've always been curious about such grand estates. Today, I can finally see it." As he spoke, he hurried towards the door. "Hey, wait. You can't go in." Zhang Mingxian rushed after him. Zhang Jun grumbled, "You're too stingy. I want to mess it up." Walking alongside him, Zhang Mingxian was at a loss for how to refuse, finally blurting out, "I didn't bring the key." Zhang Jun pushed the door, which swung open, laughing, "But it's not locked, is it?" He continued, "I'm just saying, you really should lock the door. What if a thief comes in?" Zhang Mingxian, completely oblivious to his words, remained hyper-alert, wary of any unusual sounds. Zhang Jun observed the banyan tree in the yard, questioning, "Why did you plant a banyan tree here? The fallen leaves are too numerous, and it lacks appeal. I think it's better to cut it down." The leaves rustled in response. Zhang Mingxian chuckled awkwardly. "I quite like it." Zhang Jun then pointed to a collapsed house and a large pit on the ground, asking, "What happened there?" Zhang Mingxian, at a loss for words, could only awkwardly say, "It was like this when I bought it. I haven't had the chance to repair it." Zhang Jun remarked, "You're quite wealthy, aren't you?" Zhang Mingxian modestly replied, "Just average." The two strolled around, eventually sitting in the hall for a while. Compared to the heat outside, the hall was noticeably cooler and exceptionally clean. Zhang Jun praised, "This place is nice. It doesn't feel hot in summer." Zhang Mingxian forced a smile. While Zhang Jun felt the coolness, he sensed an eerie chill, as if the house was enveloped in a ghostly breeze. As Zhang Mingxian was about to urge Zhang Jun to leave, two maids entered, each carrying a cup of tea, placing them before Zhang Mingxian and Zhang Jun. One of the maids curtsied and said, "Young master, please enjoy your tea." The melodious voice made Zhang Mingxian involuntarily shiver, and he nodded in a daze. The two maids obediently exited. Zhang Jun jestingly remarked, "Don't look anymore. Everyone has left." TSK, no wonder you wouldn't let me in. It turns out you have a hidden beauty. Brother Zhang, you've also gone astray, but I must admit your taste is impeccable. She is truly stunning. Zhang Mingxian, coming to his senses, rolled his eyes. "I can't afford to hide anyone." As Zhang Jun brought the tea to his lips, a chilling image from a horror story surged in his mind. The food offered by ghosts was always human flesh and bones, and the tea was tainted with filthy blood. He quickly raised his hand and exclaimed, "Wait." Zhang Jun took a sip of tea, smacked his lips, and said, "Delicious tea." He then looked up at Zhang Mingxian and inquired, "Brother Zhang, is there something on your mind?" Zhang Mingxian lowered his raised hand, awkwardly chuckling, "Nothing much. Just a friendly warning about the tea being hot." "Never mind, I want to tell you." He gazed at Zhang Jun savoring the tea with a sense of pity, recalling the horrific tales that made him feel nauseous. Zhang Jun finished his tea and laughed. "No wonder Brother Zhang came today. It must be to see them. I won't intrude any longer. Farewell." He laughed heartily as he dashed out. Zhang Mingxian watched Zhang Jun exit, feeling bewildered. "You must be in cahoots with them." He sprang to his feet and called out, "Hey, Brother Zhang, take care." Zhang Jun's voice floated back. A shiver ran down Zhang Mingxuan's spine as he stood up to follow, only to find two young men in black standing before the door. Zhang Mingxian greeted them awkwardly. "Hello." One of them bowed respectfully and said, "Young master, please hold on. Elder Rong has something to discuss." Zhang Mingxian returned to his seat, laughing nervously. All right, all right. Sitting on the chair, he fidgeted anxiously, his gaze wandering. After a while, a group entered, led by a kind-looking elderly man. Zhang Mingxian quickly stood up. An elder Rong urged, "Please, young master, have a seat." Upon seeing this group, Zhang Mingxian felt a sense of calm. Unlike last night, they no longer appeared ghostly. Last night, their figures had been ethereal and distorted, akin to wisps of smoke, unmistakably revealing their ghostly identities. Yet now, they seemed almost corporeal, indistinguishable from the living. Zhang Mingxian smiled awkwardly. "What brings Elder Rong to seek me?" Elder Rong replied respectfully, "It is nothing significant. We merely wish to pay our respects to our master. May I ask if you have any instructions for us, master?" Zhang Mingxuan's eyes widened. Elder Rong nodded. "Indeed, we are under the protection of 3 celestial beings." "So you are our master?" Zhang Mingxian hurriedly waved his hands. "No, that won't do. Let us coexist as equals." A voice of despair arose. "Elder Rong, what if he refuses to accept us? Will he cast us out to roam as lost souls?" Elder Rong was at a loss. Zhang Mingxian looked over to see a small ghost clinging to Elder Rong's leg, weeping. Indeed, this little ghost appeared no older than 7 or 8, even younger than Li Xiaoyao. Zhang Mingxian felt a headache coming on and quickly reassured them, "I will not cast you out. You needn't call me master. Let us be friends instead." Elder Rong respectfully bowed to the ground. Huang Rong pays respects to the young master. The other ghosts hurriedly followed suit. "We salute you, young master." Zhang Mingxian was taken aback. "Huang Rong? What a lovely name." He quickly urged, "Rise, rise, please." The ghosts obediently stood up, and as Zhang Mingxian observed their respectful demeanor, he suddenly realized that ghosts were not so frightening after all. They could be quite endearing. In Chapter 78, The Palace Dialogue, Zhang Mingxian, with a twinkle in his eye, asked, "Is it true that whatever I command, you shall follow?" The ghosts exchanged glances, and Elder Rong cautiously replied, "We can comply with reasonable requests." Zhang Mingxian was delighted. "Then that is settled." He pointed to a ghost among them. "Step forward." A female ghost glanced around nervously before timidly stepping forward. The other ghosts looked at Zhang Mingxian with altered expressions, and Elder Rong appeared worried, as this particular female ghost was the most beautiful among them. Zhang Mingxian smiled. "Thank you for your assistance yesterday." The female ghost bowed her head. "I think I frightened you." Zhang Mingxian felt a little embarrassed and quickly clarified, "Not at all. How could I fear ghosts? I merely aimed to confuse that vile creature to land a fatal blow. It turns out my strategy was indeed correct." "Is that so?" The female ghost nodded, still bewildered. Zhang Mingxian inquired, "What is your name?" The female ghost replied shyly, "Huang Bei." Zhang Mingxian nodded appreciatively. "What a fine name." Then he asked, "Do you wish to become famous?" "Famous?" Huang Bei looked at Zhang Mingxian in confusion before shaking her head. Zhang Mingxian furrowed his brow. "You don't wish for that?" Upon seeing Zhang Mingxuan's frown, Huang Bei felt anxious and hurriedly nodded. Zhang Mingxian smiled. "That's more like it." He then addressed the other ghosts. "From now on, I will come daily to teach you a skill. I hope you can learn quickly to assist me." Elder Rong exclaimed joyfully, "You should thank the young master at once." She understood clearly that only those who could demonstrate their worth would not be cast aside, hence her excitement. The other ghosts obediently bowed. "Thank you, young master." Zhang Mingxian nodded in satisfaction, eager to begin. "Let us commence." He retrieved a recording stone from his pouch and handed it to them, saying, "Follow me." Outside, Zhang Jun pressed his ear against the door, listening to the calls from within the mansion. "This is a long shot. Can you see clearly?" "Long shot. Pull back the lens, and don't shake it." "Don't shake it. I'm talking to you." Zhang Jun muttered. "Long shot? A new game, is it? How does one avoid shaking?" Before long, noon arrived, and Zhang Mingxian patted his stomach, calling out, "Class dismissed." He waved his hand and walked outside, his demeanor now radiating confidence, quite the contrast to his earlier trepidation. A female ghost murmured, "He is so fierce. He scolded me many times." A male ghost complained, "He even hit me." Another ghost lamented, "I would have been better off reincarnating yesterday." The ghosts expressed their sorrow. "I find it quite easy." A dissenting voice chimed in. The ghosts turned to see the female ghost who had complained yesterday, the one who had been bullied and sold into a brothel. The male ghost rolled his eyes and retorted, "Qingjie, do you think we all learn as quickly as you do?" The ghost named Qingjie giggled as she played with the recording stone in her hands, a subtle smile dancing in her eyes. Zhang Mingxian rode home on his little donkey, cheerfully singing, "I have a little donkey, I never ride it. One day, I felt adventurous and rode it to market, holding a little whip in my hand, feeling quite pleased. But somehow, whoops, I fell into the mud. Li Xiaoyao shouted from inside the house. Why didn't you just fall to your death? Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes. What have I done to deserve this? Li Xiaoyao, hands on her hips, demanded. What did you run out for again? I'm the one watching the shop today. Zhang Mingxian hesitated, realizing he had indeed been inconsiderate. He could only smile apologetically. It's my fault. I shouldn't have. I had something to attend to. Li Xiaoyao held up 2 fingers, 2 bowls of ice cream. Zhang Mingxian readily agreed. No problem. Then, with a mischievous look, he pondered whether if ice cream was all it took, he might just have her manage the shop from now on. Li Xiaoyao beamed with pride, unaware of Zhang Mingxian's ulterior motives. In the palace, Li Xiaoyao, the empress, Li Ji, and Xīyóu gathered around a table, ready to dine. Li Xiaoyao lifted his chopsticks and laughed. Let us eat. However, Li Ji remained unmoved, prompting Li Xiaoyao to ask, Zhire, why aren't you eating? Li Ji looked up and replied, my royal uncle told me that good things should be enjoyed by parents first. Li Xiaoyao, feeling quite pleased, remarked, Zhire is growing up. He then inquired, which royal uncle said that? Little Li Ji was instantly flummoxed. What was my royal uncle's name again? I seem to have forgotten. The empress chuckled. That would be the boy from the Qingxian family, Zhang Mingxian, the one who wrote Zhu Xian. Li Xiaoyao promptly rebuked. Nonsense. It is merely a matter of one individual. Who has the audacity to claim the royal name? This is a disgrace to our family's reputation. Startled, Li Ji instinctively shrank back, while Xīyóu clutched the empress's sleeve, appearing frightened. The empress, visibly displeased, remarked, why are you losing your temper in front of the children? You have frightened them. Li Xiaoyao took a deep breath, his expression softening slightly. The empress gazed affectionately at Xīyóu and said, he is not an ordinary child. He refers to himself as a brother to Li Xiaoyao and as a comrade to the disciples of Kunlun. I sense that he will achieve great things in the future. Perhaps even finding a cure for Xīyóu's ailment. Li Xiaoyao looked at little Xīyóu with a hint of sorrow in his eyes, pondering silently for a moment before softly agreeing. Let it be as you say. The atmosphere at the dinner table grew somewhat somber. After lunch, Xīyóu and Li Ji played for a while before running into the palace where Li Xiaoyao was reviewing memorials. Upon seeing Xīyóu enter, Li Xiaoyao smiled and asked, why are you not playing anymore? What brings you to seek your father? Xīyóu ran to Li Xiaoyao's side, looking pitiful as she said, Father, it's so hot. Li Xiaoyao chuckled, ruffling her hair and replied, don't run around. If you sit for a while, it won't feel so hot. Xīyóu stuck out her tongue, licking her lips with sparkling eyes and declared, Father, I want to eat ice cream. What is that? Li Xiaoyao was momentarily baffled and inquired, what is ice cream? Xīyóu excitedly explained, ice cream is a dessert made by my uncle at my aunt's house. It's cool and sweet, and it's absolutely delicious. Li Xiaoyao turned to a nearby eunuch and instructed, did you hear that? Xīyóu wants ice cream. Arrange for the imperial kitchen to prepare some. The eunuch bowed and replied, yes, before slowly retreating. Chapter 79. The Magic Mirror. Once the eunuch left, Li Xiaoyao cheerfully asked Xīyóu, what else did he play with you? Xīyóu gleefully replied, Uncle also told us stories. Li Xiaoyao, intrigued, queried, what stories? Xīyóu excitedly recounted, they were very delightful tales. Father, let me tell you, in a distant kingdom, there was a king and queen, just like you and mother. They were very loving, but they had no children, so they prayed to the Jade Emperor for a child. Thus, they were blessed with a child, a lovely and beautiful little princess just like me, named Snow White, with a face as white as ice cream. Li Xiaoyao listened with a smile while reviewing memorials, occasionally nodding in agreement. In the imperial kitchen, the head chef surveyed the others and asked, does anyone know what ice cream is? The chefs all shook their heads in confusion. The head chef looked skeptically at the eunuch, Daquan. Are you playing a trick on me? I've lived over 100 years and have never heard of a dish called ice cream. The eunuch, Daquan, chuckled, Chief Wu. I wouldn't dare play tricks on you. Besides, the emperor's decree is not something a mere eunuch like myself would dare to miscommunicate. That would cost me my head. Chief Wu furrowed his brow and asked, Daquan, have you ever seen this ice cream? Daquan covered his mouth, giggling, I haven't seen it either. It was ordered by Princess Xīyóu, and I heard it was made by her uncle, though I don't know which uncle. Chief Wu sighed in exasperation. How can I make something I've never even heard of? And where would I even find the uncle? The retired emperor is secluded in the palace, busy with producing children. There are simply too many uncles. Daquan, still smiling, said, The emperor has others to serve him. I shall take my leave for now." After taking a few steps, he turned back and added, "Oh, Princess Xīyóu mentioned that it is cool and sweet. What should we do, master? We don't know how to make it." A young chef nervously looked at Chief Wu. Chief Wu scolded, "What else can we do? Think. We must come up with something. Ice cream must be made." The chefs hastily began to move, examining ingredients and straining their minds. A middle-aged chef pondered aloud, "Ice cream. By its name, could it be a dessert made from snow?" Chief Wu suddenly turned to him and said, "If you have an idea, then you shall be in charge of making the ice cream." "Ah." The middle-aged chef, awakening from his daze, exclaimed, "Chief Wu, I can't do it." Chief Wu smiled. "I believe what you just said makes sense. Give it your best shot. If you succeed, the emperor will reward you handsomely." The other chefs looked at him sympathetically, thinking, "How can snow have flavor?" Under the encouraging gazes of the others, he despondently walked into the underground ice cellar. In the grand hall, Li Xiaoyao contemplated. "Is this akin to the emperor's new clothes? Quite intriguing." He sighed. "Sometimes I too find myself in such a position, deceiving myself." Xīyóu looked up at Li Xiaoyao and asked, "Father, will you find me a stepmother who knows magic?" Seeing her timid little eyes, Li Xiaoyao's heart quivered. He reached down to lift her onto his lap and said, "Never. Absolutely not. I want you to be a joyful Snow White." Xīyóu squinted her eyes and smiled. "You are the best, father." Then, with curiosity, she inquired, "Father, do we have a magic mirror at home?" Li Xiaoyao shook his head, saying no. How could such a magic mirror exist in this world? Xīyóu, disappointed, replied, "There isn't. Other royal palaces have magic mirrors." Pouting her little lips, she appeared quite unhappy. Li Xiaoyao immediately said, Yes. If Xīyóu wants it, then we shall have one." He turned to the eunuch nearby and commanded, "Go fetch a magic mirror from the Dao Alliance." The eunuch quickly responded yes, and cautiously exited the grand hall, running off. In no time, the middle-aged chef timidly entered, carrying a plate of snow, which he had sculpted into a soaring dragon. He placed the plate on a nearby table, standing nervously to the side, silently cursing Chief Wu. Princess Xīyóu exclaimed joyfully, "The ice cream is here." She jumped off Li Xiaoyau's lap and ran to the table. Observing the ice cream, she pondered, "Why does it look different from what I had at my uncle's?" The middle-aged chef trembled even more, lowering his head, nearly in tears. Li Xiaoyao approached and smiled. "Perhaps it is simply made by a different person." Xīyóu picked up a spoon and took a bite, only to spit it out immediately, wrinkling her nose. "It tastes terrible." Li Xiaoyao glanced at the quaking chef and took a taste himself, declaring, "If I am not mistaken, this is indeed snow. It seems you have added other ingredients as well." The middle-aged chef immediately knelt and pleaded, "Your Majesty, spare me. I have truly never encountered ice cream before." Li Xiaoyao asked, "What about the others?" The middle-aged chef replied, "They have not seen it either." Li Xiaoyao exclaimed in anger, "I asked what they made." The middle-aged chef shuddered, nearly collapsing to the ground, and replied, "Because I suggested that ice cream should be made from snow, Chief Wu assigned the task to me." Li Xiaoyao chuckled, "Old Wu is regressing. If he dares not undertake my orders, he might as well return home and enjoy a leisurely life." He then turned to the middle-aged chef and instructed, "Prepare yourself. You will learn how to make ice cream tomorrow." The middle-aged chef looked up in astonishment, then quickly bowed his head again, excitedly exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. Thank you for your grace." Li Xiaoyao nodded, "Very well. You may leave." As the middle-aged chef walked back, he savored the emperor's words, growing more excited, as if he were destined for great heights. He silently vowed to master the making of ice cream by any means necessary, no matter how difficult it may be. Xīyóu complained, "They are all so foolish. They can't even make ice cream." Just then, a eunuch rushed in, respectfully presenting a small mirror, and said, "Your Majesty, the magic mirror has arrived." Xīyóu's interest was immediately piqued. She curiously took the mirror and examined it, questioning, "Why is our magic mirror so small?" The eunuch chuckled awkwardly. "The big magic mirror has passed away. This is a newly born little magic mirror." Xīyóu, with a sympathetic look, remarked, "How pitiful. It has no mother at such a small size." Then, excitedly addressing the magic mirror, she asked, Magic mirror, who is the most beautiful girl in the world?" The mirror reflected a woman who graciously replied, "Of course, it is you, the beautiful princess." Xīyóu smiled joyfully and inquired, Magic mirror, who is the second most beautiful woman in the world?" The woman respectfully replied, "It is your mother, the queen." And who is the third most beautiful girl in the world? Who is the fourth? Jin Yang eagerly engaged in conversation with the magic mirror. Li Xiaoyao quietly asked, "How was this magic mirror created?" The eunuch subtly replied, "Your Majesty, within it is sealed a female ghost." Li Xiaoyao's lips twitched. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Chapter 80. The venue is confirmed in the afternoon. Zhang Mingxian chose not to venture out. He sat in the bookstore, leaning over the counter, solemnly inscribing the 4 characters, the spirit of the beautiful woman, on the manuscript. Nie Xiaoqian, Ning Kaichen, the tree demon granny, Yan Qixia. Each character flashed through his mind, igniting a fervor within him. It was time to embark on a grand production. Before he could even write a few plots, a loud voice boomed in his ear. "Kid, you finally emerged." Zhang Mingxian jumped in surprise and looked up to see the 3 formidable masters of the Cheng family striding in with great confidence. Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes and complained, "Could you be any quieter? You nearly scared me to death." Cheng Chimo chuckled. "A life lived without wrongdoing has no fear of ghosts knocking at the door. What misdeeds have you committed?" Cheng Chuliang quickly tugged at Cheng Chimo's sleeve and whispered, "Be cautious with your words." Cheng Chubi nodded repeatedly. Fearing ghosts does not necessarily indicate wrongdoing. Even good people fear evil spirits. Observing their peculiar behavior, Zhang Mingxian sensed something amiss. Cheng Chimo chuckled awkwardly, his eyes brightening as he noticed the manuscript on the counter. He stepped forward, snatching it with glee. "A new draft of Zhuxian?" Zhang Mingxian hurriedly exclaimed. "Hey, give that back." Cheng Chimo read the title aloud. "The Spirit of the Beautiful Woman." He muttered, "What a strange name." Glancing down, he grew confused by the scattered scenes and segments, exclaiming, "What on earth is this? Why waste time writing such disorganized nonsense instead of Zhuxian?" Zhang Mingxian, flustered, retorted, "What do you know? This is far superior to Zhuxian." Cheng Chuliang expressed skepticism. "Is there truly a legendary tale better than Zhuxian?" Zhang Mingxian glanced at the 3, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Did you see the projection from a couple of days ago?" Cheng Chimo rolled his eyes. "Of course I saw it. I'm not blind." Zhang Mingxian continued, "You saw Zhang Jun appear, didn't you?" Cheng Chimo, enviously, replied, "Not just Zhang Jun, I recognized others too." He then added, "Why didn't you invite us for such a showy affair? Do you look down upon us?" The others nodded in agreement. Zhang Mingxian was certain. Their desire for recognition was evident. He boldly declared, "Who said I didn't invite you? You were my first choice for help, but you turned me down." And then Dewey stepped in to assist. The 3 exchanged glances, realizing that indeed, it was true. Zhang Mingxian waved the script, grinning, "I plan to shoot another film. Are you interested?" Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Cheng Chubi exclaimed, "We can appear in the projection too?" Zhang Mingxian nodded, "Of course, as the main characters." Cheng Chimo, grinning, stealthily approached the counter and placed his hands on Zhang Mingxian's shoulders, saying, "Brother Zhang, the main character is always present on screen, right? Just like that couple in The Young Heroes of the Jianghu?" Zhang Mingxian affirmed, "Precisely." Cheng Chimo generously offered, "Since Brother Zhang needs my assistance, I shall oblige." The others nodded fervently, eagerly regarding Zhang Mingxian. Zhang Mingxian stroked his chin. "This time I intend to make it longer, about an hour or so." Their eyes gleamed with anticipation. The longer, the better. Then Zhang Mingxian sighed. "However, there is still one issue. The venue remains unresolved." Cheng Chimo boldly declared, "Leave the venue to me." Zhang Mingxian smiled. "I need a small town close to the mountains." Cheng Chuliang questioned, "Isn't it inconvenient to be in a town? Emptying an entire town would cause trouble." Zhang Mingxian shook his head. "No need to empty it." Cheng Chimo chuckled. "If there's no need to clear it, that's simple. There is a small town near the mountains just outside Chang'an where we often go hunting." Zhang Mingxian exclaimed, "That would be splendid. Thank you so much." Cheng Chimo, grinning, eagerly asked, "When do we start?" Zhang Mingxian pondered, "Perhaps in about 10 days. 10 days? Cheng Chuliang whispered, "Do you think father can last 10 days? He should be able to," Zhang Mingxian replied, curious. "What do you mean by last 10 days? Is General Cheng unwell?" Cheng Chubi spat. "Pa, worry about yourself instead. With your physique, you won't last. The old man is doing just fine." Zhang Mingxian mused. "It seems Dewey is also quite interested in this projection matter." Cheng Shuyang laughed. "It's not a big deal. The emperor, worried about assassins, has taken father and Uncle Wei Qi to guard the gates. That's why we dared to skip class and have fun." Zhang Mingxuan's eyes sparkled. This scenario felt eerily familiar. He instinctively tightened his clothing. Was the Dragon King of the Jing River returning? Xīyóu pulled his brothers aside and exchanged glances. Brother Zhang, stay here. We must take our leave. The three dashed away. Zhang Mingxian, ignoring their departure, realized the Dragon King of the Jing River had returned. Li Xiaoyao might soon be in dire straits. A legend was about to unfold. He then felt fortunate to be in the Tang Dynasty. According to Journey to the West, there were no demons causing chaos within the realm. The first demon encountered by the monk was at Two Worlds Mountain and was quite weak. Without formidable demons causing disruption, it should be exceedingly safe. If he had crossed over to a country along the journey's path, he would have been in dire straits. With a misstep, the entire nation could be devoured, and there would be nowhere to voice his grievances. As Zhang Mingxuan's thoughts wandered in a shadowy, unknown space, the green-clad figure who had previously sold Zhang Mingxian his house stood respectfully below, while a colossal dark shadow loomed above, its scarlet eyes glowering like lanterns at the green figure. A booming voice reverberated through the space. The king of shadow erosion is dead. The green figure trembled. Yes, I have investigated. The aura of the king of shadow erosion lingers in the space, but it is like a leaf without roots. With a thunderous sound, the space trembled. The green figure immediately prostrated on the ground, trembling in fear. How did he die? The green figure replied in terror. It was him. He was searching for the seeds of the celestial demon in Chang'an. I saw a human boy harboring the demon seed, so I delivered it to him, but unexpectedly, the king of shadow erosion ended up dead. The booming voice continued, troublemakers, let them die if they must. Has the task been completed? The green figure sighed in relief. Replying respectfully, the task has been accomplished. The dragon pearl is exchanged for the phoenix egg. After the death of the Tang emperor, a golden phoenix shall soar high, and the hen shall crow at dawn, inverting the yin and yang. Ha ha ha, splendid. Inverting the yin and yang, the celestial demon descends to the mortal realm. Zhang Banian. Wait for me. Ha ha. Chapter 81. The judge's inquiry. Zhang Mingxian spent an entire afternoon hastily drafting the script for the spirit of the beautiful woman. After dinner, he intended to continue writing Zhu Xian. For the first time, he felt utterly exhausted. As night fell and silence enveloped the world, while others succumbed to rest, another realm buzzed with activity. In an invisible space, another Chang'an city existed, with elite soldiers standing guard along the walls, and only a few scattered individuals being led by soldiers within the city. A beam of divine light ascended from the city, and amidst it, a middle-aged man in official robes broke through the void, descending before Zhang Mingxuan's newly purchased residence. He smiled as he entered, but upon stepping inside, his expression changed in surprise. A small cave heaven. Who dares? A fierce shout echoed as 20 figures surrounded him from all sides. The middle-aged divine official gazed at the gathered spirits with a grin. You are fortunate to have latched onto the thigh of that one. Granny Rong stepped forward and asked, Who are you, and why do you invade private property? The middle-aged divine official chuckled and said, You may call me Lin Wenji, the judge of the Chang'an City Goddess office. What? The crowd of spirits instinctively stepped back, lowering their heads in guilt, unable to meet Lin Wenji's gaze. Old Lady Rong sighed with a bitter smile. I knew we couldn't keep this hidden. How does your honor intend to deal with us? Deal with you? Lin Wenji replied with a smile. I am not qualified to do so. Just refrain from causing any trouble. The spirits looked up in delight, a thought blossoming in their minds. Their master's background was even more significant than they had imagined. Old Lady Rong quickly said, Please come in, your honor. Let's have some tea. As Lin Wenji walked, he remarked, Tea is unnecessary. I have come on the orders of the Lord of the Office to investigate. It seems a small realm has been established by the heavenly demons within Chang'an City, which is a dereliction of our duty. Lin Wenji wandered around the garden for a while, occasionally casting down divine light. Ultimately, he left with a furrowed brow, feeling despondent, having found nothing. Once the divine official departed, the spirits exchanged glances and cheered. We can go out and play now. Even though they had received the spiritual seal from Li Xiaoyao, they still hesitated to venture outside for fear of being captured by the city god or land deity. But now, they felt they had been registered at the city goddess office, allowing them to roam freely. Zhang Mingxian finished writing 10 chapters today and felt a bit anxious, wondering if anything would go awry. Remembering the previous incident, he felt a twinge of fear, but he had no other choice. The original author had penned it this way. With a sense of trepidation, Zhang Mingxian lay on his bed, inhaling and exhaling, feeling the small world of exterminating immortals in his consciousness expand and contract. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated through Zhang Mingxuan's mind, causing him to furrow his brow instinctively, as his soul materialized in his consciousness. He observed that the small world of exterminating immortals had expanded several times its original size, emitting a faint golden glow. Zhang Mingxian stared in astonishment. Has it advanced already? He sensed he could now wield greater divine power and felt stronger physically, yet it seemed too casual. He had not undertaken any seclusion or consumed anything. How could he have advanced so easily? Cultivation, it seemed, was indeed akin to the whims of a strong woman, entirely beyond one's control. However, it was rather convenient, especially for someone like him, who was rather lazy. His cultivation speed was remarkably swift. He had already reached the stage of transformation. What would he become in the future? Zhang Mingxian sighed, I don't know. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. He turned to see a tall young man clad in blue. Zhang Mingxuan's jaw dropped in shock. Master. The celestial teacher nodded and smiled. Zhang Mingxian quickly prostrated. Disciple pays respects to master. The celestial teacher replied calmly. Rise. Zhang Mingxian stood up, feeling no sense of unease, as if the teacher's words were the will of heaven, a truth that must be upheld. Zhang Mingxian chuckled, Master, why are you not draped in colorful clouds anymore? The celestial teacher laughed. Did you not already guess? Zhang Mingxian beamed. Surprised, right? Your disciple is clever. The celestial teacher nodded, much later than I had anticipated. That was quite a slap in the face. Curiously, Zhang Mingxian asked, Master, do you have any instructions for me? The celestial teacher gazed intently at Zhang Mingxian and said, The journey to the west is about to commence. Zhang Mingxian looked at the celestial teacher in confusion, uncertain why he was being told this. The celestial teacher interpreted Zhang Mingxuan's bewilderment as doubt and continued, A calamity shall arise in the west, a manifestation of the heavenly order. However, where it arises is subject to human influence. It could emerge in the west or the east. The two saints of Buddhism, seeking to resolve the karmic ties from the past battle for the investiture of gods, invited the primordial Laozi and Nuwa to establish the journey to the west, propagating Buddhism to the 4 great continents. The 5 saints have decreed that the journey is inevitable, and I need you to stop it. Zhang Mingxuan's eyes widened in shock. Master, you want me to stop the journey to the west? He chuckled bitterly. Do you overestimate me? I am but an insignificant ant who has yet to attain immortality. The celestial teacher declared proudly, with the Qingping sword in hand, What is there to fear? Zhang Mingxian looked at the haughty celestial teacher, internally weeping. Even with the Qingping sword, they possess their own sacred treasures. After a moment of silence, the celestial teacher remarked, If it cannot be prevented, at least intervene when possible. The 5 saints have already received the heavenly order for the journey to the west. The 81 tribulations hold merit at every turn. Take what you can. Zhang Mingxian, observing the somewhat despondent celestial teacher, gritted his teeth and said, I shall do my best. Initially intending to steer clear of the whirlpool of the journey to the west, with its violence and danger, now that his master had given an order, he had no choice but to brace himself for it. Those familiar with the investiture of the gods knew that during the battle, the celestial teacher had been bullied by the primordial Laozi and the others, longing for revenge. Now that the opportunity had arisen, he could act as a disruptor in their game, causing them trouble. However, the celestial teacher suddenly realized he had no pieces to play. His former disciples were either listed on the investiture of the gods or had succumbed to the Western world, becoming mere pawns. Only this newly acquired disciple was of little use, which was a disheartening situation. After a brief silence, Zhang Mingxuan's eyes lit up. Master, I may have a way to perhaps stop the journey to the west, but I need your assistance. The celestial teacher inquired, What assistance? Zhang Mingxian grinned. I need you to help me set up a network. The celestial teacher was taken aback. Network? What is that? Even with his divine insight, he could not discern what this network was, leading him to ask helplessly, What is a network? Suddenly feeling somewhat embarrassed, a saint like him was unaware of something. Chapter 82. Network. Network. Zhang Mingxian excitedly gestured. This is a mainframe with a milky white orb appearing before it. This is the client. Zhang Mingxian tapped a few more times, and several smaller orbs appeared beside the large orb, connected by faint lines. Zhang Mingxian eagerly explained, The client and the mainframe are connected by a signal. Each client is assigned a number and can send signals to the mainframe, which matches them with another client for communication and video calls. Moreover, the mainframe can upload content, which clients can download and use. Zhang Mingxian rambled on, expressing everything he could think of, looking expectantly at the celestial teacher. The celestial teacher pondered for a moment and said, "It's quite simple. The only challenge lies in covering the entire primordial realm with the signal. It is indeed vast. Such coverage requires the great array of the starry heavens or the heavenly net array, both of which have tremendous consumption." Zhang Mingxian frowned. "What should we do then?" The celestial teacher looked at the small world in Zhang Mingxuan's consciousness and smiled. "Isn't this the perfect material?" In Zhang Mingxuan's bewildered gaze, the celestial teacher extended his hand and took the small world of exterminating immortals, laughing. "Faith is a wondrous thing, always connected to the divine. The thread of faith can traverse time and space. There is no better signal than that." Zhang Mingxian felt a chill run down his spine. "Master, please be careful." The celestial teacher deftly summoned a dazed Zhang Xiaofan from the small world of exterminating immortals, a gray chaotic flame blooming in his hand. Zhang Mingxian anxiously watched the roaring flames, both anxious and expectant. After a while, the celestial teacher clapped his hands and said, "Done. The small world of exterminating immortals has undergone a great transformation, now entirely a silver orb, surrounded by two colorful ribbons." The celestial teacher pointed at Zhang Mingxian, and a drop of dark silver water emerged from Zhang Mingxuan's forehead, entering Zhang Xiaofan's. Zhang Mingxian instantly felt dizzy, his figure dimming slightly. Zhang Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with newfound vitality as he moved his limbs. When Zhang Mingxian and Zhang Xiaofan's gazes met, their minds resonated, creating a rather eerie connection. The celestial master chuckled, saying, "This will suffice. It is a formation. Each of your so-called clients merely needs to inscribe this formation within. The essence of the formation lies in the power of faith." With that, the celestial master vanished, leaving Zhang Xiaofan and Zhang Mingxian staring at each other in bewilderment. Zhang Mingxian smiled and said, "Greetings, fellow Taoist." Zhang Xiaofan rolled his eyes and retorted, talking to oneself, "What a lunacy." The two then burst into hearty laughter. Zhang Xiaofan swiftly entered the mainframe, akin to a creator constructing various components, a video area, a gaming zone, a bookshelf. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingxian succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, as per routine, Zhang Mingxian was roused by Li Xiaoyao, his disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest as he opened the door. Li Xiaoyao looked at him in surprise and remarked, "What happened to you? You look utterly exhausted." Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes and replied, "You're the one who looks half dead." "I'm merely fatigued." Li Xiaoyao scoffed, "You're so useless, with your demeanor. You're destined to remain single." Zhang Mingxian was at a loss for words. Were young girls truly so precocious these days? After washing up, he managed to muster some energy and opened the door, only to find Zhang Jun standing guard outside, surrounded by a throng of book enthusiasts. Zhang Jun shot Zhang Mingxian a puzzled glance, then, with an understanding smile, whispered as he received the manuscript, "Though beauty is admirable, moderation is key." Zhang Mingxian playfully slapped Zhang Jun and retorted, "What nonsense. I was just exceptionally tired yesterday." Zhang Jun nodded vigorously. I understand. Then, looking at the crowd of fans outside, he hesitated, but they have no idea about the new store's opening. Zhang Mingxian yawned and suggested, "Just lead them over." Zhang Jun, baffled, replied, "You can't expect me to do that every time." After pondering, Zhang Mingxian quietly proposed, "Here's what you should do. Every 100 meters, have someone hold a sign that says latest release of Zhu Xian at Bika Bookstore, and have them stand from here to the new bookstore." Zhang Jun hesitated. "That would cost quite a bit, wouldn't it?" Zhang Mingxian boasted. "If money can solve the problem, then it's not a problem at all." Zhang Jun, looking exasperated, replied, "The issue is, I have no money." Zhang Mingxian handed Zhang Jun a stack of bills and asked, "Is this sufficient?" Zhang Jun gleefully nodded, Yes, this is more than enough." With that, he happily departed with the money and the manuscript, unaware of what awaited him. Zhang Mingxian gazed at Zhang Jun's retreating figure with a hint of pity, hoping he would fare well the next day. Amen. This volume also contains a climax involving the rescue of Xīyóu, though it regrettably fails. I can only wonder how the fans will react. Zhang Mingxian cheerfully clasped his hands together and addressed the gathered fans. Thank you all for your profound affection. Zhu Xian is a remarkable work. Indeed. I feel unsettled if I don't read it for a day. Haha, knowing your affection, boss, why not write a little more? Zhang Mingxian chuckled. I am delighted and proud that you enjoy my work. However, remember that novels are mere fabrications. You must exercise moderation in your reading. Do not let fictional narratives lead to frustration in your reality. The progression of the story is driven by its plot, and even I cannot control it. Please do not let anger harm your well-being. Ultimately, life must take precedence. Work and life should exist in harmony. Stories are but a diversion, don't you agree? The boss speaks wisely. He encourages us to live well and not become overly enamored with the author. It's quite shameful. I snuck out just to buy books. I should head back now. The boss is indeed kind. When Biao died, I lost my temper with my daughter. I truly regret it. Zhang Mingxian chuckled. That's the spirit. We must remain calm and harmonious. Remember, impulse is the devil. By the way, boss, when will Biao be revived? Has Zhang Xiaofan found the ghost sorcerer? Zhang Mingxuan's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly smiled. You'll find out by reading. I must take my leave now. He turned and hurried into the bookstore, slamming the door shut behind him. Outside, the crowd continued to chatter, praising Zhang Mingxian as a good person. After a while, he cautiously peeked through the door's crack and saw a long line of fans holding signs stretching away from the bookstore. The crowd around them had dissipated. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Mingxian affixed a notice outside, stating that the author had parted ways with the bookstore and that any inquiries should be directed to Biko Bookstore. Just as he finished posting the notice and returned to the courtyard, before he could even sip his tea, a loud knocking echoed from outside. Startled, Zhang Mingxian jumped, spilling the hot tea all over his trousers, causing him to wince in pain. Chapter 83. The gathering at the bookstore. Zhang Mingxian crouched at the door, peeking through the crack, exhaling a sigh of relief upon recognizing familiar faces. He opened the door with a smile to find Xīyóu, Li Xiaoyao, and a handsome young lad standing outside, with a respectful middle-aged man standing behind them, accompanied by a squad of guards. Li Xiaoyao and Xīyóu cheerfully called out, "Uncle Wang." The young lad hesitated, then shyly echoed, "Uncle Wang." Zhang Mingxian raised an eyebrow at him. He too was a son of Li Xiaoyao, and he feigned a haughty demeanor. "Greetings to you all." He stepped aside and gestured, "Please, come in." Xīyóu and Li Xiaoyao giggled as they dashed inside, calling out, "Auntie, auntie." Li Xiaoyao, inside the room, rolled her eyes in exasperation and muttered, "Children can be so bothersome." The young lad nodded at Zhang Mingxian as he entered the room. The middle-aged man deeply bowed to Zhang Mingxian and introduced himself. "I am Feng Guangla, from the Imperial Kitchen at your service." Feng Guangla suddenly realized he did not know how to address this noble relative, causing him to panic and sweat profusely. Zhang Mingxian noticed his distress and chuckled. "You may simply call me Zhang Mingxian. There is no need for formality." Upon hearing Zhang Mingxuan's name, Feng Guangla was slightly taken aback. How could a noble relative not bear the surname Li? Nonetheless, he sighed in relief and respectfully said, "Greetings, young Master Zhang." Zhang Mingxian nodded and led him into the room. In the courtyard, Li Xiaoyao and Xīyóu were joyfully surrounding Li Xiaoyao. Zhang Mingxian smiled and inquired, "Xīyóu, little Li Xiaoyao, what brings you here today? Is there something on your mind?" Xīyóu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Uncle Wang, I want ice cream." Pouting in dissatisfaction, he added that the palace chefs were incapable of making it. Feng Guangla quickly bowed his head. "I am ashamed." Zhang Mingxian laughed. "You crave ice cream? That is simple." He turned to the idle young man and asked, "What is your name?" The young man humbly cupped his hands and replied, "Li Ku." Zhang Mingxian looked at him in surprise. "Ah, so you were Li Ku, the son of a former princess? You seem quite modest and unassuming, given his sensitive background." It was wise for him to be discreet. Zhang Mingxian was merely curious about his identity and straightforwardly instructed, "Please help me prepare some milk." The title of a mere prince no longer fazed him. After all, he was still an uncle. Li Ku, surprised, pointed to himself and asked, "Me?" Zhang Mingxian nodded as if it were obvious, "Of course. You can't let your younger siblings go hungry, can you?" Li Ku smiled and replied, "All right." Feng Guangla quickly interjected, "There is no need for His Highness to trouble himself. I shall take care of it. I was just about to learn how to make ice cream from young Master Zhang. Leave it to me." Zhang Mingxian scrutinized him for a moment, dissatisfied with the lack of gifts for his apprenticeship, and thought to himself, "No gifts for the master? That is a poor show." Then, as Li Ku went to fetch milk, Zhang Mingxian directed Feng Guangla to whisk the eggs. While they busied themselves making ice cream, outside the Bika bookstore, a crowd of hundreds had gathered, clamoring loudly. Zhang Jun was holed up inside, desperately bracing the door, feeling utterly distressed. "Why are you all bothering me? Go find the author," he lamented, as objects were hurled against the door, causing his eyes to twitch in irritation. A voice cried out, "Damn it! I can't calm down." Boo-hoo, Xīyóu. She could have been saved. The wizard only needed to utter a word. A woman, handkerchief in hand, wiped her tears. Her eyes red as she gazed at the bookstore. It finally dawned on me what Zhang had meant with his words this morning. I truly believed him to be a good person. How blind I was. In the palace, the queen held a beautifully bound edition of Zhu Xian, and with a bitter smile, she lamented, I wish I could give that rascal a good beating. Countless souls in the imperial city were heartbroken over this volume of Zhu Xian, gritting their teeth at Zhang Mingxian. Unfazed by their grievances, Zhang Mingxian closed the door, indifferent to the raging flood outside. Under the shade of trees, a group savored ice cream while listening to the cicadas, basking in the delightful leisure. Li Xiaoyao took a generous bite and chuckled. I finally understand why Xīyóu loves ice cream so much. Enjoying it in summer is truly blissful. Feng Guangla smiled wryly. I thought ice cream was a cake made of snow, but it turns out it's frozen from milk and eggs. A brilliant idea. Zhang Mingxian boasted. You can even add fruit juice to create different flavors, like watermelon or peach. Feng Guangla nodded thoughtfully. I stand corrected. Zhang Mingxuan's eyes sparkled as he turned to Li Xiaoyao and asked, Do you have any acquaintances in the Ministry of Works? A flurry of thoughts raced through Li Xiaoyau's mind. What did he mean by that? Was he inquiring about my connections? Or perhaps he intended to introduce someone from the ministry to me? Or was he merely testing my sentiments? Maintaining a facade of calm, he replied. I'm not very familiar with the ministry. I don't really have any acquaintances. However, if I asked them for small favors, they likely wouldn't refuse. His response was impeccably cautious. No acquaintances, yet still open to communication. But what did he mean by small favors? That remained to be seen. Zhang Mingxian, oblivious to the nuances in his words, expressed disappointment. Oh, is that so? This shouldn't be considered small, right? Li Xiaoyao smiled and said, Uncle, feel free to elaborate. Zhang Mingxian replied, I plan to build a house approximately 4 stories high, with 2 rooms on each floor, each accommodating around 500 people. Li Xiaoyao was taken aback. Why so many seats? Is it for a school? What about other requirements? A garden? A pond? Perhaps? Zhang Mingxian shook his head. None of that. Absolutely none. I don't want a courtyard. Li Xiaoyao chuckled awkwardly. Your requests are truly unique, uncle. I'll inquire for you. Zhang Mingxian beamed. Nephew, I'm counting on you for this matter. It's quite urgent. Li Xiaoyau's mouth twitched. Nephew? What an odd term. Xīyóu tugged at Zhang Mingxuan's arm, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Uncle, I want to hear a story. Please tell me a story. Zhang Mingxian chuckled. All right, little princess, I'll tell you a story today. It's the tale of the boy who cried wolf. Li Xiaoyau's interest peaked. A wolf? What significance could such a cunning creature hold? Zhang Mingxian began. Once upon a time, a shepherd boy took his flock up the mountain to graze. Bored, he shouted down the hill, Wolf! Wolf! This time, the villagers did not come, and as a result, the wolves devoured all his sheep. After finishing the tale, Zhang Mingxian looked at Xīyóu with a grin. What did you learn from this story? Xīyóu, puzzled, asked, why was he herding sheep? Li Ji too looked at Zhang Mingxian in confusion. Zhang Mingxian was at a loss for words. It seemed he had miscalculated. Such relatable tales were beyond their comprehension. After lunch, Li Xiaoyau finally departed with the princess and prince. Zhang Mingxian stretched in relief. Narrating stories for an entire morning was indeed exhausting. Li Xiaoyao skipped outside, and Zhang Mingxian called out, Hey, where are you going? Li Xiaoyao grinned, To get Zhu Xian. It should have a new release today. Zhang Mingxian instinctively felt a chill in his chest, forcing a smile. Yes, it has indeed. Li Xiaoyao wrinkled her nose. Your smile is quite unappealing. Turning away, she ran off. Zhang Mingxian muttered, What can I do? After a moment's hesitation, he stealthily followed her. Strolling through the streets, Zhang Mingxian suddenly noticed an abundance of monks in Chang'an, each bald head gleaming brightly under the sun, like a multitude of mirrors. As he walked, he overheard a conversation ahead. Father, you shouldn't sell bamboo baskets here. Come home with me. You can't earn much in this scorching sun, and aren't you tired? I enjoy it. Go sell your horses and leave me be. But you can't skip lunch, can you? You haven't eaten since morning. I brought provisions. Zhang Mingxian chuckled upon recognizing the arguing pair, familiar faces. He stepped closer to greet them. Good afternoon, sir. They turned to him. The elder's eyes flickered with embarrassment. Zhang Mingxian, intrigued, remarked, I didn't expect you two to be father and son. No wonder you directed me to travel so far for a mount. It's from your family. The two were indeed the elder who had guided Zhang Mingxian to the horse dealer 2 days prior and his son, the stable hand. The elder chuckled awkwardly. The livestock at my son's place is quite good. The stable hand added with a grin. So it's you. The one who spent 4 guan on a donkey. As I mentioned, the elder scrutinized Zhang Mingxian, saying, Ah, it's you. Do more good deeds, and you shall be blessed with many sons. Zhang Mingxian waved his hand, laughing. Blessed with many sons? That's enough. Once they grow up, they won't listen to their fathers. They dare to meddle in their father's affairs. They deserve a good beating. The elder nodded in agreement, casting a disapproving glance at his son. Zhang Mingxian chuckled. You two continue your chat. I must take my leave. As he walked away, he mused, Ah, discipline indeed breeds filial children. A faint cry of father, don't hit me, echoed in the distance. Zhang Mingxian smiled triumphantly, feeling much lighter in spirit. He stealthily approached the bookstore, surveying the surroundings. Was it truly empty? Had my earlier counsel made an impact? With a skeptical heart, he entered the bookstore, only to find the area beside it littered with trash, eggshells, spoiled vegetable leaves, peculiar liquids, and even stones. Zhang Mingxian shook his head in disbelief. Which reader was so ruthless as to throw stones? Cautiously, he entered the bookstore, relieved to find it still tidy, with only Li Xiaoyao sitting inside, engrossed in a book. Zhang Mingxian scanned the room and inquired, Where's Zhang Jun? Li Xiaoyao pouted, Who knows? Maybe he is dead. Zhang Mingxian was speechless. Did she not know how to speak properly? Suddenly, Li Xiaoyao set her book down, giving Zhang Mingxian a dangerous look. What have you written this time? Zhang Mingxian forced a smile. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. What is going on outside? It's just like last time in front of the bookstore. It's only been a few days, and you're getting yourself into trouble again. Having spent some time with Zhang Mingxian, she had learned to anticipate his reckless behavior. Zhang Mingxian, avoiding her gaze, quickly said, I'll check how they're doing. You take your time reading. With that, he dashed towards the adjacent courtyard. Inside the courtyard, Zhang Mingxian leaned against the door, muttering, Oh no, this is truly dire. Young master, what troubles you? A voice called from beside him. Startled, he turned to see Huang Bei watching him cautiously. Zhang Mingxian chided, When did you appear? You walk so silently. You nearly scared me to death. Huang Bei pouted. In response to young master, I am like a ghost. I naturally tread without a sound. Zhang Mingxian had no retort. Her rationale was too sound. Gather everyone. Let us assemble them. Huang Bei lowered her head and replied, Yes. Before long, a group of spirits, accompanied by a tree demon, had gathered within the manor. Zhang Mingxian, adopting the demeanor of a strict teacher, declared, Yesterday, I taught you some techniques for shooting scenes. Now, I shall assess your progress. Step forward, one by one. Some of the spirits trembled in fear, their faces paling. Following this, a cacophony of reprimands erupted in the courtyard, audible even from outside. Ah, Zhang Mingxian, I will kill you. A furious cry soared into the sky, causing Zhang Mingxuan's expression to change dramatically. Before he could devise a response, a gust of wind swept through the doorway, materializing before him as the form of Li Xiaoyao. Zhang Mingxian stiffly waved his hand and said, Hi. Boom. A wave of energy surged from Zhang Mingxuan's abdomen, and with a cry of despair, he vanished into the sky, his voice echoing, I shall return. Li Xiaoyao, still gritting her teeth in anger, sent shivers of fear through the surrounding spirits. She released a long breath and remarked, I feel much better now. The spirits instinctively shuddered, shrinking back in apprehension of being noticed by her. In a blur, Zhang Mingxian darted through the clouds, ascending to an indeterminate height before plummeting downwards, crying out in terror. Although he was aware that Li Xiaoyao would not let him fall to his demise, the fear was overwhelming, 100 times more terrifying than bungee jumping. Suddenly, Zhang Mingxian realized that he had seemingly transcended to a new level of cultivation, capable of flight. However, given that Zhang Xiaofan had undergone training under his master, could he still merge with him? Instinctively merging with Zhang Xiaofan, a soul-devouring staff materialized in his hand, confirming that it was indeed possible. His master was truly remarkable. Upon merging with Zhang Xiaofan, the method of flight appeared effortlessly in his mind. With a thought, the soul-devouring staff expanded, and as Zhang Mingxian climbed atop it, he willed it to surge forward. Startled, he cried out in a flurry of excitement and confusion. After a brief period, Zhang Mingxian became accustomed to riding the soul-devouring staff, soaring up and down, left and right, weaving through the clouds alongside the birds. Flight has been a timeless dream of humanity. Though hot air balloons, airplanes, and even personal flying devices exist on Earth, nothing compares to this exhilarating freedom of soaring through the vast skies. Have you had your fill of play? A voice interrupted his reverie. Zhang Mingxian turned to see Li Qingxian watching him with a disapproving expression. Zhang Mingxian exclaimed, "I'm out of here." The soul-devouring staff accelerated, leaving a trail of light as it darted away. Chapter 85. The first mobile phone in the evening. A beaming Li Qingxian and a disheartened Zhang Mingxian descended from the skies, landing in the backyard. Li Qingyao, smiling brightly, asked, "What were you two playing?" Li Qingxian gleefully replied, "We were playing a game. It was so much fun." Zhang Mingxian could only swallow his tears in silence, nodding quietly. He could hardly admit to being bullied by a little girl. That would be too humiliating. Li Qingyao smiled and said, "Could you watch Yaya for me? I need to prepare dinner." Li Qingxian eagerly bounced over to the cradle, bending down to look at Yaya with a grin. Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes, settling onto a nearby stone bench, stretching his back, feeling utterly exhausted. After a brief respite, he produced a spirit stone, channeling a faint golden energy from his fingertips to inscribe an intricate rune formation in the air. He captured a flickering point of faith from his mind and embedded it within the formation, slamming it down onto the spirit stone. It instantly erupted in a flash of golden light before fading away. "What are you doing?" A voice chimed in beside him. Zhang Mingxian jumped, glancing up to find Li Qingxian curiously squatting next to him. Irritated, he retorted, "Why do you care what I'm doing?" "Let me see," commanded Li Qingxian. Suddenly, Zhang Mingxian felt an emptiness in his hand. The spirit stone had vanished. Li Qingxian, intrigued, fiddled with the spirit stone and remarked, "What is this?" After a moment of play, she pouted, "So boring," and tossed it back to Zhang Mingxian. Zhang Mingxian muttered, "You just don't understand." She bit her finger, wincing at the pain but failing to break the skin. Television really lies. Biting your finger hurts too much for an ordinary person to manage, she thought. Zhang Mingxian glanced at Li Qingxian and, hesitating, decided against asking her for help, fearing she might inadvertently sever her own finger in the process. With a skip, she dashed toward the kitchen. Upon seeing her head peeking through the door, Li Qingyao startled and scolded, "What are you doing? That's quite frightening." Zhang Mingxian grinned as he entered, saying, "Sister Qingyao, could you give me a small cut? I need to draw some blood." He extended his finger, gazing at her with hopeful anticipation. "Draw blood?" Li Qingyao asked, perplexed. "What for?" With a flick of her finger, a droplet of blood seeped from Zhang Mingxian's fingertip. Floating in the air, he stared in astonishment, realizing this was a novel experience, albeit a tad disappointing. Holding the blood droplet with spiritual energy, he returned to the stone bench under Li Qingxuan's watchful gaze, merging the droplet into the spirit stone. He sensed a connection forming between himself and the stone and tentatively commanded, "Activate." Suddenly, a luminous screen projected from the spirit stone, hovering before Zhang Mingxian. Tears almost welled in his eyes upon seeing the familiar interface, as he had feared he would never see it again. The screen now displayed several icons, and Zhang Mingxian eagerly opened the book section, only to find it empty. The film section was void as well, as was the game section. He mentally reached out to Zhang Xiaofan, asking, "Why is there nothing here?" Zhang Xiaofan replied irritably, "It's progressing quickly, all right? Give me some time." Zhang Mingxian had no retort. After all, it had only been one night since construction began, and creating a framework in such a short time was indeed impressive. "Is there anything to play with yet?" he inquired. "You can play now, but don't disturb me," Zhang Xiaofan responded before abruptly cutting off the connection. Zhang Mingxian was taken aback. What was with the attitude? Who did he think he was, acting like this? "What is this?" Li Qingxian approached Zhang Mingxian again, her curiosity piqued by the floating screen. As she reached out to touch it, her eyes widened in surprise, realizing it had a tangible form. Zhang Mingxian quickly warned, "Don't touch that. Be careful." He had no trust in this reckless girl. Li Qingxian scoffed, "It's not like it's anything special." Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes and skillfully registered a number on the little penguin, which amusingly turned out to be 66,666. "Did you cheat?" Zhang Mingxian queried mentally. "Maybe," came Zhang Xiaofan's nonchalant response. Zhang Mingxian smacked his lips in frustration. The atmosphere was rather dull without any engaging content. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps an instruction manual was needed. To most folks in this world, this technology might be too advanced and incomprehensible. He thought to Zhang Xiaofan, "Is there an instruction manual for this?" "There isn't." "Couldn't you create one?" "I'm too busy." Zhang Mingxian was left speechless, apparently. Zhang Xiaofan was the one with a packed schedule. Cautiously, Zhang Mingxian suggested, "Could you develop a system that automatically creates an account for users when they claim ownership and includes them in a beginner's group?" After a brief pause, Zhang Mingxuan's icon began to blink excitedly. He clicked on it and discovered he had indeed entered a group named Beginner's Group. Zhang Mingxian then questioned, "Isn't this screen too large? Wouldn't it be inconvenient for others to see?" Zhang Xiaofan's impatient voice echoed in his mind. "Why do you have so many questions? Just think private mode." Zhang Mingxuan's eyes widened in shock. Was that disdain? Surely it was disdain. Zhang Mingxian silently muttered private mode, and the screen, which had been several inches in size, suddenly shrank to about 4 inches, resembling the size of a smartphone from his previous life. He couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity of it all. Experimenting with the input methods, he found options for voice, strokes, handwriting, and pinyin, though he mused that others might be unfamiliar with using pinyin. After a brief period of contemplation, he began to compose a user-friendly guide in the group file. While it could be said that he was writing vigorously, it was more accurate to say he was speaking swiftly as he utilized voice input. A clear and comprehensible user manual emerged in the group document. A fire ignited within him, eager to disseminate this invention across the vast expanse of the world. How delightful it would be when immortals, deities, and spirits all utilized the smartphone he had created. Time for dinner. This simple phrase jolted Zhang Mingxian from his reverie. The future appeared bright, but for now, sustenance took precedence. During the meal, he contemplated gifting the fantasy-themed smartphone to Li Xiaoyao, but thought better of it. After all, many features were still incomplete. A perfect version would be far more suitable. He also needed to create a more refined exterior, as the square spirit stone design looked rather unrefined. Lost in thought, he hastily finished his meal and dashed back to his room, eager to sketch and write. Li Qingxian observed Zhang Mingxuan's retreating figure, puzzled. What has gotten into him today? Has he been rendered foolish by me? Did you bully him again? A stern voice inquired. Li Qingxian was momentarily taken aback, sensing trouble as though she had inadvertently let something slip. With a sheepish grin, she replied, "Of course not. We were merely playing games." Li Xiaoyao fixed a stern gaze upon Li Qingxian, who lowered her head, lacking conviction. "Since I have acknowledged him as my younger brother, he is now part of our family. You must not bully him again." Li Qingxian mumbled under her breath, "You accepted him as your brother, not me." Li Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. "What did you say?" Li Qingxian quickly replied, "Nothing. I promise to treat him well from now on." As dawn broke, Zhang Mingxian rose early, this time without needing Li Qingxian to call him. After washing up, he grabbed some drawing paper from the table and rushed outside. Walking through the workshop area of the study, he craned his neck to look around. "Good morning, young Master Zhang." A voice called from a distance. Turning, he saw a middle-aged man in a long coat smiling and waving at him. "Who are you?" Zhang Mingxian asked, puzzled. The man hesitated, then awkwardly replied, "Young Master Zhang. It seems you have forgotten me. I am old Zhang from the carpentry workshop." Zhang Mingxian suddenly realized. "Ah, it's you, Boss Zhang. It's been a while. You've become quite handsome." Boss Zhang smiled but said nothing, thinking that he would have barely recognized Zhang Mingxian if he hadn't reminded him. "Your craftsmanship still astounds me. My child adores the cradle you made," Zhang Mingxian praised. Boss Zhang chuckled. "I'm glad you like it." Curiosity sparked in his eyes. He asked, "Are you planning to create something again?" Zhang Mingxian nodded. "Yes." Boss Zhang's eyes lit up. "What do you wish to make?" "I will not refuse if it is within my capacity." Zhang Mingxian asked eagerly, "Do you know anyone who can fire ceramics?" "Ceramics?" Boss Zhang paused, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing his face, before replying, "Actually, I do know someone." Zhang Mingxian exclaimed, "That's wonderful. Could you introduce me?" Leading the way, Boss Zhang said, "Follow me." As they walked, Zhang Mingxian spotted an opulent carriage drawn by 2 chestnut horses, with a familiar figure in the driver's seat. "Isn't that Daya? Have you changed jobs?" Zhang Mingxian called out. Daya laughed. "It's all because the boss values me." Sitting inside the carriage, Zhang Mingxian marveled at the silky, soft cushions, commenting, "Boss Zhang, it seems you've struck it rich." Boss Zhang modestly replied, "It's all thanks to young Master Zhang. The cradle brought me a modest profit." Zhang Mingxian retorted, "Not just modest." Boss Zhang chuckled, but his eyes sparkled with pride. As the carriage journeyed further into the outskirts, Zhang Mingxian raised the curtain to gaze outside, surprised. "Are we leaving the city?" Boss Zhang explained, "Indeed, we must exit the city limits. The smoke from the kills is too intense for the city." Zhang Mingxian nodded in understanding. After some time, they arrived at a small village nestled against a mountain. Upon entering the village, Zhang Mingxian felt the heat intensify, as the air was thick with dust. Following Boss Zhang, they wandered around, observing muscular men working with clay, carrying sacks, and pushing carts. Boss Zhang approached a large courtyard and knocked on the door. "Who is there?" A voice called. "It's me, little Zhang." Boss Zhang cheerfully replied. The door creaked open to reveal an elderly man with a scruffy beard, nearing 70. "Little Zhang, come in," he beckoned, turning to lead the way into the courtyard, and Boss Zhang followed suit with a smile. Zhang Mingxian entered as well, curiously surveying the yard, which lacked a garden or flower bed but was dotted with small mounds of earth, the purpose of which was unclear. The three entered the house and took their seats in a hierarchy. The old man inquired, "Little Zhang, what brings you here?" Boss Zhang replied, "I'm here to introduce a business opportunity." The old man scrutinized Zhang Mingxian and asked, "Are you the one placing an order? What do you need, and how many?" Rising, Zhang Mingxian smiled. "You must be old Zhou. The item I require is not available on the market. I need your assistance in creating it." Boss Zhang's eyes flickered with realization. It was indeed something new. Old Zhou, too, seemed intrigued. "A new item? How exciting. I love new things. What do you envision?" Zhang Mingxian produced a piece of paper, saying, "This is the design." Old Zhou stood, approached Zhang Mingxian, and took the drawing, his eyes widening in disbelief. The design depicted a rectangular shape with an arrow extending from the edge labeled decorative border, and the words Starry Sky prominently displayed on the front. Zhang Mingxian chuckled awkwardly. "Though it may be simple, I hope it remains clear." Old Zhou remarked, "If I understand correctly, you want a ceramic board with decorative patterns, and one side featuring a starry sky." Zhang Mingxian nodded vigorously. "That is correct, but only one side needs to have the starry sky." Old Zhou glanced at Zhang Mingxian, then at Boss Zhang, and with a sigh of resignation said, "Very well, I shall make one for little Zhang as a favor. You need not pay." Zhang Mingxian replied, "Thank you." Old Zhou instructed, "Please sit for a moment," and with a slight wobble, he ambled toward the door. Boss Zhang explained, "Old Zhou has this temperament. Please don't take offense, young Master Zhang." Zhang Mingxian smiled. "Not at all. Those with skill often possess pride, which I understand." After a moment's hesitation, Boss Zhang asked curiously, "What purpose does this item serve, young Master Zhang?" "Forgive my ignorance, but I truly cannot see its function." Zhang Mingxian grinned. "Its purpose is quite significant. I will present you with one shortly." Boss Zhang was taken aback. "Then I must thank you in advance." After a short while, Old Zhou returned, holding a beautifully crafted small brick. He tossed it to Zhang Mingxian, grumbling, "Aside from its appearance, it's of no practical use. It's too light, even for hitting someone." Zhang Mingxian caught the exquisite piece in his hand, examining the splendidly crafted phone. It was indeed beautiful. The dark starry sky served as a backdrop, adorned with intricate patterns, gleaming like white jade. With fingers imbued with divine power, intricate runes were traced through the air, coalescing into a formidable formation. A point of faith surged forth from the main device, merging into the core of the array. Zhang Mingxian inhaled deeply. The success of this endeavor hung precariously in the balance, yet theoretically, it should work. He pressed his hand downward, integrating the formation into his phone. Suddenly, a golden light emanated from the device, and Zhang Mingxian was astonished to discover an invisible force emanating from the phone, drawing some essence from the surrounding space. This phenomenon had not occurred when utilizing spirit stones. Had he failed? Zhang Boss and Elder Zhou watched in stunned silence as Zhang Mingxian executed a series of actions. Zhang Boss stammered, "A cultivator." A fierce glare from Elder Zhou silenced him. He quickly knelt, bowing his head repeatedly, pleading, "My lord, spare me. I did not mean to offend you. I beg for your mercy." Zhang Boss, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt his legs weaken and sank to the ground. Rendered speechless. Chapter 87. The phone's success. Zhang Mingxian furrowed his brow and waved his hand, commanding, "Rise." The two men stood up, trembling, hands at their sides, bowing slightly. After examining his fingers thoughtfully, Zhang Mingxian turned to Zhang Boss and requested, "A drop of blood." Zhang Boss turned pale but responded respectfully, "Yes, my lord." Elder Zhou glanced at Zhang Boss with sympathy, realizing that they were in the midst of crafting a magical artifact. If successful, someone would need to test it. And a wave of melancholy washed over him as he contemplated his own situation. Zhang Boss scanned the area and spotted a peculiar knife on the table. Trembling, he picked it up, determination flickering in his eyes, and, biting his lip, made a swift incision on his palm, blood immediately welling up from the wound. Zhang Mingxian gaped in disbelief. Did it not hurt? Zhang Boss approached him, his face ashen, and nervously asked, "My lord, is this acceptable?" Zhang Mingxian was exasperated. If this was insufficient, he would have to resort to a more drastic measure. Under the apprehensive gazes of the two men, he gently touched the phone to the blood, extracting it. He then handed the phone to Zhang Boss, inquiring expectantly, "How does it feel?" Zhang Boss, who had been bracing for the worst, opened his eyes in confusion and replied, "I feel nothing. No pain, no itch, and no sense of suffocation." He moved his limbs, stating, "Everything feels normal." Zhang Mingxian retorted, "That is not what I asked." He pointed to the phone, pressing for a special sensation. Zhang Boss paused, and a screen projected forth from the phone. He jumped back, startled, as the screen moved with him. Stammering, he exclaimed, "What is this?" Zhang Mingxian, elated, pumped his fist in triumph, declaring, "It worked." They both jumped again at the sudden excitement. Zhang Mingxian directed Zhang Boss to access the new user group and view the group announcements. Meanwhile, he became lost in thought, pondering further improvements. After a moment, he returned to the present, observing that Zhang Boss and Elder Zhou were curiously examining the screen. Upon noticing Zhang Mingxuan's gaze, they awkwardly set their hands down, realizing that he was not crafting a deadly weapon. This device was indeed peculiar. Zhang Mingxian, brimming with pride, asked, "What do you think? Interesting, isn't it?" Zhang Boss chuckled awkwardly. "It says here that this can communicate. How does that work?" Zhang Mingxian gestured outside, instructing, "Step outside." Zhang Boss hesitated, but then complied. Zhang Mingxian retrieved his spirit stone version of the phone and sent a voice message to the group. Outside, Zhang Boss watched the flashing icon, clicked it, and entered the supposedly empty group, now featuring an avatar named Invincible Little Overlord. He silently scoffed at the name. Clicking on the audio message, Zhang Mingxuan's voice resonated from the screen. "Can you hear me?" Zhang Boss jumped, suddenly understanding that this was the voice communication described in the instructions. He eagerly followed the steps outlined in the document and spoke with anticipation. Inside the room, Elder Zhou stared blankly at the screen as Zhang Boss's stuttered voice emerged. I can hear it." Zhang Mingxian casually addressed the screen. "Come back in." Moments later, Zhang Boss re-entered the room, and Elder Zhou marveled. "This is truly miraculous. It's simply unheard of." Zhang Boss had tucked the screen away, eyes gleaming with excitement as he asked, "Young master, how far can this communication reach?" Zhang Mingxian nonchalantly replied, "It can reach any distance." Any distance? In that moment, both Elder Zhou and Zhang Boss stood frozen. Even the most naive among them could fathom the monumental benefits of communication that transcends distance. Elder Zhou felt his heart racing. This unprecedented artifact was of his own making. Surely, he would be etched in history. Yet, recalling his earlier behavior, he feared he would be remembered for his arrogance and disdain toward the inventor of this divine tool. A pang of anxiety struck him. Elder Zhou stammered, "My lord, please have a seat. Allow me to serve you tea." He stumbled out of the room, soon returning with a pot of tea, bowing respectfully as he served Zhang Mingxian with a flattering smile. Zhang Mingxian sipped the tea, surprised by its pleasant flavor. Though he was no connoisseur, the aroma suggested it was of fine quality. Setting the cup down, he furrowed his brow, tapping on the table. "There remains one issue." Elder Zhou and Zhang Boss exchanged bewildered glances, having thought success had already been achieved. Zhang Mingxian frowned, stating, "If we are to widely distribute the phone, I cannot possibly inscribe the formation on each one. It would be exhausting." Elder Zhou pondered for a moment, cautiously suggesting, "My lord, might you consider trusting me with this task?" Zhang Mingxian regarded him quizzically. "What do you mean?" Elder Zhou swallowed nervously. "I can assist you by inscribing the runes onto ceramic." Zhang Mingxuan's eyes lit up. "Is that truly possible?" Elder Zhou nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. That is how the everlasting lanterns are made." Zhang Mingxian urged, quickly, "Then, let us try." Elder Zhou hesitated. "This formation?" Zhang Mingxian slapped his forehead. "I've become flustered in my eagerness. Do you have a charcoal pen?" Elder Zhou stared at him in disbelief. "You trust me?" Zhang Mingxian, growing impatient, replied, "If not you, then who? Hurry and fetch the charcoal pen." Elder Zhou nodded vigorously. "Just a moment. I shall retrieve it." Before long, Elder Zhou returned, panting, and handed the charcoal pen to Zhang Mingxian. Holding the pen, Zhang Mingxian contemplated before beginning to sketch on white paper. As his cultivation level increased, so did his control over his own abilities. His wrist became deft and steady, and a circular formation emerged on the paper, not overly complex. Zhang Mingxian passed the drawing to Elder Zhou, declaring, "Here you go." Elder Zhou accepted the design with excitement, exclaiming, "My lord, Your trust in me shall not be in vain. Rest assured, as long as I am here, your formation will remain secure. He strode out with fervor, leaving Zhang Mingxian momentarily dumbfounded. Chapter 88. Formally established this time, the wait was notably longer. Around midday, Elder Zhou entered, drenched in sweat, carrying a phone identical to the previous one. Zhang Mingxian eagerly asked, "Is it finished?" Elder Zhou nodded deeply. Though his anxiety was palpable, "It should be. I have not tested it." Zhang Mingxian released a point of faith, which was instantly absorbed by the phone, causing it to glow with golden light and generate a pulling force. Zhang Mingxian felt a surge of certainty. It had succeeded. He turned to Elder Zhou, requesting, "A drop of blood." Elder Zhou, thrilled, pointed to himself. "Me?" Zhang Mingxian replied dismissively, "If you don't want to, then we shall not proceed." Old Zhou quickly nodded, exclaiming, "Yes, I want it." Glancing around, his eyes lit up upon spotting the tools that Zhang had used to harm himself. He hurried over, picked up the knife, and gently drew it across his hand, allowing a few droplets of blood to emerge. Zhang Mingxian handed his phone to Old Zhou, saying, "Give it a try." Old Zhou took the phone, filled with anticipation, and rubbed it against the wound. Instantly, he felt a peculiar connection with the device. With a mere thought, a screen projected from the phone. Old Zhou skillfully entered the group, changing his name to Old Zhou, and navigated it more adeptly than Zhang had. Zhang Mingxian frowned and inquired, "Does it really take this long to create one?" Old Zhou retracted the screen and respectfully replied, "Since this is the first one, a mold is necessary. It will be quicker in the future." Only then did Zhang Mingxian nod in satisfaction and ask, "What is the estimated cost for one?" Old Zhou responded, "The cost is merely some clay, which is not expensive, and with the array materials, it should be around 20 coins. Zhang Mingxian was taken aback. "So cheap?" Old Zhou sheepishly added, "You can buy a set of ceramic dishes for just a few coins. The complexity of constructing the array is what raises it to 20 coins. Zhang Mingxian said, "How about this? I'll order 50 coins each. Make as many as you can." Old Zhou stared blankly. 50 coins? Zhang Mingxian frowned. "Is that too little?" Old Zhou quickly shook his head. "Not at all. It's a lot, truly a lot." Zhang Mingxian then smiled. "That's settled then. When can you deliver the first batch?" Old Zhou swallowed hard, his heart racing. 50 coins each. As many as desired. This was an enormous order. He cautiously replied, "I can deliver a batch by tomorrow." Zhang Mingxian exclaimed, "So fast?" Seeing Zhang Mingxuan's pleased demeanor, Old Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Mingxian said, "Let us add each other as friends. Notify me when you deliver." "Friends?" Old Zhou was momentarily confused, then felt a surge of excitement. Was this an invitation to friendship? Zhang Mingxian, under their puzzled gazes, tapped the phone screen twice. Old Zhou's phone immediately emitted a series of beeps. He quickly opened his screen and saw an avatar flashing, revealing a message. "Invincible Little Tyrant requests to add you as a friend, with options to agree or refuse." Recalling the instructions, Old Zhou clicked agree. An invincible little tyrant appeared in his friend list. Zhang Mingxian smiled. "Now it's settled. You can contact me by tapping my name." Old Zhou nodded, still astonished at this new way of interaction. Zhang, watching Old Zhou with envy, thought, "Old Zhou is quite remarkable." Yet he dared not request to add the immortal as a friend. Zhang Mingxian chuckled. "Let us be off." Old Zhou quickly said, "My lord, please allow this old man to prepare a feast for you before you depart." Zhang Mingxian waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I have others waiting at home." He stood up and walked outside, with Zhang following closely behind, while Old Zhou escorted them to the village outskirts, watching the carriage disappear. The villagers were astonished, wondering why the village chief was so courteous today. They had never seen him send anyone off like this. Zhang Mingxian lay silently in the carriage while Zhang and Dia sat outside the yoke, refusing to come inside. After a considerable time, the carriage halted before the Qingyun bookstore. Zhang cautiously knocked on the door. "Young Master Zhang, we have arrived." After a prolonged silence, he knocked again. "Young Master Zhang, we are home." Li Xiaoyao, who had been murmuring to herself while managing the store, noticed the carriage parked outside and hopped out curiously, asking, "What are you doing?" Zhang, observing Li Xiaoyao's approach, whispered to Dia, "Is this the bookstore?" Dia affirmed, "Yes, this is the one. I delivered the cradle here last time." Zhang smiled at Li Xiaoyao. "Young Master Zhang is inside, but we're not sure why he hasn't made a sound." Li Xiaoyao, puzzled, asked, "Young Master Zhang?" Then she realized, "You mean Zhang Mingxian." Zhang chuckled awkwardly, refraining from speaking further. The family could address him by name, but he felt it inappropriate. Li Qingxian peeked through the curtain and saw Zhang Mingxian sleeping soundly, drooling. She promptly knocked on the window frame, calling out loudly, "Wake up." Zhang Mingxian reflexively opened his eyes wide, muttering, "Coming." Dazed, he glanced around and remembered he was still in the carriage. Turning to see Li Qingxian smiling at him through the window. Li Qingxian scoffed, "You really can sleep in a carriage." Zhang Mingxian sat up, stretching and rolling his eyes. "Do you have any idea how tired I am?" Li Qingxian dismissed him with a scoff. "You're just lazy." Zhang Mingxian paused, thinking, "Lazy? Compared to my life on Earth, I'm practically a model worker." He decided to ignore her. He climbed out of the carriage, and Zhang, smiling, cupped his hands. "Young Master Zhang has arrived. I shall take my leave." Zhang Mingxian cheerfully waved, "Safe travels." The two horses trotted away, and Zhang entered the carriage, murmuring to himself, "I can't add the immortal as a friend, but I should be able to add old Zhou. That's a step closer to connecting with the immortal." Li Qingxian rolled her eyes. Look, that's a proper steed. Your little donkey is embarrassing to ride. You might as well kill it for meat." Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes. "Can you please stop fixating on my little donkey? Just buy whatever you want on the street. I think your little donkey would taste better." "Not true. It's delicious. It's delicious." They bickered playfully as they made their way inside. Chapter 89. Wang Wu at the dining table. Zhang Mingxian expressed his gratitude. "Sister Qingya is so considerate. You even wait for me to eat." Li Qingya replied with annoyance, "Just eat your meal and stop rambling." Zhang Mingxian sheepishly took a few bites. Li Qingxian scrutinized Li Qingya, wondering if this fellow truly intended to become her brother-in-law. A twinge of discomfort stirred within her. After eating a few more bites, Zhang Mingxian curiously asked, "Sister Qingya, how are spirit stones made? Do they grow in the mountains?" In his past Life novels, spirit stones were formed from the accumulation of spiritual energy in mountain ranges, and he wondered if this world operated similarly. Li Xiaoyao nodded, "Indeed. Spirit stone veins can form in the mountains, but they are rare. Only through fortuitous circumstances can they be created. Most spirit stones are refined from the essence of heaven and earth by powerful beings using arrays." Zhang Mingxuan's eyes widened in astonishment. "So it can be done that way? This is practically a commodity." He eagerly inquired, "Can spirit stones change shape?" Li Qingxian scoffed, "Of course they can. Why would you want to change their shape? They're perfectly fine as they are." Zhang Mingxian's eyes gleamed with excitement. "How can they be changed?" Li Qingxian conjured a spirit stone in her hand, igniting a flame. Before long, the spirit stone softened, becoming malleable like clay. And that's how it works. With a flick of her flame, the spirit stone hardened again, resembling an oddly shaped rock. Zhang Mingxian exclaimed, "I understand now." A mysterious smile crossed his face. "I'll bring you something fun this afternoon." Gifting ceramics would devalue his stature. Spirit stones were much more sophisticated. Li Qingxian eyed Zhang Mingxian warily. "Are you really going out again this afternoon? Do you know how many people have been looking for you since noon?" Zhang Mingxian asked in surprise. "Who is looking for me?" Li Xiaoyao chuckled. "There are 3 young men from the Cheng family, a builder, and Zhang Jun." Zhang Mingxian murmured in confusion, "What could the builder want from me? I do not even know him." However, upon hearing that Zhang Jun had also sought him out, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. As the family finished their meal, Zhang Mingxian took the script of A Chinese Ghost Story to the bookstore to continue refining it. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, and upon looking up, he saw Du He entering with an unhappy expression. Zhang Mingxian curiously inquired, "You seem rather unwell. Who has upset you?" Du He replied with discontent, "Isn't it you, Zhang Gongzi? Since you found the ghost sorcerer, why haven't you revived Bai Yao?" Zhang Mingxian paused, forcing a smile. "That is not within my power to decide. The plot unfolds as it does, and I can only write accordingly." Bang! A loud sound echoed as Du He slammed his palm on the counter, startling Zhang Mingxian. "Are you looking for a fight?" Du He raised his hand, revealing a banknote on the counter, saying, "This is 100 guan. Make the changes for me." Zhang Mingxian inhaled sharply. 100 guan was indeed a substantial sum. Externally, he feigned righteousness. "Du Gongzi, what do you take me for? Am I a person devoid of integrity and blinded by greed?" Internally, he lamented, "It's not that I don't want to change it. It's just beyond my capabilities." Seeing Zhang Mingxian's resolute demeanor, Du He waved his hand and took the banknote away, leaving Zhang Mingxian feeling even more despondent. "Please don't take it." Du He attempted to soften his expression, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "Zhang Xiong, do you know how many people wanted to kill you yesterday?" Zhang Mingxian shrank back. "Well, it shouldn't be too many, right? They wouldn't act so impulsively." Du He retorted. Wouldn't they? Yesterday, the military was deployed, and all those causing a ruckus outside by Chu bookstore were apprehended. That's why you can be so at ease today. Zhang Mingxian sighed in relief. That's good. That's good. He then asked, is Zhang Jun all right? He got caught as well. Du He replied, visibly displeased. Zhang Gongzi, can you not write a proper story? Why does it have to be so tragic? Zhang Mingxian awkwardly responded, I will. At that moment, a portly elder entered, smiling benevolently. Upon seeing Du He, the elder hesitated before bowing. Wang Wu pays respects to Du Gongzi. Du He, taken aback, asked, and you are? Wang Wu humbly smiled. I am merely a merchant who once served the Han Wang. I was fortunate enough to meet Du Gongzi. The Han Wang. Du He's expression shifted, and he clasped his hands to Zhang Mingxian, saying, Zhang Xiong, you have guests. I shall take my leave. Zhang Mingxian, inferring the gravity of the situation upon learning Wang Wu's connection to the Han Wang, did not attempt to retain Du He and simply said, take care, Du Xiong. By the way, there will be good items for sale at the bookstore tomorrow. Understood. Du He's voice echoed from outside. Zhang Mingxian turned to Wang Wu with anticipation. Are you a subordinate of Li Ke? Wang Wu furrowed his brow. I have followed the Han Wang for a time. He emphasized Han Wang, expressing his displeasure. Zhang Mingxian, delighted, exclaimed, then we are allies. I am the royal uncle of Xiao Ku. Xiao Ku has already appeared. Wang Wu was momentarily taken aback. The Han Wang had not mentioned this to him. Naturally, Li Ku wouldn't disclose such matters. This royal uncle was a surprise even to Li Ku himself. Wang Wu hurriedly bowed. Commoner pays respects to the Wang Yi. Although uncertain of what this royal uncle entailed, addressing him as Wang Yi seemed appropriate. Zhang Mingxian stood tall and declared, rise. Wang Wu complied, standing respectfully beside him. Zhang Mingxian inquired, has Xiao Ku informed you about my matters? Wang Wu, with a hint of resignation, could only twitch his mouth but was compelled to respond respectfully. That has discussed it with me. The construction is not particularly difficult. I simply need to assess the location. Zhang Mingxian nodded. All right, let us go now. Feeling a bit anxious, he glanced towards the backyard, stepped out from behind the counter, and beckoned to Wang Wu, who followed closely behind. Outside, Zhang Mingxian hastened ahead while Wang Wu, panting, called out, Wang Yi, slow down. I have a carriage. The address startled the passers-by, who parted with expressions of reverence towards Zhang Mingxian. Upon stopping to allow Wang Wu to catch up, Zhang Mingxian asked, where is the carriage? Wang Wu pointed behind him. It's parked beside the bookstore. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Mingxian replied, let us just walk. Chapter 90. Cunning Thoughts After a Challenging Journey. The two arrived at Zhang Mingxian's south newly acquired estate, the Weina Entertainment Company. Zhang Mingxian pointed to a dilapidated section, saying, this is it. After inspecting the derelict buildings for a while, Wang Wu returned and respectfully stated, all of this needs to be torn down and rebuilt. It will take about half a year. Zhang Mingxian frowned. Half a year is too long. Wang Wu hesitated. Wang Yi, 6 months is already not lengthy. How long do you think it should take? Zhang Mingxian held up 3 fingers, then retracted 2, declaring, 1 month. Wang Wu shuddered, his eyes wide as he retorted. You might as well kill me. Zhang Mingxian responded irritably, why would I kill you? I need you to build me a house. Wang Wu grimaced. A month is truly impossible for me. Zhang Mingxian insisted, if it takes you 6 months alone, then gather a few partners, and it can be done in a month. Wang Wu chuckled wryly, if it were that simple, I would do it, unless Zhang Mingxian, intrigued, asked, unless what? Wang Wu hesitated before saying, unless you can invite cultivators from the Dao Alliance to assist. Cultivators? Zhang Mingxian nodded, I have those at home. He patted his chest confidently. Cultivators are easy to come by. Wang Wu exhaled, if you can get cultivators to help, I can guarantee it will be completed in a month. Zhang Mingxian waved his hand dismissively, leave the cultivators to me. You go prepare? Wang Wu bowed respectfully yes, and then withdrew. Zhang Mingxian chuckled and walked towards the bookstore, where Zhang Jun, with a bruised face, leaned against the doorframe, looking both amused and exasperated as he regarded Zhang Mingxian. Zhang Mingxian awkwardly smiled, good afternoon. Zhang Jun pointed to his own face. Do I look all right to you? Zhang Mingxian feigned surprise. Zhang Xiong, what happened to you? Did you fall? Zhang Jun, fuming, shouted. How could you not know what happened to me? Zhang Mingxian shook his head in confusion. I truly do not. Don't know? What about the notice posted outside Qingyan bookstore? It states that the author of Zhu Xian has parted ways with this bookstore, and for any matters, please contact by Chu bookstore. What are you writing? You killed Bai Yao again without warning me beforehand, and now all the troublemakers are coming to me. Is this how a boss behaves? Zhang Mingxian, witnessing Zhang Jun's furious expression, suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. He had been discovered. With a thick skin, he replied, I was merely introducing customers, nothing more. Zhang Jun pointed at his bruised face. You introduced customers, but they all came to beat me. Zhang Mingxian was rendered speechless. After a long pause, he finally managed to ask, Are you resigning? Zhang Jun protested. Are you trying to dismiss me now? Burning the bridge after crossing it? Zhang Mingxian quickly reassured him. Of course not. I am just concerned that you might get beaten again. Zhang Jun scoffed. Thanks for your concern, but quitting is out of the question. Zhang Mingxian looked at him in surprise, pondering, is he so loyal to me? Have I gone too far? Zhang Jun hesitated before quietly asking, What's the deal with the women in your estate? Are they all yours? The estate? Women? Zhang Mingxian initially thought he was referring to the sisters Li Xiaoyao. But upon noticing Zhang Jun's gaze directed sideways, he immediately grasped the situation. His heart raced, and cautiously pointing towards the grand mansion, he inquired, Are you referring to them? Zhang Jun nodded vigorously, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Zhang Mingxian, gazing at Zhang Jun whose eyes sparkled with affection, sighed inwardly. Yet another formidable character, comparable to Ning Kaichen. Upholding the principle of romantic freedom, Zhang Mingxian remarked, They are indeed my employees, or rather, my maids. Zhang Jun, filled with delight, asked, Just maids? No other relations? Zhang Mingxian nodded affirmatively. Zhang Jun, in a state of euphoria, murmured, Maids are perfectly fine. Observing Zhang Jun leaning against the door frame, lost in thought with a smile adorning his lips and affection in his eyes, Zhang Mingxian concluded that it was for the best. At least there was no fear of Zhang Jun wandering off. He shook his head, marveling at the grandeur of love, and proceeded into the mansion. Inside the courtyard, the little spirits were gathered in clusters, engrossed in a book, completely oblivious to Zhang Mingxuan's entrance. Clearing his throat with a deep cough, he startled them awake, and they hurriedly lined up in an orderly fashion. Zhang Mingxian smiled and asked, What book are you reading? Rong Lao respectfully replied, It is a legendary tale titled Zhu Xian. Zhang Mingxian nodded, Zhu Xian. A splendid book. The spirits collectively exhaled, easing their tension. Zhang Mingxian grinned and questioned, Where did you acquire the money to purchase the book? It wasn't stolen, was it? The spirits' expressions shifted simultaneously, glancing at a female ghost. Zhang Mingxian followed their gaze and recognized her as the woeful ghost. The female ghost slightly bowed and said, Esteemed sir, I obtained this set of books by treating the bookstore owner's injuries in exchange. Zhang Jun's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he asked, Do elaborate. The female ghost continued, Indeed, sir. Yesterday, there was quite a commotion outside, with many people surrounding the small bookstore. We even heard your name among their shouts. The spirits stole a glance at Zhang Mingxian, who felt a hint of embarrassment. The female ghost continued, Then many officers arrived and took them all away. In the afternoon, you and the young lady came. Zhang Mingxian hastily interjected, Stop. Let us skip that part. Yes. After you and the young lady left in flight, the bookstore owner returned, only to be ambushed by 3 burly men who hooded him with a sack and beat him up. Zhang Mingxian felt like crying. Wasn't he supposed to skip that part? Why mention his flight, which was quite embarrassing? The female ghost continued, He had entered with you before, and I thought perhaps you knew him. So I went with Huang Bei to help him into the bookstore and prepared some herbal medicine for him. Zhang Mingxian, astonished, asked, You understand herbal medicine? The female ghost smiled lightly. I am not versed in pharmacology. I merely crushed some weeds and infused them with a bit of ghostly energy. Zhang Mingxian nodded, signaling her to continue. The female ghost chuckled softly. That gentleman insisted on repaying us and even wanted to treat us to a meal. Unable to decline, I asked him for this set of Zhu Xian. Yesterday afternoon, those people came all for Zhu Xian, and we were quite curious about its contents. Zhang Mingxian replied, I see. What is your name? The female ghost paused, then said, I am called Wang Qing. Zhang Mingxian clapped his hands and declared, Now, let me continue teaching you how to shoot. Amidst a chorus of ghostly wails, Zhang Mingxian resumed his rigorous training. Chapter 91. Gift-giving. It was not until the afternoon that Zhang Mingxian leisurely returned, cautiously stepping into the bookstore, and was surprised to find it completely empty. Steadying himself, he quickly walked to the counter, sat for a moment, then got up to close the door, feeling quite justified as he made his way to the backyard. Upon entering the backyard, he cheerfully exclaimed, Is dinner ready? I'm utterly exhausted from running the store all afternoon. As he spoke, he swayed his hips, as if he truly had been minding the shop all day. Li Xiaoyao chuckled softly, while Li Xiaoyao looked at Zhang Mingxian with a bemused expression, having never encountered someone so shameless. Zhang Mingxian, grinning, sat beside them and playfully poked at Yaya's nose, eliciting displeasure as Yaya squawked in protest. Li Xiaoyao extended her hand, asking, after running around all afternoon, "Where is my gift?" Zhang Mingxuan's smile faltered, realizing he had been caught. He never intended to deceive them. But it seemed he had forgotten the gift. He awkwardly stammered, "Just give me a moment. I'll have it ready shortly." Li Xiaoyao, dissatisfied, turned to Li Xiaoyao, saying, "Sister, look at him. He neglects the bookstore, disregards us, and even forgot the gift. He has been frolicking with those little ghosts. I think he has become bewitched. I should send those little spirits back to the underworld." Zhang Mingxian quickly panicked. "No, please don't. I was wrong. I'll make up for the gift right now." Li Xiaoyao skeptically remarked, "Weren't you the one who said a few days ago that you wanted to send them away?" Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes. "I was frightened then. I'm not afraid anymore. And besides, they've all learned quite a bit. Where else can I find employees who can fly, become invisible, and don't require payment?" Li Xiaoyao merely smiled without speaking, enjoying the playful banter between Li Xiaoyao and Zhang Mingxian. Zhang Mingxian stretched out his hand and commanded, "Golden Emperor's fire of heaven." A burst of golden flames erupted in his palm. Li Xiaoyao was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. "Golden Emperor's fire of heaven? You have me in stitches. Isn't that just the most ordinary divine flame?" Zhang Mingxian, feeling a mix of embarrassment and frustration, retorted, "Is it not permissible to name it?" Li Xiaoyao laughed heartily, nodding, "Sure, of course. Who knows, upon hearing that name, your enemies might flee in terror." Ha ha. Zhang Mingxian, rendered speechless, chose to ignore her and tossed 2 spirit stones into the flames. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and a white mist of spiritual energy rose. Zhang Mingxian, bewildered, coughed out a puff of white smoke and fainted. Ha ha. Li Xiaoyao laughed uncontrollably. "You've cracked me up. I've never seen someone so foolish as to toss spirit stones directly into divine flames." Li Xiaoyao, exasperated, remarked, "Stop laughing. It's all your fault. If you had burned the spirit stones at noon, you wouldn't have done this." Li Xiaoyao, tears of laughter in her eyes, defended herself. "How can you blame me? Who knew he would be so reckless, skipping the low temperature and going straight for the highest? You didn't remind him either." Li Xiaoyao fell silent, realizing she indeed had not cautioned him. A white lotus bloomed in her hand, landing on Zhang Mingxuan's chest, and a beam of white light swept over him, bringing him back to consciousness. He gazed dreamily at the sky, muttering, "What just happened?" Li Xiaoyao squatted beside Zhang Mingxian, waving her hand in front of his eyes. "Hey, you didn't get blown silly, did you?" Zhang Mingxian sprang up from the ground, irritated. "You're the silly one. What just happened? Why did the spirit stones explode?" Li Xiaoyao apologized. "We failed to clarify. The spirit stones contain stabilized spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Under high temperatures, their stability is compromised, causing the energy to burst forth." Zhang Mingxian looked bewildered at Li Xiaoyao, then angrily pointed at her. "Why was she fine at noon?" The spirit stones softened under the flames. Li Xiaoyao replied smugly, "Because I used low temperature. Low temperature. Low temperature." The words echoed repeatedly in Zhang Mingxuan's ears. He glanced at his hands, hesitated, then declared, "If you want a gift, you'll have to make it yourself." Li Xiaoyao skeptically asked, "What gift? You're not planning to mold a little animal out of spirit stones as a gift, are you?" Zhang Mingxian protested indignantly. "How could that be? Am I that childish?" Li Xiaoyao nodded seriously. "You were even more childish than that." Zhang Mingxian was left speechless, exasperated. "So, do you want it or not?" Li Xiaoyao replied, "All right, I'll trust you this once." A flame materialized in my hand as I tossed in a piece of spiritual stone, glancing at Zhang Mingxian and inquiring, "What next?" Zhang Mingxian instinctively took a step back, cautioning, "Be careful. Shape the spiritual stone into what you desire." Li Xiaoyao smirked, "Coward." The spiritual stone swiftly morphed in the flames, ultimately transforming into a reclining little fox. Li Xiaoyao extinguished the flame and handed the little fox to Zhang Mingxian, saying, "Here you go. I'm curious to see what you will do." Zhang Mingxian received the fox, adding, "And one for Sister Xīyóu." Li Xiaoyao chuckled, shaking her head. "I'll pass. You two have fun." Li Xiaoyao reignited the flames, insisting, "That won't do. We all need one." Zhang Mingxian concurred, "Indeed, I assure you this gift will please you." Li Xiaoyao smiled silently, clearly skeptical of Zhang Mingxuan's words. Having seen countless wonders of nature and mystical creatures herself, Zhang Mingxian caressed the little fox in his hands, marveling at its exquisite texture, warm, silky, and translucent, akin to a masterpiece of art. After steadying his mind, he infused it with divine power, sketching a small formation in the air, embedding it with faith energy, and seamlessly pressing the formation into the little fox. At that moment, Li Xiaoyao completed her second little fox, and they exchanged theirs. Li Xiaoyao scrutinized the small fox in her hand, questioning, "Is this all there is? What purpose does it serve?" Zhang Mingxian smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out once you drop a drop of blood on it." Li Xiaoyao muttered, "How peculiar." A drop of crimson blood appeared on her fingertip, and upon contact with the little fox, she was momentarily stunned, sensing a mysterious connection between them. With a thought, a beam of light instantly projected from the little fox. Li Xiaoyao queried, "Isn't this what you were playing with yesterday?" Zhang Mingxian nodded, "Indeed. Just click on it." Li Xiaoyao, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" Suddenly, Zhang Mingxian felt he had made a mistake. The people in this world were unfamiliar with letters, let alone the concept. With a restrained smile, Zhang Mingxian replied, "It's that little penguin." Li Xiaoyao retorted, "What SA penguin?" Zhang Mingxian handed the completed little fox to Li Xiaoyao and approached Li Xiaoyao, pointing at the little penguin. "This one." Li Xiaoyao scoffed, "What penguin? It looks like a bizarre duck. Don't give it names if you don't know." An overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over Zhang Mingxian. She had a point. Li Xiaoyao opened the screen, entering, and the two of them glanced at the usage instructions. Still somewhat confused. Chapter 92. The farm. Zhang Mingxian activated his screen, switching to private mode, and typed a familiar message. "Welcome, newcomers," with a smiley face. Li Xiaoyao and Li Xiaoyao watched in astonishment as Zhang Mingxuan's message appeared in the group chat, finding it quite amusing. Almost immediately, another avatar emerged, named Old Show, followed by a small river. Curious, Li Xiaoyao and Li Xiaoyao tapped on it, and instantly, a cheerful old man's voice echoed. "Someone's using this phone again. Must be a friend of young Master Zhang. The old man greets you." Soon after, another voice chimed in, "Boss Zhang, young master. When will this phone officially be on sale? Many of my friends are interested. Price is not an issue." Zhang Mingxian replied, "Tomorrow, tell them to head to Qingyun bookstore." The boss Zhang responded, "Great. We'll surely be there to support you." Zhang Mingxian closed his phone with a grin. "What do you think? Fun, right?" Li Xiaoyao warned. "This means we're not the first. You've already given it to outsiders." Zhang Mingxian awkwardly replied, "It was just completed. Their versions are merely test models. Yours is the perfected, premium version." Li Xiaoyao remarked, "It's entertaining, but with everyone able to hear each other, it's still lacking." Zhang Mingxian immediately countered, "There's SA friend mode and a private chat mode. As long as you add each other as friends or chat privately, only you two will know what S said." He then began to teach them about private chats, friends, and how to navigate personal spaces, games, bookshelves, and audiovisual sections, all of which were still in their infancy. The three of them promptly added each other as friends, and Li Xiaoyao began to enthusiastically play, while Zhang Mingxian discovered that the platform indeed had games. Within the personal space, a game called Farm had already been launched, and Li Xiaoyao was engrossed in planting vegetables. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Mingxian joined in, realizing that the game was more enjoyable when played together. Li Xiaoyao closed her screen and said, "I really like this gift. Can you make another one for me?" Zhang Mingxian looked at her in surprise as she continued, "I could give it to my mother. It would make communication much easier without the need for the image stone and the risk of interception." Suddenly recalling her concern, she inquired, "What is the range on this?" Zhang Mingxian proudly patted his chest. "Distance has never been an issue. Theoretically, it can reach any length." Li Xiaoyao stared at him in disbelief. "Any distance?" Frowning, she asked seriously, "Who provided you with this method?" It was hard to quell her worries. Such limitless communication was incredibly rare, and the cost behind it must be exorbitant. If she believed Zhang Mingxian had invented it, she would certainly not accept that. Could someone be plotting against them? Who would dare? A flicker of coldness flashed in Li Xiaoyang's eyes. Zhang Mingxian, oblivious to the shift in Li Xiaoyao's demeanor, boasted, "I had my master help design it." "Isn't it impressive?" Li Xiaoyao's frown lessened as she asked, "Who is your master? Can you tell me?" After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Mingxian replied, "It wouldn't hurt to share. He is the revered Tongtian cult leader." Boom. It was as if a thunderclap struck their minds. Li Xiaoyao trembled slightly. while Li Xiaoyao's finger slipped, spilling fertilizer onto the ground. They both looked at Zhang Mingxian in disbelief, with Li Xiaoyao stuttering, "Is it really that saint? The one who single-handedly battled the four saints and shattered the primordial chaos?" Zhang Mingxian nodded as a matter of course, "Indeed." Then, patting the chinking sword at his back with pride, he added, "This sword is my master's companion sword. Impressive, right?" Li Xiaoyao murmured. No wonder he could effortlessly slay a golden immortal with a single strike. Li Xiaoyao quickly turned off her phone and moved behind Zhang Mingxian. Her gaze fixated on the chinking sword. Zhang Mingxian felt a chill run down his spine under her intense stare and instinctively tried to step aside. But Li Xiaoyao pushed him back into place. Cautiously, she reached out to touch it, murmuring, "It truly is that saint's companion sword." Just a glance evokes an indescribable thrill, and a touch reveals its world-destroying power. Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes, thinking she was laying it on a bit thick. She had seen it plenty of times before. Li Xiaoyao remarked, "Since it belongs to that esteemed individual, I can rest easy. Since you are fortunate enough to be his disciple, make sure to practice diligently and not bring him shame." Zhang Mingxian nodded, "I understand, Sister Xīyóu." Li Xiaoyao, feeling dejected, lamented, "Why wasn't he at me? Am I not much stronger than you? Why would he choose you as a disciple?" Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes again. That was quite an excessive remark. She would end up friendless with such an attitude. Li Xiaoyao laughed. "All right, this is a good thing. I'll go make dinner. You two keep an eye on Yaya." Zhang Mingxian quickly assured her, "Don't worry. I'll take good care of her." As soon as Li Xiaoyao left, Li Xiaoyao leaned in closer to Zhang Mingxian, curiously asking, "What does that saint look like? Is he tall with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding a proud spirit while radiating supreme sword energy?" Zhang Mingxian replied, exasperated, "A figure radiating sword energy would be a hedgehog. My master is quite amiable and treats me well, like a friendly older brother." Li Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with admiration, truly worthy of the esteemed saint. Such grace and kindness even towards an insignificant ant. What remarkable composure. Zhang Mingxian gazed at Li Xiaoyao. "Are you mocking me? Who is the ant here?" After the trio had dined, Zhang Mingxian retreated to his room to continue his writing until the deep of night. Stretching lazily, he moved his body, anticipating the release of a new book the following day. He opened his phone to check his farm, which had ripened splendidly. A single tap collected the harvest, and upon glancing at Li Xiaoyao's farm among his friends, he noted it had also matured. With a mischievous grin, he thought of stealing, releasing pests, and sowing weeds. It felt exhilarating. Satisfied, Zhang Mingxian retired to bed. As dawn broke, Li Xiaoyao arose and stepped outside, stretching before settling on a stone bench to peruse her own farm on her phone. Upon entering, she was taken aback to find her sparse radishes infested with pests and her land overrun with weeds. With her eyes twitching in disbelief, she read the notifications. "Invincible little tyrant stole 3 radishes from you," and so forth, culminating in a total of 20 pests and 20 weeds introduced. Zhang Mingxian. An angry shout shattered the early morning tranquility. Zhang Mingxian, merely turning over in bed, mumbled, "What have I done now?" Li Xiaoyao stepped out irritable. "Why are you shouting? How has he wronged you?" Li Xiaoyao, feeling wronged, pointed at the chaos of her farm. "Sister, he stole my things and bullied me." Li Xiaoyao peeked in, chuckled. "It's just a game. Don't take it to heart," and walked away. Li Xiaoyao muttered, "Sister is not caring for me anymore," feeling increasingly aggrieved. She opened her friends list and entered Zhang Mingxian's farm, surreptitiously releasing pests and sowing weeds. Gazing at the devastation she wrought upon his farm, Li Xiaoyao laughed gleefully like a little fox, relishing the satisfaction it brought her. In the morning, while having breakfast, Li Xiaoyao bit into a bun and shot Zhang Mingxian an indignant glare. Zhang Mingxian, bewildered, asked, "What have I done to offend you now?" After swallowing her bite, Li Xiaoyao pouted, "You stole my vegetables and released pests." Zhang Mingxian explained, "That's how the game is played." Li Xiaoyao protested, "No way. You can't take my things. What's mine is mine." Zhang Mingxian sighed, "It's boring to play alone." Li Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled, "Then I can steal from you." Zhang Mingxian, speechless, muttered, "Do as you please." Li Xiaoyao then turned to Li Xiaoyao, sweetly calling out, "Sister." Zhang Mingxian instinctively shivered, casting a strange look at Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao laughed. "Don't ask me. I won't play such games with you." Disappointed, Li Xiaoyao gazed at the table, then brightened. "Is there more of that?" "I want more." Zhang Mingxian replied. "If you want it, make it yourself." Li Xiaoyao cheerfully declared, "It's a deal." Once they devoured their buns, flames flickered in their hands as they began crafting. Before long, a row of little foxes appeared on the table. Zhang Mingxian quickly interjected, "That's enough." Li Qingxian considered, "All right, I won't give them to the household staff." After finishing his breakfast and freshening up, Zhang Mingxian commenced an enchanting endeavor, each little fox shimmering in his hands until all were completed. Li Qingxian joyfully held the little foxes, picking one up. "This one is for mother," and tossed it into the air, where it vanished in a flash. Grinning, she picked up another two. "These are for sister Bai and brother-in-law," tossing them away as well. She contemplated another little fox, deciding, "This one is for sister Wanxing." Zhang Mingxian looked on enviously, wishing for such powers himself. He turned and retreated to his room, taking his manuscript with him. Unbeknownst to him, Li Qingxian continued her musings. "This is for Aunt Yumi. This is for grandfather Wan Sui," as beams of light shot skyward from within, with the last two little foxes in her hands. Li Qingxian hesitated before saying, "Forget it, I'll let those two have them," tossing them skyward as well. Exiting the bookstore, Zhang Jun awaited outside, reproaching, "You're quite late today?" Zhang Mingxian handed his manuscript to Zhang Jun. "I was at fault this time. It won't happen again." Zhang Jun, skeptical, retorted, "How is that possible? Will you really be up early here waiting for me?" Zhang Mingxian smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out soon. Hurry and print the books." Zhang Jun chuckled, "What a tease," and walked away. Zhang Mingxian turned toward the backyard, leading out a small donkey and riding toward the bookstore, feeling exceptionally good. Upon arriving, he noticed a crowd gathered outside. His presence instantly attracted attention, and shouts of protest erupted. "Damn author, you killed Biao again," cried a female reader. "Zhang Xiaofan has suffered enough. How much more do you want to put him through?" A loud voice boomed. Zhang Mingxian dismounted and bowed apologetically. "I'm sorry, everyone. Rest assured, the upcoming plot is splendid. I promise Zhang Xiaofan will experience a turn of fortune. Biao is dead. Will Zhang Xiaofan end up with Sueki?" Yes, author. Give us an explanation. We hope it's not a tragedy." Zhang Mingxian smiled as he entered. "Don't worry. Zhang Xiaofan and Sueki will be just fine. They will be together." As he squeezed into the bookstore, he let out a long sigh, feeling utterly drained, dreading their impulsive aggression. To his surprise, he found others inside as well. "You are Wang Qing, correct?" he inquired. Wang Qing, behind the counter, quickly bowed. "I have met the young master." Zhang Mingxian waved his hand. "No need for formalities. What is happening here?" Wang Qing respectfully replied, "Young master, Zhang Gongzi went out for an errand, and he asked me to temporarily oversee the shop." Zhang Mingxian understood. "Ah, Zhang Jun is courting someone." He glanced outside. "Why aren't they coming in?" Wang Qing nervously replied, "There are too many people. It's too crowded inside. I feared for safety, so I sent them away." Watching Zhang Mingxian anxiously, she hoped he wouldn't take offense. Zhang Mingxian gave her a thumbs up. "Well done." Wang Qing relaxed. It seemed this young master understood some principles. Just then, a beeping sound emanated from Zhang Mingxian's pocket. Under Wang Qing's curious gaze, he retrieved his phone, revealing an animated profile of old Zhou. Zhang Mingxian tapped the screen. An old Zhou's voice came through. "My lord, we have delivered the goods, but there are too many people outside. We cannot enter." Zhang Mingxian replied, "Did you see that grand residence nearby? Deliver to that estate." "Understood, my lord," old Zhou affirmed. Wang Qing, intrigued, watched Zhang Mingxian converse with the screen. A flicker of envy in her eyes. What a marvelous device that could speak. Zhang Mingxian addressed Wang Qing. "I'll leave this to you. I'll step out for a moment." Wang Qing bowed. "Yes, sir." Zhang Mingxian exited the door, smiling and clasping his hands. "Zhu Xian will arrive shortly. Please make way." The crowd chuckled and parted, allowing him a narrow passage. He walked past the throng, heading toward the grand residence, leading a team of porters amid the astonished and envious gazes of the onlookers. In the grand estate, various spirits and monsters observed Zhang Mingxian as he arrived with a team of porters. Their curiosity piqued. Zhang instructed them to halt the carriage in the courtyard and turned to the elderly Zhou, inquiring, "How many items do we have?" Zhou, bowing respectfully, replied, "Sir, there are a total of 1,000 items here." Zhang murmured to himself, "At 50 won each, that totals to 50 guan for 1,000 items?" Zhou nodded with deference. "Indeed, sir, your calculations are impeccable." After a moment of hesitation, Zhang sheepishly suggested, "Let us do this. You can collect the payment when you deliver next time." He felt a flush of embarrassment. This seemed akin to withholding wages from laborers. A few workers were about to voice their discontent, but Zhou quickly interjected, "That is acceptable. However, I believe 50 won per item is excessive. Let's settle on 5 won each." The workers looked at Zhou in astonishment, their dissatisfaction evident. "Village head, that's unfair. We toiled late into the night for this, and now you want to reduce the price?" One worker protested. Zhou retorted sharply, "Silence." The workers fell silent under his stern gaze, murmuring among themselves. Zhang waved dismissively, smiling, "There is no need for a price reduction. We shall proceed at 50 won per item. You can come and collect your payment next time without worry." Zhou, apologetic, remarked, "They are young and inexperienced. Please forgive their impudence." Zhang chuckled, "I am not so petty. Now let us unload the goods." Zhou glanced around and asked, "Where should we place them, sir?" Zhang stamped his foot, "Just set them down on the ground." Zhou paused, then cheerfully replied, "Of course." He called to the workers, "What are you dawdling for? Get to work." The team efficiently unloaded the items, and soon the task was complete. Zhou bowed respectfully, "We shall take our leave now." Zhang waved him off, "Go ahead." Zhou led the group away with an empty cart. Outside the estate, Zhou cast a glance at the worker who had previously challenged him. "Are you dissatisfied?" The worker muttered. "No." Zhou replied curtly, "I sense some lingering resentment. In our future collaborations, be mindful to show him more respect than you would your own parents." A perceptive worker asked curiously, "Zhou, what is his status? Is he a noble?" Zhou replied, He is a cultivator." The mention of a cultivator sent shivers through the crowd. While nobility could inspire fear, cultivators invoked true dread. In this era of virtuous emperors, nobles dared not act recklessly. But offending a cultivator could lead to countless mysterious ends. The worker who had previously challenged Zhou turned pale. "Thank you, Zhou, for saving me." Zhou grumbled, "Just remember that. The world outside is vast and different from our small village. One must tread carefully in speech and action." The workers nodded obediently. Once the workers departed, the spirits gathered around, intrigued by the pile of items. The lovely little ghost, Wang Bei, inquired, "Young master, what are these?" Zhang grinned, "These are marvelous treasures." With a wave of his hand, a multitude of shimmering points of faith cascaded down, orderly entering each mobile device, akin to birds returning to their nests. In an instant, 1,000 phones radiated a dazzling golden light, creating a small vortex in the air. Rong Lao exclaimed in astonishment, "They are absorbing spiritual energy. Are they magical artifacts?" Zhang pondered, "Absorbing spiritual energy? No wonder spirit stones do not attract it, as they possess considerable spiritual energy themselves. Perhaps spiritual energy is the power that drives these phones. Akin to charging in my previous life." After a moment, the golden light faded, and the vortex dissipated. Zhang addressed the gathered spirits, "I now entrust you with a task." The spirits looked on with curiosity as he continued, "Your mission is to help me sell these items." Rong Lao examined the ceramic pieces skeptically. "Sell these? What purpose do they serve?" Zhang replied confidently, "Each of you take one." The little ghosts obediently picked up the phones, gazing at Zhang with curiosity. However, Zhang suddenly realized, "Wait, ghosts presumably lack blood. How will they establish a bond?" Cautiously, he asked, "Do you possess blood?" The spirits exchanged bewildered glances and shook their heads. Rong Lao added, "I do have tree sap. I wonder if it is akin to your blood." Zhang eagerly suggested, "Try this. Let a drop of sap fall onto the phone." Rong Lao nodded, and a drop of green liquid appeared in his palm, landing on the phone. Before their eyes, the device emitted a golden light and then fell silent. Zhang rejoiced, "It worked. Now, try to turn it on." Rong Lao nodded, following an instinctive feeling, and activated the phone. A screen materialized before him, startling Rong Lao, who nearly jabbed it with a branch. Zhang exclaimed excitedly, "It truly works." He began teaching Rong Lao how to operate the phone, causing envy among the other spirits. Just as Rong Lao was grasping the instructions, another screen suddenly appeared, leaving the spirits in astonishment. "But don't ghosts lack blood?" they wondered. Curiously, they observed a shy Huang Bei standing behind the screen. A male ghost asked, "How did you accomplish that? Aren't you supposed to be dead?" Huang Bei, equally startled, quickly retracted the screen and cautiously explained, "I just used soul liquid to test it, and to my surprise, it worked." Soul liquid? The spirits' eyes lit up, and they hurriedly began to gather soul liquid, summoning numerous screens into the air. They curiously tapped around, exchanging greetings such as, "Hello, can you hear me?" Zhang smiled with satisfaction. This was even better. He clapped his hands to regain their attention and asked, "Is everyone clear on how it works?" The spirits nodded. But one little ghost lamented, Such a wonderful item. Do we really have to sell it? Zhang replied. It's much more enjoyable to play together than in isolation. Rong Lao respectfully inquired, Sir, what is the price for each? Zhang contemplated briefly and declared, Let us set it at 101. The initial focus is on promotion. He added, Make sure to instruct them on how to bond with the device and help them establish that connection on the spot. Understood? Understood. They chorused. Good, now go. Shortly after, a stall appeared at the estate's entrance, with spirits stationed behind it, vigilantly guarding the phones laid out before them. This new stall drew the attention of passers-by, particularly book buyers, who cast scrutinizing glances but hesitated to approach. Zhang called out, Dear book enthusiasts, don't miss this opportunity. A divine artifact has emerged. Securing one is a fortune. Supplies are limited, so act quickly. Nearby, an irritable scholar retorted, Instead of writing your novel, you're here hawking some nonsense? Divine artifact? Why not claim it's a treasure of heaven and earth? An older reader chuckled as he approached. Though your methods are somewhat questionable, I find your book delightful. I'd like one of those divine artifacts, please. In the distance, Boss Zhang rushed over with a group. Laughing, young Master Zhang, I want 50 of them. Zhang rolled his eyes. 50? Do you really need that many? Boss Zhang chuckled. My family is large. I plan to equip my workshop with them. It will be convenient for communication. Others chimed in eagerly. I want one. I want one too. A phone, right? I want one. An elderly man in the crowd felt dizzy from the commotion, bewildered by the frenzy. Those observing from afar were equally captivated, wondering if these items were indeed as remarkable as they seemed. Chapter 95. The printed script. Zhang Mingxian clapped his hands and called out, Silence, everyone, one at a time. Under his authoritative presence, the crowd reluctantly quieted down. Zhang Mingxian addressed Rong Lao. Let us begin. Rong Lao respectfully responded, Yes. She straightened her back and announced to the crowd, Please form 4 lines to purchase in order. The crowd instantly surged forward, jostling and clamoring in an excited frenzy. Onlookers from a distance were also drawn in and hurriedly fell into line. Rong Lao orchestrated the scene. Some were selling mobile phones, others maintained order, while a few explained the process in the adjacent space. Leaning against the wall, Zhang Mingxian opened the group chat, where notifications welcomed new members incessantly, and the numbers were rapidly increasing. He casually sent a message, Welcome, newcomers. Almost immediately, the avatar of Lao Zhou appeared, responding, Welcome, newcomers. Zhang Laoban's avatar followed suit, chiming in with the same greeting. Zhang Mingxian looked up to see Zhang Laoban grinning at him from a short distance. After a moment of contemplation, he typed in the group, Zhang Laoban, could you please explain the usage to them? Zhang Laoban's face lit up with excitement, and he quickly typed back. Thank you for your trust, guild leader. I shall not fail in my duty. Feel free to ask me any questions. Lao Zhou added, You can also ask me. Zhang Laoban, somewhat displeased, remarked, The guild leader asked me to explain. Lao Zhou responded with a smiley face. We are all here to share the burden of the guild leader. Why should it matter who does it? On the road back to the village, Lao Zhou, cheerfully tapping on his compact smartphone in private mode, drew the attention of nearby workers. Zhang Laoban silently cursed under his breath, shameless old man. Zhang Mingxian then announced in the chat, The private farm is now open. Everyone is welcome to come and plant vegetables. Old Zhou, Zhang Laoban, and a group of new users looked at the announcement in astonishment. What is a private farm? Let us go check it out. Amidst a series of hearty laughs, the Chung brothers swaggered over, parting the crowd like a giant crab. Zhang Mingxian grinned. I do have something good. Would you like a mobile phone? Cheng Chimo, puzzled, asked. What is a mobile phone? Is it hand-torn chicken? Zhang Mingxian pointed to the phones on the ground and replied, It's this. Cheng Chubi scoffed. Isn't it just a ceramic plate? Just a bit more attractive. Zhang Mingxian instructed Rong Lao. Give each of them one and teach them how to use it. Rong Lao complied respectfully, understood. She then retrieved 3 phones and said, Please each provide a drop of blood. Cheng Chumo expressed his dissatisfaction. Why do we need blood? The 3 complied and allowed Rong Lao to prick their hands with a thorn, drawing a single drop of blood, bright red and glistening. Rong Lao then smeared the phones with their blood and handed them over, saying, You may now unlock the screens. The Chung brothers stared at the peculiar screens, bewildered. Rong Lao signaled, and 3 ghostly servants stepped forward to explain the usage of the phones. In no time, the Chung brothers became engrossed, shoving the ghostly servants aside, tapping on the screens, and exchanging excited chatter, their faces beaming with joy. Zhang Mingxian opened his phone and saw 3 new members in the group. named the Great Demon King, the Second Demon King, and the Little Demon King, all enjoying themselves in the chat. Zhang Mingxian silently criticized the absurdity of the names and asked Cheng Chumo, "So, what do you think? Is it fun?" Cheng Chumo, laughing heartily, replied, "It's incredibly fun. They don't even know who I am." Cheng Chuli nodded in agreement. That's what makes it enjoyable. Cheng Chubi complained, "Why is everything else empty?" Cheng Chumo reached out, "Get me 2 more." Zhang Mingxian readily agreed, "No problem." He gestured for Rong Lao to provide 2 more phones to Cheng Chumo, who contentedly accepted them. Zhang Mingxian then cheerfully asked, "Shouldn't you pay now?" Cheng Chumo waved it off. "How much?" Zhang Mingxian, grinning, extended his hand. 500 coins. Cheng Chuli exclaimed, "Is it that cheap?" "Cheap? Well, to them, 500 coins might indeed seem negligible." Zhang Mingxian accepted the coins, hesitated for a moment, and inquired, "Has General Cheng returned?" Cheng Chumo nonchalantly shook his head. "Not yet." Zhang Mingxian thought to himself, "It should be soon." A sense of urgency crept in, after all. He intended to involve himself in the journey to the west. The thought brought him to tears. After a moment of contemplation, he snapped back to reality and smiled at the 3. "Do you remember our conversation last time?" Cheng Chubi's eyes lit up, the photo stone. He eagerly looked at Zhang Mingxian and asked, "Are we starting?" Cheng Chumo excitedly chimed in, "The main characters. You said we would be the main characters." Zhang Mingxian smiled mysteriously. "If you wish to be the main characters, follow me." He turned and walked towards the bookstore entrance, with the Chung brothers exchanging glances, excitedly trailing behind. Zhang Mingxian untied the reins at the bookstore entrance, mounted his donkey, and led the 3 demon kings away, evoking the image of a young nobleman accompanied by his retainers. If only he could exchange the donkey for a fine steed. After a while, Cheng Chumo curiously asked, "Where are we headed?" Zhang Mingxian casually replied, "You will know soon." Cheng Chuli complained, "This little donkey is too slow. It can't keep up with my pace." "Exactly." Cheng Chubi chimed in agreement. "I think you should switch to a fine horse. Real men ride spirited steeds," Cheng Chumo declared proudly. Zhang Mingxian rolled his eyes. "What is wrong with what I like?" After some time, Zhang Mingxian brought the increasingly impatient trio to Yunqi bookstore. He secured the reins, and the 4 entered. Wu Laoban, who was calculating at the counter, looked up with surprise. "Isn't this young Master Zhang? Please come in. Please come in." He hurriedly emerged from behind the counter and ushered Zhang Mingxian inside. Zhang Mingxian chuckled. "I'm afraid I must trouble you again, Wu Laoban." Wu Laoban smiled broadly. "There's no trouble at all. It brings me joy to have you patronize my business. For esteemed guests, please head upstairs for tea." Chapter 96. Role distribution. The 4 followed Wu Laoban up the wooden stairs to the 2nd floor. Wu Laoban opened the elegant room and gestured, "Please, come in." Zhang Mingxian entered and admired the room, filled with floral decorations. "Wu Laoban, you've worked quickly. It's all repaired in just a few days." Wu Laoban chuckled awkwardly. "It wasn't that fast. It was quite troublesome to repair, and I exerted a lot of effort." The unspoken implication was clear. He hoped for Zhang Mingxian's understanding. The Qing brothers entered, glanced around with curiosity, but soon lost interest. Suddenly, a stack of manuscripts appeared in Zhang Mingxian's hands, which he handed to Wu Laoban. Wu Laoban's eyes widened in surprise. Was this a practitioner? He quickly bent down and received the manuscripts with both hands. Zhang Mingxian pondered for a moment and said, "Please print 20 copies for me." Wu Laoban nodded vigorously. Yes, I understand." He retreated from the room and hurried away. Cheng Chumo remarked in astonishment, "You're actually a practitioner?" Zhang Mingxian humbly replied, "Just dabbled a bit in cultivation, nothing worth mentioning." Yet, the pride in his demeanor was unmistakable. He then pointed to a distant spot. "Let us sit down and talk." The 4 gathered around the tea table, and Zhang Mingxian curiously asked, "Who among you can fly?" Cheng Chubi eagerly inquired, "Are we going to film a battle on the peak of Cloud Sea Mountain this time?" Cheng Chuli quickly exclaimed, I can. So can I. Cheng Chubi and Cheng Chumo chimed in excitedly as well. Zhang Mingxian continued, "Who among you knows swordsmanship?" The 3 fell silent immediately. Cheng Chuli unhappily remarked, "If we don't know swordsmanship, we don't need swords. We can use axes or spears." Zhang Mingxian spread his hands in exasperation. "But the main character this time uses a sword." Cheng Chubi sheepishly admitted, "Actually, I have some knowledge of sword techniques. I just lack proficiency." Zhang Mingxian nodded with delight and exclaimed, "This is sufficient." Cheng Chuyang and Cheng Chumo glared at Cheng Chubi in unison. Cheng Chumo clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound, and asked, "Third brother, since when did you acquire swordsmanship?" Cheng Chubi, with his chest puffed out, replied. The old man said, know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Mastering swordsmanship allows one to identify its weaknesses. Nonsense. There are myriad sword techniques, each distinct. How could there be any weaknesses? Cheng Chubi retorted proudly. I can, indeed. Esteemed guests, your tea has arrived, announced Boss Wu respectfully as he entered, carrying a teapot and setting it down on the table. Zhang Mingxian laughed heartily. To have Boss Wu personally serve tea is truly an honor. Boss Wu quickly responded, It is my duty. It is my duty. While inwardly grumbling, when have I not served the tea? He forced a smile before retreating. Cheng Chumo turned to Zhang Mingxian and suggested, Brother Zhang, if only one person knows the sword, could we use spears instead? It feels more imposing. Zhang Mingxian widened his eyes. One person is already enough. There can only be one protagonist. What? With a loud bang, Cheng Chuliang slammed his palm on the table, shattering the teapot and cups, leaving tea spilled everywhere. Cheng Chumo stood up, glaring at Zhang Mingxian. Brother Zhang, are you playing tricks on me? Did you not say we could be protagonists? Zhang Mingxian nodded. Indeed. One among you can be the protagonist. Cheng Chuliang sneered. Brother Zhang, you find amusement in fooling us. Do you? You did not say it like this before. We shall not take the photo. We are leaving. He turned to leave, but as he walked away, he glanced back at his brothers, who remained seated without moving. Cheng Chubi awkwardly said, Actually, I could accept just one protagonist. Cheng Chuliang rolled his eyes. Can it be? The sole protagonist is you. Cheng Chuliang then looked at Cheng Chumo, who was smiling ingratiatingly at Zhang Mingxian. Brother Zhang, if there is no protagonist, are there other roles suitable for me? Preferably with a longer duration. Zhang Mingxian stroked his chin, contemplating, and then replied, Indeed, there is another role for a swordsman, with significantly lower swordplay requirements than the protagonist. You should practice a bit before returning. Cheng Chumo nodded in satisfaction. That will do. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Cheng Chuliang hurried back, smiling at Zhang Mingxian. Brother Zhang, I was just joking earlier. Can I not take part in the photo? Are there any other roles suitable for me? He looked at Zhang Mingxian with anticipation. Zhang Mingxian instinctively wanted to mock him, but decided against it, as he still needed their assistance. He smiled cheerfully. I knew you were joking. I must say, Brother Zhang, you truly startled me. Your imposing presence is quite overwhelming. My heart is still racing. Rest assured, I will arrange a most suitable role for you. Cheng Chuliang gave a satisfied thumbs up. Brother Zhang, you are a true friend. The four of them appeared to be in perfect harmony. After a while, Boss Wu entered again, holding a tray piled with booklets. Zhang Mingxian stood up excitedly. Is it printed? Boss Wu nodded. Yes. Zhang Mingxian picked up one booklet and flipped through it, confirming that it was indeed a script. After several days of writing and accumulating hundreds of thousands of words, Zhang Mingxian, thanks to the remarkable memory of cultivators, could recognize most of the characters. Finally shedding the label of illiteracy, he tossed 3 booklets to the Chung family, saying, Read carefully and memorize your lines. The Chung brothers initially received the script joyfully, but upon hearing Zhang Mingxian's instructions, their expressions turned sour. Memorizing lines was so difficult. Zhang Mingxian addressed them. Cheng Laodao will portray the swordsman Xīyóu. Cheng Laer will play the innkeeper, and Cheng Laizhen will take on the role of Yan Qixia. Cheng Chuliang looked at Zhang Mingxian skeptically. What do you mean by Laodao and La? That sounds dreadful. Surely you remember our names? Zhang Mingxian chuckled awkwardly. How could I forget your names? You truly have a sense of humor. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. Oh no, Sister Qingya is looking for me. I must take my leave. With a wave, he swept the scripts off the tray and dashed out of the bookstore, mounting his donkey and galloping away. Cheng Chuliang leaned against the window, observing Zhang Mingxuan's retreating figure. Is he feeling guilty? Ah, Cheng Chubi exclaimed. Cheng Chuliang and Cheng Chumo quickly turned to him, only to find Cheng Chubi with a tearful face. Yan Qixia has so many lines. Cheng Chumo opened the script and remarked, Xiaohou's lines are also quite numerous. It will take ages to memorize. Cheng Chuliang examined the script for a while, his lips twitching. He had already memorized his lines. Chapter 97. Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian. Zhang Mingxian rode his donkey down the street, and after a moment of thought, turned back towards the Bika bookstore. By this time, the crowd in front of the bookstore had dispersed, but many had gathered before the grand residence, where screens floated in the air, and the crowd was filled with laughter and chatter. Zhang Mingxian tied his donkey in front of the bookstore, looking contentedly at the group of people playing with their phones. Pondering, perhaps I should open a mobile phone store. This street vendor business feels rather lacking in sophistication. With this thought in mind, he entered the bookstore. Zhang Jun sat behind the counter, beaming as he typed on his phone, quickly putting it away when he saw Zhang Mingxian enter. Zhang Mingxian eyed him suspiciously. "What are you up to?" Zhang Jun, feeling a bit guilty, replied, "Nothing much. I just bought a new phone and was figuring it out." Zhang Mingxian muttered, "You look rather sneaky. It does not seem like you are up to anything good." He tossed a script at Zhang Jun. "Take a look." Zhang Jun glanced at the script and exclaimed, "A soulmate's ghost? A new book?" Zhang Mingxian chuckled. "Not a new book, but a script." Zhang Jun murmured, "A script? What is that?" Zhang Mingxian explained, "Do you remember the filming of the photo stone we did last time?" Zhang Jun nodded, "Of course. It was only a few days ago. It's similar to that, but it has grown significantly. This time, you are the protagonist." Zhang Jun's hand trembled in astonishment. "I am the protagonist? You must be mistaken. I can't fly or wield a sword." Zhang Mingxian reassured him, "You do not need to fly or use any spells. Just portray Ning Kaichin, a scholar." Zhang Jun shook his head vigorously. "I refuse. Last time, I was only in the photo for a moment, and everyone looked at me as if I were a freak. I am not doing it this time." Zhang Mingxian chuckled. "You really won't participate?" Zhang Jun eyed him warily. "Really? What do you want?" Zhang Mingxian feigned a tone of regret. "What a pity. Wang Qing will also appear in it. This filming will likely take a month. You would miss out on so much. If you do not wish to, then never mind. Please tend to the store properly." "Wait." Zhang Jun quickly called out to the departing Zhang Mingxian. He ran out from behind the counter, saying awkwardly, "Since it's the boss's request, I will do it." "Don't. I would never force my employees. If you are unwilling, just say so. I am very open-minded." "Willing? Willing? How could I not be willing? Thank you for your kindness, boss." Zhang Mingxian smiled with satisfaction. "Since you are willing, then go memorize your lines." "Memorize lines?" Zhang Jun looked at Zhang Mingxian, bewildered. Zhang Mingxian nodded. "You will portray Ning Kaichin, so memorize all his lines. Time is limited." With that, he strolled leisurely out of the bookstore. Zhang Mingxian approached the mobile phone stall, pushing through the crowd with effort, drawing laughter and scolding from those around. Upon seeing him, Rong Lao lifted her eyes in surprise. "Young master, what brings you here?" Zhang Mingxian moved behind the stall and inquired, "How are sales?" Rong Lao replied sheepishly, "Not yet sold out. We have only sold 635 pieces." Zhang Mingxian expressed his satisfaction. "That is quite impressive." He scanned the surroundings and asked, "Where's Wang Qing?" Rong Lao respectfully replied, "She told me that she needs to step out for a moment." Zhang Mingxian nodded in acknowledgement. As he walked toward the grand mansion, he stated, "I have something to discuss with you. Both you and Wang Bei, please come here." Rong Lao glanced at Wang Bei, who looked pale and timidly gazed at Rong Lao. Several young female spirits cast subtle glances at Wang Bei, filled with envy and jealousy. Rong Lao urged, "Let us go. We wouldn't want to keep the young master waiting." The two followed Zhang Mingxian into the mansion. Zhang Mingxian surveyed Wang Bei with satisfaction, causing her to feel uneasy and shyly lower her head. He produced several scripts from his hand and handed them to Rong Lao. Rong Lao looked at him in confusion as Zhang Mingxian explained, "This is a script, a legendary tale, and I want you to perform this story." Rong Lao questioned, "Perform? Like a play?" Zhang Mingxian shook his head. "It's different from a play. Rong Lao, you will portray the tree spirit grandmother, and Wang Bei, you will take on the role of Nie Xiaoqian. Over the next few days, memorize the lines and immerse yourself in the characters." Wang Bei, bewildered, replied, "Yes." Rong Lao hesitated for a moment. Though she had many uncertainties, she also complied, "Yes, young master." Zhang Mingxian added, "There are other characters involved. Please arrange those as well." Rong Lao respectfully acknowledged, "Understood." Zhang Mingxian smacked his lips, observing the two's compliance, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He waved his hand and walked outside, returning to the bookstore before leading his donkey home. Upon arriving home, he found Li Xiaoyao sitting behind the counter, beaming at the screen, engrossed like a typical internet-addicted girl. Zhang Mingxian curiously asked, "What are you playing?" "There's hardly anything entertaining up there right now." Without looking up, Li Xiaoyao replied, "Chatting. And Yue Meiyan got married and didn't he even tell me? I'm so mad." Zhang Mingxian stared at her in disbelief. Her cheerful demeanor hardly suggested anger. Li Xiaoyao gestured for him to come closer. "Hey, come here. I need to ask you something." Zhang Mingxian approached, curious. Li Xiaoyao eyed the donkey behind him and warned, "Don't stand so close, or I might just eat you." The donkey immediately lowered its head, braying loudly, and instinctively took 2 steps back. Zhang Mingxian looked at Li Xiaoyao, astonished. I didn't realize even animals fear you. Li Xiaoyao retorted, are you thinking of flying again? Zhang Mingxian awkwardly asked. What is the problem? Li Xiaoyao proudly lifted her lips, opened the input method for pinyin, and asked, what is this? Zhang Mingxian replied, it's pinyin. Li Xiaoyao questioned, what is pinyin? I've never heard of it. Zhang Mingxian felt embarrassed, realizing that they truly did not know about it. He said, I invented it. I'll teach you later. Li Xiaoyao muttered, it must not be anything good, and dismissively waved him away. Go on. Go on. Zhang Mingxian shrugged, bemused by her practicality, and led the little donkey to the backyard. In the backyard, Li Xiaoyao was also facing a screen, where an elderly gentleman was conversing cheerfully with her. Zhang Mingxian entered, waving to Li Xiaoyao, Sister Xiaoyao, I'm back. Li Xiaoyao nodded with a smile, tie the donkey up and come here. All right. Zhang Mingxian cheerfully led the donkey to the back. Chapter 98. The Fox Demon. The elderly man on the screen said with a grin, so, this is the younger brother you've taken in? Li Xiaoyao nodded, I just took him in because he seemed a bit pitiful. The elder nodded, you have such a kind heart. Bring him back sometime so I can meet him. Li Xiaoyao hesitated, he doesn't know my true identity. The elder paused and asked, are you planning to keep this a secret? Just like before, until you can no longer hide it? Li Xiaoyao's smile faded, and after a long silence, she said, I will find a time to tell him. Sister Xiaoyao, Zhang Mingxian called out cheerfully as he jogged over, curiously inspecting the screen, feeling a sense of familiarity. Li Xiaoyao's expression brightened. This is my mother. You've met her before, right? Zhang Mingxian instantly remembered. This is the one I saw in the last recording stone. He promptly bowed, trying to ingratiate himself. Greetings, honorable mother. The elderly woman on the screen paused, glancing at Li Xiaoyao, and said with a smile, all right, get up. What a good child. The elder curiously inquired, I heard from Xiaoyao that this device is your creation? Zhang Mingxian awkwardly replied, it was crafted by my master. The elder nodded in realization, so you have a master. Work hard and strive for a celestial fruit of Tao soon. Zhang Mingxian nodded, smiling, you are right. I will do my best. Zhang Mingxian, come out. A furious voice boomed from the front of the bookstore. Zhang Mingxian frowned, displeased, and Li Xiaoyao, too, was taken aback. Her mind quickly assessed the situation, and she chuckled, you should go check. Otherwise, she might tear the bookstore apart. Zhang Mingxian nodded, then respectfully bowed to the elder, apologizing. Honorable mother, please forgive me. I'm tangled in mundane matters. I shall return shortly. The elder smiled, hurry along. Zhang Mingxian stood up, walking with purpose toward the bookstore, exuding the demeanor of a commanding figure. Upon entering, he was surprised to see a young girl before him. Zhang Jinxi? Zhang Jinxi exclaimed angrily upon seeing Zhang Mingxian. Finally. You came out. Zhang Mingxian, confused, asked, what did I do to you? Zhang Jinxi lunged at him, shouting, you still owe me for Bai Yao's life. Zhang Mingxian, startled, quickly dodged to the side, but how could his movements match Zhang Jinxi's speed? Before he could react, he found himself on the ground. Zhang Jinxi crouched beside him, pressing her hand on his chest, her expression unfriendly. Zhang Mingxian regained his composure, calling out to Li Xiaoyao behind the counter. Hey, come help me. We're family. Li Xiaoyao scoffed. You made your own mess. You deal with it. Zhang Mingxian inwardly cursed the brat. He smiled up at Zhang Jinxi. Miss, men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Could you please let me go? Zhang Jinxi insisted. No way. You must revive Bai Yao. Zhang Mingxian cautiously inquired. Have you not seen the later content? Did you only read the part where Bai Yao died? Zhang Jinxi nodded as if it were obvious. Yes. I just escaped from Kunlun. Escaped? Zhang Mingxian looked at Zhang Jinxi, bemused. She was indeed a brat. He explained, Miss, you might not know, but in the subsequent books, Zhang Xiaofan is striving to save Bai Yao. Zhang Jinxi questioned doubtfully, really? Zhang Mingxian nodded vigorously, absolutely true. Li Xiaoyao scoffed at Zhang Mingxian, laughing derisively. Zhang Jinxi quickly withdrew her hand, feeling embarrassed. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. Zhang Mingxian stood up, brushing off the dirt. It's all right. You were just too hasty, lacking in composure. Even if Bai Yao is dead, it is merely a story. Do not let a tale disrupt your emotions. Distinguish between the real and the imaginary. Hearing that Bai Yu was not dead and that Zhang Xiaofan would revive her, Zhang Jinxi's spirits lifted, and she joyfully exclaimed, I understand now. Where can I find the new book? I want to buy it. Zhang Mingxian shrugged. Unfortunately, the new books aren't sold here anymore. Zhang Jinxi asked, puzzled, If not here, then where? Li Qingxian put away her phone, leaping from her chair. I haven't read today's new book yet. Let me take you. Jiang Jinxi eyed Li Qingxian skeptically. Are you really going to be this helpful? Li Qingxian retorted with irritation. If you don't want to, then forget it, aunt. She turned and strode towards the door. Jiang Jinxia, infuriated, shouted, Who are you calling at? And immediately sprinted after her. Zhang Mingxian, witnessing their departure, hurried to the backyard, feeling guilty as he sat beside Li Qingya and said, Sister Qingya, someone is trying to harm me. You must protect me. Li Qingya, amused by Zhang Mingxuan's frightened demeanor, replied, They are just teasing you. Zhang Mingxian shook his head vigorously, fear evident in his voice. No, those mischievous children are the most unpredictable. No one knows what they might do. If they were to get even slightly rough, you might never see me again. Li Qingya said, You stay here and take care of Yaya while I prepare dinner. As Zhang Mingxian watched Li Qingya leave, he glanced at the cradle where Yaya lay, reaching out to lift her up and muttering, This way. They want to dare to bully me. He leaned in, rubbing his face against Yaya's, saying, Yaya, be good. You have to protect Daddy. Yaya giggled, waving her tiny hands. Suddenly, Zhang Mingxuan's face contorted in pain as Yaya tugged at his hair, her laughter growing even more exuberant. After much effort, he finally managed to loosen her grip. Wincing and rubbing his scalp, feigning anger, he playfully swatted Yaya's bottom, exclaiming, Even you are bullying me. After a couple of playful taps, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Peering under her pants, he gasped, nearly dropping the child in his shock, but quickly caught her again. Li Qingya rushed out of the kitchen, her face filled with concern. What happened? Zhang Mingxian, anxious, stammered, Yaya, she has a tail. Li Qingya's expression shifted, and she approached Zhang Mingxian step by step, each footfall echoing in his heart, instilling both fear and a sense of the unfamiliar. Calmly, she took Yaya from Zhang Mingxuan's arms and said, You've discovered it? Zhang Mingxian swallowed hard, nodding nervously. Li Qingya continued, I won't hide it from you any longer. I am a fox spirit, and so is Yaya, as well as Qingxian. Zhang Mingxian took 2 steps back in astonishment, forcing a smile as he remarked, No wonder you all love eating chicken so much. It turns out you are fox spirits.